Yeah, shit. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the herd frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way it uplifts. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is land. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rising, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna bad, bad, bad
problems, they always on road and they starting. She know just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She know just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been F'ing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in a box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know, Delilah? Life's in your
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Ghetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then they straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up.
The victors have rejoiced, ready to conquer more ground. The defeated, ready to come back with a vengeance. With every day that passes by, the competition gets tougher. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
Pero ngayon, ito si Jack na magarang pagkisa at ready sa parang diri sa yaman. Defensive dodgy, Avenger is Ruraco, Magdala, and Tarlam. Use the drone information, patience, on the board! And it's gonna fall with his Nanda, the Oma, of your Loma,
They'll gamble and answer.
we call Clear and Tim!
后续 DBR 的配上就是做一个其他之后。
I can't help Dan. to this music. Really, really good song selection over here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Welcome, everybody. As you can remember, formal introductions between the teams were in order. And my God, how electrifying their first encounters came to be. Here on day 3, no more first stage jitters. Of course, all the teams here have had a taste of what the competition is like over here. Fluffy, would you say that the taste of competition is somewhat spicy or perhaps bittersweet?
Probably bittersweet for some teams, as today is going to be the last chance also for a lot of them to make it to the next part of the tournament.
You know, now that I think about it, for some teams though, it's probably sweet. After all, the saying goes, it's the sweet taste of victory, or something like that. Probably. Anyway, speaking of victory, Regum, Qeon, and Made in Thailand were the victors of yesterday's matches. Let's relive the action that passed by during the day 2 of the play-ins. First up is Regum, Qeon versus Team Big BAAM. Regum, Qeon strutting their stuff and making the Filipinos gleam with pride. Fluffy, especially with Nexi with his fantastic setups and phenomenal aim to lead the way.
Yeah, Nexi has always been one of the PH region's best sentinels, and though he's never graced the APAC stage, it really comes to show in fruition here on the Haven map as well as Ascent. RRQ, the first team to actually make a 2-0 in the entire APAC series, playing really well into Big BAAM, really shutting down a lot of their plays, and overall just showing their great team play. A lot of big plays coming out there. Kelly S with the 4Ks here on the Ascent map, etc. It's just a lot of good team play, and more than that, I think their small adaptations really did help. You know, they started flexing in Flash instead of Rabbit, and they started playing a bunch of comps that they didn't do during the VCT Stage 2 Challenger series, where they bring in Fade instead of their traditional Sova. So overall, it looks like this team is trying to carry their momentum that they had in their own VCT on week 2 moving forward to just dominate the APAC scene, or at least try to.
It was definitely an easy breezy game for RRQ, and now that you mention it, I just realized that you're right. They're the first team to get a 2-0 so far, and it's just insane. I just realized that how tough the competition is over here. I've just been focusing on like map for map for map, because you know that's when the panel usually pops up, like after each map. And wow, RRQ really setting the standard over here. But what can you add to this, Trix? Look at this gameplay.
The gameplay between Myth and Enigma, it was just so close. As much as I loved seeing RRQ just dominate their series, I thought that I was pleasantly surprised with the performance that Enigma actually came with towards the stage. But Myth just pulling it off and really showing the fact that their crossfires are very difficult to play against, especially when we get into those tight situations where Enigma was, where they had to make those split decisions, and Myth generally coming on top there.
Oh my lord, look at this wonderful ace by WannaFly. Okay, I called it wonderful, but now I'm not 100% sure, because I'm pretty sure all I could hear from the casters yesterday was, "No, don't do it. Don't, you have a family." Everybody was just panicking. It was pure excitement, pure fun. But in the end, WannaFly, just hats off to this guy. Amazing gameplay.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to remind the audience that what we just saw were the first couple of matches here on the play-ins. VCT APAC is far from over. We're only just starting. To let you guys have the full grasp of what I'm talking about, here's Mika Fabs with the tournament format.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 Playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seated in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Once again, thank you so much to the ever lovely Mika Fabs for that wonderful introduction to our tournament format. Fluffy, good morning to you, my buddy.
Good morning. Hello,
How are you feeling about day number 3 of the play-ins, bud?
It's gonna be a long haul today. You know, all the games have to be decided. 2 teams unfortunately won't make it out at the end of it, so it's a lot of pressure for most of the teams, but those who have won in the previous 2 days can feel a bit more comfortable of, you know, what's gonna happen. And looking towards the bracket, I'm really excited for all the teams to be playing, especially for me, RQ, because, you know, PH.
Of course. To our audience out there, we're not gonna deny that we do support RRQ. After all, they are the homegrown talent of the PH casting panel, so it's just a given. But also, we give credit where credit is due. A lot of tough competition out here, and we're so stoked to find out how all of these teams are gonna fare with each other. Now, Trix, I did hear that you kind of were down with the flu yesterday. Are you feeling better now?
I am feeling a lot better, just recovering. But, you know, watching the matches, even while a bit out of it, sorry I didn't show up to panel, but it was amazing. Just seeing all of the plays being made, seeing how the teams have really evolved since the previous stages, since the matches they played prior to the APAC stage as well for stage 2. It's a treat to watch, and I can't wait to see what they do. It's hard to pick teams you want to support when everyone is just outperforming themselves.
Yeah, I have to agree. Picking teams is really hard. That's why I like to pick on panelists instead. I mean,
Fluffy,
everybody. Well, not just Fluffy this time. I kind of went all in yesterday. I picked on Asterai a little bit. If you guys missed it, Asterai is now the certified bad boy of the PH casting panel. So hats off to that. That's what we've always wanted to see from this guy, I guess. But anyway, with all of that said, why don't we go ahead and look at the tournament bracket that's updated for our convenience. Here it is, the Group A play-ins. We've got BAAM Esports that won over Cerberus Esports, Made in Thailand that won over Enigma Gaming. And so we'll be seeing at the match number 3 later on, Cerberus Esports versus Enigma at the lower bracket, and then BAAM Esports versus Made in Thailand. So when yesterday's results came in, the first day winners and losers' next opponents were officially revealed, which is what we can see on our screens. Let's move on to the Group B play-ins. All right, so just like the Group A play-ins, you know, these teams also had the same fate, with Bleed Esports winning over Ghetto Artists and RRQ winning over Team Big BAAM. But now that's all cleared out, you guys can see how the brackets have progressed. We've got the first round and the second round, and I'm really stoked to see what's gonna happen. But sadly, one team on these lower bracket matches is gonna be eliminated, and we're not exactly looking forward to one team being out of the competition this early, but that is why the stakes are higher than ever. We'll see the match schedule in just a bit to find out what the sequence of series will be throughout the day. But before we do so, oh, never mind, there we go, perfect timing. So Fluffy, first day jitters are officially out of the system here for these teams. Any match that you're really looking forward to watching?
I think I alluded to it a bit earlier. I'm very excited to see Game 2, RRQ versus Bleed. You know, we have a very tenured team like Bleed Esports against an up-and-comer like RRQ. Most of the team hasn't been on the APAC stage yet, so to see that difference in gameplay and also structure for the team is going to be really interesting to see.
Look at these teams. A lot. I feel like Trix is also excited to see all of the matches, but from what I know, Trix, you're excited for game number 4.
Yes, if I had to pick one game that I'm excited for, I suppose it would be Ghetto Artists and BAAM, because I want to see more of what those teams can do. But it was a really hard choice.
A little bit shaky for the teams who are at the risk of the eliminations over here, I'm sure. But I'm excited to see what kind of adjustments they'll make, especially from the first series that they had recently. I guess we'll have the comparison soon enough, especially after we officially introduce them once again. We're starting off with the first series of the day. Of course, we've got a team that just showed us that level of adaptability that we were hoping to see in this competition. During their first series, they had a rocky road in their first map, but they did the necessary modifications that led them to have the very first series victory here on our APAC 2 stage. Here they are, BAAM Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, here they are, BAAM Esports. We've got Berserks, Blaze King, Flipshitter, Frostmine, and Sebotol. I want to shed some light on Blaze King over here. Fluffy, I was really... Oh, yes. Sorry, I don't know why I lagged a little bit. I meant to address the question quick. I was really impressed with him over the series that they had with Cerberus Esports. His use of utility caused a lot of damage and gave a lot of information for his team to take the round.
Especially in Icebox, Blaze King was just popping off. Being able to get those shock dart utilities out and really flip the tide for BAAM Esports to get that win. But I feel also that Flipshitter did so well. And honestly, although BAAM Esports in general, all of their players I look forward to watching, I was pleasantly surprised to see Blaze King and Flipshitter just pop off the way that they did in their first match.
Look at that, a victory drink, or I guess not a victory drink, but something to prep you up for a really long series that you're in for. Yes, there it is, our first victors on our first day of the play-ins. Fighting against them in this series is the second victor of our second day. In their previous series, there was a constant power struggle between them and their opponent. They were down 9-12, but this team was so determined to close that gap, and that they did. If this team can turn the game around with a 14-12, they can definitely do more. Here is Made in Thailand. Made in Thailand, here they are. We've got Kadum, Alone Fills, Wannafly, Deland, and Congared. Oh boy, don't even get me started on this team. Made in Thailand took day 2 by storm as their determination and perseverance put them at the top of their series against Enigma Gaming. Props to Enigma Gaming, of course, Fluffy, but Wannafly is just unforgiving for his opponent.
Yeah, Wannafly is so good, especially yesterday in that series with his KJ and his Viper on the last map, really securing it, pushing it into overtime, using that Viper spit on bind especially to such great capacity that was so devastating to push into a lot of the chokes because he had so much control with their double controller setup. But overall, the team just so good. Kadum especially being able to give his team so much space on the duelist or chamber role, and we see Alone Fits also that initiator slash sometimes on the duelist setup. I feel like it's just a very flexible team overall. Made in Thailand, really showing that they have the determination to be the stalwart guardians of Thailand and really push themselves to make it here on the APAC stage.
I completely agree. A lot is in store for Made in Thailand. If their performance today was nothing short of the performance that they had yesterday, then I'm really excited to see more from this team. But now that we've had exposure to how these teams are on the battlefield, I gotta say that we've had like that stellar performance that need to be centered on the spotlight. We'll see them here on our head-to-head. Okay, so I am expecting for our head-to-head, we might be featuring players that, I mean, they're all incredible, right? But to you guys, who do you think we're going to be seeing on the head-to-head that really stood out in this series? What about Utrix?
I am tied between Flipshooter and Blaze King, as I said earlier. I felt that both had perks and really turned the tide for their teams. Just the sheer ability to hold down those sites, the ability to give the advantage to their players. I feel sometimes numbers just aren't enough to say how well they've done.
Absolutely. Fluffy, who do you think we'll be seeing on our head-to-head? Really a lot to select here.
On the side of Myth, I feel like it's going to be probably between WannaFly and Kadoom, because for me, those were the two most standouts, at least from the match yesterday. Like I mentioned a bit earlier, Kadoom is just so good at holding the site, and when he's on entry, if he does survive the opening entry, he does so much for his team. He's one of the more, I would say, underrated duelists that we have on the APAC stage, and WannaFly has really shown his capacity to position himself correctly and get a lot of multi-kills and really support and leverage that factor for his team.
But as you say now, though, we're going to be revealing who they actually are. We've got WannaFly and Flipshooter. Both amazing setups over here, really good at the defensive. And I gotta say, Fluffy, that these two can carry their own too when it comes to their respective teams.
Yeah, for sure. I was going on and on about WannaFly already, but Flipshooter, on the other hand, also another great player coming out of BAAM Esports.
Ooh. Just a smart player in general. Flipshooter just able to get that intel, especially on that Ascent map, although I did mention on the first day that I wished Flipshooter could do, or rather that BAAM Esports would do a little more to take back that control that we saw Cerberus take so often against them.
These two are just perfect for a head-to-head. I'm looking at the stats, the numbers on the board right now, and the comparison is actually pretty close for some of these numbers. Really, really good over there. Okay, I don't know why. It's not my first day on the panel, but for some reason, probably because there are teams out here that are at the risk of elimination, I'm getting the jitters today. I'm a little bit shaky. Forgive me, you guys. You guys are doing great, but it's just me. It's a likable thing. But okay, let me shake the jitters away. Probably because I woke up with allergies too, so forgive me if I do get a little bit of sneezes from time to time. But yeah, Fluffy, I think you got cut off a little bit earlier. I want you to continue your train of thought, bud.
I was just saying that I think that Flipshooter has done a lot, especially in their series last time against Cerberus Esports. He's one of the players that's also very flexible. He plays that sentinel role, but he also has that initiator role in his pocket. I believe he played the KO when they did win on Breeze. So a lot of the factors, I think, come from the value that he adds in his team from his utility, right? But aside from that, also, he's still a great player. He has the aim to back it up, but a lot of the agents that he does tend to lean towards has the utility to help his team get more space. And I feel like because he uses it so well, it makes him so valuable in a team like BAAM Esports.
Completely. Now, I'm trying to recall all the series that both of these teams have had to go through. Tricks, just a fun question that we like to ask from time to time here in the panel. If you could go on a 1v1 Jet Dagger anime battle between Kadoom or Berserks, who would it be?
I feel like I'd lose either way, so it's a question of who I want to lose to. Both would be great to play against, but I guess I really want to see Berserks in action.
Oh, I mean, I can understand your sentiments. Both of these both of these duelists are phenomenal, and I'd hate to be in that situation with either of them too. But we've met them, we've seen them play. Now it's time to find out where they're off to next. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the map vetoes. right off the bat, Fluffy, I do think that Boom Esports would be wise to ban Bind, especially after that performance we saw from Myth yesterday. It did so well.
Yeah, I think Bind is going to be a map that will be in contest for a lot of teams. But as we see there on the screen, it's actually going to be Split, going to be removed out first from the map pool. I feel like for Made in Thailand, Split is a map that they're not as comfy with. So I understand why they ban it out. They literally haven't won a single game on it when they played in their own Challenger series. So probably not enough practice yet moving on to APAC. But on the other hand, we see Boom removing the dedicated bind, which you predicted. We see that the first map as well is going to be Icebox. Icebox, I feel like, is an interesting map because for Myth, it is the map that they have never lost in the entire VCT for their own region. And moving on, we do move into Breeze by the side of Boom Esports, which I feel is a map that Myth is kind of weak in statistically, but I'll be surprised to see if they can pull off something great this time.
Basing it off again, their performance versus Cerberus Esports, Boom Esports, they're the kind of team on Breeze that once they build their momentum, once they get it going, especially on the defender, there's just no stopping them. It carries over even when they're on the attacking side. But Ascent and Fracture being banned out over here, Tricks.
I'm just giggling a little inside because I'm looking at the maps, right? You have Icebox, Breeze, and Haven, all very large maps. Honestly, quite difficult as well in terms of the aim duels. Both teams just trying to play towards their favor, with Myth having those amazing crossfires that we've seen time and time again, but Boom also going in with those maps with the great executions, kind of all in or nothing kind of map. And I'm interested to see how it's going to pan out.
Definitely. We have Haven as a decider map. Generally, I do think that Haven is a good map for Boom Esports. They've had a lot of advantage here, especially on the defending side. And I'm also excited. Maybe we'll see them pull out the Neon once again, like they did in their local challengers. Now, Myth, once again, they did win against Cerberus Esports and Lead Esports in the past. So they have a certain mastery of this map, but I'm not sure how it's going to go down. But now that we've revealed some of the maps over here, what do you think is the win condition for the first map, Fluffy?
For Icebox, I believe that I have full confidence in Myth, by the way, on Icebox. Like, it's very hard not to when they've never lost a game for their own Challenger series. They beat Full Sense, I believe, twice, Sharper Esports as well on the same map. They have a very strong attack. I think they need to work on the defense. So similar to how they played yesterday on Ascent, but hopefully a bit different result. Myth really has to stack as many rounds as they can on the attack. And if they can go towards the half with like an 8-4 or like a 9-3, I feel like it can be a comfortable win. If Boom is able to stop them from doing that, then I feel like it could be a big problem for their map 1.
I was actually trying to remember how the bans just went down, and it's very good. Like, both of these teams actually banned maps that were really strong on the opposing side, not necessarily a weak map or to a certain extent, yes, they are on a weaker side when it comes to the maps that they banned. But overall, it was just complete contrast, Tricks, because the other team was just dominating on those certain maps.
I think on all of the maps that were banned as well, you see that it's a lot of the tighter maps. You've got Split, you've got Bind, you have Ascent, which is essentially a default map that a lot of teams feel more comfortable playing in. They also got Fracture banned, so you have these teams that are saying they're confident. They also are confident in their aim, not just their team play, and they're willing to take those long-range duels, the longer fights, and bigger maps that require them to control and get more information.
Fluffy, do you think that the map selection that we have here is favoring one team over the other?
For map 1, I think it's Myth-sided. For map 2, Breeze, I think Boom is gonna take that. So Haven, both teams are pretty good on it. If I'm gonna be honest, Myth has a bit more compositions that they do run. I'd say overall it would be slightly towards Myth, but like very, very slightly.
Yeah, Myth just really good over here. Trix, you weren't here yesterday. I didn't get to hear your full sentiments on the second series of the day. Was there something that completely blew your mind when it came to the Myth versus Enigma game?
Honestly, just everything about it. It was such a close game for me, just watching the rounds pan out. Sometimes I'd actually have to go back and watch it again because I'm like, wait, that didn't make sense to me. I want to see where all the agents were on the map one more time. And it was really surprising the way Enigma was able to just take those sites instantly, but also the way Myth was able to anchor their own sites. It was just so good.
It was really, really good. I have to agree. Now, we have kind of familiarized ourselves with the playstyle of both of the teams here. Would you say, Fluffy, that BAAM Esports generally has a slower playstyle, or would pacing even be a factor in this series?
I think BAAM Esports is actually kind of a flexible team. Maybe they have a little slow starts, but overall, when they do get it together and they move in as a five-man team, the coordination really shows through and they're very explosive. My question is if Myth is going to be able to deal with this, because generally speaking, against explosive teams, they don't play the best. Yesterday, we saw them play against Enigma, and they were kind of a very slow team that really had a methodical approach for the macro of a map. And Myth really did well against that. So I'm very excited to see, but also a bit worried if I was a Myth fan of how they're going to deal with something so explosive like BAAM Esports.
So, similar to Fluffy, I was actually thinking about this after I watched Myth versus Enigma, that now they're going to be facing up against BAAM, which is a very much execution team. They like to go all in, they like to flush them out of those angles. But Myth, on the other hand, also has some very good angles, and they always readjust. As we saw them against Enigma, they constantly would move back, they'd hold a different crossfire. So I'm wondering here, is it going to be the five-man execution that's going to overwhelm Myth, or is Myth gonna just be able to anchor those sites as we've seen them do time and time again?
Really good anchoring of the sites over here. And I remember what you were talking about actually when it came to BAAM Esports. They've had these plays wherein the five-man pushes, the five-man executions were the necessary adjustments that they had to make. And it's just so good that this is the kind of team that really is willing to do whatever it takes to fully take on a site over here. All right. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me today. A little bit shaky. I'm really nervous for these teams, but I'm excited to see what the outcome is gonna be. Now, Fluffy, I've asked this yesterday, but I kind of want to ask it today. Have you had your breakfast already? Have you had your
actually haven't
favorite
today. Not yet. No. Hopefully soon, though.
No bread yet today.
No bread yet today.
What about you, Trix? Any breakfast enjoyers over here like me?
Yes, I have. I did. And I had my coffee, which is perfect for me.
I'm being asked behind the scenes if I've had my breakfast. No, I haven't, which is probably why I'm also kind of shaky over here. But I do have a breakfast sandwich on the side over here, Fluffy. So if you want me to share my bread with you, I got you covered. Unless you want your own bread again.
I think I have my own, but it's all good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, okay then.
Sharing is caring, Fluffy. We care about you here. I care about Trix. I asked how she was from yesterday. I'm glad you're doing much, much better now. I can see the smile and the energy on your face now. Really happy to have you back.
It's good to be back.
You.
I honestly just I've been so excited for this day since day one because I wanted to see what teams were gonna come up. I wanted to see the matchups, and I'm a little sad that some teams are gonna go after today because I want to see more of them.
Exactly. That's exactly how I feel.
Yeah.
Two teams are gonna get eliminated today. One from the Group A play-ins, one from the Group B play-ins. I'm not too happy about it because these guys are so good, and I would love to see more from them. I never get enough of these teams, especially when we're playing in this level of caliber. It's APAC, the best of their countries, the best of their regions. And I'm dying to see more. But Fluffy, what are you dying to see over here? Any teams that you're secretly rooting for behind the scenes, other than RRQ?
Other than RRQ, I think that I hope that Ghetto Artist gets out, if I'm gonna be honest. I think that they're a great team, and they're very underrated. But it seems like currently, what's stopping them is they seem kind of one-dimensional for a lot of times. They're a great contact team, but similar to a lot of great contact teams before them, they really need to work on their tactical depth to play on a broader scale that we have here on APAC. So if they can adjust in the time that they have, I think they've had like a one-day break, which can be a lot for a lot of teams mentally, and also just to learn more about every other team because VODs are coming out and everything. So if they can adjust really quickly in the game, if they can really show the skill that brought them here in the first place, I hope that this team gets their shot at making it to the next stage for APAC.
Do you have the same sentiments, Trick?
I do have the same sentiments. As I mentioned earlier, I'm really looking forward to watching Ghetto artists play again, and I feel I just haven't seen enough of them. I'm wondering if 8 Lua's gonna do really well, or if some of his other teammates are gonna kind of match the caliber that he has shown us when last he played.
Oh, definitely. I remember how 8 Lua was. He was just clicking on heads round per round per round, and that was actually one of the first exposures that I've had to that play style of their region, and I was so impressed. Like, the aim duels, phenomenal when it comes to these guys. So I want to see more of them, but that's later, further down the line. Again, the first series is gonna be Myth versus Boom, and I'm ready to explode. I'm ready to have the emotions running, because yesterday I could not breathe. Black and Blue was here on the panel, and I could just not contain myself. I do think, okay, maybe I am recovering from my Asurai illness from yesterday. That's why I'm like this. Yeah, Asurai was highly contagious with the puns. Hopefully, this is my road to recovery. And oh my goodness. Oh, Asurai in the background chatting. I'm an illness now? Not necessarily, bud, but your dad jokes have been highly contagious that it even got to Black and Blue despite him not having direct contact with you. Fluffy, you're so lucky you didn't get it.
I know, I'm surprised because I was here on the panel too.
Did you get vaccinated?
For dad jokes?
Not for that one specifically. Maybe other things.
Asurai, you know we care about you. We love this new bad boy era of yours, but to be a full bad boy, I think you have to drop the dad jokes. But I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be Asurai if it ain't with the dad jokes, right? Not Asurai.
Yeah, some things never change, I guess.
Asurai just said never. He spelled it in all capital letters, Never. So expect that when he comes to the casting desk, he is gonna be filled with more dad jokes. I feel like I triggered an emotion out of him, so he's gonna be on full blast over here. I'm waiting though to see how we're gonna be unleashing Trix's more comedic side to the panel. She's very analytical, but I feel like she has a fire in her that she's just waiting to release. Right?
Or I possibly don't have any humor in me. We'll find out, I guess.
I don't believe that. I feel like everybody has their own humor.
Supposedly. Hopefully.
Fluffy, what kind of humor are you in?
I am in the waking up humor, honestly.
Started out pretty early today, but it's never too early maybe to start the action when it comes to Valorant content. I really enjoy myself. You know, once the matches begin, I will be eating my breakfast comfortably, enjoying the show. All of these players put on quite a show. Have you seen any entertainment factor? We often see this in professional games wherein these players add in a little bit of cheekiness. So do you guys remember any certain moments, Fluffy?
Cheekiness? There was that one game, but not in the series, where they had the knife kill on the detained. But other than that, not much.
I think that was Blaze King and Kishi.
Also the same thought in my
connected here.
Yeah.
Oh, unfortunate. Was Kishi the first knife kill for the entire run so far?
I think so.
Poor Kishi.
I think so. You correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe so.
I feel like Kishi's gonna get a kill later on with the knife. Maybe to just get that vengeance. Get that sweet, sweet revenge that he's been dying to get, because I would feel so bad. have you? Okay, Fluffy, you have been. Both of you guys have been working with professional teams in the past. What does it feel for professional players to actually get knifed, though?
Some for my team at least, it wasn't that bad. There was a clip I think posted when we played against Team Secret and Oasis Gaming, and when Jesse Vash went for the knife, we gladly apparently took the 1v1. And even though we lost, my team was very excited because they were just having a lot of fun. And that was during a grand finals for VCT. I feel like it differs from team to team, but from my experience, yeah, my boys are like that.
Similar experience to Fluffy, just kind of take it as it is, laugh about it. It's part of the game. You don't take it to heart usually.
Oh, definitely. Really good that that's the mentality that we have here, because in pub games, it's probably really disturbing. But again, professionals, they know how it is. They know that it's part of the game. And at the end of the day, despite this being a competition, they also just love to enjoy the game. And that's what we love to see behind the scenes. In the meantime, though, as we talk about all of this, we're going to be going to a quick break. When we return, more of the Valorant action between BAAM Esports and Made in Thailand.
When she enters the room, be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. No more dawdling over here, guys. We're going straight to the agent selections. Let's take a look at the compositions that we're gonna be seeing on Icebox. Fluffy, on a map like Icebox, what are you expecting to see from these teams?
I'm pretty sure that if Myth is going to stick to their guns, the composition that they've ran and won every single game with during their run for the Challenger Series Thailand, it's going to be that KO as well as that Sova in Icebox, so that double initiator setup. Hopefully they bring that out today, and it looks like it's going to be the case. A lot of information, a lot of ways to shut down their opponents, especially the KO. Having a one-sided KO means that in a map like Icebox, if you do get a lot of value with the knife, you can shut down a lot of their neutral-based compositions, which is the entirety of BAAM Esports opting not to run a duelist, and they're going for a more util-focused thing. So I feel like this KO is such high value in the pocket of Myth, but for BAAM Esports, they have to be able to stack as many defensive rounds as they can, because although you can always win with a duelist mindset, it does help on the attacking side if you do have a way to take space quickly. That being said, though, I feel like their composition overall can be leveraged well, especially in the post-plant. If they do get the plant off, it's getting to the plant that might be the problem for BAAM Esports.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with Fluffy there. I remember when I first saw BAAM Esports lineup, I was a little concerned at how their attacking side would be, because they do not have that duelist just entry for them. They have all of this utility, and for me, when looking at the lineup, all of the agents are essential to executing a site, to maintaining that post-plant setup. So I really do hope that they get as many defender rounds as they can with this setup.
Really good setup over here.
Yeah, I feel like that. One thing also is we were always saying that Myth early on was not that great with explosive teams, but just because they don't have that duelist and they're playing something like Icebox means that even though BAAM is a type of team that has that 5-man push always ready, they might not be able to do it as quickly, which might play into the hands of Myth a bit more.
So those are your conditions over there, Fluffy. Well, now that the maps have been decided, now that the agents have been locked in as well, I realize that we haven't done our predictions. Have we talked about our predictions?
Not yet.
Not yet, right? Darn, why did I have to remember, right? we didn't want to actually talk about it. That's why we probably overlooked it.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I love that we get to see this unique no duelist setup on Fine in this series. If the first series that Myth had is gonna be anywhere close to what this series is gonna be, then I'm really excited to see how the outcome is. I'm topsy-turvy for this one, though. It's a hard prediction to make. Maybe I've lost my edge, because I did get a 3-1 yesterday. I finally got a prediction wrong, so I'm just flipping the coin. I'm going for BAAM Esports. What about you, Fluff?
I think for me, I'd have to go with Made in Thailand.
And Trick?
Agree to disagree, Fluffy. I'm going with BAAM Esports.
Alright then. 2 versus 1 here. Predictions are locked in, you guys. We're just about ready to head on off to the matches. What a sight to behold. The first team to qualify for the group stage will be revealed in just a few games. Y'all better prepare yourselves for the battle that is to come. Casters, let the games begin.
Yeah, Vil here na medyo matagal na gumraduate. Yan, so ilang taon na rin, mag-iisang dekada na next year. Pero yun nga, a big shout out to all the people sitting right now on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook as well. And if ever you guys are having your watch parties on Discord, maraming salamat sa suporta. And syempre mga kaibigan, this actually, like what Ray said, a filler match of course. Boom versus Myth, and the next one is gonna be RQ versus Bleed Esports. Well, to be honest, if and only if mga kaibigan, if nanalo ang RRQ, pasok na sila sa group stage. If natalo ang RRQ, meron pa silang isang match which is ang decider match. Yung matatalo between dun sa dalawang kagrupo nila. Pero later natin pag-usapan yan because it's gonna be Indonesia versus Thailand here in this game right now. And it's actually na talagang sobrang enjoying kasi makakasko ulit ang Boom Esports kasi kinas ko siya nung day 1 pero hindi ko nakita na naglaro si Tebotol. Pero ngayon, Tebotol we're gonna play right now here in Icebox. And Ray, I mean, it's nice seeing here again kasi nakikita natin yung mga players na talaga nagpapakabaka dito sa aim, mga kaibigan. Kong with a 2K already. Templeton just waiting patiently doon sa may baba. One of flies though. Siya pwede makapala dito pero yun nga all the way from up top with the right click onto the classic. We're gonna take down Templeton right now. One of fly pushing in dito sa may maze though. Pero meron tayo dito sa may side, probably just gonna back away and do some regrouping dito lang sa may rafters. Flips, waiting patiently dito sa may smoke, pero yun nga lang, Kong's gonna end everyone to start off the game 1 dito sa ating VCT Play-ins mga kaibigan. Once again, if nanalo yung isang team dito, sure na pasok na sila. If natalo yung isa, meron pa silang decider match. Meron pa silang isang tsansa para makapasok sa group stage dito, Rere. Kasi ang Myth, nakast ko to kahapon. Yeah, kahapon nga. Ay, tama, kahapon. Kalaban nila ang Enigma Gaming from India.
One enemy remaining.
O nga eh. Alam mo yung malungkot? Kasi nag-check ako ng circuit standings. Napaka-importante ng circuit standings mga kaibigan. Kasi there's a chance na baka hindi makapasok ang full sense sa LCQ. So, sad lang. Pero going back here mga kaibigan, Qeon catching one already, pero Berserk with a headhunter mga kaibigan, pati sa patay sa Delendo. Berserk's really popping off with 2K already, pero yung alam, sila lang dito sa side ng BME, which is Blaze King, ginagawa talaga ng Myth. I mean, this is actually sobrang basic lang din naman talaga, diba? They have all the specters, all they're gonna do is go in dito lang sa site. Pero dito na talaga tayo mag-iiba ng simoy ng hangin mga kaibigan because naka-Vandal and Phantoms na ang mga players ngayon ng Boom Esports. So, ang tanong, is it gonna be a same thing or probably na makabawi na dito ang Boom Esports sa pandemonium na ginagawa sa kanila ng made in Thailand.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah.
Here. Your fault. Spike planted.
Pero alone feels mga kaibigan, nakapatid na talaga isa dito. Flips with another one right now. Meron tayo dito sa may rafters pero at least bigla naman si One na flying ngayon. Siya pwede makapatid dito kay Flips mga kaibigan. Pero 2v3 onto this game. Lamang na ngayon ang Myth pa rin. The clock is ticking already pero meron pa rin Hunter's Fury. Isipin mo third round may Hunter's Fury na agad. Si Alone feels dito and I really love that. The thing that Alone Feels did talagang dinelay niya yung second and third na Hunter's Fury dito. Pero nga lang, Kong mga kaibigan, all the way dito sa base. We're gonna take down 2 and 0-3 already for the side of Made in Thailand. Itong Myth tsaka BME mga kaibigan, lagi talaga sila naglalaban. And makikita ulit natin ngayon na talagang sobrang babawi na talaga ang mga players ngayon ng Myth dito sa BME. Kasi minsan kasi BME na nanalo, minsan Myth. Pero ito na talaga ang tunay na pagbangon ng api. Knowing na kung sino manalo dito mga kaibigan, once again, talagang papasok na sa group stage. It's gonna be next week and Ray, medyo mahaba ang araw natin ngayon kasi 4 games, just Q.
Unang game pa lang, parang mahaba-haba na to between Made in Thailand tsaka Boom Esports. Pero knowing pa nga yung map dito, tamang-tama talaga yung mga panelists natin na pagdating sa advantage, may slight advantage ang Made in Thailand. Pero papatunayan talaga sa first map rather, kung gaano nga ba ka-powerful ang Made in Thailand against Boom Esports. And speaking of, third round ay panalo na naman ang Made in Thailand. Kung medyo risky nga to sa side ng Boom Esports dahil sa tips nila na lang kasi Frostman lang natitira. And even if they try to be aggressive sa mismong side, mukhang hindi na kagad ba sa mismong Boom Esports to get this. And it's going to be 0-4 in favor of Made in Thailand.
The last time na nagkita sila, it was March 19 mga kaibigan. 2-0 in favor of Boom Esports. Yun ang score nila. Ang mapa nila doon is Fracture in Haven. So this is the first time na lalaruin ng Boom Esports and Myth ang split, which is ito ang pinili ngayon ng Icebox Plus, sorry. Which is ito ang pinili ngayon ng Myth. Next map is actually Breeze. So pwede nating sabihin na yung mga pinaglalaban nila ngayon, ito yung mga first time na naglaban talaga sila dito. Matagal na sila naglalaban dati pa, pero yung mga mapa sobrang bagong-bago sa kanila. Dumating siguro sa point na naging scrim partner sila. Probably siguro there's a chance na nag-scrim sila together. Pero tingnan natin if ever na talagang makakabawi ang Made in Thailand dito sa Boom Esports do. Kasi yun nga, of course, like nangyari dati, 2-0 sila in favor of Boom Esports. Pero ngayon, syempre, mahirap naman if BME mananalo dito. Kasi if ever BME pa rin, talagang matinding rivalry na talaga may kita natin dito for sure. Pero nakikita natin yung si Kong mga kaibigan starting off with that null command. And medyo mahirap lang din naman talaga kasi parang naka-mini Empress yan. Pero yun nga lang, always check your corner because Temple is just right there! Doon sa may taas yung Zoman! Check your corners! Pero wala talagang tumingin doon. Actually, sa totoo lang you have one job to check that corner pero hindi talaga tinignan. And yun yung dahilan kung bakit sila natalo doon. Kasi merong isang tao, to be honest, hindi ko napansin, si Delend ata yun, na talagang sana tumingin sa kaliwa pero walang gumawa nun. Si Tebotol mga kaibigan, sitting pretty lang siya dun sa may pipes. Pero yun nga, wala talaga nangyari. Pero nga, Tebotol mga kaibigan with a swing, but Blaze King with a big kill with a huge frag right now. And medyo mahirap na din talaga. Sa totoo lang, hindi mauubuhay siya. Hindi mauubuhay yung mga players ng Myth dun sa totoo lang. Kasi nga, andun sa gilid. Andun na si Tebotol. Andun pa sila, andun pa si Sova. Ayun sila Delend, sabi na sila Delend eh. Hindi tumingin dun sa taas eh. Diyos ko!
Ano ba naman yan?
Isipin mo si Blaze King if ever hindi mapatay ni Blaze King yun, andun si Tebotol for a trade. Maganda yung zoning nilang dalawa. Ni Blaze King tsaka ni Tebotol dito para lang at least makapag-trade off. Yung mga ganung positioning mga kaibigan, you really need to consider all of those.
And Made in Thailand, they were kind of reckless dahil nga may kasama pang ultimate mula kay Red kanina. Pero Kadum, hindi aggressive, may kita siya ng isa. Pero nga lang Crossmine still gets him, goes before a heal, and sunod-sunod na kakagat pumapagsak ang Made in Thailand. At yan din yung kailangan nilang tapatin eh. Even if you have that KO na pwede kagad masuppress ang mga miyembro ng Boom Esports, that's not denying na tatlo ang Sentinel ng Boom Esports. So napakaganda talaga ng defending din nila at the same time. Even if you have Kadum, even if you have Kongaret, even if you have that double initiator. Kaya talagang masya-shutdown ang Made in Thailand just by popping off kagad yung utility si Tebotol together with Flip Zitter.
Mas maganda ka kung papatalo.
Ay oo, syempre. Maganda ako.
Flips. all gonna go down to the hands of Wannafly right now. But they're gonna go here and B instead. And magandang kill yung ginawa ng...
30 seconds left.
Really need to take down yung Killjoy agad, pero nga lang delete mga kaibigan. Kitchen is... Oh my god! I have no idea kay Tebotol, ladies and gentlemen, bakit pa siya nag-push in. He knows it already na merong Viper Spits doon sa may Kitchen, but Blaze King kills one, Berserks as well. It's all up to the lid mga kaibigan. Andito lang sa Kitchen, yes, Viper Spit is just right there, pero yun nga lang, Dylan needs to guard that spike, but Blaze King says no with a 3K, 4-2, and Boom Esports slowly and surely, binabawi na talaga nila ang wins nila dito, kasi nga, the last time that they met, 2-0 sila in favor of Boom, pero
it is over.
For Myth naman, they're really struggling to get a big revenge para sa kanila, para sa kanilang team, and Boom Esports, they really want to end everything. Nung kinast ko ang Boom Esports, 2-0 ang score. Ang kalaban nila Cerberus. And let's see if ever they're gonna do it again dito sa team na to. Tapos na nilang kalabanin ng Vietnam. Next naman is kakalabanin naman nila ang Thailand. Cerberus, Vietnam, diba?
Cerberus.
Yan. Cerberus, yun. Tatlong ulong aso.
Kasama pang tahol. Pero, made in Thailand, biglang after that 4-round streak, seems like yung Boom Esports nakakuha na kagad ng good read sa kanila. And sabi ng Boom Esports, kailangan lang natin mag-relax on how we'll tackle ang mga taga made in Thailand. Kasi nga, alam nila advantage nila eh. And mahirap basahin talaga tong triple sentinel na gusto nilang i-execute. But unfortunately, sa Made in Thailand, bawasan lang nila siguro yung sobrang asim na mga plays. Then they be able to survive it, I guess, against Boom Esports. Pero all in all, mabagal yung pacing ng Made in Thailand. Mas careful na sila ngayon kaysa sa kaninang mga rounds.
Ganito kasi yan, if ever nagiging maasim ka, based on experience. Based on experience mga kaibigan, kasi sobrang asim ko eh. Kasi duelist kasi ako guys, as in, super duelist main talaga ako. And if ever sobrang asim mo, high risk siya. Pero if ever nag-work, high reward. Pero if hindi, edi, at least you tried.
30 seconds left.
Siguro, like what you've said, pupunta muna sila sa talagang safe play lang din talaga in order for them not to be cut off and probably na hindi kayo agad mamamatay talaga dito sa mga kaasiman na ginagawa nyo sa buhay. Pero before that mga kaibigan, Spike is planted already, flips, taking one down through that smoke. 3v5 and that is a lockdown coming in from Flips. Sa mga kaibigan, para syempre magkaroon pa sila dito ng complete control dito sa B. And yun na, umaalis na ngayon yung mga players ng Myth and BME. Kalahati lang ang pwede nilang gawin dito. Blaze King, napakalayo na dito na, pero yun nga si Dylan, mukhang meron atang lineup ngayon, pero Frostmind will gonna defuse the spike instead. 3-4 and BME. Apat na beses silang na, muntik na hindi tumama si Kaduma. Ito ang Myth, 4 na beses silang nanalo, oo, pero ang BME mukhang 4 na beses din silang mananalo dito. This is like the taste of your own medicine mga kaibigan. And for BME, this is the momentum that they need. Ang kalaban ng dalawang teams ngayon is syempre ang ekonomiya. Si Flips and Frostmind, wala silang pera dito. And next round, if ever matalo sila, it's fine kasi ang daming pera nung iba eh. So talaga makakapagbigay sila, lalong-lalo na dito si Berserks. He's not gonna buy anything because he can actually use his tour de force anyway. Meron din naman siyang headhunter dito. So they can actually really save up a lot of guns and a lot of economy right now, para lang syempre, kahit matalo sila, they still have a lot of money next round. Pero yun nga lang, Berserkers, but a huge kill. We're gonna take down Kong right now. And one flash, wala na silang flash mga kaibigan, pero meron pa naman silang isang initiator dito, which is si Alone. Pero yun nga lang, si Alone dapat lumayo siya dito ng kahit konti. Kasi magkakaroon siya ng Hunter's Fury after one ultimate orb. Pero ang tanong, makakakuha pa ba sila ng kills dito? Kasi kung napapansin mo, halos wala pang bawas ang Boom Esports dito, Ray.
Hirapan sila ngayon. Dahil may long angles dun mula kay Berserks. Tapos meron pang rest mula kay Frostman kung sakasakali makakapita si Kadum. together with his teammates. Pero as for Main Thailand, na-reveal na nga kung nasaan sila. Sinamahan ng
enemy remaining.
ng kanyang teammate. And si Please King! Oh my goodness! Tinap lang sa mukha si Delen.
30 seconds
As
left.
alone feels na lang kagad going up against 5 members ng BAAM Esports. Grabe naman yung coordination ng BAAM. Yung una nating kinas nitong lineup nila, yung composition nila ng agent, medyo alanganin pa. Pero ngayon, parang kinabahan lang pala sila ng pinakaunang araw. Ngayon, mas successful na kagad yung pag-retake nila, yung disiplina nila sa Thailand.
Made in Thailand is in a huge slump right now. Ano to, intro boys? Ganon? Intro boy, ganon, ha?
Sa una lang magaling.
Sa una lang magaling? Ay, nako, marami akong nakalaban na ganyan. Yung tipong 0-4 kami. Actually, totoo lang, ha? I mean, dumating yung time na naka-queue up kami sa Daya, ganyan. Tapos gulat ako, meron kami mga kalaban na Radiant, 2. Ay, kala, lakas ng una, oh. Pero nakakuha na kami ng momentum. Dinurog na Kuya Bill ang mga Radiant, mga kaibigan. Ala, may record ako nun. Hindi sabi-sabi yun.
Meron, no? May proof civil. Pa-post na yan sa Facebook.
Man. Asko eh. Wala ka na masabi. Hype mo na lang sarili mo.
Diba? Ang bagal maglaro na Main Thailand eh.
Ay, alam mo, ay nako, kahapon.
Ano yan?
Diyos ko, ang tagal maglaro ng Enigma at saka ng Made in Thailand. Halos 3 oras ata yung game, yung nila, yung 3 games nila. Pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, meron ata makukuha dito sa alone. Dito si Joma, we're gonna take down one. Pero yun nga lang, meron siya nabawasan dito ng isa daw. So the swing is now up for flips right now. Taking down Frostmind, wala silang sentinel. Pero andito pa naman yung 2 initiator nila! And Blaze King together with flips. Ubos, pati pantubos. Intro boy! Ang Made in Thailand!
Sorry, coach.
Na-introhan! Diyos ko!
Parang alam mo yung parang first month nyo magjowa, okay kayo. Tapos hindi naging consistent. Ganyan nangyari sa Made in Thailand eh. Sa una lang naman pala magaling. Tapos ngayon, 5 rounds ang nananalo yung BAAM Esports. Hindi man naggumagano yung basa ng Made in Thailand.
Man. Hindi po sa una, hatid sundo ka. Tapos after ilang buwan, ay sorry, hindi ako nagising.
Sorry, ikaw na lang mag-isa. Sleep well na.
Sakit kasi ng ulo ko eh. Mga tipong gano'n. Di ako makalis ang bahay. May ginagawa kasi ako. I can't sleep. Mga tipong gano'n. Hindi, I mean, naantok pa ako. Yung tipong good night sa'yo pero I can't sleep sa iba.
Yung madami kausap.
Yung tipong, nag-away kayo pero nagpa-comfort sa iba.
Ow! Kay girl best friend.
Oo.
Yun ang pinakamagandang label ngayon. Label namin yan. Girl best friend. Boy best friend.
Oh! Flips! Sige. Hindi, kinabiyem. Pero yung nga, oh my God, the land. Anong ginagawa mo dyan, Bladeskin? Dire-diretso ka paputang kitchen. Gutom ka na ata.
30 seconds
2v3 now sa kaibigan kong. Uy, Frostmind hindi na sila pwede makita dito pero you need to check your corners. Frostmind needs to check your corners and he's gonna take down the land right now. Meron siyang ultimate. Mabuhay ka ulit, Blaze King, at kumain ka na dito sa kitchen. The land, low on HP. Alone fills. Medyo malayo siya dito lang sa may yellow, but they need to go in already kahit 3v to. Pero mahaba pa naman ng oras, so meron silang time para mag-owl drone mga kaibigan dito lang sa may B. Pero wala silang makikita, pero it's fine. Meron naman siyang recon bolts, pero hindi naman silang papakita for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, being revealed already. 2v3 to, man. So meron talagang lamang ang BME, meron pa siyang wall. Pero ang ganda ng wall! Napakaganda ng wall mga kaibigan! Baka makita mo, hindi mo makikita! Ang ganda ng wall! Diyos ko, akala ko pa paharap, pero yun pala, vertical ang ginawa niya. It will take him 3 blocks muna na sisirain niya. Ang ganda ng wall, promise!
Si Frostmind! Ginamitan talaga ng pag-iisip.
Oh!
Hindi na-wish talaga yung
Ang
walls niya
ganda
parati
ng
dito sa
wall!
Icebox. Diba nung pinanood natin ito nung kinas natin ng Vil, pansin mo napakalaki ng impact parati ng wall ni Frostman. At tignan mo, di niya binitawan. Is confident na kagad siya na madedefuse na kagad yun. At yun, dahil sa malaking kamalian, mapapa-time out ka talaga, made in Thailand.
Ganda ng wall, men! Parang ako lang eh! Di ba ba kayo naiinis sa mga pinag-isabi ko, guys? Naiinis na kayo, sabihin nyo lang. Wala naman ng pake. Pero, ganda nun, promise. Time out sila eh. Intro boy! Ano ba yan?
Kasapang
Ay no, mga
Sorry,
intro boys.
mga coach kami.
Mga intro boys, mga kaibigan. Lumamang lang, gusto pang manalo. Ay naku, RRQ mamaya, bes.
Bata ni Blaze King eh, ano?
RRQ mamaya, pero hindi tayo yung magkakas nun eh, iba.
Hindi, tayo magkakas, bes.
Oh my God, Riri, come on man, hindi mo pa ba nag-gets yung sinabi ko?
Ay, sorry akin.
Oh my God.
Sorry. Medyo
Okay lang.
ka dahil.
Oh, naslow ka ng konti doon, naslow ka ng konti doon.
Ay, pero excited
Akala ko sasakyan mo ako. I mean sa joke ko, yeah.
Sorry, Vilaken. Medyo
Okay lang.
may mga moments talaga na hindi ko, medyo nagkakalabuan tayo pagdating sa joke. Minsan ako na nakakagets. Minsan ikaw na nakakagets.
Oo. Ay, no.
Stress civil sa akin.
Stress ako doon ng konti. Okay lang, bes. I mean, gumraduate ka naman. Welcome to the real world.
Kala mo, nadaling yung, dapat 2020, nag-marcha na ako eh. Pero
ang importante, nakapag-marcha ka.
Oo. May closure na sa Makati.
Oo, pero meron, hindi alam na meron pang tao doon. Si Flips, kalawang Flips, mga kaibigan.
Spike down A.
Doon lang sa may taas.
Hindi tumitingin ng core.
Wala eh. Sira ata left and right yan eh.
30 seconds left.
Yung peripheral vision na, wala silang peripheral vision eh. Talagang diretso. Alam mo yung sa mga kabayo? Di ba yung mga mata nila tinanggal yung sa... di ba yung mga mata nila parang merong shade sa gilid, di ba? Para ano yun, walang distraction, harap lang ang makikita mo. Focus lang mga kaibigan, diretsong tingin. Look at me. I'm the captain now.
Wala nang oras yung Made in. Parang walang side mirror yung mga taga Made in Thailand eh, no? Hindi ko alam kung bakit
Last round before the
napakalaking problema ng Made in Thailand ngayon sa attacking nila. Ang una, confident pa ako eh. Oy, kaya na nila to. Hindi naman pala. Pinatikim lang ng 4 rounds eh.
Agoy! Agoy!
Ay!
Ganda ng wall, man. Kanina. Ano yan eh. Nanonood to ng stream ko. Nag-stream kami ni Eliza eh. 4 minutes TV. Binuwat ko. Eliza. Oh! Oh my God! Tubos pa di ba tubos? Pero nga ng Dylan and Kadu mga kaibigan. Bumabawi pa rin ang dalawa dito siya ng TV3. In terms of ultimate, si Dylan meron. Pero yun nga lang namatay na siya. Oh no! Wala silang Viper's Bit. Blaze King with a 1 for an eye. Catching 1. Catching 2. Pala, but alone fails mga kaibigan, tatlo pa ang kalaban niya. Si Frostmine na pwede makita sa kanya dito, pero mukhang hindi na ata siya sa silip. Oh no, malilikuran pa na ata si Frostmine, ladies and gentlemen. And yun na nga! Ang ginagawa mo dyan, step bro! Pero 1v2 right now, wala pa rin talagang bawat yung dalawang players ngayon ng BMB. Pero ang problema, the spike has been dropped dito lang sa may snow pile. Berserk trying to cut off Alone Fields as well. Pero mukhang pupunta ata siya dito and he knows it already kung nasan pa si Alone. Dalawa lang ang pupuntahan yan. Dun sa may kitchen, dun sa may snow pile, or dito sa may tube and Berserks. We're gonna end this half with an 8-4 score mga kaibigan. Intro boy! Mga intro boy, mga kaibigan.
Tao na lang consistent.
Aroy!
Binigyan ka ng assurance. Di ka naman pala talaga gusto. Ano nangyari? Kala siguro natin, palong-pulo na yung Made in Thailand. Boom Esports pa rin is back. Ayan ang buff. Tapos ano eh, parang si Si Blitzking, hotbo na hotbo yung ano eh. Yung Boom Esports, pero ang bigat ni WannaFly ngayon. Medyo talagang, usually nakita natin siya, magaling talaga siya eh, consistent. Pero ngayon parang ang lamig.
Gatsby, si WannaFly. Kahapon, palong-palo si WannaFly. Pero, Gatsby, man.
Pag PhD mamaya, Vil.
Ano?
So gusto ko na sabihin ngayon kay Tuge na good luck. Siyempre.
Oo. Yan na si Lumpiang Tuge. Yeah. Kasi legit, I mean, to be honest, I really love Toge. Yung Lumpiang Toge. Legit.
Yung may suka pa, no? Sarap nun.
Alam mo ba? There's this one time, super nakikrave ako, tapos umorder ako ng Toge. Tapos, edi Lumpiang Toge siya, diba, umorder ako. Tapos kumakain ako. Yung una, okay, ang sarap. Tapos pangalawang kagat, parang may iba. Wala akong nalalasahang Toge. Legit. Tapos, binuratlat ko yung lumpia. Pangit pakinggan. Tinanggal. I just realized na pangit pakinggan. Binuksan ko yung lumpia. Tinanggal ko yung wrapper. Men! Walang toge sa loob. Ang nakalagay, repolyo. Hindi toge. Repolyo ang nakalagay. Ano to? Hindi toge to, but repolyo. Real talk to, guys. Real talk to, RT. Legit. Walang ano dito. Walang tokis dito, men. Real talk yun. Repolyo ang nakalagay sa lumpia ko. Tapos toge pa nakalagay. Hindi mo ba alam kung ano yung toge? Pokemon yun eh. Toge P. Weh.
Kinabisa na cornean sa sarili niya.
Cornean ako eh.
Sinabi mo pa rin kanina.
Okay. Ito mahirap pag Tagalog eh. Laging saucy eh. Alanganin eh. Ay, nakomit. Mga intro boys, mga kaibigan.
Tapos nanonood pala sila ng stream natin.
Baka maintindihan.
Pero, WannaFly, naghihintay lang. May mapipitas pa siya dito sa... Boom? Or alos na?
Hindi na dito. Okay, pero yun nga lang. Oh, kadoom! With a big boom on your hair right now! Ito naman ang mga intro boys, ladies and gentlemen! Sige, sila yung manalo. Okay. Tapos, ilang rounds lang yan. Tapos mamaya, BME na ulit. Pustahan gano'n na mangyayari.
At ngayon, shoutout nga pala sa kuya ko na buti na lang hindi narinig sa mic ko, di ba? Nagkakas ako biglang sumilip sa kwarto ko. Uy, graduate na siya. Nagtatrabaho ako dito. Buti hindi narinig.
Shoutouts nga pala sa kuya ni Ray Ray.
Okay, so sasabihin ko sana single siya pero di na siya single eh. Sana all.
Anong pangalan ng kuya mo? Roy?
John Daniel. Roy.
Layo sa Rizal eh.
Layo ako, Rachel, anak ko eh. Hindi ko din alam eh. Pag tinatanong ko yung bakit nilagyan ng an ng magulang ko, sabi nila trip lang eh. Siguro ginawa talaga yung an kasi mahilig sa aso Ray eh, sa pangalan to.
Oh my God, Ray.
At ayun.
Ayoko na gumawa na issue. Ayoko na gumawa na issue kasi may mga alam ako eh.
Ano ba? Tapos ito. Boom Esports. Nag-switch ba sila ng... Nalito lang ako siguro.
Siyempre, nag-switch sila. Second half na eh.
Nalito lang ako. Right.
Pero, BME, we're gonna plant the spike already. Daming pera.
Sana daming pera.
Caution here.
Alone fields. Sorry guys. At ngayon alone fields. Advantage din nga pa rin nila. Pero sa post-plant, maganda yung hold ng mga taga-Boom Esports. Pero, as for Conrad, he takes down Berserks. 4 na lang muli na titira na push kagad. Okay, Demon. And then, di nila na-exit na nagpa-block si WannaFly.
One enemy remaining.
Lipat na talaga siya si Gets 3. At Blaze King na lang all by himself. Pero medyo imposible na to para manalo pa siya. And that's just it. Clean takes mula sa side ng Made in Thailand. And now, Parang baka Boom Esports pa mag-into
Oo eh. Hindi! Tignan natin kung ano, sino magiging into. May baril na ang BME. If ever BME makakuha nito, tignan natin if talagang makakapag-post plan sila na maayos, di ba? Pero si WannaFly, Ray, naaway mo kanina. Ano sabing hindi ako nagpe-perform? Pero biglang bumawi, di ba? Biglang nag-flank. Guys, ganito ba? If ever magpa-flank kayo, isa o dalawa lang. Huwag naman tatlo. Well, bigyan nyo naman ng respeto ang pagbabantay ng site. Huwag yung iwan, di ba? Kung iniwan kayo, huwag nyo lang dalhin sa Valorant. Pero
sorry akin.
Sorry. Sorry.
Hit ka ata sa akin.
Pero in terms of firepower, lamang na ngayon ang Boom Esports mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, Kadum gonna shut down flips right now. Pero Tempo to si Kadum pwede magkita ngayon mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, merong vandal na si Kadum dito. So he's gonna easily take down Tempo Tol. Pero Diyos ko po, saan nakatingin sa Berserk? Ba't nakatingin sa Gedli mo? Pero meron tayo sa may taas. And now alone feels with that. Pray and pray. Frostmind though. 1v1 with a great one. Catching down 3. Can he still do this? Can he do the clutch or not? He can actually go there in A. Meron pa siyang oras. Pero mukhang sasabayan lang siya ni Berserk kasi nakikita sila. Pero mukhang makikita ata muna ni WannaFly si Frostmine. And yeah! 8-7 and WannaFly! He's gonna take down the only player dito sa mid na buhay pa. Sad lang kasi hindi siya nakakakuha ng baril. Na-slow siya dun sa nung pinatay niya. Sayang hindi na nakuha yung baril ni Frostmine. Pero ito lang din ang nangyari kanina di ba? I mean, 4 na beses mananalo ang BME. Tapos after that, babawi na. Ay, 4 na beses mananalo ang MIT, din babawi na ang Boom Esports. Tingnan natin. Kasi wala namang pera ang BME ngayon. Let's see if there's gonna be an 8-8. Sa totoo lang, ang bilis ng game nila. I like it. Also,
pabor sa ating caster. Dalian nyo na. Kasi kailangan natin mapanood na yung RRQ. Siyempre, nakikita natin si Nexy, si Rabbit. Nag-chat nga sa akin si Flash may tinanong. Sabi niya, basta, may tinanong lang si Flash sa akin. Pero ito na. Si Blaze King. Going with the recon. Ayan na, okay. Nagkamino na yung wall sa wakas para di sila ma-line bias sa Boom Esports. Gusto manalo. Pero siguro kasi yung style talaga ng Made in Thailand kasi sobrang fast-paced din. Pero Boom, as it goes in like this, Made in Thailand on the other hand, paano nga ba nila to mati-take down? Pero Berserk, oh my goodness, pinakitaan ng tatlo! Nag-audition, Berserk's Got Talent na Untitled. WannaFly alone kills na lang natitira, pero nga may pag-asa parang mananalo ang mga taga-Made in Thailand ngayon, pero may post-plant pa nga mula sa side ng Boom Esports. Pero nga lang yung nagbibitawan, sinabayan pa kagad ang Hatter's Fury, and that's just it, Boom Esports. Nag-landing na rin kagad.
Ay, sasabog!
Standing.
Okay lang. Basta, leading ang Boom Esports against Smith.
Yeah. And meanwhile, it's just Boom Esports still leading this team fight mga kaibigan. I really love the thing that Berserk's did. Isipin mo, that is a complete 3K already on that Headhunter. Sobrang sulit yung 100 kada putok ng Headhunter mga kaibigan. They tried na talagang bawiin to, pero yun nga lang, the time is not in their favor. Pero maraming pera ang Boom Esports ngayon. Pwede maging 10-7 to if ever kasi look at the money of Met right now. Walang-wala talaga sila kahit ano. Talagang pesto lang ang meron sila. Kasi of course, babawi lang sila next round. Si WannaFly, ang daming pera. Pwede siyang kumuha ng operator at ibigay kay Kadum next round.
Medyo alanganin yung Made in Thailand. Pero dapat hindi pa rin magpapakawalan tong Boom Esports Kasi itong gusto nilang ipakita sa Made in Thailand, usually nagkakamali sila sa mga maliliit lang na bagay Pero ito na, kumukuha na sila. Alam na nila kung saan most likely ang mga taga-Made in Thailand. Pero still, that wall itself coming from Frostmind. Still commits the plant. Tumalon lang ng onte. Pero on the target itself, medyo, yun nga, mahihirapan ang Maiden Talent. Kita mo naman yung mga baril nila. Tatama ba yan? Uy! Tumama pa nga kay Conger Red. Pwede pa nga manalo to sa Maiden Talent side.
Pero sa totoo lang, ito yung ginawa ng BME din nga sa match nila. Knowing na wala naman silang duelist, talagang kumuha sila ng maraming rounds dun sa defending para pagdating dito sa attacking nila, sobrang chill na rin talaga nila. And Berserk's really popping over the big 3K right now. Si Kong TV, mag-isa na lang! Debotol gonna shut him down. Kong TV will be down. Yung tropa nating kapitbahay.
I get this.
Pero, yun nga, I mean, tulad nga na pag-usapan natin dito, Ray, yung last match ng BAAM Esports, ganito yung ginawa nila sa Icebox. Which is, hindi talaga sila kumuha ng duelist dito sa mapa na to, and kukuha sila ng maraming puntos nung defending sila para pagdating dito sa attacking nila is hindi na ganun kahirap. Ang gagawin lang nila is i-plant yung spike and mag-post plant na lang ng solid. Ganun na lang yun, men. Yun yung talagang number 1 na plan nila. And alam naman nila na sila yung defending. Ito yung kinuha ng myth. And alam ng, at ang sabi ng BME, sila ang pipili. O sige pre, kinuha nyo na yung mapa. Defender kayo attacking. Ang sabi ng BME, sige, defending kami. Hindi kami bubuo ng, hindi kami kukuha ng duelist. Literal, napapahirapan namin kayo pumasok sa isang side. Alam mo kung bakit? Kasi tignan mo, 3 ang sentinel namin. Alam mo kung bakit? Si Raise My Rocket.
Here. Ano? Biglang? Okay, good trade lang. Wala kayo. Pero Wannabe is playing with them. Kadoom follows up. Blaze King na lang together with Frostmind muli. Sa
30
isang
seconds
iglap.
left.
At ano pa kaya ang gustong makamit ng BAAM Esports dahil alanganin yung mga pwestuhan nila ngayon eh. Talagang cornered na sila ng Maiden Talent pero Frostmind tries to come up with something pero wala talaga sila magagawa. Inipit na sila ng Maiden Thailand knowing on where they are. And 2 rounds left. Makakahabol ang Maiden Thailand against BAAM.
Itong myth kasi, ito yung team talaga na lagi nag-game 3 eh. Pero knowing na kalaban nila ang BAAM Esports dito, tingnan natin if that's gonna be the same case or what. Kung mananalo ba ang myth dun sa mapang pinili nila, or if ever manalo ang BME dito, kabahan ng myth dito sa Breeze. Kasi yun yung mapang pinili ng kalaban nila.
You want to play?
Nga,
Let's
this is the
play.
first time na maglalaban na itong players ito dito sa dalawang mapa na to eh. Yung Icebox at Breeze kasi yung huling nagkita sila, ibang mapa din eh. Which is nung a couple of months ago, nung March 19 to be exact. Nung APAC din. APAC ganun. Pero, Kadoom! Goes with cup. Catching one for 6 and a big trade-off right now. Then end with that snake bite, you will not plant the spike dito sa A site. Alone fills here in Rafters as well. If ever lumabas si Blaze King, patay ito sigurado. Walang nakuha yung recon bot, pero yun nga na napakaganda ng ginawa dito. Oh my god, I can actually see it right now, but Tebotol traded him again. Siya yung pwedeng mag-plant ng spike niya, pero yung alam mo, nakikita ata nila kasi pero si Tebotol, kitang-kita lahat ng pula dito sa mapa. 3v2, halos walang pera. Ang BME mga kaibigan, Tebotol andun lang sa taas. Wall gonna shut down Kong na naman. It's all up to Wannabe.
30 seconds left.
1v3, the spike is not yet planted mga kaibigan. Siya ang pwedeng mag-plant nito, pero he's gonna start it off with that outrun muna to know exactly kung nasan si Wannabe. And now sabi niya, sige pare, the coast is clear. You cannot plant the spike here in A. 10 seconds remaining. He's gonna do it right now. Wannabe mga kaibigan, wala siyang no choice. Kung hindi, mag-save na lang din talaga. Walang bawas yung armor, di ba? Hindi naman siya bayani. Di ba? Di out na lang. Ganito yan guys ha. Lalo na if ever trip niya mag-competitive or anything like that. Kunyari, 1v4, 1v3, wala namang bawas sa ano nyo, wala namang bawas sa armor nyo, wag nyo na lang labanan. Mambout na lang tayo, men. Hindi naman kayo bayani. 'Di ba? 1v3, hindi mo alam kung nasan. Huwag kang adib-adib.
Ang daming sinermo ni Villa.
Oo, mag-save ka na lang. Hindi ka naman bayani. Yun lang. Kasi para sa team nyo naman yan eh. Diba? Para sa'yo rin yan. Kapatid, makinig ka.
Parang may kipag-break lang ah. Para sa'yo din to.
Para sa'yo rin to. It's not you. It's me.
It's me. Papa-time out talaga yung Made in Thailand. Thrifty sila na dapat one round na lang eh. Before they can take down ang BAAM Esports and get that momentum, di ba? Dahil alam naman natin pagdating sa Made in Thailand in this type of map, nakaka-comeback sila sa mga games sila kahit mahirap. Pero kasi let's not deny na ang BAAM, sobrang ganda rin ng performance sila eh. And talagang isa sila sa mga malalakas na team ever since last year pa lang. Diba BAAM Esports sila nakatalo ng Bren no first stage sa Masters pa nga tawag dun eh. Tapos ang sumunod, di
naman nag-iba
Masters
pa rin naman tawag ngayon.
Hindi. Hindi ba yung may APAC? Hindi naman APAC tawag dati last time eh, no, sa first stage. Yung last year.
Nag-APAC kaya? Nag-APAC tayo last year.
Pero diba?
No first year, APAC yun, bes.
Tama ba? Ako ba
Ay, ewan ko. Nakalimutan ko na rin. Tagal na yun. Mag-move on na tayo. Sila nga nag-move on eh.
Hindi ako nakakalimot eh.
OMG, same.
OMG, same. And 2 rounds left. BAAM Esports. Bago gusto niya tapusin para next map, diba? Ano, map-pick to ng ano eh. Map-pick to ng Made in Thailand eh.
Here, sa ating game, we're gonna see that if ever makakabay pa ba yung mga players ngayon ng Myth. Kasi BAAM Esports, ulitin ko, no dual setup. Literal, na isa-isa sila pumapasok dito. Napaka-utility dependent nila. And they're started off, syempre, with that lockdown. Pero ang problema ba, mawawala ba yung Viper's Pit na yan? Probably not. The Lend, we're gonna catch one. The clock is ticking already. In terms of ultimate, oh no, Kadum is just right there behind you guys. Pero alam na to, Kadum getting tagged. 1-on-1 sa turret, ladies and gentlemen. Kadum is super low, pero meron pa isa sa loob. Conga Red! Oh my God, we're gonna shut down two. Dalawa ang nagpa-flank sa kanila, oh no. Pero si Flips, mga kaibigan, together with Frostmind, waiting for that kill na pa rin nilang gawin. Viper is now down though. Pero yung Alone Fish is right there in the corner. Conquered, we're gonna take him down 11-9. One more point for BME. Once again, they're gonna be on the match point already. In terms of ultimate, si Wanafly na lang ang magkakaroon, pero wala silang kahit ano para mapigilan na ulit ang BME. Wala na silang Viper Spit. Wala pa silang null command. Dito sa BME though, literal na talagang aim duels lang ang gagawin nila. Kasi wala silang duelist eh. Aim duels lang talaga ang kailangan nilang gawin dito.
Problema to sa BAAM Esports. Yung nakakapag-plant sila eh. Pero sobrang dali na sa Made in Thailand to actually get that retake. Especially pag outnumbered na naman bigla ang BAAM Esports. And Blaze King, kukuha lang naman ng orb pero hindi parating ganun dahil si Wanafly takes him down with that operator at nasayang bigla yung buy ng BAAM Esports sa isang iglap veil. Ano na, boom! Papalamangin niyo pa ba ang Made in Thailand? Or
Hindi
talagang kailangan niya lang ng oras?
Kill my allies.
Hindi na. Sabi niya, intro boy daw eh. If ever matalo dito ang BME, they still have money next round. If ever matalo dito ang Myth, they still have money next round as well. Kailangan muna nilang ipanalo ang aim duels in order for them to get that win. Flips pushing in. May nusupras dito si KO. Not actually sure if Elan, probably just 1 or 2. Alone Fills, ladies and gentlemen, will have that lead dito. Si Kong, if ever may nagplanta na dyan, nagbabantay lang siya. taking the time though. Hindi siya maaga. Saktong time lang yan,
30
guys.
seconds left.
Because of the time that is left na meron sila. 25 seconds remaining. You have 20 seconds more in order for you to plant the spike. Medyo mahaba pa pero sisimulan muna natin with a big wall right now. Pero si Flips pushing in already. Blaze King with a huge kill. We're gonna take down Kong right now. Pero si Wanna-Fly, that operator, nakakuha pa ng isa. Wala na silang initiator ngayon. Para silang makakabawi mga kaibigan. Medyo mahirap to. Tatlong Sentinel, buhay na buhay pa. Wala silang ultimates ngayon. Wala na silang traps. Wala na silang turret. Pero ano na silang wall. Pero si Tebotol, at least meron pa siya snake bite just to deny that plant na pa rin nilang gawin. Pero ano, Flips! And Frostmind will gonna get that match point dito sa Indonesian team for the BAAM Esports side.
Talagang gusto na tapusin ng BAAM Esports before pa magka-momento yung Made in Thailand. And still, they finally tried here in B site. Dahil nga, kanina kapag far too stretch sila sa mismong papalayo sa plant nila na spike for the post plant, nag-aalangan sila. Pero ngayon, mas well coordinated na muli ang BAAM Esports. At isa na lang, if they finally, or maybe manage to get this against Made in Thailand, para lang talagang syempre, hindi nila po problemahin yung next map na napakalaking advantage nila. But then, hindi ba masyado pang maaga sabihin hindi makakahabol ang Made in Thailand dahil sinabayan na nga din kagad ng other Fury ni Alone Fields. Meron ba siyang mapipick off? Wala. Konting pinch lang mula sa mga armors ng Made in Thailand pero isa-isa na silang bumabagsak ngayon at wala ng economy ang Made in Thailand in a way na kaya pang ma-maximize sana, pero Butterfly, will he be able to catch one here in mid? Nope. Dahil alam na nga kagad ng BAAM Esports sa VIL kung saan sila, or nasaan nakaposisyon ng mga taga-myth eh.
Actually, APAC dati, Challengers Finals ang panalo. Oo, tama. Tapos Masters 1C. Pero, Alone Fields and friends are doing it. 3v1 right now. Is this gonna be an end for the side of
30
Myth
seconds left.
or makakaisa pa sila?
Spike planted.
It's still up to Wanna-Fly mga kaibigan. This is the same thing that BME did sa Cerberus nung isang araw. Tebotol knows what's up! And
attackers win.
End the life of Wanna-Fly. And he told him, you wanna die? 1-0 already to sa Icebox mga kaibigan. Next map, that is the map na pinili ng BAAM Esports. Nanalo ang BAAM sa mapang pinili ng kanaban nila. What more dun sa mapang pinili nila? Are we gonna see a map pick diff or not? Ito si Blaze King mga kaibigan, sobrang solid nito. Kasi nakita natin back then na kung ano-ano yung nakapasok sa ilong niya. Pero ngayon, sa bibig naman niya.
Ang daming ginagawa talaga ni Blaze King, but shows us so much how he's really consistent with that initiator. Sobrang palong-palo talaga siya mag-sova. Hindi ko alam ko bakit. And even if it kinda started real bad na sa BAAM Esports, lalong-lalo na sa second half of VIL, talagang ngayon, bumawi na rin naman sila. They just needed those rounds. Yung 8-4 nila, napakalaking bagay na yun eh. To actually adjust na lang sa second half, which is going to be on their attacking side. They know yung mga weaknesses nila with that triple sentinel, and yet they'll be able to maximize it out against that Qeon and against that Jet na binibigay sa kanila ng Made in Thailand.
Yeah. And dito naman ngayon sa next map, which is Breeze, makikita natin ito maglaban yung mga players natin dito if are we gonna see a 2-0 or makakaroon tayo ng game number 3. But we're just gonna head on to a very, very short break. Once again, you are watching the last APAC tournament of the year. You're watching VCT APAC Play-ins, day number 4. We are casters, Vil and Ray Ray. Day number 4 na ba? Day number 3 pa lang. Day number 3. See you later.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my signs, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news.
Yeehaw! Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Back at the panel, it's Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix. BAAM Esports just showing absolute control in Icebox. Once again, their adaptability has reflected in this very icy map, and we've got a lot to dissect in this series, Fluffy, so why don't you get us started?
I think adaptability is really the key word here. Looking into what happened, I was really worried that Myth wasn't getting enough attack rounds, as in the past, in their own VCT, that's where they really shine. That's where they really got a grip of the map. But I also noticed the adaptation that BAAM Esports really put into this. Back in the Indonesian Challenger Series, they always ran the Jet. They've always had a sort of entry. But going into this game with a no duelist lineup is the first time that we saw BAAM Esports bring this out. And I feel like because they knew that Myth was so heavily weighted on the attack side, by bolstering the defense even more, they were able to ruin that momentum and forcing that 8-4 half, which is not a great sign if you're a big Myth fan. You know, we saw their team's defense work so well, and they only had to get X amount of rounds, just a minimal amount of rounds on the swap. And I feel like getting those early picks from BAAM as well, when they were playing that slow start with a no duelist comp, really proved a lot of value, a lot of adaptation, a lot of research and preparation that really shows through towards this game.
Yes, like we said earlier, that is kind of the win condition that we're hoping to see here, because on the side of VME, they don't have a duelist. It's a defensive setup, and that is why they gave it their very best in the defense, leaving the first half to be an 8-4. In the end though, Myth had a few good rounds when they switched sides. They were trying to get that momentum back as they had during the opening, because they did open the game with a 4-1, but in the end, their efforts was just not enough over here, Trick.
I think having that double initiator setup, it's great, but it means that you need to be more aggressive on the defender side as well. You have to take more map control and consistently keep it against that that triple sentinel lineup that Boom is playing. And I know that we've been saying on panel and on casters that Boom has a slow start, but realistically, the way I've been watching Boom so far, it seems they start off slow because they're trying things, they're testing what their opponents are doing, and then by the 5th round, they're usually adjusting their own play to see how it can, what they need to do to make those win conditions start to work. We saw it both on their defender side and their attacker side. On defender, when they had that Viper up on pipes on round 1 to 4, where Boom was only on 1 point, and he was just able to get that triple kill. On the attacker side, we saw them constantly run that B hit and then adjust on the last one where they were able to win on an eco.
Definitely a really good adjustment on the side of BME over here. They're able to funnel Myth into their hands, able to set them up and lure them to their traps as they have their own defensive setups ready on every side. Now, we've hyped up BME's Blaze King Sova on Icebox because once again, Fluffy, he's shown true mastery, especially on this map.
Yeah, Blaze King on the initiator, not just being able to use the info for his team and gain space, but also having the aim to back that up, as well as good utility usage. He even got Kadoom when he was trying to push up on pipes a bit early with the Hunter's Fury catch off, even though the dash was activated. So important picks like this is so important, especially when you don't have a duelist. You really have to find your gap to enter the site, especially on the attacker side, a bit more carefully, a bit more traditionally, since you don't have that explosive entry. So it's just amazing to see players like that step up. Aside from him though, Flipster also on the Sentinel, really keeping up with his Sova main.
Yes, Flipster, something else as well. His use of the lockdown gave a lot of space. The round super secured. I remember that specific round wherein his lockdown was laid on the ground in B site, and this just allowed for the enemy team to really spread out after planting the spike. They had to get out of the range of the lockdown because it was very awkward to try and take it out of their hands. And Frostmind actually backing this ultimate down with his wall. He was really securing the spike, the post-plant diffuse, and they got that round. Very beautiful execution.
Watching the way that Boom and Myth were both playing, I felt that it's possible that Myth could have actually abused Boom's mid control, at least in terms of going into tube rather than the one round they went under tube, because I felt that the hold in tube would have allowed them to have that split. The Jet could have been on top on tube to force that split on orange side. It's just unfortunate that they only tried it on the last round where it ended on 8-4.
I gotta mention though, Myth alone fills. He was trying to also contest the mastery that the Sova on Blaze King was really doing. Like, he had his own kills with the Hunter's Fury, his own abilities just out there. But again, I have to give credit to Blaze King. The timing of execution, the timing wherein he'd pull out his Sova drone just spot on, always catches the enemy team off guard. Myth was in a lot of trouble, especially with the space, with the information that Blaze King was really giving here. Now, Fluffy, I really think that it was a good call in a sense that Berserk's stepped down to give more shine, rather. I'm thinking of... Wait, I'm trying to concise my thoughts a little bit. Okay, there we go. With Berserk stepping down from his usual duelist role, I think it just allowed for Blaze King to really shine in Icebox.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, having an initiator like that really show their mettle is such big value. But aside from just stepping down from the traditional duelist role, I feel like having that chamber in this lineup really bolstered again the double down effect that they were trying to pull off with the defender's side, knowing that Myth was so reliant on their attacking half. And speaking of Myth, you know, initiators as well, I feel like Conga Red is one of the initiators that had a lot of value in this game. Unfortunately, kind of fell short for them. Not by much though, but it still wasn't enough. But I think that the KO was a great pick into this. Unfortunately, I don't think it was utilized, at least the suppress aspect, as useful as they could have done. But still, at the end of it, he still leads Myth with the top amount of kills for the series so far.
I definitely agree with Fluffy there. It felt, especially on that defender side, the KO could have set themselves up for more success because Boom was running that kind of lineup where they had to be on good post plant setups. They had a lot of utility to use. They have good crossfires on top of that. So if Myth gave themselves that upper hand by using that suppress and being able to shut down the utility that Boom was going to use against them, that would have helped them a lot more.
Really is something to shine on when it comes to Congrad. Good performance, but by this player. But again, the execution overall as a team was a little bit lacking. I do want to shed some light over at WannaFly. I noticed that during their time as attackers, he already had his whole trap set up, but he was still looking towards the flank, or he was still lurking from time to time. Do you think that he could have done something different to help the team push through across the site?
For attacking side?
Yeah.
I do think that there is more that WannaFly could have done in terms of being more aggressive and using that TP back so that he can get on a defensive position easily. I noticed that he tends to get one pick and then he kind of TPs away, but sometimes I feel you can be a little greedy, get one more.
You need that ego peak, as some of the people would like to call it. Gotta get that confidence in, get your picks before you TP out. But again, I probably think that it's because of the intention that he had. He wanted to play it safe, but as you said, a little bit more greedy. You know, you never know how much the greediness can actually pay off. But as I say that, we're about to find out whether or not we're gonna see WannaFly once again on the chamber as we move on to the next map. We're gonna go to Breeze, you guys. I know that it's been hot recently, but we're moving on to the rainy season over here at the Philippines. Not really fitting to go to the beach, but hey, these players are ready to go. Fluffy, on a map like Breeze, how fast do you think the rounds are gonna play out in a map that's way wider?
I feel like for mid, it's not gonna be that quickly. They seem like a more methodical team, especially in the start. And on the attacking side as well, statistically speaking, they don't have a great breeze overall. Hopefully that does change for them this game, because if it doesn't, that will mean that they will be losing 0-2. But on the side of Boom Esports, it's a very confident map for them. They've only really run one composition the entirety of their own Indonesia Challenger series, which is the one we can see right now. One thing to note about both teams is there is a difference between Sentinels. We have one Cypher and one Chamber, and we also have both of the KOs. So having two KOs is very interesting because one, it means that whichever KO suppresses first normally has the advantage, but it also means that KO in this specific map, it depends on how practiced the team is. There are a lot of really good pop flashes that are very hard to spot on to gain space. But aside from that, the difference between Cypher and Chamber is with Chamber, we've seen Boom, especially during their first series, this APAC, really hold down the fort with that Tour de Force and Operator combo, sometimes even bringing out both in the same round, just to make sure that the defenders cannot entry. And I feel like if they're able to react like that, how they played against Cerberus Esports, they will be able to shut down Myth's push if they don't do the push cleanly enough. So I'm very worried about Myth's attacking half, but overall, I feel like the agents are pretty good.
Rex, do you share the same sentiments? Are you kind of worried for one team or the other?
I'm a little worried for Myth, depending on how they play their defender side. I know they like to play those crossfires, but I do hope that they're going to focus on the retakes, because as we've seen Boom do before, they have a way of throwing one utility, and if you look to the other side, everything's coming at you. So at that point, I'm wondering, will Myth just give it up and play for that retake, or are they just going to try and hold down the fort and play those crossfires to their advantage?
The answer to that we'll be finding out in just a bit. We're hell-bent on seeing the best of the best really pop off in this league, so congrats on BME for winning the first map. But again, the series is not yet over. Breeze is coming up next, and we may look at map number 3 if push comes to shove on the side of Myth. We'll see. But with that, we'll be passing you guys over back to our casters.
guys, what's up? Nandito pa rin kayo sa laban between BAAM Esports together with Made in Thailand. My name is Ray. Kasama ko ngayon si Vil at konting summary lang sa mga kakatune in pa lang. First map nga na pinili ng Made in Thailand in Icebox. Panalo ang BAAM Esports na kahit madikit yung laban, still they were able to manifest pa rin ang first map. And now we're gonna go into Breeze, which is a map specialty din ng BAAM Esports all throughout their own scene. Vil. So talagang malaking advantage ngayon ng BAAM Esports against Made in Thailand.
Yeah, mahirap din talaga sabihin kung ano yung advantage ng BAAM Esports talaga dito. Well, number one, yes, yung ano nila, yung mapa. Second, can they pull off their strat ba dito sa Myth, dito sa mapa na to? Or ang mananaig pa rin talaga is yung strategy ng Myth Esports dito sa mapa na to? Well, if ever you're gonna compare Icebox, mas malaki tong Breeze. So, ang tanong, are they gonna be really aggressive or are they probably gonna chill out lang muna? Kasi knowing na pumili naman itong mapa na to is BAAM. So, ang Myth, sabi nila, sige pre, sa inyo na yan, attacking kami. So, ang nasa isip ngayon ng Myth Esports is, ng Made in Thailand, is syempre, kailangan nila na mas pahirapan pa ang Myth dito sa BME. Sila yung pumili ng mapa, pero sila naman pumili ng site. So meron talaga silang mga sarili-sariling strategy dito if ever. But, like Trick said a while ago, medyo mabagal gumalaw ang BAAM.
Last player standing.
Makikita natin talaga mag-perform ang BAAM probably siguro mga after 4 rounds pa. Then sa 5th round, dun sila babawi. Pero let's see if ever manalo sila, alam mo.
Enemy remaining.
Ni Frostman kasi isa lang naman talaga ang kailangan niya. Knowing ni si WannaFly, wala, literal na 1 HP na lang si WannaFly dito. Si Frostman, isang bullet lang ang kailangan tumama dito kay WannaFly in order for him to get that kill. Pero si WannaFly, he needs to pick out. Oh no, hindi na alam kung nasan. Hindi niya alam kung nasan! But WannaFly will gonna take him down. Sayang, 1 HP no?
Kaya, saktoan. Tatimingan lang nun si Frostmind, but still. Anong sayang ngayon? Great opportunity na sana to sa side ng BAAM Esports, pero still not bad for the pistol round. Tebotal somehow got the pickups, pero nga lang something that Frostmind didn't expect. Kasi nag-aalangan nga siya either kung nasa kaliwa ba niya or nasa kanan. But still, great for the side of Made in Thailand, pero naman tayo sa Made in Thailand eh. Palong-palo sa first few rounds, tapos biglang mawawala sa isang iglap, pinapatan lang kagad si Frostmind sa isang iglap at mag-burst right through lang sila kagad sa may B-side.
Yeah. But they need to stop the possible push of Myth pa rin talaga at the end of the day. But then mga kaibigan, nakadalawa na agad siya dito. Blaze King is now down as well. It's all up to Tebotal. The clock is ticking. Can he do the clutch or not? Classic lang ang gamit niya, maybe not. Pero Tebotal, kailangan lang na siguro ng isang Spectre para for him to take down everyone. Pero, yes, napatay niya. Nakapatay siya ng isa pero 4 pa ang kalaban niya. And in terms of information, Myth exactly knows kung nasan si Tebotal ngayon. And yes, ito ang problema niya. They have the... Tira mo si Kong. Kompleto pa yung utilities niya, man. Mahihirapan si Tebotal dito, knowing na bawas-bawas na siya, pero wala siyang choice kung hindi mamatay. Kailangan niyang mamatay ngayon, pero exit frags lang ang gusto ni Tebotal ngayon. At isa kapatid siya ng isa. And it's gonna be WannaFly, ang kanyang biktima.
Made in Thailand. Okay sila sa first 2 rounds na naman. Na-trauma na ako parati pag Made in Thailand eh. Pero nga lang, BAAM Esports, they can just definitely take their time. Natalo lang naman sila sa pistol ng timing eh. So talagang alam mo naman na pagdating sa 3rd round, na-full buy na sila. That's gonna be the huge advantage that they can take in. Pero as for Made in Thailand, as long as they start good, it's gonna be great also. Dahil alam mo naman ang Breeze, mapa din na ng mga taga-Thailand. Sobrang ganda ng performance ng Serja dito, ng full sense. Pero, the Doom! Boom! Pinakitaan lang. Pero nga, just the trade-off mula kay Tebotal. At 3 na lang kagad ang tira sa Made in Thailand.
Yeah. So, like what you said, kailangan talaga ng time ng Boom Esports na para makabawi silang ngayon. Pero nga lang, kung hindi sila mag-isa ngayon, all the way dito sa may market, and Tebotol will end your life with a win. 2-1 already, and BME slowly and surely is nakakuha na sila dito ng bawi kahit papaano, Ray.
That goes there.
Medyo matagal, medyo mabagal. Pero as long as nakakabawi kayo, paunti-unti, hindi naman lagi dapat mabilis. Baganan lang din naman natin kahit papaano.
Ayun naman.
Bakit?
Yung
Tama
mga
naman.
malalalim na matalinghagang salita ni Julian.
What's matalinghaga?
Ano yun? Hindi ko ma-explain eh. Hindi ko ma-translate sa English eh.
Okay.
Sorry
fine.
akin.
Okay lang. Pero, Kadum gonna go in already, and now, dalawa sa mga players ng Boom Esports and now being revealed. Pero muntik na mapatay ni Kadum yun. Pero yung second pick ni Kadum, bigla siya nahuli ni Persons, pero si Konga rin dire-diretso na din talaga gusto ng backside daw. Pero, this is gonna be a 3v2 right now. Blaze King is gonna be down. Flips, bumabawi pa kahit paano, wala pa siya 0 point. Pero sa Tebotol, nakasan siya. Medyo malayo pa rin talaga siya dito mga kaibigan. So, kailangan na makabawi kahit paano. Dito sa may broken walls though. Viper spit onto the land right now. Congrad catching someone off guard. Land, we're gonna take down one. Flips all of the flips. Pero he needs to go in, and Congrad knows exactly where you are. 3-1 and BMA. Slow start indeed. Pero importante, meron silang score ngayon. Wala silang in terms of money, mag-half buy si Berserks. Sayang lang din kasi wala siyang Blade Storm. Pero sana makabawi pa rin kahit paano.
Talagang Thailand, no? Gusto ata nila ma-reverse sweep tong
That goes there.
Boom Esports. Pero yun, yung matalinghaga will figurative. Yan.
Figurative. Okay, gets.
Aks na.
Alright. Now gets ka na. Salamat, Ray.
Oh, but informative na.
Nakahiga kasi sa akin si Pico eh. Yeah. Hindi ako makagal. Nakahiga sa akin aso ko eh. At sa lap ko siya.
Kinukuha mo o nagpakarga? Mahilig ba magpakarga yan si Pico?
Oo. Ano siya, parang tinatalon niya ako. Tapos ayun, kinarga ko na siya yun. Tahimik na siya. Dito siya sa lap ko. Hawak-hawak ko siya. Habang nagkakasta ko. Tapos yun, nagsisleep siya dito sa lap ko. Hindi mo kasi hindi mo magaganito si Gohan, bes.
Oo, lalaki na aso ko eh. Si Gohan nandidila yan tuwing umaga eh. Nagising nga ako kanina eh, kaya medyo dinalaan ako sa mukha. Si Gohan.
Ganun ba?
Nagalang magising.
Alam mo ba, proud ako dito kay Pico.
Bakit?
Tuwa ako kagabi pag uwi ko. Mamaya na pag-usapan natin ng because Kadum is gonna go here already, but Frostmind, we're gonna catch 2! We're gonna catch 2!
Down B.
My God! Ginawang barbecue ni Frostmind lahat to. One fly, the only man remaining, all the way to the here in mid, but Tebotol sees him already. Ito si Pico, natutuwa sa kanya, di ba baby pa siya, di ba? 5 months pa lang. Tapos, ang bilis na niyang umakyat sa stairs. Marunong na siyang umakyat pero hindi siya marunong bumaba.
Si Gohan dito sa bahay. Kasi yung Qeon, di ba, doon siya si Gohan nasa probinsya. Marunong siya bumaba ng stairs doon. Pero,
nasa probinsya si Gohan ngayon?
Oh, doon talaga siya
Guys, yung Gohan, yun yung Chow Chow ni Ray Ray. Si Pico, yun yung sweet ako.
I can't use it.
Hindi ko magagalit kasi meron pang isa si Peanut yung Beagle pero masyado kasi malaki yun. Pero yun nga lang, in terms of malaki, Kadum, napakalang kill na ginawa niya kasi dalawa na talaga makukuha niya. Kadum, 1 HP right now at kailangan nilang lumabas because of that null command na meron si Congrad ngayon, but Tebotol all the way from the backside right now, and what a fly, we're gonna take him down. 2v5, Kadum, low on HP. Diyos ko po, pagka-swim ni Flip siya mismo ang napatay, and Blaze King, Mamba out. Save the gun. Para siya ang mag-anchor next round.
Talagang Blaze King. Exit frags maybe. Ito kasi yung side talaga ng attacker dito sa Breeze. Sobrang laking ginhawa eh. May Viper ka lang, easy. Pwede ka agad makapasok ng site. Especially kapag may KO ka din. So, it's really giving Boom Esports a hard time to catch Myth off guard. But then, good call mula kay BS King to actually save that RGX. Talagang mahirap.
RGX. Yung
RGX
talagang
eh.
skin talagang objects.
Oh, RGX. Mag-alangan pa ako RGX. Pero nga pala, best. Nakaganda ka sa bagong bundle.
Hindi ako bibili.
Oo, ako din. Di ba bibili?
Oo,
Parang,
effects eh.
Yung knife, parang ano lang eh. Yung matte black na knife eh. Maganda lang animation niya. Parang
Ano yan?
sa kabilang bang-bang. Takalimutan ko yung tawag sa knife na yun.
Flip knife. Ay, hindi siya flip knife. Sorry. Sorry. Nakalimutan ko yung pangalan din sa kabilang bang-bang eh. Kasi doon natin nila. Flip knife yung balisong. Oo, so yun. So, dito ngayon sa game na to mga kaibigan, tuloy-tuloy pa rin talaga ang laban. Pero si Blaze King, like what I've said a while ago, he's gonna save up everything kasi siya ang mag-a-anchor nitong round na to because siya lang ang may Vandal. So, ang ginagawa niya, oh my God! Alone fills together with Conquered, catching him off guard. That is really unfortunate. Knowing na siya lang ang may Vandal and they know it.
That's a good spot.
Boom Esports. Map 3 ba? Kasi kung magma-map 3 pa.
Uy!
Ako Dark Twin. Ako po, Berserks. Ano nangyari doon? Di ba lang tumama na sobra?
Muntik nang tumama mga kaibigan. Pero hindi eh.
Ito na, medyo Thailand. Oh, medyo.
Ganito kasi lagi ang myth eh. Kasi last time kasi, nung kaharap nila ang Enigma Gaming, nanalo sila sa game number 1. Natalo sila sa game number 2. Pero na-OT ng game number 3. Tapos nakakabakang myth. Pero, tingnan natin if ever ganun ba talaga ang mangyayari ulit, bro. I mean, kahit breeze to, standard map na lang ang breeze eh. Kahit anong gawin niya eh. Maraming teams na malakas sa breeze eh. Knowing na attacking pa sila. I mean for BME, ito yung mapang pinili nyo. Pero hindi nyo alam kung mag-a-attacking kami o magde-defending. So, ang sabi ng Myth, sige, attacking tayo dito kasi alam naman natin na malakas tayo sa attacking dito.
Alam nila yung magiging advantage sila.
Yeah.
And knowing how confident they are naman din kanina sa Icebox, alam mo na magiging sustainable sila eh. Up until the maybe here in the third map kung sakasakaling magkakaroon. Kaso nga lang sa Boom Esports, they need that refinery lang para ma-take down ng Made in Thailand. Kasi ang nangyayari, pagka dash in lang kagad ka doon, tapos may follow-up na flash mula kay Conquered, yung Boom Esports, bigla silang nag-rattle eh. Talagang one by one silang napapanish.
Kalap pa ng papag in English, rattle to palate, pero kalap sucks! Ending the life of Kadum right now. Literal na kumadum si Kadum pero alone feels. Meron siyang lineup dito papuntang B. Pero saan ba mapupunta yon kapatid? Off backside. Mukhang meron ata makukuha dito because si Berserk nagmamadala dito talaga dito. May backside makipin pero kalang Berserk catching one already. Frostmine another one as well. Frostmine being sad. Alam nila kung nasa si Frostmine pero wala siyang idea at all kung nasan ba yung apat pa na kalaban nila. Alone feels. We're gonna go down to the hands of Temple 3-5. Like what you said, slow start para sa BME. Hahayaan nila na mag-score yung Myth. Kasi nga, nagtatansyahan muna to eh. Tinatansya muna nila kung kaya ba nilang bawiin to. Tinatansya muna nila yung mga plays na pwede nilang gawin. And after nila matansya lahat, dun sila babawi.
At kita-kita natin to, Bill, earlier on sa Icebox at ngayon hindi imposible na gawin ng Boom Esports to. Pero anong timeout? Most likely timeout to. Di ko lang alam kung anong team kasi pwedeng Myth eh. Okay, speaking of Myth, goes for a timeout first. Pero looking at ito, napahan lang din kasi si Berserk still, he got the shot. I got a shot going in. And then, once you give Berserk ang kanyang operator, tapos you give him the angles, the confidence to actually punish at least one or two, he's gonna be unstoppable. Na-witness natin to last time, Vil. Dito rin mismo sa Breeze. Napalong-palo ang katulad ni Berserks just wants to give him that very good openings sa side ng teammate mismo ng Boom Esports. Pero after this time out, ano ang next move mula sa Made in Thailand? Talagang mag-risk pa rin nila to most likely dahil okay naman yung kanilang ultimate na or ang Boom Esports talaga ay mamamanage na ma-deny na naman sila sa pag-entry here in B-side.
We're gonna do that later on. To si Pico parang nagiging ano na siya, picky na siya sa food niya. Mas gusto na niya siguro yung mga apples and banana. Simula ang treats na to, ano yung apple eh. Pag-if ever tina-trade namin. Pero, going back, this Hunter's Fury coming in from the players of Met right now. Pero Blaze King, mga kaibigan, Lafonda, 300 loans, pero si Persex bumabawi pa rin talaga. 2v3 onto this game. Tebotol, siya ang may Phantom dito. Siya ang pwede makabawi. Si Persex just watching closely with that operator though. Kadum, together with One of Lion alone fills. Let's see if ever makakuha ba nila itong win na to or BME makakuha sila kahit paano. Pero wala silang idea at all. Meron tao sa may likod. Alone fills. The operator is now denied. And ang trabaho ni Tebotol is kunin yung operator pabalik sa kanya. Pero alam nila kung saan namatay si Berserks. So ang gagawin nila is bantayan na lang din talaga yung operator na yan dito sa may mid-entrance daw. Tebotol, I mean, exit frag, yes. Yan ang nasa isip ngayon ng BME. Exit frags, then after, yun, nakapatay siya ng isa, nice one. Okay, nakapatay siya ng isa, pagkasabog niyan, kukunin niya yung operator pabalik, tapos papasok siya sa B. Yeah, nice one. That's bad. Replay na kasi to guys.
Watch party na lang to eh. Pero, Vil, sorry na, nakita ako video sa Facebook. Yung may nublat yung unggoy na tao. Hindi siya makaalis ng inig siya eh. Pero dito sa myth, nababasa talaga nila tong Boom Esports. Alam nila parang i-shutdown ng si Frostmine eh. Na usually nagiging problema nila. Or kung hindi man si Frostmine, iiwasan lang nila si Berserks. Talagang hindi nila ibabatin muna dahil alam nilang sobrang consistent ni Berserks pagdating sa mga shots na yan. Walang nag-mintis usually pag si Berserks ang pinag-uusapan natin. But there's just some few lineups, shock darts, medyo nasaktan si Blaze King na wala sa isang iglap ang kanyang armor.
Napakasakit Kuya Eddie. Pero at least Myth, they really want to push this to a game number 3. Kasi sabi ng Myth dito, ayaw na nilang maglaro ng isa pa. Tama na. kung 3 games, kung 2 games lang. Mamaya pag nanalo ang RU sa Bleed, tapos na eh. Pasok sila sa group stage, wala silang laban. Talo sila, meron pa sila isang chance. So, Kadum, huwag yung starting off with the kill onto Berserks right now, pero yun nga lang meron matatamaan yung 0 point na dito. Pero Kadum, mga kaibigan, merong idea ang BME ko na si Kadum ngayon. Because of Crossmind's possession though, pero ito na buti na lang nag-pop off yung neural threat. And it's just Berserks lang ang nawala dito. And in terms of economy, napakadaming pera ng BME after this round for sure. Madadrapan pa nila si Berserks ng isang Vandal. Flips, pa-drop. Flips, pa-drop. Yan,
safe
nice.
So, yan.
Madadrapan na nga si Pari.
Voice over pa si Vil. Flips, pa-drop.
Diba? Ako rin nagsasabi sa kanila namin. Ano lang kasi yun. Hindi kasi basic na kasi yun. Na, of course, sino mas maraming pera, siya yung magdodrop. Yung tipong ganun, di ba? Ano man?
Get out of my way!
Sa daang-daang oras ba naman ginugol dito sa Valorant yung paglalaro? Pagkatapos, alam mo ba? Siguro mga 2 araw na ata ako naglalaro. 2 araw na ata di naglalaro. Kasi Valorant, wala lang.
Ako na isang araw, yung kabilang bang-bang yung nilalaro ko eh. Yung isa pang ganito, yung may go-go-go. May kaduo ko eh, nagduduo kami.
Anong go?
CS. Go.
Okay, gets. Ganun ba?
Oo, ganun. So, na-miss ko lang yung op dun eh. Go-op lang ako dun minsan eh. Pero...
Gulat ka makakita ka ditong Vandal Asimov. Vandal, red line. Meron ka ditong Dragon Lore Operator.
Oo.
Pero, may collab. Pero nga lang, Kadum, they note already na meron tao dito sa may Metal Force. But Kadum! We'll get the dash and right click on the Berserks right now. Nabura! Biglang nabura! Si Kadum sa mapa, si Berserk sa mapa. Pero, the players of BME is on its way for retake. Pero meron tao na sa may get him! Flips will gonna take him down 3v4 this game. Alone Feels, nakakrouch lang siya para syempre hindi makita yung ulo niya. Pero yun nga lang yung swing ni Flips. We're gonna take him down. Kadum with a big one tap to the head right now. 2v3 mga kaibigan, medyo mahirap ng team makakuha nito. Pero yun nga lang Depotol getting that verticality up top. But Frostmind might actually take one down. 1v1 to the game right now. Hindi niya alam kung nasa sa deled. Oh no, meron pang snakebite. Because of that snakebite, nalaman niya kung nasa sa deled ngayon. Pero wala naman kang sa deled dito. Kundi literal na paikot-ikot lang. At kukunin nga yung operator dito sa may baba ng bridge.
Sayang lang, walang oras. Okay na sana yung backstab mula kay Frostmind eh. Pero yun talaga pag naubusan ng oras, it's too late to realize. But still, okay na sana ang magiging retake nila. Pero at least may pera sila para sa next round and kinda make it into a 5-7. That's gonna be already big mula sa Boom Esports. Si Frostmind doon napaka-consistent. Kanina pa yung palong-palo. Pero all in all, it's still a big problem that Boom Esports has to face. Is it going to be 4-8 or talagang kaya pa na padikitin na ng 5-7? 5-7 is naman sa defending side mo eh. Night-night!
Pero Wanna Fly, they started off with a kill right now. Napakaganda ng things na ginagawa nila dito sa tao lang. Hindi na makuha ni Frostmind. I mean, yung mga trip wars talaga nawawala pa. Pero basically, napakagandang outro. Oh, the swing! Para yun nga lang may trade. Si Kong andun sa gilid. Tebotol. Kanina pang buhay itong, kanina pang buhay itong Elder Flame na operator na yun. And finally, first half is over. And BME, makakabawi pa ba sila or are we gonna see a game number 3?
Esports with how Kadum gets the impact kill so far, talagang mahirap sa Boom Esports to actually come up here in Breeze. Pero may kasama ng halftime pause. Halftime pause pala. Boom Esports, paano nga ba sila mag-resurrect ulit dito sa second half? Kanina, ganito yung first half sa Icebox na ang leading ang Boom Esports. Pero nakahabol naman ang Made in Thailand. Pero ito rin ba ang hinihintay natin na comeback wala sa Boom Esports? Kasi si Berserks, naka-operator siya pero madali lang basahin sa Made in Thailand kung saan manggagaling si Berserks. Kaya hindi siya makapagkuha ng early pick-offs, especially when Made in Thailand tries to push on a site. Or if that's gonna be the problem, si Kadum yung mauna, tapos ready kagad si Wanna Fly with the trade.
Wanna Fly, Wanna Die, and the BME is in a lot of trouble right now. Kasi literal, nabaliktad yung yung score nila. Kasi last time, before this first half, 8-4 yung score in favor of BME. Pero dito sa mapa na to, kahit BME ang pumili, talagang babawi ata ang myth. Malay mo kung ganun na mangyayari. Pero yun nga, nakita na natin yan, even us, wait lang, ikaw ba yung kasama ko nung kinas natin tong BME? Ikaw, no? O ikaw yung kasama ko nun. So, nung kalaban nila ang Cerberus nung day 1 ng nito, parang ganito rin eh. Mabagal talaga sila gumalaw. Kumbaga, parang silang SBE. Kailangan muna ng painitin bago bumawi. Mga titos of Manila din to eh. Sila ano? Sila Frostmind, yan. Sila Flip.
Di ba sa ano to? Sa mga dating kabilang bang-bang din yung iba sa kanila.
Oo. Tino mo yung SBE.
Scanning ahead.
Literal na taga ibang bang-bang. Pero, nagpupush ngayon ata. Ito na, sobrang aggressive na ginagawa ng Myth ngayon. Mga kaibigan, dire-diretso lang talaga sila papunta dito sa may outside caves. Pero wala silang choice at all kundi, sige, mag-B na lang tayo. B it is. And yung mga players ng Myth ngayon probably is magagaling dito sa mid, magagaling dito sa may likod. Pero oh no, Flip! Delikado ka na dyan. Literal na no way out ka na sa area na yan. Ang kailangan mo lang syempre talaga mapatay yung mga players na makapasok dito. Pero yun nga, ito rin talaga yung mga kina-cut off ni Tebotol. Ang rotation ng BM ngayon, pero sana makakuha siya na siguro kahit dalawa lang. Pero Congren, catching Berserks right now. Kanto mga kaibigan, we're gonna catch one as well. 2v5, Kong, wanna fly, low on HP. Kong will be down. The clock is ticking for the side of BME right now. Pero wanna fly, they're all inside. B-side. Pero, meron pa siya snake bite? Maybe not. Pero it's all up to Tebotol, ladies and gentlemen. 1v Spike Future is down. But can he get that kill? Maybe not! Because a lone field, mga kaibigan, we're gonna end the game with a win! 4-9.
Oh, sana pinaglaruan na lang ni Tebotol. Kasi yung oras, wala nang oras sana. Ay, naku po. Esports. Malaki advantage yun ng Made in Thailand, 9-4. Panalo pa sila kaagad ng pistol na dapat yung Boom Esports yung nanalo. Mahirapan ang Boom ngayon. Talagang ang lamig ni Flips tsaka ni Berserks. Alam mo may malaking kailangan silang i-face na problem ngayon against Myth. At saka kahit nasabihin natin na slightly advantage nga yung Myth. Tapos sa breeze mag-iiba yung ihip ng hangin. The fact na yung Thailand teams talaga malakas sa breeze, we can't deny that eh. Ito si Dylan, PESW na lang, ginagawa na atang unrated ito against Boom Esports sa second map.
Effective. Unrated. Pero tingnan natin if gano'n ba talaga mangyayari ngayon. Pero Blaze King, mga kaibigan, at least catching off 3v4. Naka-specters din talaga sila. Blaze King, let's see if ever makakuha siya isip pa rin nga. Nag-force buy na talaga. They force Botebotol with a big 2K. Pero Blaze King, right click onto that classic. Oh no. Ano sila? So, wala silang pera next round. So, pwede natin makakuha dito sa 11-4. Ray, there's a chance sa mag-game number 3.
Talagang mga teams ngayon na di ko alam kung itong araw ito made for long games talaga or hindi. Gusto namin mag-argue!
One enemy remaining.
Same.
Same. Pero ang weird lang, nilabas niya kagad yung Viper Speed. Diba?
Yeah.
Ginamit niya kagad. Nasayangan lang ako. Dapat hindi eh.
Hindi ko na maglaro. Ikaw na maglaro.
Sorry, coach. Sorry, coach.
Okay lang.
Pinapagalitan niya Boom Esports.
Oh, ikaw na maglaro. Pero, meron tayo dun sa may taas. Wanna fly. We're gonna take down these players. And we're gonna rendezvous auto lang din talaga 4v4 under this game. Wanna fly, we're gonna be down to the hands of Frostmind. Pero siya makakuha dito ng Spectre, pero yung Ghetto Congren is actually waiting patiently. We're gonna catch one as well, pero alone fails. We're gonna deny the possible take of a Berserks. Blaze King 1v2. Blaze King, Sheriff lang ang gamit niya. One tap to the head, winnable yan. Pero one tap sa 0 to 30 meters. So, more than that, 2 shots dapat. Dalawang shot sa ulo yung una, tas katawan. Or vice versa. Pero maganda ang pwesto ni Alone Fields ngayon. Pero you need to check your corners. Nakakuha siya ng Vandal. Alam na niya! With Alone Fields. We're gonna end this game with a 4-11 scoreline. And, yeah, Ray. Map pickers it is.
Magkikita-kita pa sa map 3. Pero okay lang, fast games naman sila. Tinatawad na. Yung Miss, palong-palong, ganda ng start nila eh. I think the fact that they started real good sa first half, sa attacking nila, tapos nasa momentum sila, then may mistake then nalaki yung naging mistake ng Boom Esports dun sa pistol nila on the second half. It's really something sa side ng Made in Thailand that they have that advantage. Pero Berserks gets the pop off. Pero phase lang. Ano ang feels? Nag-game lang. Pero buto na lang si Frostmind. There's the pick-off. Nilabas na rin kagad ng Neural Theft to get some good information. And mag-rotate sila papuntang A-site. A good call wala sa Boom Esports. Pero uy, parang hindi na pala. Makiklear naman pala kasi ni Frostmind, by the way.
Really, really good calls indeed. Pero it's not yet over till it's over. Hindi pa naman sila makamay kahit paano. For BME though, lamang sila in terms of head count. So pwede lang ma-post plan to agad. Kadum and the Lend, ang kailangan na talaga dito is ma-retake to. Camera is now taken out. Frostmind knows kung nasan yung isa. Alam nila, nandito lang din sa may arches, pero yun nga lang, meron din tao dito sa may likod. B-main it is for the Lend, pero tamang crossfire lang sa Valorant, mga kaibigan. Ano nangyari? 3v1 in this game, Kadum is gonna be really hard for her to do that because Tempotog is right there here and to take you down. 5-11, BME, lumalaban pa rin. Pero for Myth, marami silang pera. So, kailangan muna nila dumaan sa matinding karayom bago nila maipanalo to. They need to get probably 4-11. So, medyo marami-raming wins yan. 7 rounds in a row. And for the side of BM, and for the side of Myth, they only need one more win for them to get that match point. For BME though, probably, let's see if ever they can actually do it with an overtime. Pero, mahirap din talaga sabihin if ever ganun talaga ang mangyayari. Pero nga lang, sabi ni Berserks, sige pre, it's fine. I have my Blade Storm. I can be aggressive. I can actually dash away. Go on an updraft probably. Makakuha ko ng off angles or anything like that. But si Frostmind is actually here in mid, just taking the time for him to get that one kill dito sa side ng Myth. Here. So, si Frostmind, yes, meron sa impormasyon na baka meron tayo dito sa B. Tamang kuha lang para mabawi niya kanina. Para mabawi niya kanina. Para mabawi niya mamaya. Pero, ang pera naman ng BME is medyo tagilid. Yes, si Berserks, medyo tagilid yung pera niya. Lalong-lalo na kay Frostmind, mga kaibigan. Pero si Blaze King, if ever namatay siya, huwag kang mag-alala kasi makakabili pa naman siya ng Vandal next round. Half armor nga lang, pero makakabili pa siya ng isa if ever. Pero, we're started off with the Hunter's Fear right now, and now that his Berserk's going in already. Pero natamaan siya ng smoke, so wala siyang buhay ngayon, pero yung aldrin siya, and now the let is gonna be down. Kadum, mga kaibigan, waiting patiently, pero that is Kadum, we're gonna take down Berserks as well. But Kadum, nakaisa pa ulit, right now, Kadum! We're gonna take down 3, just getting that match point dito sa game na to. One more point, and we're gonna go to game number 3.
Pinag-audition lang ni Kadum ang mga taga-Boom Esports, and I really do think yung paglalaro ng Frostmind hindi na worth it eh. Basang-basa na siya eh. Ng Made in Thailand, ever since kanina nag-second half, alam na nila saan pumupunta si Frostmind parate. At yan yung sagot sa mga disadvantage ng Myth all throughout that cipher of his. And now, 1 round left. Pupunta nga tayo sa map, sa next map. But then, Made in Thailand, tatapusin na nga ba nila to para makapag-reverse sweep sila against Boom Esports? Or Boom Esports, baka kabawi pa nga sila at possibility ng overtime against Made in Thailand. Pero kung ako nasa side ng Myth, di ko napapabayaan tong match point. Kasi kapag, guys, tatandaan nyo, pag sino man nanalo dito, pasok na sa actual group stage next week.
Alone fills in Tempotol. Getting all the kills na kailangan nila, pero it's all up to Blaze King right now. Only one, mga kaibigan. I think it is over already. And
Defenders win.
With their wit and grit, gonna push it to game number 3, mga kaibigan. Ano ba yung game number? Ano ba yung map 3 natin to? Flipping off. Map 3 is Haven. Mapa ng Pinoy. The last time na nagkita sila, Ray, yun nga, di ba, March 19, di ba? Haven, ang nanalo dun is Boom Esports. Ang score is 13-10. Medyo malapit yung score nila doon. So makikita natin yan if ever ganun ba ulit ang score, or makakabawi na ba ang Myth knowing na sila yung panalo dito sa second game, so they can actually transfer their momentum dito sa game number 3 natin. Pero it's gonna be really hard to predict if that will happen though. I mean, bahala na ang BME, bahala na sila, pagalingan na lang mag-computer. Pero at the end of the day, at least nanalo ang BME doon sa Haven nung huli silang nagkita. Pero close match.
Kaya guys, tignan natin kung ano nga ba magiging result sa series na to as we're gonna go on a break. Once again, kami yung shoutcasters. Ako si Lady, kasama ko dito si Vil, guys, and see you on the third map itself between Boom Esports together with Made in Thailand.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever? You gotta be kidding me, man. Ah, this is crazy.
Here we are again on the panel. More of the action happening here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix here still serving you the analysis. We're off to a game number 3 after Made in Thailand turned the tide against Boom Esports. Trix, this is the mythical myth that we really wanted to see here. Some of the tricks they did in Icebox were better executed here on Breeze.
I really think so. The use of Myth's patience and discipline that we could see, especially when they were on that attacker side, just forcing Boom to push up but not getting any information whilst pushed up was amazing. And then on top of that, when they went to Defender, you could see they were setting themselves up for those better retakes as well. So it was just all in all really fluid on mid set.
We're looking at the score over here as well as the headshot percentage and damage. If we actually take a look at the individual scores of these players, you'd see that the kill feed or the kill count doesn't really vary from these teams. It was always close when it came to the duels. It was trade upon trade upon trade. And we can actually see that reflect here on the economy too. Look at how close that is, Fluffy.
Yeah, I mean, overall team play in general was so good. Of course, we have Tebatel and Kadum respectively leading the board for the respective teams, but overall this game does look like a very good change of pace if you're a Myth fan, and it looks like a reverse from the first map, like a mirror. And it's interesting that they took each other's map as well. I'm surprised, honestly, that we didn't see the BAAM Esports that I saw early on in APAC. I think it's 1 or 2 days ago when they were playing against Cerberus, which showed such a commanding hold over this map. But it seems like Myth, maybe they figured that out, maybe they found a way to do it, but they've always had their stuff. And moving on to this map, it really shows that that's what really made the big difference, especially players like Kadum. You know, he would hold site, he would survive sometimes, he would get 1, 2, even 3 before getting taken down. So all these little small things does add up to end up closing it around. And even on the attacking half, Kadum also was a great entry when he does make his picks.
I really think here Myth kind of giving BAAM a taste of their own medicine with those amazing executions. You've got Alone on the Sova just also using his ultimate to clear the space for his entry and take out another player while his entry takes out somebody else because the Viper threw out the utility. It was just beautiful to watch.
Oh, definitely. On the side of Myth, I really enjoyed seeing the adjustments that they had. We were talking about WannaFly not adjusting too much during, not aggressing too much rather, over at Icebox. But this time, Kadum really stepped up to the plate so that WannaFly can fulfill his role as the anti-flag or perhaps the lurker from time to time. We also see them conditioning BME to have WannaFly on the lurk, right? Which is why when we saw Berserks, not Berserks rather, Alone fills on that flank, Fluffy, it just caught Berserks off guard.
I feel like a lot of these small adjustments really just builds up and creates such a big momentum moving on to basically close the round. Even now we see, this is what I was talking about earlier, Kadum holding the side, going for 1, going for 2, gets the 3rd, almost even gets the 4th, and his teammate didn't steal that away. Just amazing gameplay coming out of both teams, honestly. But Myth really showing up, so hopefully that gives them good mental, as, you know, winning the second map puts you at least mentally in that position of, oh, we've done it once, we can do it again. While on the other end, the other team might feel like, oh, we're letting it slip by. So returning to essentially what is a best of 1 towards our next map, it's going to be a big deal.
I think also just Myth having that Chamber instead of a Cypher, as much as I love Cypher, Chamber has more mobility than a Cypher does, able to reposition themselves, while a Cypher has to position themselves from the start and try to get that advantage, as we've seen Frostmine do on that defender side. I just find that on the attacker, it makes it more difficult for the Cypher to actually move around, get the flank, and, you know, hold the line for their teammates in order to take that site.
Not to mention Congared's use of the KO just really shutting down Frostmine setups over here. And speaking of Congared, I love the entry situation that he has with Kadum. He flashes the site, Kadum enters, and the rest is just history. Fluffy, the execution in this duo is just so well coordinated.
Yeah, like what Trix mentioned earlier, it looks like Myth has kind of adopted the playstyle that we expect to see from BAAM Esports. The more put together, more explosive and well-coordinated 5-man pushes or group pushes in general just seem to be working out. I feel like that goes back to being, you know, experience from playing with your players for so long, especially with a roster that's as solid as this and has been together for as long.
Of course, the chemistry factor is there. They're so comfortable and they trust each other 100%. They've been together ever since we can remember. Now, I do want to talk about the contrast of the defense that they have here, Trick. Not exactly contrast. I do think that to a certain extent they have a lot of similarities where both of them are just really trying to hold down the site instead of retaking it. But why was it that it was more effective on the side of Myth than on DME?
I think for Myth, it wasn't just a matter of holding down the site, they also pushed on the other sides, which ended up pinching Boom to a certain area. They were forced to be playing only from specific spots because the rest of Myth actually cleared everywhere else Boom could possibly be in. And they didn't just clear it alone, they always had a refrag with them, they had somebody else with them, somebody else is marking a long flank, and in general, it just seemed Myth knew that Boom likes to play explosive, and Boom tried to adjust by taking those rounds where they would go in for the pick, which was fantastic to see, but I guess it just wasn't enough to break Myth's defense.
Now that you talked about them getting pinched, right? We talked about this off of the panel earlier, wherein Breeze is a map wherein once contact is made, you kind of take a step back instead of aggressing or getting those ego peaks, because mistakes can still be made, right? Fluffy, there's a lot that can go on with a map as wide as Breeze.
Yeah, so naturally, because the map is so wide, but unlike other maps, you're also very exposed. There are only certain angles, especially as an attacker, that you can actually stand safety in without being open to multiple angles to take that 1v1. So what ends up happening is a lot of teams really have to rely on their personal aim. That's what people are trying to say when they say it's an aim map, where they generally have a hard time refragging each other because you have to hold so much space that most teams on the defensive side will either set up for the retake, or on the attack, you really have to win a lot of these initial fights in order to gain a significant amount of space. But that also means that naturally, the map, which is very wide, forces a lot of players to play really spread out. So it's a good thing that the teams, like Trix mentioned, capitalize on this by not only defending their own space and controlling what space they can, but also knowing when to take space, even as a defenders, in order to create more map control for you, because the more that you advance, the less space your opponent has, the more predictable they can be. So a lot of these fundamentals of Valorant is seen everywhere from rank games to pro, but here on the pro scene, if you can do it very well, it'll pay off very large.
With a map as big as Breeze, what was I going to say? Ascent. Breeze over here, you know, one of the favorable weapons was actually the operator, and we've seen round for round, they were trying to save the Elder Flame operator. If I'm being honest over here, I saved that skin too. It's a skin that I've been waiting to show up in my store. Raph and Aster, I know this. It hasn't showed up there yet, but maybe I'm manifesting it here on VCT. I'll check out my store later and hopefully it's already there. But what about you, Trix? Is there anything in your store that you're waiting to see pop up?
I have the habit of buying things the moment they come out, so not so much. I have the Elder Flame, I have the Ion, I have all the skins that I love. But
makes me wonder what your collection is like.
Hefty.
What about you, Fluffy? Do you have a hefty collection too?
Initially, yeah, but I started slowing down ever since, panel, so I haven't been able to play as much. I really wanted to get the recent bundle though, but for me, the one that I'm waiting for my store, because for some reason I didn't get it when it came out, is the Reaver Vandal, which I still don't have. But,
Reaver.
A lot of people do, so I just pick it up on the ground. That's the only way I can try it.
Well, of course, it's the Reaver Vandal Supremacy. I've seen a lot of pros pull this out as well. Really, really nice skin. I wonder if we'll be seeing these pros equip it as the next map is ready. We're going on to Haven, boys and girls, or boy and girl for this matter here on the panel. So on a map like Haven, we often see an Omen, Sova, Chamber, Neon, Breach on the side of BME over here. I'm not quite sure if that is going to be the case here. Oh, actually, I already see an Astra on the side of their opponent, and I'm excited to see how the Astra mind games always comes to play here, Fluffy.
Yeah, I mean, Astra versus Omen, we've talked about this a lot. Omen, the more aggressive of the two, being able to be like a pseudo duelist, because you can, similar to a Jet, you have a mobility aspect, you have an instant smoke aspect, although granted not as fast. But on the Astra, what you do have instead is that global presence, which can create a lot of what we call perceived pressure by denying information. Something simple like, specifically on the map Haven, if you're an attacker and you have an Astra, you can smoke a lobby to deny info from A long or maybe A short, and that can put a lot of pressure on the team to anchor a couple players there, and will allow you to make a move with this perceived pressure. So it allows you to take space globally, especially on the map with the ABCs like Haven.
I really like how Myth is running with essentially that more flexible agents. You've got the Astra, the Killjoy, the Sky, the Sova, and they can have a lot of lineups from very far away. So I feel they're more malleable as a team in terms of where they want to move, how they want to move. While Boom Esports, similar to their playstyle, have this more burst aspect where they can really run down and essentially overwhelm a site with just the sheer amount of flashes that they have.
Yeah, I also wanted to add that I'm very interested. I know that Boom Esports have played this composition before. They took it against Hike Digital Esports and Bridgestone Arctic, but the Neon pick for me on Haven is one of the most underrated duelists that I feel like, normally we see the Jets, sometimes even the Rays, but the Neon not as much, although we saw it a bit more in the last, APAC, I believe. So I feel like it's great because it still has the mobility of other duelists, but that stun is just so invaluable, especially on the push, because you can't anti-flash it. If you get hit by that, you only have a small chance of actually landing your shot. It's almost a guaranteed kill for the most part. And the wall, the perceived pressure I was talking about that you can do with Astra, you can really use the Neon fast lane to do something similar in a lot of places on Haven.
We talked about the stun earlier. Let's not forget that they also have a breach on this composition. So please, their enemies better watch out and not get stunned as best as they can. But with that, the compositions have been locked in. We weren't expecting to make it to map number 3, yet here we are. These two teams just really serving us some good games over here. So with that, I'm passing you guys back over to our casters so we can begin with game number 3.
Hi guys! What's up? Nandito pa rin tayo sa first series between Made in Thailand together with Boom Esports as we're gonna be casting nga sa map 3 na. Ako si Ray, syempre kasama ko ngayon si Vil guys. At talagang hindi pa rin nagpapatinag ang Made in Thailand. Pero sabi nga ni Vil, onting throwback, Haven map, nanalo ang Boom Esports last time against Made in Thailand. Pero Made in Thailand, magkakaroon ba sila ng revenge story against Boom Esports sa mapang to? Or talagang mag-work pa rin ang isa sa mga maps kung saan magaling din ang Boom Esports?
Yeah, malalaman natin yan later on. Ayan, sorry. Ako na nag-adjust kasi sinasabi ko sa maingay yung caster. Pero yeah, going back here mga kaibigan, I mean, yeah, that is actually one of the best moves na talagang pwedeng gawin talaga ng Boom, and lalo-lalo ng Myth. Ang Myth, reverse sweep. Ang Boom, comeback. Are we gonna see? We are gonna see neither of those, ladies and gentlemen. So, not neither, either of those. So, it's gonna be really exciting dito sa dalawang team natin kung ano ba talaga ang magiging kakalabasan ng ating game number 3, comeback or reverse sweep. Ganun lang yun.
Ganun lang yun.
Yung mga yarn, iba, pag nakakita ko ng yarn, iba na yung tingin ko eh. Orange yarn, red yarn, yellow yarn. Saan gawa yan? Sa yarn.
I'm out of here. Talagang naano na eh, no? Nalagay na sa naitaga na kagad yung mga yarn na yan. Pero
hindi naitaga.
Out of the charges.
Naburda na yung mga yarn na yan. Pero si Kong TV nakadalawa na naman dito. He's looking onto this game right now. But it's gonna be down Templeton getting tag and Myth. Gonna get that big revenge. Pero yun nga yung sinasabi ko, diba? Reverse sweep, probably the thing na pwedeng malaman natin kasi dito naman sa mapa na to is wala namang pumili. Pero syempre, I mean, kahit March yan, ilang buwan na ba ang lumipas? March, April, May, June. 3 months na ang lumipas para dito sa comeback. Actually, 2 months and 2 weeks. Ganon katagal yung huling laban nila dito si Haven. Pero Haven is still Haven though. I mean, tignan natin if ever meron bang bagong strategy ang mga players natin dito or ganun pa rin like before. Wanna fly in that corner. They're now tagged by that turret mga kaibigan. Be it is dito sila pupunta pero nga lang maraming traps dito si Wanna Fly dito sa mid. Pero, ang ginagawa dito talaga ng Boom Esports mga kaibigan is gonna get all these information for them to catch them off guard. But Frostman will take onto that class and we're gonna take down one. Alone feels, oh my god, kahit pistol lang ang gamit dito ng BME and everyone is actually really popping off. Meron tao dito sa may go. Wala silang idea na meron tao doon. Kong! Ang ganda ng posisyon. 2v2 dito sa match na to. And that is the flash. Walang nakita. It's all up to one. Blaze King, the only man remaining. Can he get that clutch or not? Blaze King is now revealed and Kong will gonna get that 4K 2-0 para sa Made in Thailand. Actually, meron ding Thai dito sa Pilipinas eh.
Ano yan?
Sa may Rizal. Thai.
Ay, nako, Bill.
Minsan manahimik na lang siguro. Wala naman akong sasabing maganda, di ba? Shut up na lang.
Can I get this? Tanggap kita, Bill. Tanggap kita.
Maraming salamat. I appreciate that. Pero, onto this game mga kaibigan. Sila alone feel saktong baki lang din talaga ang gamit nila. Pero importante is talaga nakuha nila yung spike dito sa round na to. Pero in terms of firepower, ladies and gentlemen, Berserks and Tebotol is there already. Sa lahat ng players ng BME, they have all the guns na kailangan nila. Si Alone, he needs to play close. Dito sa may A, yeah, pero yung nga lang problem is wala naman tao nagpupush dyan because everyone is here sa garage and probably gonna go here and see instead. Pero ang ginagawa lang dito ni Alone feels mag-aantay lang siya dito. Hanggat hindi pa napaplat yung spike, hindi siya aalis dyan. Pero ang nasa isip nila. Pero napakadami ng players dito mga kami. Pero kalang versus will be down. Wala siya nakongkas. Still a 4v5 right now. Everyone is inside C already. These game, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be blazed here in this game because Myth is on its way to get that round onto a win. Tebotol, low on HP, and Kadum gonna end this round with a win. Kawawa naman si Alone Fields. Walang pumunta sa ihan, doon lang siya buong game. And for the side of Myth, at least nakuha nila ang 3-0 just to start off the game number 3 here in this game. Here in this map rather. But BME needs to adjust.
Keep it together.
They're just gonna get all these sheriffs on hand para makabawi sila kahit paano. Starting off with all the utilities off of Berserks right now. That Neon Dash probably he can actually use it pag papasok na siya. Owl Drone will gonna be set off. They know it already. Nandito si Sova. But they have no idea at all. Nakasama niya dito si Kadum. Pero Sky try to switch it up from B to A. The push is now up for them though. Alone feels meron siyang barrel from Bucky to Vandal. Yes, he did that. And we're just actually waiting for the perfect entry na pwedeng gawin dito ng BME mga kaibigan. Pesto lang ang gamit nila dito. It's gonna be really scary for them to go in without any flashes, without any fault lines. That is why Blaze King and Tebotol is right there. Kung napapansin nyo, napaka-utility dependent ng BME. They have all the flashes, they have the stuns. Ilan ang flash ng BME all in all? Blaze King, only. Pero gawin natin siguro maximum of 4. Blaze King, meron siyang 4 na flashes sa isang round. Pwede nang gawin yan. Si Frostmind isa, 5. Plus 2 kay Tempo. That is 7 flashes that he can do inside a game. Pero Blaze King, bumabaril habang nasusup-sup dito mga kaibigan. 3v2 onto this game. And free upgrade sa mga players ngayon ng BME. Na despite of them having no guns at all, nakabawi pa rin sila. Pero nga lang, wanna fly all the way from up top, going down, getting that Iron Phantom for them to take down 2.
10 seconds left.
1v2 right now. Flips got no idea at all. Ang gagawin lang nila is mag-cross para sa Valorant. Wanna fly. Literally flying towards down below dito sa may hell. We're gonna take down 3. 4-0. Myth is doing it. Parang yung last time na panood natin, no? Hell. Lahat sila tumingin sa hell. Yun pala, ang gusto niya is mag-heal. Napanood mo yun?
Sabi. Ay, nako. Pero, Bill, parang kung ganito lang yung kainit ang made in Thailand, and they can just keep on shutting down yung esports like this, baka magkaroon tayo ng 13-0 dito sa APAC Pero si Kadum, takes down kagad si Tebotol. Gusto lang naman niya pumasok papuntang Cerberus, pero denied na naman siya. Kadum gets 3. At Pipsider na lang. Together with Frostmind ang natitira. 2v3. May lockdown pa kay Wanafly para retake ang Made in Thailand. Pero looking at this, maghihintayan lang ang mga taga-mid para magsama-sama sila with that retake. Looking out some good information. Di sila madedenay ngayon ng BAAM Esports. Dahil nga wala silang kawala ngayon pagdating dyan, pero nag-TP out lang pero di na pahipitawan ngayon ng mga may nakawat siya kanda si Conrad. And that's just it. Myth will be able to take this round at si Frostmind. Masyado kang malayo. And it's now 5-0. BAAM Esports na wala yung pag-iinit, Vil.
Oh man. Yun nga sinasabi ko sa'yo, di ba? For Myth, I think this is a good thing na sila yung nanalo dito sa second game para ma-transfer nila yung momentum nila papuntang third game, mga kaibigan. 5-0 already. Tulad nga ng sinabi ni Arsian Paul, sana 13-0 daw para RRQ na agad. Kahit sino na. Basta 13-0. At Arsian, mukhang 5-0. Mukhang ayos yung galawan mo, boss.
Okay ka pala, boss
Palitan mo na kaya may mga miss ko na dito sila sila si Rudy Baldwin.
Nawawala si Rudy Baldwin.
Wala kasing PH team kaya wala si Rudy.
Baka mamaya sa RRQ magpapakita
Dati
na siya.
tawa ako ng tawa kasi kahit anong mga brands andito yung Jollibee, andito yung St. Peter. Naghahanap ng promo, rush daw. Paano mo sasabihin yun? Uy, baka gusto mong kumuha ng St. Peter, rush daw. Lifetime pala. Pero, Tebotol catching one already. 3v4 on this game right now. Pero walang last stand ngayon. Si kaibigan Neon Gren. Pero Conga red! Muntik nang makakuha ng 3. Mukhang gagawin ata ng barbecue ni Conga red ito. Pero, alone feels. Muntik na siya tamaan dito ng aftershock. Pero 3 putok naman yan. So talaga makakatakbo siya kahit paano. 2v4 on this game. Kadum pushing in. Catching one with a dash. Trying to go for the second work right now. Pero nga lang nakag-wall pa siya. Pero nga lang Frostbite. We're gonna take down one. Kadum will gonna get that kill onto 1v1 with a great one. Meron pa siyang kalampag ng papag dito, mga kaibigan. So delikadong ngayon si Kadum. Pero meron naman siya ditong Blade Storm para syempre pero siya makapag-updraft if ever. Pero tatamaan siya ng isa. Meron siyang updraft para syempre hindi siya mahirapan dito, mga kaibigan. Pero alam niya nasa silong lang ito. Pero Tebotol, mga kaibigan, with that no. Diretso siya. Oh my God! Kadum! With that 4K clutch, ladies and gentlemen, that is a 2v4 and Myth still winning that. That is a buy round for BME. Sobrang daming binato ng BME para manalo sila dito. Isipin mo, meron na siyang kalapag ng papag, meron siyang flash, lahat na binato na niya. Pero ang kailangan lang ni Kadum dito is syempre get that heads. Ano po, wallbang pa yan BAAM, wallbang. Tapos bigay sa Alobis nakapatay ng isa. I mean, yes, si Kadum with a smoke. Tama, na half niya para magkaroon siya ng oras for him to take down that breach na peke. Ang dami mong dada. Sampal ko kaya ang bandal ko sa iyong muka.
Made in Thailand. Pwede nyo na tong i-13-0 kung gusto nyo lang. Kita mo Kadum 11-3, Conga Red 13-3. And shut down talaga yung composition niya ng BAAM Esports. Although maganda naman na may Neon ka here in Haven. You would really like to see that. You have that double initiator. Daming flashes mula kay Tebotol and Blaze King. Yun nga, diba? Pero ang ganda ng control
Yeah, konti lang kasi talaga nagni-Neon sa dito sa mapa na to. I mean, hindi talaga siya popular pick, pero siguro pwede nating sabihin na malay mo, ito ang pocket strat ng BAAM Esports. Ilabasin na yun, Guerrero. Snatcher ng tondo.
Kaso wala di pa nagigising si Berserks. Nung kahit nga sa Icebox, hindi siya talagang ka-powerful And kita mo, crossover lang kagad si Berserks, hindi na pinayagan ni Kadum. Doomed na talaga ang Boom Esports.
Oo. Oh no.
Diyos ko po.
Anong
Ano yan?
nangyayari? Alam mo yung lahat na sinabi ko? Sinabi mo sabay pa.
Nag-jinx pa. Ay, nag-jinx sabay.
Grabe na ang synergy ng Tagalog broadcast, guys.
Nagiging isang brain cell na ata tayo.
Oo, man. Oo.
Kahit si Taylor, ganito na kami dati.
Oo, man. I mean, kami ni Taylor, ganito na talaga. Tapos tayo, na-build up na. Diyos ko. Hindi na ako mag-goal kasi Honey Glaze maging ganito. It'll take time. It'll take time, Honey Glaze. Darating ka rin dito na ganito. Na pare-pareho na lang yung nasa isip nating lahat. Pero, alone kills mga kaibigan. Through that smoke, we're gonna take down 2. Blaze King catching 1 right now. Pero hindi umalis alone! Alone!
Ay, nako.
Bilis ng
Boom
game.
Esports. Parang nagmamadali ata tong meeting tayo. May lakad pa to mamaya, Vin. Gusto
Sige
na
lang!
mag-argue.
Sige lang! Sige lang! Tuloy nyo lang yan. Hindi makaporma. Hindi makaporma si Berserks, mga kaibigan. Oh no! Anong nangyayari kay Neon Guerrero? Gusto ko makita yung scores nila eh. Parte yung score direct. Oh no! Berserks 271. Hindi sila makapasok ng site. Nakakapasok sila ng site. Pero Diyos ko po, myth, basang-basa. Basang-basa nila ang Boom Esports. Pero ngayon, pupunta sila ngayon dito sa B. Wala atang nang-hurt. Wala din sa lapot. Nakakuha siya na isip dito mga kaibigan. Pero meron pa naman talaga Hunter's Fury dito mga kaibigan. Pero ito na, si Berserk, ito na si Meralco. May ilaw ang buhay nyo lahat. Pero Delayed and Conquer was gonna take down 2 already. 4v3 right now mga kaibigan. Pupunta sila dito sa A. Mali-retake ba nila? Wala silang arep dito. Dude, pare chong orb. Shay!
Ay, naku po. Ang laki ng kailangang ipakita dito ng Boom Esports. Dito yung Boom Esports na nakikita natin usually, Vil. Pagdating sa Haven, napakalakas nila. Pero bakit ito? Yung nagiging problema nila. Pero ito na, bata na yung pag-asa. Pero 4v2 eh. Undermanned na naman sila. Pinaglalaroan na lang sila ng mid-tutok pala. Ay, nangyayari pa ba? Wala ka doon. Pinakitaan na naman sila. And the Lens still gets Blaze King. And it's going to be 8-0. What is happening, Boom Esports?
8! Eto, Mac. 8 kamote, mga kaibigan. Ay, nako. Eto, Mac, kamote. Eto ba kabute? Check ko. Ang ganda sana na position ni Frostmine dito eh. Pero Diyos ko po si Kadumala actions sa datingan eh. Malaswat, alam mo yun? Biglang bumaba from down below, from up top, down below. Bam! Batay! Maniwala kayo guys, may sound effects yarn.
May sound effects yarn. Ay, naku po. It is a land.
Oh, nangert-ngert! Nakakat ng 7 Lions.
Ano ba?
Oh, yun ang ginagawa nyo dyan! Wala silang idea at all, kaibigang Kadum! Kadum Bringer, nasa likod na!
Ano na, takday mo Esports?
Oh my God!
Spinidra ng myth to.
Oo, man. Tuloy nyo lang yan, guys!
Kailangan na, kinausap na tong myth eh. Sabi, bilisan nyo. Kailangan na maglaro ng RRQ eh.
Oo. Pero si Delendo, galawang sneaky dito sa may Gedli. Up. Blocking vision. Pero mukhang alam nila. Delendo. Oh, yun ang ginagawa mo. Oh, we're gonna take down 2. The third one is right here. 9. Yan ang score ng Myth. 0. 0. 9-0. Anong nangyayari sa Boom? Ito, Kadum Bringer nasa likod lang. Diyos ko.
Ay. Si Kadum 15-5. Tapos, parang kahit pagsama-sama mo yung mga kills ng Boom Esports, hindi nag-work against Myth. Ito na nga ba, Bill? First time na nga ba tayo makita muli lang 13-0?
Si Kadum, ano na naman tinry ulit niyang tawag dito.
Makapitas?
Makapitas pero mukhang wala atang nakakuha Pero wala I mean, nung nangyayari kay kaibigan Versars, kay kapatid. Di tapak. Pero sa Kadumbringer, nagbabantay lang din. Kasi Omar, humihingi lang ako ng sharings, pinapakis pa ako. Ano ka ba? Ay, mua. Kadum sa Kadumbringer na kaisa na naman, pero muntik na makakasips ngayon. Pero Recon bot, makakita pa sila ng isa. Pero yung andal is a spray coming in from Kadum right now, and alone feels going to take down one. Pero Conqueror, oh no! May tumataligon! Pero flips! Ito na ata pagbangon ng api. 9-0 ang score. Magkakaroon ba ng 9-1 score mga kaibigan? With one fly is still alive.
30 seconds left.
Spike has been planted already. Blaze King, pag sumilip ka dyan, men, patay ka, promise. Pero yung mukha si Flip ata makakuha na isa dito. Wanna fly. Wala sa heaven. Wala sa heaven. Wala sa heaven mga kaibigan. Nasaan siya pupunta? Wanna fly. Nagpapantayan lang sila. Pero yung nga nito mo sa Kelly. Pero napakagandang double pick. Ang ganda ng double pick. Ano sila nagbilang sila 1, 2, 3. BAAM! 9-1 score. Somebody call 911. Sorry. Walang 13-0.
Walang 13-0, nalungkot ako. Sayang. Pero feel ko yung kaya na problema tong BAAM Esports kasi di ba kanina Vil nung sa Breeze, ina-expect ng BAAM Esports they can actually manage to get it against Made in Thailand Pero hindi. Umikot ang mundo at hindi napunta sa BAAM Esports yung pabor na gusto nila akuin. Ganun ang nangyari between these two teams.
Yeah. Mukhang mukhang makakabawi yung mga intro boys kanina.
Baka miss na yung tunay.
Oo nga. Flashing wala nakita pero yung nga ng delete mga kaibigan medyo delikado siya. Everyone is actually here and see already pero nakakita oh my god! Ito naman sila hindi naman tumitingin sa likod pero Diyos ko! Na-flash siya kaya hindi nakatingin pero yung nga ng Blaze King. Ito na ata ang comeback na inaantay natin. Makakita ba tayo dito ng 210 o wala? Bigyan na naman kami ng 210 dito sa APAC mga kaibigan. Alone pero saan ginagawa mo dyan ha? Ba't nilalabas mo si Doggy? Si Boss Dogs. Pero Kadum being tagged with that fault line, 66 HP left. Meron siyang dash pero yung nga lang, the swing is just right there and Pivotal will get that kill. 9-2. Meron ba tayong 9-3 curse or 2-10? Nipiyak ako. Yung pantin niya, hindi narinig yun.
Sobrang intense na talaga ang laban ng Myth tsaka BAAM Esports Bill Wala kami narinig. Pero, BAAM Esports.
Sabi ni Mike Jamsi, pag na 13-0 kakain daw siya ng daga. Sayang Wala.
Marami yan sa may siomay. At...
Uy! Tumigil.
One enemy remaining.
Walang ganun dun. Oy, makakaroon ata ng 210 mga kaibigan. Oh no! I like this. 210 to end the first half. Pero Flips, mag-isa na lang. Alam nila ako nasa. Nakita ni Boss Dogs kung nasa ba si Flips sa mga kaibigan. So that's gonna be a really hard tag for him though. Pinapanood lang siya. Meron siya sariling montage dito. Flips, half HP, and Kong will gonna take him down. Hindi na pinapansin yung Owl Drone Eh di montage na lang yung ginagawa niya.
Switching sides.
Tapos may BGM.
Kasama pang party.
Tapos
yung kanta ni Doja Cat.
Player standing.
Di ba yun yung sikat pa po sa Valorant PH?
Stay down.
Ano na? 210.
Doja Cat.
Diba? Sorry. Yun kasi yung pang-highlights na kanta. Diba? Tama ako. Puro Doja Cat yung pinaplay nila kapag
Totoo naman.
Ay, yung mga kanta niya. Pero, kahit si Wannafly hindi pumapalo ngayon. Parang si Conrad. Tsaka Kadum, 2v5
Mamaya, magda-TikTok na yun yan. Magsisayso yan. Ay, no, si Doja. Ano kaya ni Doja at si Soulja Boy? Naisip, sorry. Naisip ko lang. Malay mo lang, diba? Tropa sila.
Sige, sabihan ko.
Sige, salamat.
Si Congrad tsaka si Kadum, alam mo yun? Alam mo yung magkaduo sa sa Radiant Q. Sa palong-palo. Ngayon ginagawa na sa Boom Esports ngayon eh. Si Flip Ziller, let's not forget it. Maganda naman yung ginagawa niya sa trade-offs. Pero hindi talaga eh.
Ano ba talaga, bes?
Pero hindi nag-work yung Boom Esports eh.
Ito sabi ni Rhea, maganda naman talaga eh. Pero hindi talaga eh. Ano ba talaga? Babae ka nga. Babae ka nga. Hindi, pero tama ka naman kasi babae ka.
Parang may galit ka ata.
Lo?
Ha? Wala.
Lo? Okay ko dyan.
Bakit ko dyan?
Ay, naku Mike. Hindi ka mag-ano ngayon, man. Wala kang food trip ngayon. Wala kang FT.
Ay, naku po.
Ay, naku. Mas mababa pa ang score ng BME, mga kaibigan. Mas mababa pa ang SLP sa score ng BME. Totoo naman talaga. Tagal na mababa yan.
Isang taon na din mababa.
Nasa bear market tayo ngayon eh.
Nasa bare minimum.
Pag talagang bear market, everything will go down. Ay, nako.
Cheer up.
Portfolio ko guys, down ako ng 95%. Kala nyo ba? Masaya yon? Masakit yon guys. Ay, nako. Nagbabantayan lang sila dito, nagpapakiramdaman. Inaantay ng myth ang BME eh. Pinapakiramdaman nila kasi alam nila magpupush ang BME, promise. Diba? Guys, pwede kayo mag-push sa site like, come on guys.
Tagal eh.
Galaw. Naman. Yan na. Probably they're gonna go here in A. Wala na to, man. Ano na to? Sure na to. A na to. Berserks up, nakita na. Mamba out si Berserks, mga kaibigan. Pero yun nga lang, Kadoom will gonna end the life of Berserks. Pero Blaze King! Oh my God, Frenzy! Protection bago umaksyon. He's super low on HP. Pero, oh my God, Blaze King! Nakatatlo pa. 1v3 right now. Bumabawi ang BME. Mukhang gagawing 10 na ata ito, guys. Oh, Dylan, catching 2? Oh no, 1v1. Dylan is low. Second bottle. We're gonna take him down 10-3. Muntik na.
Ay, nako po. Pero baka bawal pa Boom Esports, ha? Naniniwala ako sa comeback. Sa Valorant. Nakatakot pag sa ibang aspeto.
Yung ano?
Kanya, sa Valorant, naniniwala sa comeback. Pero sa X, di na ako naniniwala sa comeback sa X.
Oo. Mahirap yung mag-comeback doon.
Diba?
Sana wala nang ganun.
Sana all nasa tamang tao na. Pero to! Si Kong Red.
Sana dumating sa point na mapunta ka na sa tamang tao.
Nasa tamang best friend lang tayo eh.
Oo. Nakita ko nga yung pictures eh.
Pictures? Ano to?
Ay, sorry. Bakit? Mga pictures natin, di ba?
Mga pictures natin. Okay. Napaisip ako, sino yun? Kala ko nahuli ako eh.
Meron nga ako nakita. May kasama ka dun sa may dim sum treats. May butas. Pero mo alam ata eh. Pero sinabi ni Frostman, sige pre, may butas yung yung smoke ko. Pwede sumilip si Kadum dito, baka mamatay si Blaze King. Flashing, may tao. Pero alam ni Blaze King na may butas, so talagang mamba out na rin siya, pero wala naman talagang smoke. Wala nang smoke dito ngayon. Blaze King cutting down one already. Pero yung alam mo kung iisa pa ata sila, Blaze King, mga kaibigan, is on its way for him to wreak havoc already. Pero Blaze King catching one, pero flip. Oh! Meron pa isa sa gilid. Shoot that smoke. Flip, catching one. Catching two. 10-4. BME, comeback it is.
Oo nga. Parang naging 2-10 curse sa Villa. Akala ko 9-3 lang may curse. Pero Boom Esports looks like they're pretty much confident already. Sakto din yung mga flash. Talagang iba yung defending pagdating sa Boom Esports. Nagiging problema talaga to ng mga teams na nakakalaban nila. And if they just take their time, take it slow talaga, Myth will be punished up ahead. Pero syempre ang Myth, di na sila papayag. Tatlo na lang? Papatalo pa ba sila, diba? Pero Berserks, nagpaka-aggressive lang din. Biglang nawala sa isang iglap. Pinakitaan na Spectre Diff against sa hawak-hawak ng Vandal.
Pero Kadum, mga kaibigan, medyo delikado siya dito for sure. If ever sobrang ganda nung pagka-push dito ng BME dito sa C, it's gonna be really, really hard for them to do it. Ito mahirap i-push ang Boom Esports sa totoo lang. Napakahirap i-push. How many flashes ang meron sila? Ito bibilangin ko ulit ang Blaze King kayang malabas siguro maximum of 4 flashes per round. Kay Frostmind isa, kay Debotol 2. That is 7 flashes. Diyos ko, dami nun, man. Tapos si Berserks meron pang 2 stun. Tapos si Flips meron pang trap. Diyos ko, baka makapasok ka. Ang hirap nito, man.
30 seconds left.
Hirap na. Papasok na sa inyong meet.
Oh, man. Hirap na, tama na. Hirap na daw. Pero, yung Frostmind, we're gonna be tagged. Pero kitang-kita siya ng Sweet Sodog. Pero Alone Feels will be right there to plant the spike. Pero yung nga lang na-stun siya. Pero nga all the way from the backside right now. One, a fly ball gonna be down. Alone Feels, mga kaibigan. Nandito lang sa C. 1v3. Alone Feels with a 1 kill. Blaze King dire-diretso. Pero siya makakuha ng isa. Alam na meron tao doon. Pero yun nga lang Blaze King with a jiggle peek. We're gonna end this game with a win, 10-5.
Talagang Boom Esports.
Walang pera, Myth. Walang pera, Myth.
Ang sakit nito sa Myth kapag na-comeback sila. Magiging...
Sabi ni...
Ano yan?
Sabi ni Jack Daniel. Pag na-comeback ng BME, bibigyan ko VP Civil. Grabe naman.
Ako wala.
Nung binasa ko yung pangalan mo, bigla ako nagka-hangover bigla.
Hangover. Uy, grabe naman kayo. Hinahanap nila si PTC. Hindi sila nakapasok sa full sense. Hindi naglalaro si PTC ever since group stage ng sarili na scene.
Ano yun natin? Huwag natin pansinin si PTC, guys. Hayaan na natin siya. Masaya na siya. Masaya siya kung nasan siya ngayon. Pero, Kadum, taking down Templeton right now. Pero sa totoo lang, kahit dati inaaway natin siya, he's a really good player. He's a really, really good player, mga kaibigan. Isipin mo, meron siyang champions na appearance, 'di ba? So, pero meanwhile, here in this game, BME is in a lot of trouble kasi nakuha na ng Myth ang A.
Ang hirap nito time is ticking na lang sa Myth. Pero ito na oras talaga nila. Boom Esports may hirap ng maritik. Wala na oras Lilito-lito na lang sila. Hindi na sila pinapayagan kagad. Pero kahit audition, gusto niya makapitas. Pero at least, chinakdown nila ang mga katulad ng ni Tebotol, ni Frostmind. Para hindi makapag-save, and now just last 2 rounds left sa Made in Thailand before they can get through this series against Boom Esports na malaki nilang problema talaga parate. Pero nagtataka lang ako sa Boom Esports kung talaga magiging kind of one-sided tong laban nila sa third map. Magugulat talaga ako sa performance nila dahil dito yung Boom Esports na inaabangan ko dito sa Haven.
Paano yung gulat? Naamoy ko yun, Ray.
Aba ngayon.
Amoy
toothbrush lang. Amoy dinaguan. Hindi, last week pa
Ano?
yun.
Ano? Sabihin mo nga ulit? Ano?
Anong pagkain mo? Dinaguan.
Kala ko sabi mo diniguan. Pero, hinati na ang mundo mga kaibigan. Kado, magpupush ka ba dyan? Oh, we're gonna take down 2 already, Tabotol. Nakadalawa na rin siya just to answer that call. 3v2 on to this game. Frostmine versus natitira dito mga kaibigan. Parang alone was working to plant the spike already and they have no idea at all kung ano ba talaga nangyayari dito. Planted for window. Ang walang gagawin sa Frostmine kundi talagang pahirapan ng mga buhay niya. Smoke na plant. Pero that is the Hunter's fear from Alone Feels right now. Inad na ba niya? Hindi pa. Dinelay lang paunti-unti. Pero Burr6 babalikan ulit. Pero tamang recon board lang din. Tamang nano-storm grenade para syempre mahirapan pa sila at all. Meron pa ditong sweet sodog mga kaibigan. Meron, grabe naman talaga yung mga utilities nila. Napaka-utility defender pero kalang versus we're gonna defuse the spike already. And let's see if matitigil pa niya pero yung gana the spray!
Don't worry, you're with me.
It's gonna connect on the two remaining players. Minutes in a match point already.
Fish! Made in Thailand! Kapag kailangan mo si Alone, kahit mag-isa lang siya at kumakanta ng Alone by heart, he can make it! At sana katingin! Si Frostbite at si Berserks, nagulat sila! Habi ni Berserks, pre, pa-watch ako ha. Sige, mabala sa'yo.
Ano yung gulat? Meanwhile, ito sa Berserk mga kaibigan. Ultimate, wala nakita pero Stinger lang ang gamit niya, no? Wala na to, men. Tino mo si Flip, Stinger lang. Tino mo si Berserk, Stinger lang. Si Flips, meron pa yung ultimate, kompleto pa ang headhunter niya. Oh. Grabe naman, umaaraw, tas umuulan. Ano ba talaga?
May kinakasal.
Oh?
Di ba pag ganyan daw may kinakasal na engkanto?
Hindi ko alam.
Naniniwala man lang sa ganun.
Hindi ko alam. Hindi kasi ako nag-i-engkanto dati. Yeah. Hindi ako sure.
Nakita ka na ba ng engkanto?
Hindi pa. No? Hindi. Sana wag naman. Tebotol. With that rolling thunder mga kaibigan, sinagasaan ngayon ang myth. Pero they're gonna go here in garage already and walang nagbabantay sa gas and they're gonna go here and see instead. Pero ito yung rotation nila. Omen, andyan lang din sa gilid pero meron pa sa logs! Hindi nila alam pero punta talaga si William si Alone dito. Meron sila lockdown mga kaibigan. One of them is gonna take down Temple right now. Plus the lockdown is now set. Hindi na pwedeng ma-wall back yan boy kasi yung mga nasa likod si Burr6 na din talaga. 3v1 just ko po. Spectre lang yan boy! Ay, Stinger pala yan, sorry. Sige.
I'm out of here.
Stinger. Oh, nakakuha ng Vandal ngayon mga kaibigan pero makakita pa siya na isa. Oy, Berserk's catching one but nga ng Kong with a swing. Ladies and gentlemen, Made in Thailand will advance sa ating group stage next week.
Made in Thailand. Nakakatuwa. Na makikita muli natin sila sa kanilang pagbabalik sa group stage. But as for BAAM Esports, they still need to get that lower bracket match nga para makapasok sa play-ins, which is makikita natin bukas na kung depende sa magiging resulta. Pero Vil, nakakagulat nga sa side ng BAAM Esports. Haven, one of their specialty maps. Bakit hindi nila magampanan ng maigi? Pero I think they got too distracted talaga sa second map. Hindi nila in-expect talaga na hindi nila ma-destroy yung Made in Thailand after all. Pero still, makakabawi pa naman sila for the BAAM Esports span. Hindi pa naman ito yung huling araw nila. Dahil marami pang, may bukas pa sila na match. Dahil ngayon, natapos na ang series. Aabangan na natin ng RRQ versus Bleed.
Mahirap din kasi sa totoo lang, ito yung isa sa best maps ng MIF eh. Ito talaga yung isa sa best maps nila. So, umayon ang roleta para sa Made in Thailand but they really tried so hard though. And yeah, dumating talaga tayo sa point na talagang mananalo ngayon. And once again, hindi pa naman laglag ang BAAM Esports. Meron pa silang isang match. It's gonna be probably tomorrow. Yeah. which is ang mga kalaban ng Boom Esports, is ang Enigma Gaming. Ayan, yun yung maglalaro sa Sunday. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, you're watching VCT APAC Play-ins, day number 3. Here are your casters, Villanere. Next game, it's gonna be RRQ versus BD Sports. See you later.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in a cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Made in Thailand, once again displaying their sense of determination, winning the series 2-1 and closing the last game as a 13-5 against Boom Esports. Darn it, here we go again. My prediction streak is just over. But Fluffy, you predicted Made in Thailand over here. You look pretty happy.
Yeah, for the first time in a long time, my prediction is correct. You know, I really had a lot of faith here for the side of Made in Thailand. I saw them yesterday and they had that determination really showing against their game. But now in this specific series, they really showed their dominance on the last map, especially on Haven. Their composition for the first part was just a lot more flexible. And I feel like it was really detrimental that Boom Esports really had that more attacker explosive comp, but starting on the defense. And I feel like it really hindered their ability to move around the map, and Myth just really capitalized on that, streaking round after round after round, getting that 9-0 run on attack. Kadum and Conga Red really leading the charge for the most part. And when we got to the second half, although Boom started showing some signs of life, at the end of the day, Made in Thailand really just put the last nail in the coffin.
Yeah, as we've seen before with that Killjoy setup, you're able to really bait the utility out. We've actually seen Cerberus do it on APAC Stage 2 already against Boom. So Myth just capitalizing on that, having Conga Red on that sky. The moment utility reacts, he pops a flash, he peeks, he gets the frag. And it just felt like if you want to run a Neon, and I love seeing Neon. You should run it, but I find that you need that kind of hard intel that a Sova can bring for you. So it just felt a little lacking on Boom's side, not running an agent that can give that hard intel so that the entry frags can be easier for, for your duelists.
Definitely. I mean, one thing that we really noticed over here is that they would try to go into the site, they would commit to their site advantage, but they would try to defend it, which I'm not necessarily sure was the best way to go about their entry over there as attacker. Now, Myth Kadum being the MVP over here, just amazing from this guy. He's the clutch master and the bait master. He knew that Tebotol was, everything at that round. The delay in his peak, and he was delaying his peak rather, as Kadum had to get that defuse going, but he timed his daggers out perfectly. Cloudburst with a good timing on the side of Kadum, and just really clutching that round. But that's just the beginning, Fluffy, when it comes to Kadum. Such a great player over here.
Yeah, Kadum really shined in this series, especially like I mentioned earlier, just because Boom Esports felt like on the defending half that they just had a hard time retaking the site, which you'd think would be a bit easier knowing that you have that breach as well as Sky and even the Omen Flash in a lot of aspects. But I feel like one thing that they lacked doing on the defense was really being able to use their fighting composition to really fight for space outside and take more map control. Similar to what we were talking about on Breeze, that Myth was doing so well. I feel like if Boom adopted that and playstyle a bit more and were more proactive with their composition to play in that composition strength, it could have helped them instead of trying to just do a standard retake when they're not as well equipped as a more flexible lineup like Myth.
I think watching the way Boom Esports was playing with this lineup, it kind of felt like they were entering the sites blinded themselves. They weren't really sure which angles were clear, which angles to look out for, because there wasn't that kind of hard intel that you get from a Sova or even from a Cypher with a Cypher cam up.
Yeah, I think that despite the wall of Neon really giving up some space over here, at the same time, you can't really see through it, right? So you need the extra information to make sure that as you enter the site, there's a lot of security behind it. You won't get blindsided with an enemy on a corner or something along the lines of that. But again, Myth, just astounding over here. They closed the half 10-2. And though, Fluffy, we did see a glimpse before the half ended on the side of BME of them trying to get some control back on their side, it was just not working out for them.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, it wasn't enough. I know that a lot of the mentals of these players, especially our MVP here, Mr. Kadum, must be at an all-time high. They have to be very strong because knowing that you're going to play a map like Haven, knowing that you're an attack-centered team for the side of Boom Esports, but you're starting defense, you really have to know that you're going to give up some rounds and stack more of your rounds on the other half. But it's kind of a big deal when the half swaps and you're down 10-2. It's less about doing the best plays at that point on the side of Myth. It's just making the least amount of mistakes because you have so much leeway for room for error to just get those 3 rounds that you need.
Now, I want to talk about WannaFly. Yesterday, he was the shining star of this team tricks. But I do think that when you look at the scoreboard, you're like, WannaFly isn't as impactful this time around, but we have to remember that Congared was actually just clicking heads on Haven. That's why WannaFly wasn't part of the action as much, because he was always at the back.
I feel that it's one of the downsides of actually looking at the scoreboards, which is why for a lot of players I recommend don't look at the scoreboard. Everyone is doing their job. It's just that sometimes the opponents are going to somebody else more frequently than others. And Congared was just able to play off of that Killjoy utility, especially on Haven, which really assisted in Congared just popping off.
Yeah, I feel like another thing to add about WannaFly's Killjoy is specifically for this map, Haven. Normally, a map has 2 sites. You set up on one, it's a 50-50 chance that they run into your setup, or you get info of contact from your turret or your alarm bot. But with a map like Haven, there's a lot more variations of where the enemies can go. And a lot of your job is basically securing the space very well for your own team. That way they can be secure enough to move elsewhere and be more free for the map. So even though it doesn't reflect it as well in the score, I'm sure that WannaFly really held a lot of the map control that was needed for the team to actually do their part, and in turn allowed Kadum and Conquer Red to really push forward into the attack and really make a big difference at the end of the round.
Again, WannaFly's utilities just making all that difference every single round. And especially as this team was reaching the match point. I mean, this was the wonderful usage of utility. They threw everything at BAAM Esports just to secure that round. They threw all of the Sova skills, the Killjoy skills. In fact, they started the round by using the Cosmic Divide on the side of Astra. And everything was just there. They needed to get that point. They wanted, again, they were determined to just close this series out in their favor. So which is why such an amazing game made in Thailand. Really astounding players, especially for our series MVP Kadum. He got his well-deserved spotlight from that amazing match. But now it is time for us to move on. As much as I would love to keep on going with that series, it's time for us to move on. Coming up next is our very own Regum Qeon versus the famous European Southeast Asian blend of Bleed Esports. Stepping up onto the plate is a team all the way from the MYSG Challengers. Their ability to perform at such high caliber and even add some attitude to their plays is what makes them a marvelous team to behold of. If you see them bring out the judge, you better watch out. Here's Bleed Esports. Maxi, Pith, Darian, Lene, and Lexi. Bricks. I'm looking at Darian right now and I'm remembering his shotgun plays, and it's just sending chills down my spine.
I think anybody who watched Bleed Esports play last time will also watch Darian to be like, is he going to pull out the judge again, and are they going to be playing on split again? But I find that Maxi's performance as well as Lena's was just amazing in their first series. I'm just hoping to see more of Lexi, to see what kind of mobility, what kind of anchoring that they're going to pull out, to see, you know, how he can set his team up for success as well, because they have been able to really let each other shine. So I'm hoping to see Lexi shine for the series.
Of course, Darian was able to pull out those shotgun plays because of the support that his teammates was giving to him. So in each way, or in their own way, they always managed to make each other shine bright and shine against the enemy. Now they're going against the quote-unquote bad boys of the Philippines. I'm not referring to Asarai, of course. They are the scholars of the Philippine scene that have had complete attendance in their local VCT and don't fall for their charming presence. They're dangerous and they are out to get you. This is Regum Qeon. Rabbit, Kelly S, Tuge, Traxi, and Nexi. The King of Kings out to get the throne on the APAC stage, Fluffy. With all of the information that we have on this team, how do you think they'll play out in this series?
Well, RRQ is the first team overall in this entire tournament that did score a 2-0 commanding victory over their opponents. I feel like that's going to drive them with such high confidence into this next series. RRQ in general is trying to, we know them as the Kings of PH, but they're trying to usurp the throne here on APAC. And so far, it's been very good for them. So I think I have a lot of confidence in our local PH team. But that's not to say that it'll be easy, as their opponents are one of the most tenured team of all esports here in Southeast Asia. So it's going to be quite the challenge, but with their very flexible nature, with their not by the book kind of strategies and their adaptability, how on the fly they can be, especially because their roster, like we've mentioned previously, is built upon a lot of dynamic duos from former top teams, meaning that they always had that synergy innately, but it also proves well on the battlefield. But one thing about RRQ that we also cannot forget is that this team has one of the most streaky how do you say this? Streaky runs overall. Back in PH Challengers, they went 2-0 almost every game for a certain point up until they faltered at the end. But now here on Play-ins, I'm sure they're trying to make up for that fact with a big BAAM.
Oh, definitely. Now, all of these guys have had their brief introductions done in their previous series, and among them, there are two players that really stood out of their way, deserving to be featured here in our head-to-head. Maxi and Nexi, no surprise here, Trix. Such phenomenal players. How can you compare the one to the other?
I think just in general, both of these players are so smart. The way that they read the opponents, the way that they control the map, whether it's as a sentinel or whether it's as a controller itself. I find that they're always able to set up their teams for success and read the opponents at the same time so that they time their utilities, they time the push and the controlling of the map, and taking that information that is so crucial to both teams. So I'm excited to see how Bleed Esports is going to play against RRQ.
I wonder if RRQ is going to see what's headed towards them, or the other way around, you know? These two teams just explosive on their own. And I think the mysterious factor to the side of RRQ over here is, again, this is their first time stepping up on the APAC stage, right? We've seen them on the PH Challengers, but of course, they have to switch it up over here, which can catch their enemy team by surprise, and they can take this tournament by storm. Now, we are down to the last two pieces of this specific puzzle, this series, but the most important factors that will determine the outcome of the series is to come. So the first being the map veto. The first piece of the puzzle that we need to figure out is the map veto. So no story can be completed without a venue. Let's take a look. You know, right off the bat, I'm not expecting to see Fracture. RRQ always avoids this map, and surprisingly, that's not the case here. It's not the first ban, rather, on the side of Bleed, Fluffy.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed kind of wants to avoid that Fine Pick's a very tricky map, especially if you know that the other team like RRQ is pretty proficient on it, very innovative on it. But like you predicted, RRQ does remove that Fracture, not wanting to deal with that at all. More comfy on the maps that they did have, which means one of their stronger maps, Split, is still in the map pool, which I am gonna say, normally I'd say it's a very good pick for them, and it looks like they think it too as they lock that in. But I was gonna mention how Bleed also has a very good showing on Split. But another thing that might be kind of underrated is that Bleed already played a game on Split, so RRQ has a lot more recent information about how they want to play. I feel like if they do run into that judge problem that they had in the previous series with Bleed, with Darion on the judge and the double controller, it's going to be a bit more expected. So there's a lot more adaptability that can come up from that map if RRQ did the research.
Well, after all, RRQ is, when it comes to Split, RRQ is really proficient in this map, as you said. But I think Trix has something to add to what you just mentioned.
I was just thinking, you know, as much as I love Haven and seeing that map, I kind of want a different one because I feel like it's been played in every single series so far. But that aside, I think the proficiency on both Bleed and RRQ, Bleed's ability to also pressure maps and pressure their opponents into specific spots, makes me worry just a little bit on how RRQ will react to that, considering Bleed generally goes for this global presence, this kind of pressure all around, and you're not really sure exactly where they're going to be positioned because they're constantly changing it up.
Definitely. I mean, when it comes to Ascent, I'm really curious as to how this game is going to go. We did see a glimpse of RRQ over at this map yesterday, and they played their rounds pretty slowly. But the trade-off there was that the amount of information that they were getting before even entering into the site was just really good. Plus, we have the fantastic Nexi over here, Fluffy, who's able to hold down a site when he's a killjoy, and he's able to lure the enemy onto his traps all the time.
Yeah, Nexi is one of the best Sentinels that we have locally here in the PH, and now on the APAC stage, it seems like that's not a trend that's going to stop anytime soon. During their series last time, he really stepped up and was able to adjust not only his setup, which is a good thing that I think Trix mentioned before, that moving your setup a lot really helps you be a bit more unpredictable and also keeps your opponents on their toes. But aside from that, he also has great positioning where he's always able to trade himself for at least one, a lot of the times two, and even more. So having a player rock solid like that on your roster is going to be a key asset coming into this game.
Now, Fluffy, on the same map, they did pull out Flash, their sixth man, and replaced or substituted IGL or their somewhat IGL Rabbit. What are your thoughts? Do you think that we'll be witnessing that this time around?
I mean, it's quite possible. They showed it last time on this same map, so I don't think it's out of the question. If it's something that they've practiced, it really shows that it has worked. I kind of like the idea behind the composition they used the previous time they played Ascent, running a lot of those initiators that instead of having a bit more angle control in terms of taking the angle by flash or other means, it's more of just straight up information, as well as the Raze being the duelist, having that boom bot available. It's just so much ways to take angles without risking a player's life, and I feel like that transitions into a safer way to take space, although it'll slow down the game a lot.
Now, I dream about the day that RRQ releases the Kraken on Fracture, because again, we're going to be going to Ascent, Split, and Haven. They probably chose to avoid it, which is a wise decision, but I also dream about having 100% prediction, which is already flawed at this point. So I'm just gonna put this out there. I love RRQ. There are homegrown talents, but I'm gonna go for Bleed Esports on this one. What about you, Fluffy?
On the other hand, I'm gonna stick with the homegrown and go with RRQ.
And lastly, Trix?
It's a tough decision, but I think RRQ can definitely pull through.
All right then. The predictions are locked in, ladies and gentlemen. You can see it down below our frames. And with that, we're headed straight to the agent selection. Let's go. Alright, here over at Ascent, we usually see the Sova, KJ, Jet, Omen, KO on the side of RRQ. Fluffy, is this gonna be the case once again?
It looks like so far, if the VR is correct, that we're gonna be running the same similar comp. Now, it looks like they're hovering Nexi on that KO, which is very interesting, giving up on the Sova, which they picked last time. Oh, nope, Flash does pick that Sova, which also means that they are doing what they did yesterday, subbing in their IGL Rabbit for Flash instead, so that they can run this double initiator, full scan, full info, as well as that raise and contact of the turret. Very interesting comp, which works well for them. I wonder how Bleed is gonna fight against that, considering the fact that this time around they do have a bit more ways to break utility with the Sova and the Breach Aftershock. Though both teams running the Omen does mean that it seems like it's going to be a faster pace of game, but overall a more flexible standard lineup coming out from Bleed, and this more innovative one coming from our local boys, RRQ.
I was happy yesterday to see that people are starting to bring in Fade, so I'm glad to see that RRQ is still on that Fade. I feel that it just gives so much pressure to the opponent. It gives a lot of intel, a lot of good intel in order to trace the players as well, which you can get from that Sova, and you can push them back with a Breach, although they are playing the Sova on RRQ's side. So I'm interested to see how that's going to pan out, where the information is going to come in, and who is going to be able to pressure who more, and in a more efficient way to funnel into those sites.
Yes, of course, the pressure that is put in is also part of the mental game that we like to see here in Valorant. So these two big brain teams will really have to squeeze out everything they know and execute it for a fantastic series. Casters, everything is set in motion, so lend us your voice to tell the tale. We're ready to cast it, casters. We're all ears for your storylines, so let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. It's gonna be Team RRQ versus Bleed Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time! Because mananalo na ang mga Pinoy! Alam naman natin na naisusulat yan sa Biblia. Nahukay ko na ulit ang barong sa may-ari nito. RIP sa'yo!
Guys, ito na ang ito talaga yung highlight ngayong araw. Sa lahat ng games, ito ang main event. Yung the rest, filler matches lang.
Filler lang. Men, ganito lang yan. Sa VCT lang kayo makakakita ng main event nasa gitna. O, di ba? Sa main event nasa gitna, mga kaibigan. So, may kita natin ngayon. Kung sino ang manalo dito, is sila ang makakapunta sa group stage. If natalo dito, yung dalawang teams, which is apparently yung Bleed yun, meron pa silang isang match bukas.
Ay, minessage ko na yung RRQ. Sabi ko kay Flash mananalo kayo. Tignan mo si Nexi, oh. Pinakitaan ng turret kagad. Ano ba naman yan, Bleed?
Ito na nga mga kaibigan. O, Draxi, anong ginagawa mo dyan? Pa-teleport ka pa? Wala kang kaalaman lang doon si Draxi, mga kaibigan. Pero paranoia, mukhang hindi ata i-activate yun for VT right now, mga kaibigan. And now, Pit, we're gonna plant the spike already. Kalias is just right there at the corner. And yung the last time na naglaro ang RRQ dito, men, panalo sila. Kalaban nila dito ang Big BAAM kahapon. Pero yun nga lang, kahit sang mapa, sila pa rin talaga ang mananaig dito. Pero si Darion, pero yung kalan, that is the swing coming in from the players of Bleed. Pero the clock is ticking already. They need to defuse the spike. Darion is in the middle of trouble because andito talaga yung mga players ngayon ng RRQ. Daxi and Kelly is doing the job done. Pero si Lexi, makita na din talaga. Pero this is Flash versus Lexi, mga kaibigan. That is Flash! We're gonna take down Lexi right now. 1-0 already for the side of RRQ. Next map na tayo. 1-0 na. Sa split na tayo. Tara na.
Panalo na agad, no? Formality na lang talaga to, guys. Pero RRQ din nanalo dito. Naka-replay lang talaga tayo. Pamaniwala sila na replay.
Oo, napanood na namin to, guys. Panalo ang RRQ dito. 1-0 na. Ito na yung mga champions natin, mga kaibigan. Hindi ba ba?
Nasa Masters na agad. Nasa Masters.
Oh, anong Masters? Champions na mismo. Doon na sila sa Turkey.
Sa Istanbul.
Sa Istanbul. Pero ito na si Darion, dire-diretso ulit. Pero Diyos ko po, napakasakit Kuya Eddie. Pero nga ng Flash, we're gonna take down one. Nagmamadali din sa mga kami. Pero nga si Maxi, walang gusto pa talaga. Pero Maxi with a kill. Pero ano ginagawa ngayon ng Bleed? Nag-force buy sila. Wala kayong pera mamaya. Pero Lenny, we're gonna plant si Lenny. We're gonna plant the spike already. Pero TV3 onto this game. Lenny, let's see if ever meron mo magagawa yung Aries mo. Pero meron pang paranoia dito si Draxi if ever, so pwede talaga makita yung isa. Pero ito na ngayon, si Tony Prowler, mga kaibigan. Draxi catching one, but it's gonna be Draxi. We're gonna take one, everyone right now. 3K onto Draxi. 2-0 already. Next map na. Bleed, kung ako sa inyo, tama na. Kasi alam ko nasasaktan na kayo. The next round, wala pa silang pera. Isipin mo, nag-force buy sila. Akala nila makakaisa sila.
Bill, Baka ako sa bleed magsusurrender na ako eh.
Oo, men! Hindi, mamaya pa, bawal pa eh. After 5 rounds pa pwede mag-surrender. Pagka 5-0 na, doon na kayo mag-surrender. Tuturuan ko kayo ha. Press enter, tapos forward slash, FF, then enter ulit, tapos F5. Ganun lang yun!
Inuruan yung bleed. Ito si Fist pala to eh. Nexi versus Fist palang labanan ngayon. Hoy! Patamayin pa naman yun! Hindi tumama against Kelly S. Nabawasan na nga si Kelly. Hindi ba pumabor?
Pedro, delikado rin talaga eh. Knowing na BLD, baka isang maling sabi ko lang, delikado talaga eh. Pero Nexi off! Catching down 2 pero si Maxi nakachamba na naman ng isa. 4v2 mga kaibigan, Sheriff lang ang dala-dala ng bleed ngayon. Isa lang talagang maling pagkabasa ko sa BLD. Diyos ko, mawawalan ako ng trabaho. Bakit? Yo, kulang ata isang letra tayo. Bakit? Blood.
Hindi, meron bled.
Bled, di ba?
One enemy remaining.
Spike
down A.
Kulang na isang letra. Bakit? Bleed. B-L-I-D, di ba? Delikado rin talaga. Pero Maxi, dire-diretso na din talaga pa smoke ka pa. Kala mo naman talaga makakatira ka. Pero Maxi, tamang kaldagdag sa Gedli. Makukuha niyo yung spike pero hindi naman siya mananalo dito mga kaibigan for sure. Pero 1v4 on this game right now. Alam nila kung saan papunta si Maxi ngayon. Pero ang gagawin lang ni Maxi, tamang exit flash lang din talaga. Hoy, tuga! Hunt sa mukha! Typats!
Ay! Bill, bago ang lahat, gusto ko lang i-shoutout yung kaibigan kong graduate din kasabay ko kagabi. Si Sean Ezekiel Abela na parating nanonood ng PH
Sean
Broadcast.
Kingston!
Yan,
ano pangalan?
sa'yo. Si Sean Ezekiel Abela.
Sean. Hello, Sean. Hello sa'yo.
Congrats sa'yo, boy.
Sean Ezekiel Abela. Maraming salamat.
Good luck nga pala kay
Sinesh isa sa Facebook sa totoo lang eh. Hindi ko alam kung bakit eh. Pero YJ ka pala. Okay lang, banda rin ako ng beda.
Yan, tumatambol-tambol yan.
Pareho lang tayo, pre. Pareho lang tayo.
Tambulan. Ay, balik na.
Hindi ko alam kung bakit na sinearch sa Facebook. Hindi ko alam. Kasi your sounds, parang, your sounds. I mean, your name sounds so familiar. Akala ko yun yung friend ko, pero hindi pala. Kaya sinearch ko kasi para sigurado, di ba?
Ayun.
Pero ito na 3-0 mga kaibigan, kahit isang score lang. Bleed! Ano ba yan? Pasok kayo sa APAC. Papakita ng Pinoy kung gaano kabilis yung daliri nila. Pero ito ng kalapag ng papag mga kaibigan. Derion pushing in already. Kelly S. Pinadikan siya kasi nasa kabila si Derion. Pero yun yung sinasabi ko. Pero Derion catching pa parang pagkain nakaisa pa. Pero ano ginagawa dyan ni Omen? Parang palipat-lipat pa. Hindi ko alam kay Kelly S. Pati kakampi, pinatay na niya. Pero Daxi, we're gonna kill on to one right now. Feeling ko partida lang yun eh. Talagang pinatay na talaga yung kakampi niya. Pero Daxi, we're gonna go down as well. Lenny, we're gonna go down too. Pero 2v2 to this game right now. Si Lexi with that lockdown. Mga kaibigan, ang mga Bleed Esports, hindi to sanay sa lockdown. Ito na si Nexi mga kaibigan. 1v1 with a great one. Nexi versus Lexi. At mukhang, oh no, delikado siya. Diyos ko po, muntik na matitay ng kaibigan mo. Pero Nexi will gonna defuse the spike already. Bakit ako titigil, pre? Muntik na. Pero Nexi will not blink. Pero ito sa gilid mo. Basta ka lang at that kill. Diyos ko po, 4 kabote. Mag-score naman kayo. My God, Nexi! Apakan mo ako! Ako pa magsosorry sa'yo!
Nexi the sexy! Parati yan! Pag si Nexi, kailangan mo nandyan yan eh! Sobrang fake na di nga nagsasalita yun. Alam ko yung aral ko na yan. Nakakasama ko yun eh. Kung nagsa-celebratory, ano sila? Wala lumalabas? Si Nexi, tahimik lang yan. Pero pumapalo yan.
That chick sa tabi, she's so Nexi! Matik! Ang basa dito, Bleed ha. Ayoko magkamali kasi gusto ko pang mag-cast. Bleed Esports. Bleed.
Bleed.
Bleed to bleed. Hindi Blood. Pero, Nexi, nagbabantay lang din talaga. Walang halos kapera-pera ang bleed dito. Ay, meron pala kahit konti. Of course, may lang talaga, pero tama. O, alam naman natin, si Derion, talagang wala siyang pera, pero Nexi catching wall. Pero si Derion, nakachamba na naman ng isa. Pushing it off 4v3 situation right now. At, Lexi getting tagged. Derion getting that angle right now. Yes, andito siya sa Speedway. If ever lang talaga may sumilip dyan, talagang delikado ngayon ang RRQ dito if ever. Pero at least, oh my God! Kelly S knows what's up! Mala Spider-Sense ang galawan mga kaibigan. Kahit hindi kita nakikita, alam ko kung nasan ka. Pero si Derion, tamang blades na talaga. Pero nga lang Daxi catching wall as well. 1v2. Pero Derion will gonna get that 4K. Chamba lang yun!
Mapagbigay na naman ang mga Pinoy. Napaka-hospitable talaga ng RRQ. Napakabait.
Itong mga viewers natin, sabihin mo. Ayoko pa mawala ng trabaho.
Tulog na ako kasi sure 2-0 na. Kasi walang kabayas.
Oh man, tama na guys. Hindi, ganito kasi, ang RRQ kasi syempre, mapa ng Pinoy to, di ba? Nagiging hospitable lang sila kasi ayaw nilang malungkot masyado ang bleed. Pero Diyos ko po, Derion, hindi ka makakawala dyan. Nasiz ka, kapatid. Wala ka ng buhay, natamaan ka pa ng pain shell. Ingay ko talaga. Sorry guys.
Ang dami namin sinasabi.
Maingay ba yung caster? Alam ko.
Pero 4-1, lamang na lamang ang mga Pinoy.
Parang kanina naman hindi tayo ganito no? Bigla tayo nabuhayan. Pero ito rin talaga, Diyos ko po, kitang-kita mo naman talaga si Pete. Lockdown ka pa. Hoy, sanay ang Pinoy dyan! Pero Derion mga kaibigan, nakachapa na naman isa dito. 4v5 on this game. Pero, ang problema talaga sa RRQ, syempre kulang sila sa pera ng tamang friends yan. Syempre talaga ang meron si Draxi at saka si Kelly S. Pero Draxi will gonna go here, papunta sa market. Pero Draxi, tamang smoke lang din talaga dito sa BB min para syempre din sila makakakitaan. Pero meron tao dito sa may Gedli, which is si Derion. Pero he's super low on HP. Tumingin ka sa kaliwa, Daxi, if ever pupunta ka dyan. Pero Derion, catching wall, pero yung alanali ko na pa rin talaga. Pero Kelly with that friends, mga kaibigan, okay lang yun. Okay lang kahit may 2 points ang bleed.
Okay lang. Kasi
okay lang yan. Hospitable tayo Tama, hospitable tayo, di ba? Ayaw nating masaktan ng sobra ang bleed esports, syempre. Pinapakita lang natin na talagang sobrang bait nating mga Pinoy.
Napakabait ng RRQ no? Babait yan. Ni Nexi, ni Kelly's, ni Rabbit, ni Tuge, ni Flash.
Lahat sila mabait.
Pero pinakababait dyan mo sino?
Sino?
Si Tuge.
Bakit?
Pinakilala nila sa akin si Tuge. Tapos ang tahimik lang niya. Tapos nag-toast lang kami. Nagka-toast kami. Tuge.
Tahimik lang. Pero
time out muna yung RRQ.
Time out muna sila. Bakit? Kasi syempre, food trip. Kain ng konti. Bukas na monitor. Nagpatay sila ng monitor guys ng 2 rounds. Kaya ganun. Kasi mahal na daw kasi yung kuryente nila Kaya ganun. Kaya sa 2 rounds na yun, kaya sa 2 rounds na talo sila, patay yung monitor nila, partida pa yun. Diyos ko po, hindi ko masasabi to sa LAN. Kunwari LAN event, hindi ko masasabi to, man. Ay, nako.
Kapag gusto pa lang nanonood din yung bleed dito, welcome!
Yeah. Welcome everyone. Yeah. If ever you can understand our language, I know. And don't even dare to understand it. Because you're gonna be really angry for sure. Just let me do my stuff.
Walang pakialamanan dito.
Man. Hindi ko pinapakialam kaya huwag niyo pakialaman. Inaway no? Ito na si Pete. Muntik ko ng si Pete. Masangsang, parang armpit.
Mapagbigay talaga ang mga Pinoy. Kaya nga, Pero, alam mo, share ko lang yung deal. Pinalo pa ako ng crush kong Singaporean player. Si Christiana. Pinalo niya ako.
Wala tayong paki dyan. Wala naman sa dito. Lahat inaway
Lahat palibata ako. Ayos mamaya.
Lahat tayo pakialam dyan kasi wala naman siya dito. Nasa bilang. Pero, Derion, magkatabi lang sila ngayon. Nexi, mga kaibigan. Hoy! Nexi, buksan mo na yung monitor mo. Pero si Derion pushing in already dito sa may B. Pero Nexi, tamang flash lang dito talaga. Pero meron tao dito sa may locks, mga kaibigan. And now, flash. At least nakapag straight off naman sila dito. Pero yun nga si Draxi, waiting patiently. Mukhang matatamaan na ata siya. Pero yung alang Draxi, meron tamaan ng paranoia. Pero it's not enough for you to take down everyone right now. Lenny, we're gonna take down Kelly. Yes, pero Tugay, mga kaibigan, ito ang pride ng Zeal dati. Pero let's see if ever makakuha ba na. Meron siyang ultimate right now. Hunt yun sa B main. Yes, meron tao doon. Pero alam din nila kung nasa ba si Tugay ngayon. Pero ito na, tumitingin na talaga. Shocked onto your face right now. Pero Tugay, kailangan mo makuha yan. 1v3, kayang-kaya yan. Kasi low naman sila lahat. And Tugay catching everyone right now. Pero Lenny, ano na? Muntik na.
Out of charges.
Tugay! Sayang na sayang! Nabutan na din siya ni Lenny pero nice one Tugay. Okay lang yan, mapagbigay talaga ang arc. Gusto nila sobrang maging intense eh. Gusto nila pakabahin tayo mga casters at mga viewers. Kaya gusto nila magkalapit na score nila ng bleed kasi practice lang to.
Okay lang yan guys. Okay lang yan. I mean, wala namang masama sa pagbibigay ng punto sa kanila eh. No? Kumbaga ang ginagawa ng RRQ and syempre nag-iisip sila ng mga strategy pa, di ba? Okay lang yan guys, okay lang yan. Sayang talaga si Tugay no? Sayang lahat sila low eh, gano'n mo? Bam! Tapos space up, bam! Muntik na talaga kasi 6 bullets eh. Sayang 6 bullets kasi. Tsaka nakapatay yung monitor ni Tugay. Pinapagalitan siya ng RRQ kasi nga mataas daw yung kuryente nila. Kaya syempre sila na mag-a-adjust. Pero Maxi, oh my god, nakatihang siya. Pero gusto ko walang malakas sa 4. Pero kalapag ng papag pumuli dito sa B. Pero may natamaan na isa. Pero yun nga lang Derion lumilipad. Pero Nexi with a kill right now with a one tap to the head. Pero Nexi, oh my god! Kitang-kita nila yung ulo mo. Bakit nilalabas niya yung ulo nyo? Nexi! Let's see if makakuha mo siya ng 4K ngayon. Meron siya lockdown. One more bullet onto the sheriff, mga kaibigan. And now Lenny, we're gonna take down Nexi. 2v1, mga kaibigan. Let's see! And Luga, we're gonna get that kill. Thrifty! May pera o wala! RRQ pa rin ang mananalo dito!
Bumawi si Tugay! Last guy, turuhin mo! Wala man lang baril! Binigay pa ng bleed sa RRQ!
Grabe Nexi, mga kaibigan. Literal na pinuulan ng nambala ang bleed! Muntik na. Pero muntik ko nang masabi, muntik na ako magkamali. Pero nga lang kitang-kita mo, one tap to the head mo. Literal na may magnet yung crosshair sa mga ulo ng bleed.
Ay! Biruin mo, sa sobrang lakas ng RRQ, kahit anong hawakan nila, kahit classic tatama yung malayuan, mas malakas sa operator eh.
Biro? Gusto mo makarinig ng biro? Bleed ang mananalo! Yan ang biro! Ito. Pero yun nga, Derion. Pushing in dito sa may market, makipag 1-1 sa turret baka naman. Pero nga lang Kelly S, galawang sneaky, nagbabantay lang siya dito. Pero nasan yung, bleed nga, mag-push nga kayo. Takot! Takot! Ayaw mag-push! Takot!
Takot! Asan?
Takot! Ito na si Tugay oh. Kakampi pala niyan, sorry. Sorry.
Sinabi na. Huwag mo naman tama si Tugay. Mabait yan eh.
Sige, mabait yan. Pero let's see if ever magigisanto ba siya. Pero fault lines onto the way dito sa may speedway. Pero nga lang Derion, we're gonna catch one again. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, Nexi. Hindi tumama yung right click ng Blazer. Pero nga lang Nexi, makakapatay ulit kasi makakatatlo pa siya. Pero Nexi nakatama na naman. 3v3 onto this game. In terms of utilities, Diyos ko po, walang natamaan yung ultimate dito. Pero merong isa. Si Tugay, okay, meron taga akong isa ngayon. Pero nang gamitin yung Tony Prowler niya. Pero meron pa ba? Wala na. Pero yun nga lang, meron tayo sa may baba. Pero nga lang, Maxi catching one. Ito lang to Kelly S right now. 2v1. Pero Lexi, hindi naman sexy.
Nice try. Ed. Lamang pa rin ang RRQ. Yan ang importante. Mapagbigay na naman sila. Mahilig kasi magbigay itong mga RRQ. Masyado silang mabait.
Yung anak ni Vilhoy, anak, andyan ka na naman. Nakikipag-usap kay RRQ. Kaano niyo po si Barbecue? Sabi ni RRQ, pinsan daw. Oo.
mga taga no? Mga nasa comment section ng wild ng mga pag-iisip eh.
Pero syempre, double pick ang ginagawa pero si Dario nakachamba na naman. Diyos ko, ano ba RRQ? Buksan na yung mga monitors nyo. Pero Elias will gonna fall down to the hands of a Bleed na naman. Walang namatay sa Bleed. Okay lang yan guys.
Okay.
Laban. Atin to. Pero ito may laro pa, if ever matalo ang Bleed dito, may laro pa sila next game. May laro pa sila bukas. Ang kalaban nila is Big BAAM.
Placing swamp grenade. Placing sentry.
Hindi, kung sino man nanalo, di ba mamaya? Gusto magkalaban.
Hindi. Big BAAM kung sinong matalo dito, Big BAAM makakalaban. Tapos pasok na sila for sure. Ayun na yun. So, ayun. Share ko lang. Ganito what if, kunyari? What if 0% chance, mga kaibigan, 0% matalo ang RRQ? Ang makakalaban ulit nila ang Big BAAM. 2-0 nila yun.
Easy.
Easy Bugatti. Ay, hindi pala joke. Joke. Mali ako.
2-1.
Hindi. Sino ba nakalaban ng Bleed kahapon? Maglalaban muna yon. Yung nakalaban nila is Ghetto Artist. So si Ghetto Artist tsaka si Big BAAM maglalaban. So mananalo naman doon is Big BAAM.
Wala, hindi nakakatakot yung Ghetto Artist In fairness, nakuha sila ng mata. Bleed. Pero
Maxi mag-isa. Hoy! Nice!
Last round in the half.
Ayos! Ay, nakapo.
Yan ang gusto ko. RRQ, di ba?
Oo. Ang
RRQ.
Lakas na magawa.
Lakas talaga yan, men. RRQ yun. Pinoy yan, basta Pinoy malakas. Alam mo, nag-e-enjoy talaga ako. Super nag-e-enjoy ako kasi nandito si Nexy. Tsaka sila Draxi. Kasi yun nga, di ba? Sila yung napakatagal nang gustong lumaban sa ganito. Pero hindi sila umaabot eh. No? Hindi talaga sila umaabot. Sayang lang. Pero ngayon, andito na sila. Pero si Derion, dash naman ang dash. Pero Diyos ko po, biglang napilay si Derion ngayon. Pero si Kelly S, Diyos ko po, biglang nawala. Pero matatamaan ata ng aftershock si Flash ngayon. TV4 on to this game. Napaka-jump pack naman talaga na nangyayari ngayon dito sa may B. Pero they need to show sila probably Bleed. They're gonna go here in A. Pero yung alam, makikita sila. Diyos so sexy! Back up, kumalon! Draxi buhay pa. 1v3. 6-6 ba to o 7-5? Draxi, pag na-clutch mo to, mamimigay ako ng battle pass sa chat.
Ay. Maki si Drax yan. Si Drax yan eh.
Pag na-clutch ito, men. Pag na-clutch niya. Tignan natin. Kinakabahan ako. Pero what is money? Paper only.
Siyempre. Draxi. Time is ticking
Time is ticking already. 1v3. Walang buhay si Maxi, walang buhay si Pit. Wala naman di siya tatamaan. Hadouken! On to the side. Pero meron ditong, oh my god, ang ganda nung lockdown. Pero Draxi, natamaan na nga dito na fault line na nga. Pero Maxi, oh my god, we're gonna fall down. Sayang, walang battle pass.
Okay lang. 6-all.
Switching sides.
Yung RRQ, gusto talagang intense yung laban eh. Pero alam mo anong masasabi ko lang? Killjoy D.
Sorry?
Killjoy D.
Totoo?
Oo, next
lahat
yan eh.
Team diff na rin lahat.
Team diff. Malapit na yan sa second half. Tignan mo. Mag-switch na sides eh.
Sipin mo ang Bleed, meron silang import dalawang white boy. Tapos ito, pure Pinoy. Pure. Tapos dudurugin ng RRQ.
If I'm not mistaken, lahat sila, itong roster ng RRQ, Bisaya sila lahat eh. Kaya sinasabi nila, ni Rabbit, tsaka nila, na sobrang...
Bisaya ba si Rabbit?
Bisaya rin. Bisaya represent talaga silang RRQ. Kaya nakakatuwa. Lahat sila.
Except si Draxi. Hindi Bisaya si Draxi kasi yung kapatid niya, yun nga, si JC, which is si Robotics, yun yung coach nila. So, ang alam ko, hindi sila Bisaya eh. Pero sa mga Bisaya dyan, gihigugma ko kayo. Ayan.
Yan.
Lami ako. Yan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yun lang yung mga alam ko eh. Meron akong mga alam na iba pero four letter four letter word pero ayoko na sabihin. Starts with a Y. Hindi ko na pwede sabihin. Pero ayun. Boss, yan, kailangan ng bleed niya kasi kailangan nila mag-isip-isip.
Ay,
pero ito yung maganda. Malakas ang RRQ sa attacking. Makikita natin kung paano ang galawang Nexi, mga kaibigan. Magugulat na lang ang bleed na hala, nasa likod na pala si Nexi. Napanood na natin yan kahapon na sobrang lakas ng RRQ sa attacking dito sa asset, mga kaibigan. Hashtag makabayan lang tayo, guys. Bakit ang bias ng mga caster? Oo, bias kami.
Biruin mo, nagkakas ka Tagalog broadcast, kakampi ka pa ba sa bleed?
Sino ba yung mga yan, di ba?
Sino ba yung mga yan? Hindi naman talaga.
Anong bleed? Dinuguan lang sa kalam. Tandaan nyo yan. Op, Draxi at saka si Dere mo magkikita ata. Pero Sheriff, alam nila na Sheriff to, so alam nila na walang smoke ngayon. Oh, galawang sneaky. Pero si Dere narinig nila to. Oy, Diyos ko po! Alam nila na may tao sa likod pero nga lang natatamaan siya dito ng alarmbot, mga kaibigan. Pero Draxi will gonna take down one. Pero meron pa tao sa likod. Diyos ko po! Ano ginagawa nyo dyan? Bakit po? Triple yung ikot nyo! Pero Lexi will gonna fall down for sure into the hands of RRQ. Ito na yung swing! Anong ginagawa mo dyan, Lexi? Pero Lenny, mag-isa na lang din talaga! Pushing pa! 7-6! Hala na baliw!
Guard!
Dapat hindi na BLD, dapat BLW! Para baliw! Lahat sila umigot! Ano yung triple flank? Ano kayo, silver? Kayo bronze!
Grabe ka naman. Mas magaling pa yung silver kaysa dyan.
Ay, sorry.
Uy, kailangan naman.
Ako nagpe-placement?
Placement. Formality na lang talaga to, tignan mo. Kaya ka tatlo fumaflank eh.
Oh, Kelly's natamaan. Uy, chamba.
Buhat kasi, Darion and friends.
Atin to. Op, Maxi natatamaan na nga dito. Ba't mo sinilalabas mo yan, Sheriff mo? Pero takamang talaga ginagawa ni Pit dito. Pero wala naman talaga natamaan yan. Umuulan sa labas kasi umiiyak na ang kalangitan. Kasi matatalo ang bleed dito. Bars. Yan ang bars, diba? Ayos, Ben?
Ayos yun, Bes. Okay yun ah. Pero tanong, mariritik ba to ng bleed? Mahirap na yan. RRQ na to, 6-9, nice.
Pero, ito na mga kaibigan, nagkakaharap-harapan lang sila. Medyo kinakabahan na all faultless, may naman sa pinangalang flash! Catching one! Catching two! Pero yun, nakatama na naman isa, pero next, inubos lahat! 2 game with another one right now! 8-6! Easy!
May nag-comment, si Flash daw, half German. Bakit half German?
Kasi guys, PhilAm kasi ako eh. Half Filipino, half amazing. There we go. Ang dami na namang nangyayari sa isip ko. Diyos ko pa!
Ang creative na naman. Matatalingagan ng salita. Uy! Derion! Buhat na naman! Si Derion! Hirap na buhat, baka masakit balikat na nakabuhat.
Derion plus 4 talaga to, for sure. Pero tamang spray and pray lang din talaga. Pero nga lang, Elias with a headshot onto your face. Elias tinatanggap yung sakit dito ng pinchos. Pero Maxi nakachamba na naman with a wallbang to the head onto Jaxi right now. 4v3. Pero Maxi, nakakatama na nga dito. Pero nga lang, Elias, i-plant mo yung spike, kapatid. Pero tatlo pa ang kalaban mo. Ano mangyayari dyan, Kuya Eddie? Pero nga lang, meron pa siyang bumbot ngayon. Wala sila na back out. Sige, pre, i-plant mo na. Pero Lenny is actually revealed right now. Meron dalawang tao doon sa may taas, mga kaibigan. So kailangan na mag-reposition. Pero Diyos ko, natamaan siya. Sinampal ng aftershock si Breach na peke. Ang dami mong dada.
Okay lang kasi disadvantage siyang magdating sa baril. Kaya 9-7 to in favor of RRQ. Sinasabi namin in advance kasi nga nasa watch party tayo, pero looking at that, at least nakakabawas. Pero kawawa naman si Kelly, sinalo na lahat. lahat ng sakit sa buhay sinalo. Pero kaya pa to sa ano, kung may armor lang. Kaso nasayangan, may dalawa na pala kagad galing sa heaven. Pero may timeout ang IRQ. Sobrang lakas nila, leading na nga sila. Sila pa nag-timeout.
Oo, di ba? Wala eh, hirap na sila eh. Yung bleed, hirap sila. Tira mo si Pit, oh. Dos! Binuboost nila Darion si Pit, mga kaibigan. Si Darion yung booster. Actually, dapat yung pangalan nila, D+4 na lang yung team name nila eh. Darion +4. Pero na lang dapat eh.
Buhat na buhat eh. Yung lalaro kayo na unrated, tapos may isa kayong radiant na kaibigan.
Oh.
Si Darion yun.
Ay, no.
Ano kami eh, bleed eh.
Oo nga. Shoutout nga pala sa nanonood sa Twitch, sa Facebook, and sa YouTube. Hi! Sabi nila sa Twitch, never change will. Ba't ako magbabago? Diba? Ako magbabago, men.
Ang magbabago lang yung score ng RRQ.
Scanning ahead.
Ito si Ray Ray. Bago to eh. Bago yung sorry.
Bago. Ay! Sino?
Bago yung bago yung toga.
Oo. Bago. Lahat nagbabago, pati siya nagbago.
Oo. Bago yun.
Bago na. May bago na.
Oo. Mga bago talaga yung mga yun. Pero, IV5 onto this game. Smokes are now out. RRQ, pakiramdaman lang nila. Kailangan nila makakuha muna ng impormasyon kung nasa. Oh, yun ang asim! Draxi, natamaan siya dito. Chamba lang yan. Okay lang yan. Pero si Pito, stinger lang talaga, no? Delikado. Oh, RGX stinger. Maganda lang ang skin mo, pero pangit naman yung baril mo. Pero, oh my God! Spray and pray! Diyos ko po, nakachapa with a stinger! Oh no! Pero Tuge with a kill right now. Pero nga ng Lexi, nakakakuha pa rin silang kill dito. Pushing it out 2v2 right now. Flash with a kill on to 1. Pero, Daryl and Lexi, buhay na buhay pa rin talaga dito. 2v2 onto this game right now. Nasa ba yung spike? Pero, ito si Tuge. Diyos ko po, flash pati pamilya! Pero flash, delikado ka dyan! Right click on trap blade for mga kaibigan. And Bleed will get that point. 8-8.
Mabawi yung Bleed ah. Dario 23-13.
Out of charges.
Smurf. Okay lang.
May naghahanap doon ng Taglish cast. Ito yung Taglish, guys.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Gusto niya ba na English? Lahat lang mga wala hinahanap sa akin, no?
Oh, welcome nga pala dito sa Paro-Paro G-League, mga kaibigan. Pero si Lenny, nilabas na ang Odin, mga kaibigan. Medyo masakit yan, pero wala naman tinatamaan. Isipin mo, mahal na bili mo. Mahal na bili, pero wala naman tumatama. Draxi, Darion, magkamali ka lang talaga. Mag-push ka dito, sige, para matuldukan ka ni Draxi. Sige na, kahit konti lang. Pero Kelly S, mga kaibigan, naririnig niya yung pagtalon-talon dito ng Lexi. Ito kasi, yung bawat agent, mga kaibigan, may mga distinct na na natunog yan. At alam ni Kelly S si Breach Show, pero nga lang Darion, nakasama na naman na isa. Push kita 4v4 right now. Pero it's fine, kasi kahit naman walang barel, walang perang RRQ, talaga mananalo naman talaga yan. Pero, mga kaibigan, a big shoutout nga pala kay Jello Reyes, Narby Garrido. Stay lang sila sa bronze rank, sabi ni Mr. Oye. Pero going back here in this game, talaga nasingit ko pa yun no? Darion, mga kaibigan, waiting patiently dito sa may short, dito sa may 3. Pero Tuge, isa lang pero nagkakaalaman na pero tamang Tony Prowler lang, mga kaibigan. Pero biglang natakot si Darion. Nakakatakot naman talaga pag diretso si Tony Prowler. Tas gangat-ngating ka pa.
May ngert-ngert.
Oh, ngert-ngerting ka no?
Oh.
Get 7 Lions.
Pero, uy, meron pang
nice!
Wala! Ay!
Uy! Samba!
Spike down B.
2v3 guys. Kaya atin to. Pero nga lang Kelly S, walang natamaan yung yung showstopper niya Alam mo kung bakit?
Bakit?
Si Raise My Rocket. Pero, Tuge, we're gonna plant a spike already. At Tuge, tamang Odin lang din talaga. Kitang-kita nyo ang makulay na Odin na Tuge, mga kaibigan. Pag naratrat ka nito, ay naku, paktay ka diha. Pinche. Di ko ba? Wala sila utilities kaya pero malag. Yes! Okay lang yan. Okay lang yan. Okay lang yan guys, okay lang. Isa lang yan. Atin to. Wala silang pera next round eh. Wala silang pera ngayong round. Partida lang yun.
Papunta
Atin to.
sa exciting part. Sabi nga ni Miss Jody, ba't papunta na sa exciting part tong RRQ? Gagalaw na yung baso niyan. Nakikita ko na yung future eh.
Oo.
Na siya ang mapapangasawa ko.
Kung ako, pag nakita kong gumalaw yung baso, matatakot ako eh. Di ba nakakatakot yun, men?
Ay.
Tama na yung replay, game na! Yon. Pati yung prod inaaway. Joke lang, tropa natin yung mga prod na yan, guys. Lahat nandito nanonood ngayon, mahal ko kayo. Pero there yun. Nagmamaasim na naman, no? Hindi ko last word yun. Kasi marami akong marami akong sinasabi. There yun, mamba out siya. Kala niya may makakapitas siya. Pero yun nga lang, ang meron ng RQ dito, meron silang disiplina. Discipline, mga kaibigan. Tinagalog ko lang, di ba? Pero kahit anong mangyari, kahit kung sinong matalo dito, meron pa silang game tomorrow. At sana makasto yun. Sana.
Makakapasok ng RRQ eh. Di na natin sila makakas next week na.
Sabi ni Joaquin, try nyo nga po one round na unbiased casting. Ito nga yun, unbiased casting yung ginagawa natin. Unbiased.
Unbiased talaga to.
Oo. Kasi alam mo kung bakit, kasi what we see is what we say. Lahat na sinasabi namin dito, facts lang. Oo, di ba? Facts lang talaga, men. Hindi kami nagsasabi dito ng mga kung ano-anong bagay. Kung sinabi namin malakas yung team na to, literal na malakas naman talaga. Pero mga kaibigan, ito rin talaga yung ultimate ngayon ni
Spike down A.
Pero there yun, nakachamba na naman ng isa, mga kaibigan. Take down 2, pero Diyos ko po, Maxi. Nakakuha siya ng isa dito, pero we can catch everyone right now. 2v4, mga kaibigan, pero winnable pa rin to sa side ng RRQ. Pero Flash, meron pa siyang mga utilities dito. Oh, yun nga lang! Diyos ko po! RRQ! Ginawa na ng barbecue ang bleed right now! Pero Diyos ko, ito na ngayon ang ultimate ngayon, mga kaibigan! Sapakan ng long katong, ladies and gentlemen! 2v1 right now! Pit! 1v1 with a great one! Pero Diyos ko po, Pit! Baho ng armpit! 8 to 10! Diyos ko!
Pith! Ba naman yan, ngayon pa bumawi. Kay Flash na yun eh. Okay, dalawa lang. Take 2 steps. Yan lang sinasabi nila.
Sinasabi nila, Vil, baka mabarangay ka. Ano barangay? Ako ang barangay captain.
Uy,
baka matanod ka. Ako rin yung tanod. Ako na lahat. Nakaparong ako eh.
Try mo daw, bro, kung ano casting.
10 seconds left.
G-Pare. If you G-Pare, tara, let's go, pare. Let's gonna check on your casting, pare. Pag hindi pumunta sa A, alam mo kung nasaan?
Nasa B.
B, pare. Ay, naku.
You should run.
So, kailangan mo tumakbo. Ito, mga kaibigan, tama lang yan, pero Diyos ko, mukhang masisira ata nung aftershock dito ni Lexi. Ay, ito yung mahirap talaga eh, no? Kasi if ever talaga nag-aftershock, I mean, if ever talaga nag-lockdown ka dyan, matik eh. Na talagang, kaya yung pwesto ni Lexi dyan lang para ma-aftershock niya agad. Pero, 50-50 pa rin yun eh. What if sa B sila pumunta? Nung narinig ng RRQ, nung narinig ng bleed na nasa A ang RRQ, ang number 1 na magro-rotate dapat si Lexi to deny that lockdown. Kasi si Lenny, wala na siya. Wala siyang Hunter's Fury, oh. At saka wala naman siyang line-up ng Shock Dart eh. Mag-a-alt-tab pa siya. Titingin kay Average Junjun. Shock Dart line-up in Ascent. Enter. For newbies.
30 seconds left.
Line up lang, sandali lang. Uy, wala tumama! Patamain mo naman, gano'n. Kaso.
Ito na. They're gonna plant the spike already. Ito rin talaga yung pagpanalo. Pero ito rin kalapag na papag nilalabas ngayon ng mga players ngayon. Nakalaga syempre ng beat. Pero mga kaibigan, ito rin talaga yung pagpush nila. Kelly S nakapatay pa ng isa. Pero Lenny, with that Odin right now, we're gonna take down everyone. Pero ito game, buhay na buhay pa rin talaga dito. 2v3 onto this game. Pero Draxi, buhay na buhay pa rin talaga. 1v2 onto this game right now. But there yun. Champa na naman. Diyos ko na. Ano ba? Ito guys masyadong hospitable na mga Pinoy. Talagang hinahayaan nila na magkapuntos lang talaga ang bleed. Sobrang bait nila.
Gusto talaga ng RRQ, bigyan pa ng marami yung... Masyado na kayo mapagbigay. Yan tayo ng mali, bigay ng bigay, hindi naman pala nare-reciprocate. Yan yung nangyayari pag 100% ka magmahal. Dapat marunong kang magtira para sa sarili mo. Ay, sorry, humugot na ako. May pinagdadaanan ba?
Ito si Riri. Ito si Riri, every round may hugot no? Bigyan nyo nga ng jowa to para tumigil. Shoutout sa mga nasa YouTube. Nag-hello mga anak ko sa inyo. Ano na yan? Double pick. Outro lang din talaga. May montage ngayon ang ginagawa si Derion mga kinig. Pero nakakatama na kailangan mo lumipad dyan, baby boy. Pero Kelly S. Natamaan talaga lintik dito. Pero nga lang Draxi mga kaibigan. With that friends, silang din talaga proteksyon bago umaksyon. Pero Derion akala mo makakaisa ka pa. Pero Nexi, wala siyang buhay ngayon. Kailangan nila pumunta dito sa B para syempre makapagkuha na sila dito ng mga kills and spike, of course. Pero Recon Bot will gonna be activated already. Pero oh my God! Natamaan ng Longadog. Si Nexi ngayon, sinampal. Pak! Wala mo naman talaga, tumuturbo mag-isa. Wala mo naman talaga. Sige, manurbo ka. Sa amin ang huling halakhak.
Okay lang, mapagbigay ang RRQ. Yun lang yun. Mapagbigay.
Match point.
Pero, Jill, huwag ganun yung bleed Babawi to mamaya tong RRQ. Balita ko si Rabbit ang mahilig gumanyan next map, pagpapakita na siya. Pero ngayon, 4 pa. Ato naniniwala na ako sa Raiders Ngayon pa lang. 12-12 yan. 14-12 RRQ panalo first map.
Tignan natin. I mean, facts lang. Hindi nga, mabait nga kasi ang RRQ. Ayaw nila masyado masaktan ng bleed. Sipin mo, kumuha sila ng import tapos maratalo naman talaga. Grabe naman talaga si Derion no? Ang hirap tamaan. Lipat ng lipat para siyang lamok na inasinan. Ang hirap Hindi ko alam. Kung meron pang lamok na inasinan, yan si Derion. Pero ito mga kaibigan, ito yung pag-push nila pero mga may tamaan. Pero my God, Lenny, tamang wallbang lang talaga ng Odin niya pero wala naman talagang, nice one! Kelly S will gonna take down 2 already pero Kelly S super low on HP. Pero tignan naman natin ang pagbago ng api. Flash will gonna plant the spike already. Pero marami lang yung turrets, marami rin talagang mga traps ngayon na nilalagay ng RRQ para syempre hindi makapasok ang bid ngayon. May kaliwa, may kanan, may shock dart pa, may recall ball pa siya dito para syempre malaman niya kung nasa ba yung mga players ngayon ng bleed. The clock is ticking already and RRQ for sure they're gonna win this. One is revealed dito sa may city which is si Maxi. Pero tamang pop shot lang dito pero wala naman siya makikita dyan. Pero oh my God! Muntik na. Nabawasan si Draxi kahit konti. Pero Kelly S mga kaibigan super low siya ang first contact dito. First contact yung walang buhay. Tama lang yun. Wallbanged lang ang nangyayari. Wala silang idea kung nasa ba talaga sila. Yun nga na nice one Kelly S. Kahit wala siyang buhay nakakapatay siya. Pero Maxi mga kaibigan mga katulog. Pero no! Pero wala silang oras. Nice!
Okay lang. Round win pa rin. Round win.
Nice.
Maxi nagbibida. Gusto kasi niya pumantay sa lakas ni Draxi kaya ganun. 30, get the 30 bro, natanto si Derion. Derion and friends nga naman talaga. Derion, Maxi and friends. Yan ang nangyayari.
Nabuksan na yung monitor
Oo. Yung RRQ sobrang mapagbigay. Gusto na bigyan ng highlight si Maxi pampo sa Valorant PH. May kasama pang music ni Doja Cat.
But Maxi, hindi naman taga PH yan. Doon siya sa Valorant MYSG mag-post.
Ayaw na ang
take flight. Hindi naman talaga taga PH si Maxi. Mag-post sa Valorant PH. Report agad yan sa akin, promise. Pero, Kinilis mga kaibigan, pushing in Red Spirit. Sila kasama naman ng isa pero yung alang tamaan ngayon na Tony Prowler mga kaibigan. Pero ito na ngayon ang Longadog na mahaba-haba na meron ngayon si Flash and now yung take down Maxi pero yung alang Derion! Diyos ko, pumunti ka na! Pero ito na talaga yung showstopper coming in from Kenies. Hinahanap nila kanyang biktima pero meron pang tao all the way from B. Andito na si Lenny pero Flash will gonna pass. Nabubulol ako. We're gonna plant the spike already! And Lenny na may Odin? 1v2? Kala mo naman talaga makakaisa pa. Ang sabi ng RRQ, lumamang lang gusto pang panalo? Hindi na. Sorry, nabulol ako ng onti.
Practice lang.
Oo. Lenny pa silip-silip lang. Nakala mo naman talaga mananalo dito, pero yung nga lang, weekend bot. Dun sa may head, pero yung kalbida. 9! Pero Diyos ko po, nice trade! Nice. Silip mo, putok ko. 10-12, RRQ. OT. Talaga ang pwede mangyari dito. Pero ang problema talaga ng bleed, mga kaibigan, wala silang pera. Oh no!
Can I get this? Nakaasar ka ata sa bleed. Ang pera Pero, sabi sa inyo, dito nyo ma-appreciate yung Ray Rakers. Yung last time sa PH, nagagalit kayo eh. Dito, ito na yun eh. It's time. RRQ, may kasamang Ray dyan. May pa-line up sa flash, pumasok na agad sa Kelly. Alam nila eh. Alam nila walang pera yung bleed. Kaya yan ang inunahan na kagad ni Kelly SP Lenny. At 4 na lang kagad na hinira sa bleed ngayon.
Okay, tuloy mo lang yan, Ray. Taga-dice one lang ako. Sige. Sumabog na. Ito lang yun. Pinchon. Happy New Year, Lexi! Happy New Year! Ito lagi happy na. Alam mo naman, pag New Year, malamang may boga. Ito yung meron yung dikit, mga kaibigan. Nakachamba pero hindi. Nexi, spectacular ang gamit niya, pero umuubos ng 5. 11 to 12. OT to. Pinalamang lang. Gusto pang manalo.
Nararamdaman ko na eh. This is it, pansit eh. Sa RRQ, may celebration pa yan. May kurot pa yan. Ano si KD, so SW, wala na kinatakutan. Nagpakita pa kagad kahit malayo pa yung New Year Ville.
Oo nga eh. Pero ito na. Ito na ang tunay na bangbang, mga kaibigan. Meron silang pera ngayon. Pero time out. Kailangan nyo ng time out. Kasi for sure, RRQ mananalo dito.
Ay. Ngayon, hinahanapan nyo ako ng Ray Rakers, ha?
Inom muna ako ng tubig.
Yun, sobrang intense sa laban na pa time out na talaga yung bleed. At tatandaan nyo lang, ay ang map pick na to ay bleed. Next map, pinaka-kinakatakutan ng mga teams sa RRQ. Yung split. Ang map na hindi ine-expect ng mga teams sa sobrang lakas ng RRQ ever since nag-start yung group stage nung VCT Stage 2.
Tubig ang lamig.
Parang siya.
Malamig ba ang tubig niya?
Start na, time out pa rin.
Start na. Here we go. Game.
Kelly S, let's go!
Kelly S pushing in already, the best race in the world. Pero ang mangyayari dito, mga kaibigan, si Tony Parol nakapasok pa dito sa may butas. Pero Kelly S pushing in already, napakabilis na take dito sa may A, mga kaibigan. OT talaga ang mangyayari dito for sure. Paano ang gagawin nila na ma-retake to? Eto na naman sila, mga kaibigan. Triple flank. Imbes na BLD, BLW pa. BLW dapat para baliw. Ano bang nangyayari sa inyo? Bakit kayo nag-triple flank? Nexi being revealed right now. Pero ano ba mangyayari dito? Pero Diyos ko po, napakadami. O ano? 4 yung natin sa inyo. Yes, catching everyone right now. Pero 4v4 on this game. Nexi may kinapag ng papag. Diyos ko po, sinagasaan parang jeepney. Literal na ang nangyayari dito. Parang si Flash. Oh no, mamamatay siya dito. Okay lang yan. May next game pa. Okay lang yan. Masyadong mabait ang mga Pinoy, mga kaibigan. Isipin mo, sobrang nahirapan sila dun sa mapang piniri nila.
Close one. At map
okay lang yan. Meron pa isa.
Next tayo. Kinabahan niya, no? Mukhang ngiti yan, pero kabado yan.
Oo. Tignan mo si Michael B. Sorry. Hi guys. So, nahiya ako bigla. Si Direk naman, bigla mo naman nilipat sa amin. Ano ba? Hi guys.
Okay.
Yung maingay kanina, yun yung mga alter egos na. That is not us, okay? That is not
voice
us.
over lang yun, guys.
Yeah.
Next map.
Next map. Babawi ang mga Pinoy. Alam mo, okay lang yan. Kasi syempre, ang mga Pinoy gusto lagi sa lower bracket. If ever matalo ang RRQ dito, which is apparently 0% chance na mangyari yun, meron pa silang game bukas. Which is, ang mga kalaban nila is yung panalo sa Ghetto Artist and Big BAAM. If nanalo ang Big BAAM doon, matik pasok na talaga mga Pinoy kasi 2-0 yung 2-0 yung mga tawag doon. Yung laban nila yesterday. Tama. Nagugulo ko eh. Tapos yung if Ghetto Artist naman, kalaban natin yung mga hip-hop na yan, man.
Hip-hop nga naman ang labanan.
Break na natin, nahihiya na ako.
Pero guys, huwag kayo mag-alala. May second map pa na sure tayo magkakamap kasi pupuntahan nga natin yan. Once again, ako si Riri, kasama ko si Vil, guys, and see you sa map 2, guys, after this short break.
Ha. Oh. Okay, this is how we're opening the panel. A lot of confused faces over here. Guys, VCT APAC once again with the tight scorelines, the stellar gunfights, and the teamwork and coordination. Here at the panel, we're very lucky to share this experience despite the confusion on our faces right now because we get to share these emotions. We get to share the intensity that these matches bring about, especially in this tug of war between Regum, Qeon, and Bleed Esports. The winner of this poll, though, Bleed Esports. Tricks, as you can tell, Fluffy and I are incredibly lost by what happened during the last round. So please, I beg of you, please talk us through what happened.
I know a lot of people might be a little confused because there are two simultaneous lockdowns going on, both the defender trying to retake and the attacker trying to push the defenders back. But as Fluffy and I have talked off broadcast, the reason this happens is also that I think RRQ was hoping that Bleed would be forced to push, or that more people would be on the side of the defender spawn. But what happened was Bleed pushed mid because they pushed B side first. So they ended up flanking RRQ instead and detained the majority of RRQ, then stunned with the breach and ultimate on top of that. So honestly, it was just a cleanup crew coming in.
Oh my goodness. I'm imagining how everything went down again. It's just all too much to handle. Fluffy, do you think that they could have handled that in a much cleaner way on the side of RRQ?
I mean, for sure. I mean, honestly, right now, I'm just as stunned as RRQ in that last round because what
literally
happened, yeah, literally, because what happened, basically, as Trix mentioned, is that Bleed got early map control, so they were already able to rotate fast. And without much info, which is weird considering Bleed's composition of gaining so much info, that they would choose to risk being detained, counting on the fact that they would assume the attackers, who could easily back off, would commit to the site. So it's a very unsafe choice. I mean, a lot of this game at the end of the day is risk management, but I feel like the risk was just so high. I'm surprised that they made such a ballsy move to do it, and unfortunately for them, it didn't pay off because after that lockdown did land on, I think, 4 players, they even got hit by the Rolling Thunder, which basically sealed the deal, and it was just cleanup crew, like Trix mentioned, for Bleed Esports. But overall, you know, RRQ had a good fight in the game. 13-11 is a close scoreline. They started out very strong on the first half, and they had a rough, very, very rough second half, especially that last round. But Nexi and Draxi still showing their good connection here with that Killjoy and Omen, really flexing their muscles for that. But for me, it was really Darion's amazing jet that carried throughout the game, because he landed a lot of important and multiple frags throughout this entire series. Even his teammates being able to, like Lenny, being able to bring out that cute Odin play, as well as just good game sense from Pip overall.
I think on top of what, you know, Fluffy is saying, Bleed's Darion doing a very good job. I felt struggled a little bit on the attacker, and I was concerned about the just sheer aggression, and it felt that he was aggressing on his own. But when it came to the defender side, you could see that Bleed actually sets up for Darion's aggression and sets him up for success, essentially. Like just in the pistol round, where there was that breach stun, the Killjoy and the breach was with a jet pushing up from mid up catwalk. I thought that was fantastic.
I agree. I love Alexi's support over here. Him on the breach, just stunning. Oh wait, that's literal stunning. Haha. That was not meant to be a pun. I just realized it as I said that. But a lot of the support over here from the rest of the team. Lenny also giving so much space with that Hunter's Fury, just allowing for more space once again for their team to just retake site and just, you know, shut down RRQ's dreams over here, Fluffy.
Yeah, I feel like the combination and coordination of the team really does pull through. At the end of it, no matter how close the rounds may have seemed, Bleed Esports does take it. So hopefully they can continue this momentum up until their next map.
I think that RQ's struggle over there was actually they started to get a little indecisive, and I'm not sure if Fluffy agrees with me here, but just watching them, their movement started to slow down, and not just slow down, it's like they kept shifting their focus in the middle of the game, and I felt that they felt the pressure, they weren't sure what to do, it wasn't working. And I guess if anyone in RQ is listening, you gotta be aggressive. The explosive plays that Kelly S can bring from RQ, just the sheer amount of space is brilliant. After that, it's a matter of crossfire, post plan, holding your flanks, really getting the site on lockdown, and from there your attacker side will be smooth sailing.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with Trix there. I feel like being a bit more proactive and decisive are two qualities that, you know, we always talk about adaptability and how much you should be able to adapt, but not just round per round. You also have to do it within the round. And adapting within the round is one thing, observing is another thing, but deciding and actually orienting yourself to act towards whatever plan you have as a team is equally as important and provides us the best Valorant moments that we see, and it gives us a lot of the team play aspect that we all look to find here in the pro scene. I'm very surprised. I expected them to have that slow start on the side of RRQ, considering their lineup, using a lot of information to take their early contacts for them instead of players. But towards the mid round, I feel like, especially when they use the util initially, they look very lost. So hopefully they find themselves as we move on to what I believe will be Split, which is a map that they are pretty confident in the VCT PH Challenger Series Stage 2. RRQ did provide us one of the best split games overall from all the teams. But as we've seen in this tournament as well, Bleed Esports also has that surprise factor, which might be not as much as a surprise right now, a little bit more expected, but I'm sure it still has enough in their book to keep everyone on their toes.
You guys mentioned that this team seems to be a little bit lost. You guys are in agreement over that, Trix. But I do want to point out that they had really good rounds. Like RRQ had really good rounds, especially at the beginning. They had these explosive duels, especially with RRQ's very own Nexi. So smooth in round number 4, the King of Kings, but better to be called as the King of Clutches, I would suppose. He was so close to fighting the defuse though, but almost is never enough on the side of Lexi. That's all I'm gonna say over there. Now, Bleed did get the momentum shift, I think at around round 5 probably, wherein they finally took down Nexi earlier on the game, Trix, and that was their first point in the game.
I think in general, when teams are so used to a specific style, right? They like that aggression, they know that the explosive plays work. When it doesn't work a couple rounds in a row, that's when they start to feel maybe we have to change what we're doing. But it's possible also in the middle of a game. It's not that you have to change what you're doing, but change how you're doing it. You're doing the right thing. You're making the right play by being that explosive, taking the information early, especially with the fade. But it's the follow-through that also needed work.
And speaking of follow-through, you're saying that they should know or figure out what they need to do. Fluffy, do you think that there is something that they need to change or do when it comes to the composition coming into Split?
I mean, this team, RRQ, in the APAC stage is already showing us signs that we didn't see in their previous games back in the VCT Challengers. They're changing their lineups a bit. So knowing that they are playing Split, which is a map that they're heavily favored in, I think that it's still very open-ended. There can be a lot of adjustments that can be made, maybe changing a bunch of their players, especially because they have that 6-man roster available. On the other side, though, for Bleed Esports, as the record does show on Split, they have played this in their own local tournaments against Todak and Lays, and they've run the same composition every time. The one we saw the other day with that double controller setup, which provides you with more control if you have a player that can play around a lot of that utility, those smokes, like we saw Darion on the Rays with the Judge, but it does leave them without an anti-flag. So if you study this correctly, maybe you adjust, similar to how in the previous series, we saw one team know that, oh, Myth is bad at attacking statistically, so let's just double up on defense. You could do the same adjustment in this game as long as you do your research, which I'm sure a team as competent as Bleed has also done.
Trix, I believe that RRQ is going to be on the defensive side. Correct me if I'm wrong as we go into Split. How do you think things will play out for them? Is it their specialty, or would you say that they're better off as an attacker over here?
I think Split is one of those maps where the defender start is always good so long as your sentinel is good. And I remember when I first saw Nexi play, I thought that is a brilliant sentinel right there. So I am excited to see how he forces Bleed back, or how essentially he makes them bleed themselves.
I was just checking the record. It's actually Bleed on the defense here on Split. So maybe the advantage is going to be theirs once again as we start off into this map. But I do want to go back a little bit over their match against Ghetto Artist. Again, we have to stay away from Darion and his Judge. I'm kind of hoping that we don't get to see that in the case of RRQ, but again, if the frustration started seeping in during the previous map, if Darion does pull that Judge out, I'm not sure how lost or what direction RRQ is going to be going if that starts to happen. But we don't know. Maybe RRQ is pulling something out of their sleeves too, and they're gonna pull the reverse judge game here on Kelly S. So maybe that's what's about to happen. But I do see the difference of the usual compositions over here, Fluffy. We keep mentioning the comparison or the contrast between having an Omen versus an Astra on the team.
Yeah, I feel like with the composition that we see RRQ always have, that they've always played, they opt to kind of stray away from the chamber, from the KJ. They're more comfortable on the Cypher to get more information, as they don't have that much information that is accurate, because their initiator of choice is normally the Sky, which we do see locked in right now, as well as the Omen. And back to your question, Omen versus Astra. Astra always has that global presence over Omen, but Omen in a map like Split, where most of the key areas are very tight and grouped up, like to hold the angles, you really have to stay kind of close. The Omen flash is such a big momentum swing that if Kelly S can really play off that, similar to how Darion played around the smokes yesterday, they can really put up a big fight. But surprisingly, for a team like this, on the side of RRQ, where they have some very defensive tech, they have the Omen, they have the Cypher, and they have the Sage, a bit more passive agents per se, they tend to actually win more attacking rounds than not. Against Action PH, now Esports Alpha, Esports Pro, and Team Secret, they've consistently got more than half the rounds. Even against Southbuilt Esports, I think they went 11-1 on the half. It's very surprising to see. I think that just boils down to fundamentals. But on the other side, of course, we have Esports, who are so adaptable, and I'm sure they also know how to play their own game. I feel like overall Split is just going to be a battle of who plays their own game the best, rather than bends to the other team's plan.
Let's not forget that despite the almost flawless run that RRQ had here, they were beaten recently by Team Secret. And if Bleed Esports was able to figure out what Team Secret saw as the weakness of RRQ on Split, then RRQ really has to work twice as hard over here, Trick.
Honestly, seeing the performance of Darion as well as Lexi and everyone on Bleed, I am looking forward to this match. I feel that everybody's figured out the faults that they had in their first series, or any stumbles that they might have, or anything that they have been stumbling upon. And they just look a lot cleaner, a lot more confident, and just like their plays are a lot more fluid than before.
Absolutely. And I think that's the beauty of us going into Split right now. It's not the matter of a team that's more advantageous for experience in a map. It's kind of a 50-50 because they both are really, really good here on Split. And I just can't get enough of the action between these two teams. If we had such a close scoreline over at Ascent, I wonder how it's going to turn about here on Split. And with that, I'm going to be passing you guys over to our casters so we can see how the score will split.
What's up, mga kababayan? Nandito na nga tayo!
Kasya sa'yo? Ano yan? Ba't ang laki sa'yo?
Sa tatay ko!
Hashtag makabayan, mga kaibigan. So, sige. Napaka pagmamahal sa bayan. Alam ba na tatay mo na hinaram mo yan?
Hindi, kinuha ko nga sa plansyahan kanina pagkakito. Kasi may pinapahanap si Bill. Pagkakita ko nga lang, sakto ate daw sila nakasal pero hindi kasal ng anak nila.
Okay lang yan.
Bobby, next life.
Oo.
Ang init.
Sige, tanggalin mo na. Ako nakatapat na sa akin yung aircon. Buti nga tawag doon, umulan eh. Kahapon ng init, grabe. Nag-overheat yung camera ko. Patayin ko daw muna. Galit yung camera ko eh. Flakes ko lang, guys. Pero, it's time! Maglalaro itong RRQ dito naman sa mapa na pinili nila. At least sakit na natin kung anong ginagawa ngayon na Bleed, mga kaibigan. Medyo nahirapan sila doon sa mapa pinili nila. Pero ngayon RRQ, ito na, babawi na sila. Kasi, ito na yun eh. Matik na yun eh. I mean, muntik na manalo ang RRQ dun sa mapang pinili ng kalaban nila. What more dun sa mapang pinili nila for sure. And na makikita natin ngayon yung mga players ngayon ng Pinas na talagang literal na dudurugin nila. Alam nila na may tao dito sa may ropes, dito sa may mid. So, they have an idea already kung saan ba sila sisilip ngayon. Pero in terms of composition, tamang Sky, Cypher, Omen, Raze, and Sage lang din talaga dito sa RRQ. Napaka-classic composition sa side ng RRQ mga kaibigan. Pero ito na rin talaga sila. Rabbit, galit na galit. Nagbabantay na din talaga. Umalis si Flash, si Rabbit muna. Time na daw si Flash eh. So syempre, si Rabbit naka-reserve. So siya naman muna ang maglalaro ngayon dito sa computer shop mga kaibigan. And parang napaalis eh. Hirap na hirap sila makapasok dito sa mid. Talagang inubos talaga ni Maxi lahat ng mga stars niya dito sa may dito sa mid. Huwag kayo pumunta dito, bes. Pero maraming tao dito sa may heaven for sure. Pero ngayon ginagawa lang ni Maxi talagang tamang jumping na din talaga pasilip-silip. Pero nga lang Maxi, nakachamba na naman isa. We're gonna take down Nexi right now. Pero it's fine. Marami pa naman talaga mga players kinaaraw talagang bababing kasi si Dario nasa may taas lang din talaga. Pero Draxi, Tuge, and Rabbit. Let's see if ever makukomba nila itong mga plat to. Pero nga lang Tuge and Draxi! We're gonna do the jump dump. So up to Tuge right now, and it's gonna fall into the hands of Darion. 1-0 in favor of a BLD.
Talagang itong bleed, mapagbigay lang kasi itong RRQ. Yan na naman tayo, masyado silang mapagbigay. Pero pistol pa lang. Pinay talaga minsan pag pistol, nakakagulat eh. Pero looking at ito, excited ako sa flights. Kelly Esmo! And looking at it, papunta pa lang tayo sa exciting part. Tatandaan natin ito, mapit na ito ng RRQ So, I'm sure, sobrang palong-palutong mga to. Pero nangagat, nangert-ngerts ng slight, kamuntika na nga. Pero may na si Darion. Pinag-audition. Okay lang.
Spike down.
Nice.
Hayaan natin sila guys. Okay lang yan, men. Wala silang pera, wala silang baril eh. So, enjoyin lang nila yan kasi last din nila yan. Draxi. Dito lang sa may loob na smoke mga kaibigan. Pero si Lexi, tamang pot shots lang through that smoke. Ano pala to? Neptune na Spectre. Pero Draxi, nakakita na nga sila. Pero nga Lexi will take down Draxi right now. It's fine. 2-0. Simula pa lang ng laban. Pero papunta tayo sa exciting part kasi RRQ may pera na sila. Mayaman na sila. What is money? Paper only.
ROI. Gusto na nakabarong ako eh. Okay, next time. Gusto ko nga ng barong din. Kasi ayoko talaga nang nagde-dress usually. Kaya mas gusto ko yung parang medyo pang mga barong. Pero, RQ, it's time. Comeback of the greatest showman ang mangyayari ngayon sa RRQ. At ngayon, control beat na nga nagmumala-mula sa kanila. Pray and pray. Pero wala pa naman medyo yung bleed. Natatakot eh. Ikaw ba naman dyan, Tito Ge, tsaka si Kelly, syempre, matatakot na talaga. Wala on the opposite. Oy! Nabugol ah.
Binoga. Pero pagbigyan na natin isa, yan lang naman alam na baril yan eh. Kasi wala naman talagang tutok yan eh. Pero, makakabawi yan, men. Kelly S lang namatay. Pero meron pa silang apat na talagang kailangan talagang i-check dito. Which is, yung apat na RRQ. Tuge, kailangan siya makita dito ng magandang butas para syempre mapasok ng RRQ ang B if ever. Wala pang bawas ang bleed mga kaibigan. Pero tamang flash lang din talaga. Pero yung alam may natamaan yung heaven. Pero they need to repossession already. Si Nexi nag-iingay lang siya dito. This is just, ito yung play na ginagawa ni Nexi mga kaibigan. He's trying to open a sight. Pero mukhang magpupush na ata. Grabe naman talaga ang bleed. Nakarinig lang ng ingay dito sa A. Talagang rotate na talaga agad. Pero, oh my God, hindi niya nakita si Pit, mga kaibigan. Wala siyang idea! Pero Pit, we're gonna take down Nexi right now. Si Pit, isa pa, pero Tuge catching one as well. Pero Tuge, mga kaibigan, we're gonna take down everyone right now. Darion, nakakuha ng Phantom. Pero Tuge, this game, Darion! We're gonna take down Draxi. 1v1 in the great one. Tuge versus Darion. Tuge plus 300 lang doon sa may spike mga kaibigan. Pero kata hindi niya alam kung nasa ba si Darion. Pero yun nga lang Tuge. We're gonna fall down as well. 3-0. Pero it's fine. Ang importante na pala yung spike plus 300 pesos ngayon.
Darion nakuha pa rin. Okay lang. Ang mga pinamahilig magpatalo na naman sa une. Nas babawi, kakambak. Red Velvet nga, may comeback eh. Oh, meron din ang comeback ang RRQ. Dito ganda na sana na flank ni Nexy eh, pero di nila in-expect eh. Nanonakli na ni Nexy ng site eh. Biglang si Pit galing sa likod, tapos hindi sila tumitingin parating sa may likod. Di nila in-expect si Darion! Gigigil ako! Barong lang ako, naging 3-0 na. Pamasisi.
Mahirap. Alam mo sa tao lang mahirap. Kasi si Pit tsaka si Max, isipin mo, dalawa ang smoker nila though. Darion trying to push it away. Judge lang ang ginagamit niya dito. Saktong boga frame talaga pwede mangyari dito. Pero nga lang, rapid na kaisa pa ngayon. Pero dinito rin pa siya talaga. Pero nga lang, Draxi mga kaibigan, tamaan siya ng crash gear ni Darion agad. Pero Pit just trying to stop the possible push of RRQ dito lang sa may heaven. Pero kayang-kaya pa rin naman talaga ng RRQ ito mga kabig at 3-0 ang laban nila. Pero tamang sheriff lang din ng kailangan nilang gawin dito eh. Kunwari, Tuge and Lenny, nagkita sila dito. Hindi one tap ang mangyayari dito. 2 shots dapat. Kasi syempre, 0 to 30 meters, one tap yun for sure. 159 damage. Ay, 150 damage yun. Pag na-sheriff ka sa ulo. Pag 0 to 30 na yung distance niya. Pero yun nga lang, Nexy, we're gonna fall down to the hands of Pit. 4v3, ang bagal ng galaw ng RRQ mga kaibigan, talaga nauunahan na sila ng beat ngayon. Pero nga lang, Kelly S mga kaibigan, mawawala din siya dito. Pero Pit, mawawala na siya. Pero nga, Lenny with a big trade-off, 4-0. Masyadong mapagmahal ng mga Pinoy, pinagbibigyan lang talaga ang bleed. Nakasarado na naman ang monitor nila, baliktad ata ang mouse nila.
Sa iba naka-face yung mouse nila.
Oo. Hindi kumakain na ata sila eh. Ganun lang yun, one hand to guys. Partida na yun.
Medyo steady lang. Steady lang ang RRQ ngayon. Sabi na dito, cotton na lang kulang. Ano yung cotton? Pero ngayon napatay mo ating RQ. Good!
Cotton sa ilong.
Cotton sa ilong. Pero magandang chance to sa RRQ ha. Makakapag-reset sila agad dito kasi nga time out agad ang kailangan nila. Kasi 4-0 na eh. So talagang walang choice ang RRQ kundi mag-time out na. Call it already.
Wala silang no choice mga kaibigan. So kailangan nila mag-isip-isip kung paano nila babawiin itong win na to. Sige lang. Take your time, guys. 1 oras yung timeout na yan. Kahit mag-lunch break muna kayo, okay lang yan.
Iglip lang muna kami.
Tulog muna kami, guys. It's time! Ito na ang pagbangon ng RRQ. For sure, makakabawi na sila si Darion. Isipin mo, 6-1-1 yung score. Last mo na yan. Wala, ito mo, judge na wala siyang tutok eh. Kaya, syempre, siya sa kakabit sa mas madaling barel. Which is a
best
judge.
race eh.
Siya daw yung best race in the world. Hindi mo ba kilala yung best race in PH, guys? May umaaway. May umaaway doon. Nakita ko yung post niya. Pero syempre, mas magaling si Kelly S. Sorry MJ pero si Kelly S muna tayo ngayon, siya yung naglalaro eh.
Except pag ikaw naglalaro, ikaw pinakamagaling.
Oh my God, Darion! Lakas yung tutok kaya judge lang ang gamit, judge lang ang alam mo. Bigyan din ng Phantom of Vandal na promise, hindi makakapatayan. 2v5 on this game right now. Lexi inside the cyber cage. Nakita! Lexi and Lenny. Patay ng isa. Okay lang yan. Puso lang. Sa atin to. Ayaw pa. Ano ka pa? 5-0. Okay lang yan, men.
9-3 nga, nakahabol eh. 5-0 pa kaya.
5-0 in favor of RRQ.
Baliktad talaga kasi to guys. Mali lang yung HUD. Dapat na 0-5 to eh. Nabaliktad lang.
5-0 in favor of RRQ, ladies and gentlemen. Tuge. Meron siyang petsay dito so pwede na makita yung mga players na ngayon. Pero nga lang, Rabbit trying to be really aggressive right now. Mukhang alam niya. Pero Darion playing close. Yung ganito kasing smoke kasi, matik na yan eh. May judge sa loob eh. Matik na yan eh. Pero yung nga lang, paranoia, catching one, pero mapapatay ba nila si Darion? Yan ang tanong. Pero kailangan muna lang i-flash to. Pero pag na-flash si Darion, matik magbang to. Kasi ito naman talaga tunay na bang mga kaibigan. They know it already. Sabugan ng mukha pero wala naman nangyayari. Pero Kelly S with a kill onto Lenny right now. What a good opening. Onto screens mga kaibigan. Pwede na makita si Lexi. Nice! Nice kill! Nice one, baby! Yun na ata pinaka-aggressive na nice one, baby maririnig mo sa buong buhay mo. Pero Pit nakachamba na naman ng dalawa. Pero next yung mga kaibigan, tamang silip lang din. Pero one tap to the head kay Pit, matic yan. Pero Kelly S pushing it, tutulungan kita kapatid. May vandal ako bahala sa'yo. Pero nga lang Maxi, super low on HP. Kelly S with a kill right now. Pero ito rin talaga ang
30 seconds left.
racket ni Reyes mga kaibigan. Derion, 1v2 right now. Tingnan mo, ayaw pa rin talaga gumamit ng ng vandal of kasi wala naman talaga siyang tutok. Partida. Tinapon yung judge kapatid, kumuha ng vandal mga kaibigan. 1v2 right now. Pag nanalo si Derion dito, dinaya, promise.
Naka-vandal eh. Di ba sabi mo hindi nga nakakatutok sa vandal kaya nagja-judge?
Hindi tatama yan. Tignan mo. Mamamatay siya. Di ba? Mamamatay si Derion, promise. Tignan mo. Naisusulat na yan, guys. Walang tutok sa Derion. Judge na kalam yan. Di ba? Di ba? Naisusulat!
350!
Mag-judge ka na lang! Yan lang naman ang alam mo! Pero sa totoo lang, mahirap talaga. Kasi double smokers and defender, ang hirap pumasok, men, promise.
Tsaka marami utilities din na pang deny ng pagpupush. Diba? Yung kay Maxi, stars pa lang ni Astra, tsaka yung Snakebite Alam mong hindi makakapag-agi kagad ng isang iglip ang mga taga-RRQ. So kailangan nila mag-play slow talaga in a way na mag-play muna sila for pick-offs. Pero ngayon,
mabagal ang plays ngayon dito for sure. Kasi kailangan muna nilang ubusin yung mga utilities ng ng dito. May nang-hurt mga kaibigan sila, kinikat na 7 Lions, pero si Derion mga kaibigan, mukhang operator na rin talaga ang gamit niya. Ayaw na nilang judge Nakachamba na naman ang isa, pero si Nexi pushing it on ready, denying that kill. Pith! Tinraid, pero yun nga lang, nice pick ni Rabbit at saka ni Kelly, sabay-sabay silang pumasok pero meron pang tao dito sa may B mga kaibigan, which is si Maxi. Pero yun nga lang, kailangan sabayan din ng Draxi para syempre meron siyang bawi dito kahit paano, pero nga lang Rabbit makakuha isang kill ngayon, pero Derion mga kaibigan super low on HP. Nice nade para syempre talaga hindi pa talaga makapag-plant dito, pero nga lang sabi ni Rabbit, masyadong masakit kasi meron ditong snakebite, pero Rabbit will gonna plant the spike already. Pero nga lang Kelly S mga kaibigan, meron tao dito sa may kaliwa, pero Derion merong operator, pero magkakasilipan pa sila. Pero Diyos ko po, binatuhan ng Saddle si Derion, low on HP right now. Nung gagawin mo dyan kapatid, pero Kelly S mag-isa din talaga, pero nga lang Lady makakuha ng kill ngayon. 6-1 heist. Okay lang yan. 6-1 in favor of RRQ pa rin.
Lakas talaga ng RRQ dito sa split.
Grabe, oo, tama.
Ang galing talaga ng RRQ. Baliktad lang kasi ito na mali lang ang posisyon. Mamaya ayusin namin yan.
Oo.
Mamaya ayusin namin yan.
Alam mo, split kasi, mapa ng Pinoy yan. Ang ginagawa dito ng RRQ, mga kaibigan, nagiging hospitable lang sila.
Babawi kasi sila. 6-6 talaga to, nakita ko na ito Palong-palo ang RRQ. Alam mo, napatay ni 2K. Binaliktad talaga.
Ay, nako. I came from the future and the future is bright. Nalo ang RRQ dito. 2-0. 2-0. Pero pagkakita ko kahapon pala yun.
Mali.
Ang sakit. Grabe si Kelly S. Delicado. Oh no. Pero buti na lang hindi siya nakita. Pero nga lang meron pa Maximus dito for sure. Pero nga lang Raptors inside already. Pero Maximus gonna get that kill. Pero they need to go in. Kailangan nila mapatay si Maxi ngayon. Napakadami nangyayari. Pero nga lang parang lahat kina-connect onto this players natin talaga. Pero nga lang Maxi baka isa pa rin talaga. 4v3. Pero nga lang Kelly S. Sinagasaan si Maxi onto the face. Sinagasaan parang jeepney. Pero ito rin talaga. Next, he knows exactly kung nasa ba yung mga tatlong players ngayon ng Bleed Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Kelly S going to the up top. Let's see if ever meron pa siya matutod dito. Pero nga Lenny will gonna be revealed, but he's gonna get that kill na din talaga. Tuge, mga kaibigan, wala siya na flash kahit isa. Pero ito din talaga ang pagtango. Pero Derion with a quick scope and a kill? What? Are you kidding me? Pero Nexi, lumalaban, pero hindi nabawi. Mapapag-get out ka na talaga. 7-1. Close fight in favor of RRQ pa rin.
Lakas talaga ng RRQ. Wala akong masabi. 7-1. Pero pag...
Can someone get this?
Sobrang... pero kung balik tayo sa realidad itong si Darion, biglang lumakas eh. Anong kinain nito? Kanina, binati natin sa Ascent. Nung nahihirapan na siya ng first half, biglang bumawi na second half.
Chamba.
Tama. Tinutulungan kasi ng, sabi nga natin, di ba, ang Bleed ay composed ng Darion and friends. Kaya ganyan. Sila nga lang gumagawa sa kanila eh. Pero to sa RRQ, ano kaya next sila magiging sagot ngayon? Dahil yun nga, ang hirap pasukin. Sabi mga ng kanilang double control ng timing! Darion! Wala, tumal ba ng RRQ ngayon?
Kalma lang tayo, Paps. Kalma lang.
Sabi dito, may tagay-maya daw. Okay.
Oo, dalawa sila dyan. Pumunta din sa APAC, di ba? Hindi kasi nila kakayanin ng Pinas, kaya ganun. Pinas lang sa kalam, tandaan yan. Darion. Uy! Nice! Hindi rin tumama. Pero nice one. Pero sila yung mga kanil, pero bubuhay ulit si Kelly's. From the dead, you will rise again to wreak havoc here in B. Healing over here!
Pero ayun lang, buti na lang na trade-off si Tuge.
4v3 Darion, no? Darion, pumupush na naman talaga. Akala mo talaga makakaisaw. Hindi naman tumama, pero alam nila nandito lang si Darion, mga kapatid. Pero nagpupush-push na sila. Pero Kelly's miracle right now. Darion, tumahimik ka! Hindi ka pa nagwawala. 4v1 right now, mga kaibigan. Pit is in a lot of trouble right now. Kasi mag-isa na lang siya. 20 seconds in, then Spike has been planted already by Tuge. Pit, dahan-dahang lumalabas at dahang-dahang mamamatay sa kamay ng RRQ.
7-2! 7-5 yan. Pag na 7-5 talaga ng RRQ to, napaka-good half nun. Kasi usually ang RRQ, nakikita natin sila mag-pop off sa defending nila eh. And dito sa split, napakahirap talaga umentry papunta sa site kung nasa attacking ka. And ito, there are some mishaps, pero at least nakabawi yung RRQ with the trades. And very important na nakakapag-trade pa natin si Tuge. Pinapansin ko na si Tuge kasi palong-palo na siya ngayon. Si Pito, so slow ka pa dyan. Akaabang naman na sa'yo ang RRQ.
Mainit ang mainit ang dance floor nitong games ito. Mamaya babawi na sila, guys. Okay na lang. Kasi sinasabi niyo sa jowa nyo, sa mga nililigawan nyo, willing to wait. Dito rin dapat willing to wait din kayo.
Mismo.
At least tayo pure Pinoy, di ba? Pure Pinoy tayo, yung RRQ, di ba?
Ang RRQ ano yan eh, half Pinoy, half Pogi.
Oo, tama.
Pogi ng mga yan.
Same. Rabbit allows pera. Draxi pa-drop. Nice. Ayan. Hinarapan ni Draxi, mga kaibigan. Sige. I got you, bro. Got you. Nasabi ni Draxi. Pero magandang start na lang ng RRQ dito. Medyo mahirap nga naman talaga ang bleed. I mean, to be honest, Darion is really popping off with a judge and an operator. Nakita na natin yan kanina with a jet and he can actually do it right now. Darion with a boost with that satchel, mga kaibigan. Let's see if ever makakuha ba sila dyan. Pero bago nila gawin yan, kailangan mo sila mag-flash or anything. Flash or smoke just to cut off Darion. Narinig nila yun for sure. Pero para sa masigurado nila na mayroong tao doon, syempre kailangan nila mag-flash din syempre. Pero Darion with the paint shots right now. Pero mawawala ata makikita. Pero ito din talaga si KLS, mga kaibigan, with that showstopper. Not gonna catch anyone because si Darion makakuha ng kill na yun. Pero asan ba yung ibang mga players ngayon ng RRQ, mga kaibigan? They need to cut off everyone. Kelly is inside already. Pero ito rin talaga yung pet Chinese kaya makakita lahat kung nasa ba talaga yung mga players ngayon ng RRQ. And they're gonna plant the spike here in A as well. Maxi, medyo kinakabahan dyan kasi si Kelly S. Andun na din si Kelly, pero hindi alam ni Kelly S. Meron tao doon sa may taas. Pero yung mga players ngayon ng Bleed is trying to rotate na din talaga, pero wala, tapos na rin talaga yung ultimate ngayon ni Astra. Pero Pete and Lenny doing the job done with a spray and will take down the players of RRQ 7-2.
9 triggers ata to, Bill, or 8 forkers. Naniniwala ko. I believe. Flawless. Tatad. Pero anything, medyo nag-extend yung RRQ doon. Masyado. Sa post-plant nila, nagiging problema nila ngayon sa split. Hindi nila madepensan kapag sa A-side. Kasi yung B sobrang quick na lang eh. Basta makabawas sila ng 3 miyembro ng Bleed. Pero kapag sa A site, medyo malaking alanganin kasi pwedeng ibigay ng bleed yung site sa kanila eh. Pero puso! There yun, no?
Osup lang, men. Osup lang.
Oh. Omsim. Flash ako sa... Grabe yung flash ni Lenny. Abot hanggang langit. Papa J, nagpapata-comment na rin eh.
Sino?
Si Papa J.
Si PJ. Si PJ. Si PJ mga kaibigan, si Daddy. Pero si Kelly as mga kaibigan. Oh, Lenny's inside already. Pero tingnan ko ano ba mangyayari. Oh my God, Lenny nakaisapat na katatlo pa. Pero hindi ka makakaapat, boy. Pero si Drax yung mga kadalawang ngayon. 3v2 in favor of RRQ pa rin. Pero kalendaryo mga kaibigan, hindi ata tumama showstopper. Pero Drax yung nakatatlo rin talaga. Pero it's all up to Draxi right now. Makaka-ace ba siya? And oh, isa pa! Draxi, pag na-ace mo po, promise, 8-3 ang score ngayon. Malamang. Pero yung gano'n, gusto mo pa mag-ulti? Hindi makakalima, pero nakaka-anim ako! Draxi, with a 6K!
Last round before the switch.
So easy!
Diyos ko! 5, 6 pa! Lumamang lang, gusto pang manalo! Eto na! Draxi, binuksan na ang monitor niya! Hindi siya makakapatay ng 5. Oo, kasi 6 mapapatay niya. Isipin mo, buong bleed pinatay niya. Umextra pa ng isa. Anong ginagawa mo dyan? Hapit! Partida, classic lang yun at low pa ako.
I've got your train.
Spike down B.
8 workers, tignan mo, kumalo na si Draxi, galit na! Super sayang na! Nilabas na rin ang kami-hami-hami.
Galit na, pre. Pero yung nga lang, Nexi nakaisa pa, pero ito rin. And Nexi exactly knows kung nasa ba yung mga players ngayon ng RRQ mga kabi. Pero Nexi nakaisa pa po siya kita 2v2 right now. Tuge, heal mo si Nexi. Healing over here. Sige, pre. Heal mo, heal mo. Sige, heal mo. Sige, malayo yung kalaban. Heal mo pa. Pwede pa. Ay, naku po! Yan! 1v1 naman na great one right now. Nexi versus Lenny. Nexi, nagbabantay, hindi niya alam. Oh, baka nasa taas. Oh no! Sobrang open yan. No, nice! 8-4, let's go!
8 workers na!
Switching sides.
Ang RRQ! Naniniwala ako. Comeback nga yung Red Velvet, kaya comeback yan. Dami ko na nakita nag-comeback. Ginagawa na ng RRQ to. Step up mula kay Draxin.
Magka-comeback to. Si Moira nga tsaka asawa niya magka-comeback. Ito pa kaya. Si Skostakli nga tsaka si Zainab nag-comeback, di ba?
Oo.
Oh, ito pa kaya. First half pa lang, men. Okay lang yan. Lalaban at babawi. Jumbo hotdog nga. Kinakaya nila. Ito pa kaya.
Ay, naka po. Ang RRQ.
Pag natatalo, ang tahimik eh, no? Pinoy na Pinoy eh. Ito si Lexi, binuboost na naman ni Darion. Lang ambag.
At talagang yung mga kinakabahan na ata lahat. Hindi makakabahan, RRQ lang to. Pinoy tayo. Mga kabatid. Kay Lexi ngayon yung sumpa, oh. Kawawa naman.
Oo.
Okay lang yan. Leading ang bleed by 4. So, kailangan manalo ang RRQ sa pistol. Sobrang laking bagay pag nanalo sila ng pistol. Babangon ang mga taga-RRQ. Magiging zombie yan. Mga gat na yan against bleed.
Kaya yan, men. Umpisa pa lang naman, diba? Kaya talagang
papunta pa lang sa exciting part.
Oo, babawi tayo dyan, promise. Ay, no. Kahanap ako ng Bible verse, huwag ka matig. Magulo.
Tuwang-tawa.
Kailangan natin magdasal, mga kaibigan.
Kaya ako nagtatype dyan.
Abayan niyo ako. Hawakan natin yung mga kamay ng isa't isa, mga kaibigan. At sabay-sabay, ama namin.
Dati nung nung nasa high school ako, Nag-ama namin kami, yung crush ko dun sa kabila sa kabilang aisle. Naghahawakan kami na kami.
Tapos?
Wala, share. Si share ba siya kayo?
Nice. Pero ito yung RRQ mga kaibigan, talaga hindi kayo makakapasok dito. Ito na ang Great Wall of RRQ, ladies and gentlemen. Oo, marami kayong ecoms. Pero, kayo maraming ecoms ha? Kayo ha, bleed ha? Yung mga ginagawa nyo, puro kayo ecoms ha? Pero wala naman kayong brimstone. Wala magsisindi na. Pero nga, next, we're gonna get that right now. Next, we're gonna 2K! Ito na! Galit na galit sa Nexi. Apakan mo ako. Ako pa magsusorry sa'yo. For V3 right now, Pit, nagkakaroon siya ng mga damage dito. Pero nga lang, Pit, alam niya na meron nag-rotate na din talaga. Pero he knows it already. Meron tayo sa may heaven. Pero alam niya na meron tatlo. Na camera pa nga. Na picturean pa nga. May montage pa nga. Pero RRQ is on its way to victory. 3v2 mga kaibigan. Lexi, low on HP. And together with Pit as well. Pero si Lexi, meron siyang heal, pero wala namang magagawa yan. Ang problema nila is the spike is drop. Paano nila kukunin yan?
Hinil pa niya si Pit. Dapat ko ako sa iyo, Lexi, nag-self-love na lang ako.
Oh, di ba? Migil na kayo. Huwag niyo na pahirapan yung mga sarili niyo. Kasi at the end of the day, RRQ naman ang mananalo.
Uy, mahirap yan. Bleed, si Lexi, pipitas ay kinuha. Marunong. May 19 seconds pero sa kahit wala na yan.
Spike down.
Nice! Pinalamang lang gusto pang manalo!
Si Tugi yan eh.
Diba?
Si Tugi.
Palakpakan. Palakpak yun, guys.
Player standing.
Si Pito, umaasa pa ng dalawa,
Frenzy pa more.
Ang gagawin ng frenzy mong makulay. Ikaw ba, Rere, ano mang gusto mo? Frenzy or classic?
Classic lang.
Classic lang. Gusto mo yung, ayaw mo ng frenzy, di ba?
Ayoko na frenzy.
Kasi magbabayad ka pa ng 450 para sa frenzy, di ba? Pwede naman classic, libre naman yun, di ba? Pero yun nga lang, Drax, yung mga kaibigan na isa pa, hadukin sa lahat, mga kaibigan, wala kayong makita. Literal, nandilim ang paningin nyo sa kamay ni Draxi. 8-6. Galaw-galaw naman, hoy!
Sabi nila dito, Bill, palakpak rin.
Sino ba?
Pero pinakitaan ng ganyan ang mundo ko pag wala ka.
Patita, mapalakpak ako pero no hands yun.
SFX talaga yan, guys. SFX.
Oh, guys. I can do a lot of things with my... I don't wanna say it here. Pero, Bleed mga kaibigan, meron silang vandalism ngayon. Ang dami nilang ecoms mga kaibigan. Kayo ha?
Pengi kami.
Pengi naman.
Ibigayan ba siya?
Grabe.
Paturo kami paano maging controller.
Grabe yung mga ecoms dito ha. Dami niyan ha. No rem kayo dyan ha.
Al James kayo
no rem ako dito.
Dito
marami.
No rem ako. Pero pansariling gamit ko ito. Pero to.
Bakit tinuloy mo no? Pero mga kaibigan, kinakabahan sila kasi alam nila na merong na merong dun sa taas ng wall no? Kaya hindi sila makapasok no? Ano na ang gagawin mo dyan, Kuya Eddie? Pero Kelly S mga kaibigan, nagmamatin dito sa may ropes. Kalimutan ko na So dami-dami ko sinasabi, nakakalimutan ko na yung sasabihin ko, pero kung napapansin mo talaga gagawin din ata ng RRQ yung triple na flank, pero hindi nila gagawin kasi hindi naman sila BLW. So, on to the games right now mga kaibigan. Tamang smoke na din talaga, pero ito lang. Oh, Diyos ko po, Kelly! Yes! With a spray! Catching one, okay lang yan. Basta may napatay ka, pwede na. Pero si Nexi, waiting patiently with that Spectre. Let's see if ever makakapatay pa siya ng at least dalawa. Pero, alam nila na meron talo sa may loob, mga kaibigan. 13 seconds. Pre! Kailangan nyo i-plant yung spike na yan, pre! Ano yan? Ano yan? Anong gagawin nyo dyan? Itatanim nyo? Pero Nexi mag-isa. 1v3 right now. Nexi, low on HP. Pero tamang snake pa niya talaga. Pero Nexi, will gonna fall down into the hands of Pit. 9-6 mga kaibigan. Nice!
Kapag nice score, comeback score.
Kamsim.
Diba?
Warm up lang yung kanina guys. Kalma lang. Warm up lang yun. Diba? I mean, pinapaganda lang nila yung laban, kapatid. Pero sayang lang talaga eh. No? Akala ko hindi nila ipaplant yung spike. Akala ko ano nila eh, itatanim nila eh, patutubuin nila eh.
Patutubuin. Farmer. Sa sobrang angas ng RRQ, kahit lamang yung bleed, mapapa-timeout sila.
Oh, di ba? Oh, time out. Grabe, ang lakas ng RRQ. Time out nga tayo. Time.
Pero ang RRQ, kailangan pa rin nilang maging worth it sa round na to dahil konti na yung pera nila eh. May iba sa kanila 0 na si Rabbit together with Tuge. So they need to make this worth it. Although 1 orb na lang mula kay Draxi tsaka kay Tuge, makakapag-ultimate sila. At si Nexi ready na kagad with a neural theft. Isang pitas at posible na sa kanila makuha ng information against Beat. So very important tong round.
Yeah.
Na to para ipakita ng RRQ na makakahabol talaga sila sa map pick din nila against Bleed.
Matindi ang laban to, guys. So kailangan talaga natin mabawi kahit papaano.
Can I get a drop?
Pero going back here in this game right now.
Thanks.
May pera ang RRQ. So pwede ba sila makabawi dito kahit paano? Nagsisimula pa lang ang laban. Pero wala pang barilan. Grabe naman yung Valorant, simula pa lang barilan na.
Kaya pala lakas si Draxi, may bebe buff eh.
Syempre,
sabi dito, maboy daw. RRQ, Draxi, Jed, Jamir. Sabi ni Shell Castaneda. Napakatalis na pag-ibig.
Wow. Meron pang heart. Grabe naman talaga. Ako po, Draxi, andyan na yung bebe mo. Baka naman, di ba? Galaw-galaw kahit konti. Pero yung alam mo yung na-flash. Pero alam nila meron tao dyan. Oh my God! Nexi! Inubos! Ibalik nyo kay Nexi! Ibalik nyo sa kanya kasi makakapatay pa siya. Pero sipit na lang din talaga kasi siya naman ang mamamatay dito, mga kaibigan. So it's fine. 50 seconds in. Paano kayo makakapasok dyan? Puro kayo ecoms, men. Pero hindi naman kayo makapasok sa site. Ito na rin talaga yung 7 Lions. Naghahanap. Oh, nakita, alam nila na meron tao dito, guys, kaya hindi sila umikot. Nakita si Derion, nakita rin si Maxi. They know it already. Na kahit isa lang ang ecoms nila is makakapatay pa rin sila. Tugay, mga kaibigan, Jaxi, muntik na. Pero Hadouken rin talaga. Pero yung wala ka nakita ng dilim na naman ang paningin nila. Pero yun nga lang, merong Petchay si Sky, mga kaibigan. Parang Jaxi will gonna fall down to the hands of these players. Talaga. Pero Pit, the only man remaining. Wallbang, hindi rin tumatama. 13 seconds in, wala ka na magagawa, baby boy. 97 na to, baby boy.
Paalam, save mo na lang.
Save na lang din talaga. Evas para Evas. Okay lang yan. Comeback to, guys. Ano ka ba?
Naniniwala ako sa comeback eh.
Si Pico nakatingin lang sa akin eh. What do you want, baby?
Sabi niya siguro sa Benet.
Ang sabi ni Kier, okay lang yan. Paano mo nalaman, Kier? Paano?
Manguhula ka ba? Dito may... Sino kaya itong nagbe-message sa akin sa Twitter na kumain na daw ako? Grabe ka naman. Shoutout nga pala sa isang viewer na hindi ko alam kung sino, pero sabi niya kain na daw ako. Pero to, oh, ganda ng camera. Oh, kita talaga lahat to.
Kitang-kita, mga kaibigan. Grabe maglagay ng camera si Nexi.
Natotoo na yung mga tao dahil sa cybercam.
Tagong-tago. Hindi mo alam kung saan, si Direk Nexi talaga, oh. Si Direk. Direk na ang tawag ko sa'yo. Nexi, kala mo. Ito si Direk. Oh my God! Look at that! Sumabog yung bungo ng dalawa! Hindi pa New Year, pero nagpapaputok ka na! 3v4 on to this game. They're gonna go here in A instead. Pero, hindi na natunasan yung isa, pero ngayon Nexi. Si Direk nakapatay na naman, pero it's all up to Pit, my guy. 9-8 ang mangyayari ngayon. Grabe naman si Direk! Kitang-kita niya lahat ng dumadaan dito!
Binigyan ng fireworks na naman. Mahilig mag-New Year tong si Kelly S talaga. Best race, PH. Ayun o.
Diyos ko!
Ay, ayun o. Kumula ng Jugong lang eh. Na-jugong yung dalawang miyembro eh.
Na ano?
Bleed. Oh, sound effects yan.
Jugong?
Jugong. Sana lang. Tie score na.
Sana lang. Pinalamang lang gusto pang manalo. Sabi ko sa'yo eh, ibigay niyo alam mo ko, Derion, mag-judge ka na lang kasi, yun lang kasi ang alam mo. Pero mga kaibigan, may nakita ngayon, yung Trailblazer, pero hindi, oh my God, nagkamali yung boombot ni Kelly S, hindi pumasok dun sa may, oh yun nga lang, oh Maxi, oh my God, galawang sneaky, oh Diyos ko po, pero nice, merong may trip war dito, pero yung let's see, pero bang gagawin nila, pero next, si kitang-kita, si Direct nakadalawa na, pero 5v2 right now mga kaibigan, anong gagawin ngayon ng Bleed? If ever natalo kayo dito, wala kayo yung pera next round, pero si Direct mga kaibigan, literal na alam niya kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban niya, trip war, ang ganda ng pagkalagay ni Direct doon, pero 50 seconds remaining dito, ladies and gentlemen, Bleed Esports. What you gonna do, boy? Si Direct nagbabantay na sa Gedli. Si Direct next si mga kaibigan, pwede siya sumilip isa, pero nga lang Kelly S nakapatay pa. And to get, well, gotta get your head now. 9-9. Isipin mo anong score kanina? 7-1 pero 9-9 na ngayon. Comeback it is talaga, men. Pag nagalit na si Direct Nexi, eto na yon.
Barong buff, Bill!
Sabihin ko sa inyo, ibalik nyo na yung judge kay Derion kasi yan lang naman ang alam nun.
Hey! Nexi, so sexy talaga. So flawless pagdating sa RRQ. And ito na yun, nasa momentum ng RRQ. Di ba parang sila nakakapag-comeback talaga kapag split yung kalaban nila? Ay, pag split yung map nila? Kahit anong score pa, 9-3 pa yan, RRQ tayo eh.
Kahit anong score yan mga kaibigan, sabi ko nga sa inyo, talagang kumakain kasi sila kanina, nagbe-burger sila, men. Kaya nga ang tagal. Kaya nga nakakaskor ang Bleed Esports partida na yon. Ang RRQ, eto na, nagbukas na ng monitor. Oh, mag-Avengers pa. Kala mo naman talaga. Nagbabantay na sa 10, pero mukhang lang pero nga rabbit mga kaibigan pushing and we're gonna take down Maxi right now. One controller in front, pero Tugi andito lang sa may hell. Dito kayo sa impyerno, ladies and gentlemen. Pero Derion pushing in. Anak ko po binaril sa pero nga lang si mga kaibigan. Ang mawawala ngayon pero Kelly, yes, we're gonna end this game. Pinalamang lang gusto pang manalo. 9-10 comeback it is. Diyos ko, nakascore lang, kala mo naman talaga pananalo? Pinalamang lang? Bayan?
Welcome to Binondo, welcome to Tondo talaga ang sabi ng RRQ sa Bleed. Lamang na lamang na.
Diyos ko naman. Nakascore lang? Lumamang lang? Easy? Bayan? Ito na ba yun? Ito na ba yung Bleed? Ito na ba yun? Parang wala naman.
Ito na. RRQ is back. At pag natalo ang Bleed dito, hindi ko hiben.
Oh, Derion, oh. Showstopper, oh. Pero yung nga lang, Lenny. Oh, nice one, Kelly S! Pero Lenny nakachamba pa lang isa. Pero yung nga lang, buti na lang walang tamaan si Derion dito mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, si ever makakuha ba siya. Pero mga kaibigan, Lenny, getting all these strikes right now. Pero Derion nakachamba na naman ng dalawa. What? Pero buhay pa si Direct next si mga kaibigan. The spike is trap. Alam nila kung saan pa sila manggagaling. Derion, delikado dito. Direct next si mga kaibigan. Pero mayroong page dito mga kaibigan. Pero let's see if ever makuha ba niya. Oops, hindi na naman nakakuha yung spike mga kaibigan. Derion, paano mo kukunin yan kapatid? Pero Nexi, magandang silip. Pero si Lexi all the way from behind mga kaibigan. Paano kukunin to ng Bleed? 2 versus 3. Partida na yon. Pero Nexi, sumisilip na dito kayo nagkakarinig. Pero Diyos ko po, Lexi, hindi ka marunong mag-operator. Wag mo nang kunin yan!
Ay, may magkakatap!
Oh, nice, Nexi. Let's go! Let's go, Direct! Direct, ako na bahala. Pero nga, Direct Nexi, mga kaibigan, muntik na makakuha ng isa. Pero let's see. Oh my God, may Viper spin. Oh no. Oh my God, Lexi, nakachamba ng isa dito. Pero Nexi, kayang-kaya ng Direct yan. Direct Nexi, ubusin mo lahat yan. Pito, pag ganyan-ganyan pa, kala mo naman talaga. Pero Nexi, nice, 1 kill off. Pero makakadalawa pa ata, pero Diyos ko, munti ka na. Pero si Pit, ba't ka lumalabas? Pero sayang, hindi ka tabingin doon, Nexi. Pero 10-10, okay lang yan. Winnable sa side ng RRQ, mga kaibigan. Meron silang pera, meron silang lahat.
Ay.
Dami nilang pera, oh. Pag natalo dito, ang bleed, allow sila RF di para Chong Orb next round.
Force ang kailangan nila gawin. Pero kung ako, Lexi, huwag na ako mag-open. Dito matama eh. Ano, kailan try siya eh. NT na lang masasabi mo eh. Maliligalig tong RRQ. Pero ready na kagad yung mga ultimates nila. 4 out of 5. Gusto na lang, gusto na talagang tuldo ka ng RRQ tong split map in favor of them. Takbo na tayo papuntang Chinatown. Papuntang You are divided! Haven! Okay, na ba yan nalit kagad ang cost? Divide ayaw nila pag-entry yung RRQ. Pero ano naman yan? Wala naman gagawin yan. Dahil RRQ is back. Sino ba yan ang anikwen nito? Showstopper pero walang mabawas. Sayang. Ayun na!
Nice. Nice. Lexi, operator pa, hindi ka marunong yan! Lexi, ibigay mo kay Darion yung operator kung ako sa'yo. Huwag ka na magmaasim, operator ka pa, hindi ka naman tumatama. Tama na. Tama, tatamaan ka sa akin pag hindi mo pag di mo binitawan yan. Pero ito na, kita open sa heaven mga kaibigan. Alam nilang nasa heaven. Sabi sa'yo, Lexi, nagpapabus ka na nga lang, operator pa ang gusto.
Tama na yan. Lexi, ayun to na nga. We go, third map, mga kapatid. Si Fist naman ngayon pumalo.
Ano, wala na. Wala na. Ay, nako mga kaibigan. Ito na. 7-1. That's funny.
That's funny.
That's so funny. 7-1. Yan na ba yarn? Pero, di mga kaibigan na save. Oh, gusto padopo sa actions to. Pero Lexi, si Direk nakadalawa na naman mga kaibigan. Kitang-kita sa camera. Lexi, wala na buhay ka. Let's win another one right now. Deryo nakapatay pa. Pero nakachapa lang naman. Meron tao dito sa may head. And Lexi, Direk, Lexi will get end this round. And RRQ is at a match point already. Lumamang lang. Gusto pang manalo. Pinascore lang kayo. Diyos ko, para syempre maramdaman nyo naman yung pakiramdam ng may score. Sabi ko nga kanina, 7-1 in favor of RRQ. Kanina lang kasi kumakain yung mga yan. Pero ngayon ubos na. Si Nexi busog na. Kayo ang dessert niyan.
Nakabuffet. At obscuring vision. Pero, ano nang mangyayari kay Maxi? Oy, chamba. Vak
yun. Gutom na ako legit. Pagkatapos ka na itong round na ito, kakain muna ako saglit. Pero, si Rabbit binuhay agad si Draxi, mga kaibigan. Halika dito, my friend. Maglaro tayo dito, my friend. Pero mga kaibigan, sipitin naman mo, wala talagang kapera-pera. Si Derion, tamang spectre lang din talaga. Sabi ko sa inyo promise, pag tinanggal nyo, oh my god, kayo na other one part para sa Maxi. Winasiwas ang bad sa kanilang mukha. Pero meron pang bukay dito mga kaibigan. Ito yung Pechay ni Tuge. Pero 3v1, Lenny. Tingnan natin dito kung mananalo pa si Ito, pero feeling ko hindi na. My god, Lenny, hinahabol ng Pechay ni Sky. Nilabas ng tinitrika ang bird dito. Pero the spec has been done. Pero Kali as well again. We're going to game number 3 na isusulat sa Biblia mga kaibigan. Napapawi ang RRQ. Pinalamang lang gusto pang manalo.
Sabi sa inyo guys, come back. Started from the bottom, now we hear 8 quarters. Ano?
Diba? Ano yung score kanina? 7-1. So funny.
So funny talaga, Phil, dahil RRQ every time nagipit sila sa split, parati silang nakakabawi. Sure na sure talaga sila. They're pretty confident about it. At ang bleed, nahirapan pinasarap lang, pero di naman pala mananalo ang bleed.
Yeah, pinaisa lang mga kaibigan, pero hanggang dun na lang sila sa isa. Pero let's see, this is game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully that syempre ang I'm proud of the Philippines apparently are yung manalo dito, kasi if ever panalo sila dito, pasok na sila sa group stage. Kasama nila of course yung dalawang PH teams natin na nag-aantay na lang doon sa OAS Gaming syempre, at saka ang Team Secret. Mga kaibigan, Mainit. Sobrang init ng laban. Ano ba yung next map natin? Next map, it's gonna be on Haven. My God! Mapa ng Pinoy ito! Goodbye! Bleed ko sa inyo! Wala na kayo. Wala kayong maglaro eh. Diba? Lalabanan nyo ang RRQ sa mapa ng Pinoy. You don't do that. You don't do that here in the Philippine soil, mga kaibigan. Pero ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head on to a very, very short break. Once again, we're casting right here. My name is Phil. Alongside me is Ray. See you later.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Ghetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to talk.
Viva RRQ, as this team would say it. Regum, Qeon keeping their upper bracket dreams alive as they took game number 2. The score split almost evenly over here on Split, but hey, we expected the scoreline to be close, but not this close. Fluffy, the rounds were explosive over here. Let's start the discussion with Bleed Esports and the infamous judge play.
I mean, Bleed Esports yet again with the judge play, such an X factor to have on your team. They started off very strong in this map, specifically stringing 5 rounds together up until some signs of life from RRQ kind of pushed them, but still ending up with the majority of the wins on the halves for the rounds. And as we moved on to the second half, Bleed Esports really tried their best to make the best the rest, but unfortunately for them, RRQ, the Masters of Split here off the PH, not the most comfortable map for them, as they stated in an interview. But you know, they said if it works, it really does work for them, and at the end of the day, it really did, with a demanding score of 13-10.
I'm being honest, I thought this was gonna go on the side of Bleed Esports. They were so dominant at the first half that I actually thought that they were starting to mess a little bit with the mental of RRQ. But then again, this is the game of mental fortitude. They came out as the stronger brains over here. And even though as early as round number 2, Darian, as the unforgiving person that he can be, he brought out Judge and he just judged his opponents away. Him getting 2 and Lenny having his back every now and then too. But you know what surprised me, Trix, was that Pith actually joined in on the Judge train.
I know, when Pith was holding that Judge and Vents, I was a little surprised myself because I expected it from Darion. And then when I looked back at the map, I'm like, wait, is that a Judge on Pith? And true enough, it was. I feel, though, watching the entire thing, I think Bleed just was lacking on their attacker side. Primarily, they let Nexi have free reign. And we've said it time and time again, that when you let Nexi just do his thing, make his setup, and not pressure him, not punish him, you know, he just always gets the upper hand against you. And the fact that he didn't really have to move, he didn't move from B side to A side, just meant that he could keep the position he was in and let his teammates instead in RRQ position to counter Bleed.
Talking about Nexi over here, I had a few moments wherein Nexi just stopped my breathing altogether, especially, I think this was the round before the half ended. He was over at B side, and he positioned himself right in front of the default box, with Lenny coming up on Heaven, pushing him slowly. He was out in the open. His body was right there, but he relied on his spy cam for the info that was incredibly risky. But in the end, he got to kill Lenny. Like, I don't know how Nexi was able to do that. I guess, Fluffy, that he's just built different. That is it.
He is just built different. Again, he's one of the best sentinels that we have in the PH, and seeing him here on the APAC stage, which he's tried so long for him to actually make it. Finally that he's here, he's really showing up and stepping up almost every game, if not every game, for his team. Here on Spirit, though, if we look at the other highlights, we can see all the amazing plays coming in from RRQ. Nexi, just as we were talking about him, getting those 2 important frags, but before to get shut down here. And Draxi as well, his dynamic duo coming in with the big Omen flash, trying to connect with 1, 2, and even more players. Just impactful plays that helped them secure the end of the round because of how strongly their defense really held. And I feel like, you know, Split is one of those maps where it's kind of expected that your defense will be your better half. Some teams are better on attacking than others, but generally speaking, Bleed, we saw end of the half was such a great start. We thought, okay, they secured this. It's already in the bag for them. They just have to get a couple more rounds. But unfortunately for them, the moment that it swapped, the defense was just impenetrable for the side of RRQ.
Yeah. It just felt a lot like, you know, there wasn't enough baiting of the utility from the sky, or even just breaking the Cypher wires. They were just everywhere. And it just felt that that's what gave RRQ extra confidence that we can go on this side, or we're going to take pressure here. Because you saw it a lot where the Raze and the Cypher are on A side, and the rest of the team suddenly pushes Garage, takes that information, says, okay, they're probably hitting A, and then they just rotate out. And I feel that Bleed was put in that position so often. I had hoped to see them bait that information more, that, okay, I'm going to let myself get tagged by the Sky Flash so that they think we have presence here, but the rest of us are gonna go there.
Oh, the master of that strategy. Okay, that was what we were actually expecting too. I guess that's what something that they could have improved on the attacking side. Now, Fluffy, you touched up earlier on the setups that Nexi, look at me, getting all tongue-tied because we got Lexi, Maxi, Draxi, Nex. Am I getting all of these names right? It's just filled with tongue-tied names over here. But as I was saying, Nexi, phenomenal use of utility as always. I remember one of the rounds, again, I was holding my breath over his setup because Maxi was actually going down the vents. He was right behind as Nexi was going up again, back into A heaven, but he couldn't push through because right in front of him was the Cypher tripwire. And Maxi was like, okay, do I push now? Because my teammates are entering A side already. I should be back here supporting them. But no, the tripwire is here. If I break this now, it's gonna break. It's gonna alarm the enemy that I'm coming from the back. And just incredible setup from Nexi over here. I'm out of words. Just thinking about this game and how RRQ just managed to turn the game around. Now, of course, Bleed on the other hand, really solid effort for them. 13-10, not a score to belittle, of course, Fluffy, especially with Lenny always catching the enemy team blindsided during the defending side, just literally and figuratively.
I mean, the combination between all the players just willing to, I guess, play off each other is a big deal. As you mentioned, Lenny really had the ability to follow up with, especially, I think, Darion's play, where he was literally a guiding light on that sky for a bunch of his teammates, able to get a lot of assists as well as information that's very important to have an initiator player like Lenny.
Now, Trix, we did see, of course, once again, the double controller setup that Bleed just likes to run over here on Split. I thought to a certain extent that maybe it could have given them more space on the attacking side, because after all, it limits the vision of the enemies. But why do you think that this wasn't the case here? Why was it only as effective on the defending side?
As I mentioned earlier, I feel that they needed to deny that Cypher vision, the Cypher control. Break the cameras, find the tripwires, just take that information away from them, force them to change their setup, because that gives you more room as the attackers to move around freely while the defenders are trying to second guess where you are. But if the tripwire is in front of the Viper wall, of course they're going to know you're not there. Or they're going to assume even if you are there, you're stuck on one side.
Now we're gonna be heading over to Haven. Wait, let me just catch my breath for a second here. This series overall has been incredibly intense, and I'm sure that you guys can share. I don't know if frustration is the right word for it, but I'm definitely on my toes every single round that these guys go into play. Now, Haven, a map again with the ABCs. We're seeing some familiar compositions over here, Fluffy.
Yeah, familiar, but a bit of variation. I don't think I've ever actually seen this composition specifically from RRQ. I haven't seen them play Raze as the main duelist. Normally you see it with a Breach or a Jet on Haven. So I'm very excited to see that, but more excited that they're pulling out that Fade on Rabbit. I'm a super big Fade fan, and I think that the utility it brings over Sova in some situations can be leveraged a lot. But on the other hand, we still have teams favoring that more, I guess, balanced approach. A very good hard Sentinel like Lexi on that Sentinel. KJ, they also have the very solid information that's always reliable in that Sova. Breach, of course, for support, a duelist. And for their other choice, I believe that Bleed is trying to play a more standard game, because I think what really worked for them in the first game was just being able to adapt on the fly. And I feel like on a map like Haven, there's a lot more adjustments that you could do.
I feel that especially watching their performance on Split, although they dropped the map, you could just see the amount of game sense some of their players had, especially during pressure situations. So if going for something a little more default, the edge could just very well be the fact that they're so well versed and they perform so well under pressure.
Pressure is what these guys are known for. I'm just excited to see how they're going to be pushing Haven. We did see Haven on the last series that we saw earlier, but I'm not sure if the same outcome is going to be happening here. Like, how close is the scoreline going to be? I don't know how much of an expertise both of these teams is going to bring onto this map. Now, with that said, I'm excited to just get on over to the game, see how this series is going to end, because at this point, it feels like a hard reset. It feels like it's a best of one happening over here with a 1-1 scoreline, am I right? So, with that, casters, please give me some time to breathe, give me some time to recover from the series that we just had, and just take it away.
What's up everyone? Nasa second series pa lang tayo pero main event na to between RRQ and Bleed as pupunta nga tayo sa Haven map. Konting summary lang guys, 1-all. So talagang dito sa Haven mapapakita natin kung sino ba ang mas tunay at syempre RRQ ang mas tunay. My name is Ray. Kasama ko si Vil ngayon at ihahatid namin sa inyo ang unbiased casting nga between RRQ and Bleed.
Ayan. Di na ako nakita.
Yan.
Hi guys, long time no see. Di ko alam kung bakit pa lumalaban na bleed dito eh. Kasi alam naman natin na RQ ang mananalo eh. Pero sa tao lang ganito area. Yung bleed at saka itong RRQ, yung last matches nila, yung bleed, of course, Ghetto Artist, panalo sila sa Haven. First map nga nila yun eh, yung Haven eh. One-sided yung score. Same goes with RRQ. Nung kinalaban nila ang Big BAAM, panalo din sila sa Haven. One-sided din. So, hindi ko alam talagang feeling ko close fight to. Ewan ko ba dito sa RRQ, mahilig to sa B. Mahilig sila sa B. Anong B?
Big
Kasi,
BAAM.
Big BAAM, tas bleed. Bleed, diba? Better B. Ito na, game. Daming sinasabi. Pero these boys, we're gonna go here in garage instead. Mga kaibigan, sa makikita natin ngayon kung paano sa mobile. Pero tamang chup-chup lang din. Chup-chup sa may putok. Pero ito dyan, we're gonna take down one old Jerry. Pero kalang Kelly as mga kaibigan. Jessica Dubin sa pero kalang Token. Nakadalawin talaga sila. Pero that is Kelly as mga kaibigan. Getting the head of Lenny right now. 3v2. Mga, oh my God! Anong gagawin mo dyan, Kuya Eddie? Pero Pith, super low on HP. Andito lang yung spec. Hindi pa rin napaplant though. Pero kailangan nila mag-repossession. Because kung napapansin mo si Nexi mga kaibigan, doon lang tititig sa likod. Pero mukhang hindi ata sila magpupush doon. Mukhang mag-back away ata sila. And now Rabbit mo makakita rin ata ng isa. Pith, super low. And he's gonna fall down into the hands of Rabbit. 1-0 already. Tama na. Ipanalo nyo na. Ito na. Turuin na.
Ay, nako. Alam mo na pag nanalo ng pistol, sunod-sunod na vil eh.
Oo. Kilala mo ba si Sherwin? Ito yun, men. Kasi sure win.
Sherwin. Wala pa akong narinig na pangalan ng Valorant player, Sherwin sa pro scene. Sana magkaroon.
Wala. Pero yung game na to, huwag kang mag-alala. Ito na talaga ang tunay na Sherwin kasi sure win naman sila. So, Lenny, kinakabahan sa tingin-tingin sa taas. Oo, tumingin ka sa langit kasi dun ka naman mapupunta pag nanalo na ang RRQ dito. And now, Maxi, together with Derion, pushing in dito sa may sewers. Sewers, hindi sewers. Pero Rabbit, Tony Prowler may tamaan na isa. Pero, oo, namatay sila. Namatay si Rabbit doon, pero it's fine! Because Kelly Aduenas, right! May chup-chup ka pa tayo! My God, isipin mo naman si Lexi! Wala na kang ambag! Namatay pa siya sa satchel! Men, ang sakit nun! Buti sana kung namatay ka sa pain shell, pero hindi! Si Lexi, namatay sa satchel! Nang ambag!
Satchel lang malakas, Bill! Ano ba naman yun? Bleed?
Namatay ka sa satchel! Isipin mo yun!
Check your lag. Thank you.
Ay!
Ko! Ano ba? Ito yun, no? Tinan mo, wala sila magagawa dyan, no? Pasabog na Happy New Year! Ito, Satchel! Satchel out! BAAM! Tie bats! Hirap nun, men! Hirap mag-push. Isipin mo, sinuchup-chup ka na nga, may pumutok pa na pain shell, may Satchel pa!
Ay! Litong-lito na kagad ang bid. Wala pa to, guys. Sa round 3 pa lang, nalilito na sila.
Oo, hindi na alam ko anong gagawin. Kung ako sa inyo, mag-FF na kayo after 5 rounds. Pero, Tony Prowler, alam ng RRQ kung nasa ng bleed. They tried to push right now. Merong tao dito lang sa may lobby, meron din tao dito sa may A-long. Pero saan ba sila pupunta ngayon? Draxi. Magfa-flash to. Promise, magfa-flash to. Sisilip yung isa. Promise, mangyayari to. Pero, oh no, Draxi. As in, flash! Pero yun yung flash ni Traga, pero kanila ni winner in right now. Pero delikado ngayon yung mga players ngayon na argue kasi si Draxi at isa kapatay siya ng isa kayo. Pero yun nga lang, Draxi! We're gonna end everyone right now! Pero please, baka kami nakachamba pa rin ng dalawa. Pero, tuge, tama Spectre lang. Si Lexi, ghost lang tawag na gamitin niya kasi meron naman siyang headhunter, so okay lang yun. And if ever, kiliti ako, dinidilaan ni Pico yung pa ako. Pero, ano? Pero, mga kaibigan, makakontext mga tayong isa. Pero yun nga lang si Lexi, nakasama naman dito. Pero nga lang, Maxi, gumanti ang api. Stop.
Ganito na. Yung tatay ko nagpa-vacuum dito. Hindi naman siguro naririnig ko. May nililinisan na. Nililinisan na din niya pati yung pagkakamali ng RRQ para panalo ng RRQ. Sabi niya, bleed, sama na din kayo dito.
Binacuum, man.
Oh.
Ginawang ano eh, ginawang olalub eh. Anong olalub? Bulalo. Sorry anak, akin. Pero going back here, ladies and gentlemen, and now to get mga kaibigan, andito lang siya sa may backside though. Waiting for the perfect entry na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng Bleed. Pero if ever nakarinig na siya, ang gagawin lang dito is Kongkas o Chup-Chup. Pero wala siyang pan-Chup-Chup ngayon. Pero parang nang gagawin niya, to get mga kaibigan, medyo delikado siya. Siya lang may baril dito, pero nga lang ito lang dito yung mga bahay sa ginagawa nila. Pero that is the spray coming in from to get. Pero siya makikita kayo parang kailangan nakabal pa rin isa dito. 4v4 on to this game. A minute left in the clock. Asan yung pag-plant ng spike? That is Lexi. We're gonna plant the spike. Kasi yan lang naman ang trabaho niya, mag-plant ng spike, and the time for RRQ retake is now on Kenny, and the showstopper, you're gonna die into the hands of Kenny is right now. Lenny, super low. Kahit marami pa siyang buhay, low yun. Pero kung Lenny nakachama na naman isa, pero yung 2v2 on this game right now, next gonna swing, pero Maxi ito na sa Getly. Pero Rabbit, we're gonna fall down as well. 2-2. Nagdi-dessert na naman ng RRQ.
Oo, may kasamang french fries. Bumorger na naman muli. Ako, si Ray unbiased, ewan ko si Vin. Mismo.
Wala naman talaga, di ba?
Oo. Napakabait nga namin eh. Wala pa nga to eh. Bukas meron ulit. Lalo na next week. Pag nagsama-sama na ang RRQ, ang Oasis, tsaka Team Secret. Wala na. Unbiased talaga.
Grabe.
From PH Broadcast. Super fresh. Matino.
So, natatawa ako. If ever nagugulat kayo na ganito yung commentary, I just want to tell you guys that this is a watch party. This is not a commentary, this is a watch party.
Hindi ko alam ba kasi tiro na talaga sa honey list na next
Oo.
week.
Pero ito na nagkakasipan na sila dito pero wala nga lang silang barel. 2-2 in favor of RRQ. Lexi, pasilip-silip lang. Ito talaga, Lexi, sakto yung BLT sa ano niya. Oh, Lexi nakachamba na naman pero yung alang Lexi. Oh my God, ginawa ang barbecue yung dalawa. Kelly S, low on HP. Recon bot will be in line pero hindi ko siya makikita dito. Delikado si kaibigan Kelly pero nga lang Tuge all the way from the backside right now. Nag-iingay lang sila para kay Kelly S para syempre makaikot sa Tuge ngayon. Pero lahat sila dire-diretso dito pero nga lang Maxi catching one. Pit, we're gonna take down Kelly S 2-3 in favor of RRQ pa rin.
Okay lang. One round lang. One more chance. Giging 3-all yan in favor of RRQ. Naka-operator na si Nexiville!
Ah?
Naku po, naka-operator na.
Ha, you don't give Nexi the operator, my guy. You don't do that to the Filipino people, man. Wag mong pahahawakan ng operator si Nexi. Literal na pagka-scope sa'yo, bam! Mapipicturean ka talaga.
There. Sorry ka pa.
Pero Darion, Blade Storm. Sige, pagbigyan natin ng Blade Storm ngayon na Darion. Wala siyang pere. Kaya sa patilim paggipit, sa patilim kumakapit. Kaya mag-Blade Storm na si Darion mga kaibigan. Pero where it's a possible for Jaxi, we're gonna take down Darion ngayon. Pag-Blade Storm ka ba? Hindi ka naman talaga ito matama. Pero Jaxi, super low. Pero ito na, ang let's go ngayon ni Jaxi mga kaibigan. Pero ito rin yung sagot ng mga players. Oh my God! Lahat sila Kongkas! Pero Maxi nakachamba pa. Lexi, super low on HP. Pero ito na yung fate mga kaibigan. Alam nila ako nasan ka. Lexi, isipin mo, piso na lang. Grabe naman talaga si Lenny mga kaibigan. Lahat na nga ng ultimate nakuha niya. Nag-out drone ka pa rin. Pero Lexi, asan siya? Kailangan siya makita ko yun ng mga players ngayon. RRQ mga kabeli talaga nasa harapan lang ng iba. Pero kanang Daxi with a swing and Maxi hindi nakita. Hindi nakita si Maxi sa Getly. Pero tamang wallbang na din talaga. Pero Lexi, mag-isa. 1v1 sa 4 si Lexi mga kaibigan. Baka!
Alam mo ba, ano ang ibig sabihin ng baka sa Japanese?
Alam.
Baka naman, kasi ibig sabihin namin ni Vilio.
Yeah. Kasi narinig niyo naman yung... Wala na. Hindi ko alam kung sasabihin ko pa yung word na yun. Kasi naalala ko, no? Hindi, pero expression yun, di ba? Oo, sakto. Pinoy naman tayo. Tama.
Isa lang naman yung Japanese na naglalaro sa Pilipinas.
Sino?
Si Blurred.
Taga-Naos.
Taga-Naos.
Grabe naman talaga. May webcam na si Nex.
Naka 360p yan.
Oo, may webcam na si Nexy mga kaibigan. Pang ano niya, pang chat sa sa Yahoo Messenger. Wop! Na-picturean ka! Mas magaling ako mag-operator sa'yo! Tandaan mo der yun! Mas mahaba ang operator ni Nexy kaysa sa'yo! Uy! Hala! Grabe naman talaga! Oh, tapatan, no? Sige nga! Maxi versus Nexy. Tignan natin kung ano magagawa yan, men. Sige, kunin yung operator. Bigyan ulit kay Lexi. Di naman marunong mag-operator yan. Ipin mo, nagpapadrop na nga lang yung mahal na baril pa. Walang tao sa C. Sige, patuloy lahat ng skill nyo. Sige, yan.
Positive naman eh.
Sige, walang yan. Pero Lenny, with the fault lines, mamaya mo na gamitin yan kung ako sa'yo. Pero yung nga lang, Kelly as well gonna take down Lexi right now. They know it already. Na nasa garage lang din yung iba. And yung iba na dito lang sa may city. Pero Draxi, let's see if ever makakuha ba siya na isa dito. Kompleto sa Delicado pa ang kanilang mga utilities, mga kaibigan. Pit, ladies and gentlemen, Delicado siya. At ka nagpupush dyan, baby boy! Pero ito talaga ang long katok na meron si Lenny. Pero tikman mo ang racket ko!
Going on a trip!
Ay, bats!
Ay! Kelly saves the day! Alam mo ibig sabihin ng S kay Kelly? Saves!
Ha?
Tignan mo naman, savior! Kelly S!
Sarap! Sarap para sa akin! Kasi pinapasarap niya ang laban, mga kaibigan. Kelly, sarap!
Ay, naku, huwag niya sabi sa inyo, huwag niyo papakawakan ng operator.
Sabi
si Lexi, sure win eh.
Si Maxi, operator pa. Oo, nakadalawa siya. Jump pa lang yun. Sige. Bawas naman daw, sabi ni Kelly S. Kahit may armor man lang, kahit armor lang, bawas naman. Ano ba? Hunter's Fury ka na, Hunter's Fury. Hoy, mas malaki yung showstopper ni Kelly S. kaysa sa Hunter's Fury mo. Mahaba lang yan.
You should run.
Yung kay Kelly S, mubot ako. Hey. Sorry guys. Kung ano naman pinagasabi ko. Hindi ko alam kung magkakas pa ako tomorrow.
Sure win ata. Sure na
ito na si Sherwin, mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, Rabbit will gonna take from Lenny right now. Pero there, yun! Nakachamba ka na naman, boy! Pero nga lang, Maxi, oh no! Hindi na lang makita ko nasa bang bleed ngayon. Meron dalawang tao dito sa may graffiti, mga kaibigan. Pero yung nga lang, kitang-kita ka dyan. Pero Draxi, mga kaibigan, tamang aftershock lang. Let's see if ever he's gonna do it. Pero nga lang, nasa may likod si Lexi. Sabi na doon ka lang sa likod break kasi wala ka namang ginagawa. 3v3 onto this game. Can they defuse the spike? Winnable to pero si Nexy with that operator, kayang-kaya to. Siya pa ba? Pero Nexy, mga kaibigan, kailangan na back away because of that aftershock na meron sila. Pero meron tayo sa may likod mo. Pero yun nga lang, let's see who's gonna win this. Oh my God, sila nagkakatamaan. Pero there yung winner right counter like classic right now. 2v0. Ubos pati pantubo. RRQ. Solid. Sobrang solid na mga ginagawa nyo. 5-3, walang pera ang bleed.
Tatandaan nyo, nanalo Big Bam
Oh men, nanalo ang RRQ dito sa mapa na to. Bleed, oo, kasi duduguin kayo dito.
Ay, anong mangyayari sa inyo? Bleed, palo-palo ng RRQ kahit mag-right click ka pa sa classic minutes to and Draxi.
Sim.
Palong-palo ang RRQ. At
ba?
Anong
easy.
Okay.
Easy. Reverse sweep, pinasarap lang. Pina 1 point lang, gusto pang panalo. 'Di ba? Sinabi ko sa inyo nung may lead ng RRQ. Tama na. Huwag na nating pahabain ang araw. Huwag na nating gawing complicated ang mga bagay-bagay. 'Di ba? Ganun lang 'yun, mga kapatid. Lenny. Let's see.
Lenny, let's see. Dahil wala nang ginagawa si Lenny, let's see na lang.
Oh, wala nang ginagawa. Pero yung nga lang tugay! Anong ginagawa mo dyan, baby boy? Draxi catching one! Wala na naman kayong pera! Lexi! Huwag ka na fall down! Wala ka na namang ambag, Lexi! 6-3, Diyos ko!
RRQ is doing it, Phil!
Oh my God! Tuloy na lang yan, guys. Come on, man. I mean, nakabarong na ako. It's time. Diba? Tignan mo, isa-isa sila. Audition sa Valorant. Valorant Got Talent. Ha?
VGT na talaga to eh.
Si Lexi,
Hindi na VCT.
si Lexi, gusto pa sa gilid eh, no? Alam mo naman talaga, makakaisa. Time out talo ngayon, time. Time out kayo, wala kayong pera.
Alam mo tong RRQ, nagtanong na si Flash kanina eh. See you tomorrow! Kapag talagang pumalo to against Bleed, biruin mo 3 PH teams, kompleto na naman sa APAC group stage. Kino-confirm na kagad eh, no? Manifesting, 6-3 eh. At eco pa ngayon ng Bleed, so 7-3.
Oo, di ba?
Talong-palo na si Kelly, gising na si Kelly S. At si Tuge, binigyan mo ng Astra si Tuge, hindi! Pinili ni Astra si Tuge. Ganon kalakas si Tuge mag-controller.
Home sim. Ay nako, easy game na naman.
Easy game agad eh, no?
Easy game na naman. Pwedeng raise, pwedeng yung S. Raise siya, di ba? Kelly. Sabog. Ganun. Diba? Ganda itong biga. Pero, kaibigan, that is the tour de force. You don't give the operator dito kay Nexi, mga kaibigan. Uulitin ko. Huwag niyong pagagamitin ng operator to pagsilip mo, Lenny. My God, typats ka na naman. Sige, magsama-sama pa kayo. Hop. Wait up. Bam! Partida dito pa. Bam! Diyos ko po, Lexi, wala ka nang makambag ito pa. Bam! Diyos ko po, nakakatawa na sila mga kaibigan. Parang Draxi, isa-isa kayo pumasok dito. Pero Lenny nakachamba na naman. 3v2. Pero, oh my God, nag-ulti pa. Kala mo naman talaga. Pero, Lenny, mga kaibigan, ano kaya gagawin niya para mapanalo to? Pero, that is the players of Bleed Esports trying to go in dito agad. Kelly is catching one and it's over already. 73. Isipin mo, 2 versus 3? Nag-ultimate ka? Best, bakit? Bakit ganun? Bakit ka nag-ulti doon, Pete? Bakit? Diba? Ano ba naman yan? Nakasave na nga kayo, nag-ulti ka pa. Sayang yan.
Tama na yan. Anong nang ginagawa ng Bleed? Time out ka, di naman nag-work.
Ay, nako. Ay, easy game. Ay, nako.
Too easy for RR. Kaya sa gusto nyo, huwag kayong mag-haven pag RR ko sa last map eh. Nangyari sa Big Bang ko, na-boom-boom pa sila eh.
You don't do that to the Filipino people, mga kaibigan. Basta matik haven. Sa Pinoy team yan, kahit sino pa itapat nyo. Men, kahit Lakers pa itapat nyo dito sa RRQ, basta Haven panalo to. Derion, pushing in, meron siyang dash, pero sigurado mapapatay ni Drax ito, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na, nagkakapatay na nga dito, ito na yung ultimate niya. Pero rapid, mga kaibigan, lahat kayo low HP, no? 2v3 on this game, wala silang marinig. Hindi nila marinig ang sigaw ng mga kalooban nila na natatalo na sila. Pero Maxi, on the way to the backsides right now. Heaven is smoke and the city as well. So, paano ba nila mariretake to? Pwede ba lang hinati ang mundo, mga kaibigan, para hindi sila magkarinigan. Pero paano ang gagawin ngayon ni Tuge and Kelly S para mabawi ito? Wala pa rin sila marinig ngayon, pero ngayon meron na. Pero, Tuge, waiting on that corner. Kelly S tamang bumbot lang, pero sasabayan to. Pero nga ng Lexi, nakachamba na naman ng isa. Pero at is Tuge. My God, Lexi, pinalaro sa kuya.
Pinasa muna.
Last round
ba naman
in the
yan?
half.
Yung mga RR ko sila lang naglalaro.
Oh, men.
Diba?
Pinalaro sa kuya eh. Kuya, ikaw muna. Di gusto ko makapatay. Galit, mama.
Alam mo, umiinom ako ng tubig na buga.
Abuga mo. Sorry.
Ginagalingan ng Bleed. Pero RRQ mas magaling. Pinakamagaling sa play-ins. Ganon kalalakas sa mga Pinoy.
Oo nga.
Di na bot frag si Lex inaaway pa din. Hindi kami nangaaway. Sinasabi lang namin ng totoo.
Oh, tama. What we see is what we say. What we see is what we say. Itong Bleed Esports, men. Betamax kayo sa akin. Sabi ni Ace. Oh, literal. Street food lang natin yan eh.
Si Maxi, tingnan mo, nag-operator. Ba't ka ba nag-operator, Maxi? Ay, si Derion nawala 100% lakas villa.
Alam mo yung ibig sabihin ng S? Kay Kelly S?
Oo, ano ibig
Kelly,
sabihin?
Kelly, sure win.
Pinilit eh, no?
Yun ang ibig sabihin yan, men.
Ano na? Aside ng bleed, anong gusto niyang gawin? Dahil ang RRQ pa lang pala meron pang ng balik mamaya na pwedeng ilabas si Draxi ngayon against bleed. Pang ano yan, pang retake yan. Sino ba yun po naman ng Counter's Fury? Parang di naman nakaramdam, pero uy, tumamba.
Tama lang, pero ito na, let's go na. Tara, pre. Nakakita sa ito ngayon natin hinahabol. Oh my God, magpapahuli pa siya. Pero right click contract, magkita pa sila. Natakot si Darion eh. Ouch eh. Narinig na yung Chamba. Pero 3v5 onto this game right now. Yung turret nakatalikod mga kaibigan. Draxi natatamaan dito ng Blazer. Pero meron pa dito aftershock mga kaibigan. Pero nga buti lang talaga hindi na sa nabahan. Pero that is Rabbit. Let's see if ever makakuha siya. Tatlo pa yung mga players dito ng RRQ. Pero nga Lexi. Nakachamba na naman ang isa. Pinalaro na naman kay Kuya. Pero Pete mga kaibigan, we're gonna take down Draxi ulit. Pero Lexi, the only man remaining. Catching the head of Lexi. 1v3. Winnable to! Lexi! Sayang! Pinartidahan na naman ni Lexi. Dahil alam ko, dapat mapapatid ni Lexi yun eh. Si Nico ni Rabbit. Naniko si Rabbit, men. Bigla si Nico. Hoy Rabbit, wag mong sikuhin si Lexi habang nagka-clutch.
Nasiko. Sorry daw. Sorry. Reset. Pero nice half sa side ng RRQ. Dahil pag nag-switch siya ng sides, ako sa inyo matatakot na ako eh. Sa RRQ. Nakakatakot na talaga sila dito. Sayang lang sa side ni Nexi the Sexy. Kamuntika na nga rin kagad to. Pero pumapalo na sila. At magandang opportunity to Kasi si Darion hindi siya papalo ngayon eh. The fact that you started bleed sa may attacking, tas nag-defending sila ngayon, malaking advantage ang pwedeng ilabas ng RQ dahil yung double initiator nila makakapag-clear kagad to ng side. At ang meron lang si Maxi ka ng paranoia. So tapusin nyo na RRQ 13-5.
13-5. Ano na mangyari dito? Ito si Darion, ano to eh. Konyo to eh. Tipong... Asan ba? Darion. Okay, Bill. Okay.
Noted.
Okay, Bill. Haha, funny. So funny. Ay, nako. Hindi naman talaga yung duelist ng bleed, sa baba. Duelist diff. Yan na ba yung duelist ng bleed? Hindi naman ramdam. Yun na ba yun? Yun na ba yung pinag-uusapan nila? Hindi naman naramdam.
Sure na ba to?
Mga nagchichismisan sa gilid di ba? Yun na ba yun?
Mga marites.
Grabe naman.
Kuya mo ba?
Marunong ba talaga yan? Grabe naman. Baka naman nagpapaboost lang yan. 15 seconds bago natin makita ang pagkapanalo ng RRQ. Ladies and gentlemen, a big shoutout sa mga nanonood sa Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube. Always remember, mahal ko kayo. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter at VailSanity with a double Y.
Follow us. Wow! Nice trade. Pero, uy! Oh, naman, kaya na RR. Hiniwakan lang ako.
Spike down.
Lo! Yun na naman sila.
Out of charges.
Okay lang. Mapagbigay ang RR ko na naman. Mapagbigay. Lo si D.
BYB fam. We're going to Astro.
Yun na naman sila no?
Oo.
Pagbigyan natin.
Para naman daw, tignan natin sila. Parang wala naman. Shoutout nga pala sa mga nanonood sa YouTube, Twitch, at sa Facebook. Malulupit kayo mga may idol. Pero mas malupit kapag nanalo ang RRQ. Oo! Matama!
Hindi tumatama si Derion. Diyos ko po, muntik na tumama. Ay, naku, chamba na naman. Ay, naku po, muntik na. Isa pa. Ay, naku po, grabe naman talaga si Derion. Pero 2v4 right now. Lexi. Kuya na naglalaro. Pero Diyos ko po, natamaan si Kelly S. Pero yun nga lang, itong mga kaibigan is gonna fall down as well. Pero at least meron siya napatay na isa, which is si Pith. 7-7 in favor of RRQ.
Dasal, puso at isipan. RRQ full buy. Tapos sige na naman si Pit. Ano na naman? Ba't naka-judge na naman yan? Weird, bro.
Ay, nako.
Come on, let's go!
So, ito na.
RRQ.
Na. Tara mga kaibigan, Kelly S. Love Charber right now. Kasi muntik na siya matamaan doon. Pero yung kanang Lexi, sumisilip-silip pa. Pero let's see if ever makakuha ba sila. Pero ang gagawin ni Lexi siya kanila Lenny dito, syempre hindi naman niya kaya mag-isa. So magpapatulong siya dito kay Lenny para sumilip ng iba. Medyo mahirap talaga makapasok. Sa totoo lang, promise. Ang hirap makapasok. Pero importante is lamang ang RRQ dun sa first half. Pero right now, bleed, ito na ang katapusan nila. Kasi kung napapansin mo, tino mo si Lenny, Stinger lang ang gamit. Si Lexi, Spectre lang din. Same goes with Pit and Maxi. Si Darian lang din talaga medyo masakit dito, Kuya Eddie, kasi nga naka-vandal siya. Pero this is the swing coming in from Lenny right now. Pero wala siyang idea at all na marami nakasilip sa kanya. Boom, bot up. Alam niya, may natamaan ngayon. So kailangan nila mag-reposition probably here and see. Pero that is a smoke from the side of RRQ, and mukhang gagawin na naman ata ulit ng bleed yung ginagawa nila kanina na 4 silang umiikot ngayon. Pero kung napapansin mo, napakagandang impormasyon ang ginagawa nila kasi sobrang daming umiikot. My God, delikado ngayon ng RRQ dito. Kaya you need to check everything that's happening behind you guys. You need to check your corners. Pero for sure, naririnig na nila. Ay, hindi pa. Naglalakad lahat sila. Contact play ang gusto nila. Oh no. So ngayon, nasa kamay ni Nexi to. Pero yung kalan Nexi, catching one. Pero yung kalan Nexi, take it down one again. Meron pang tao dito sa may taas, mga kaibigan. Rabbit getting the head of one. Pero si Pit, gumugusto pa. Pit na 2K. Kill that Spectre. Pero Kelly S, ha? Ang kulit-kulit nyo, ha? 4 nagpa-flank sa inyo. Ano yung ginagawa nyo? Sinasabi ko sa inyo, dapat hindi BLD ang pangalan nyo. BLW dapat.
Guard!
4 yung nagpa-flank sa inyo? Ano kayo unrank?
Practice! Scrims ba to? Uy! APAC na to! Buti na hindi na na-punch yung RRQ dyan. Kaya kanina yung pumapunch siya kanila nung nasa Ascent eh. Kaya happy for RRQ this time around. Natuto na sila sa mga pagkakamali.
4? Diyos ko, anong ginagawa? Yun na. Nice. Ito pa si Tony Prowler, mga kaibigan. Meron atang tamaan, pero kala Nexi. Solid kita talaga Nexi, man. Pag ako nagkaanak, Nexi ang pangalan.
Nexi pangalan.
Oh, may underscore pa sa dulo kung gusto mo. Ito sige, umikip na naman kayo! Ayaw nang tumigil, ha? Flank kayo ng flank, ha? Sige, tuloy na lang yan! Ayan, sige, sige! O si Maxi at si Lexi? Naku po, kinakabahan na to. Kuya, ikaw ulit maglaro nung account ko.
Palaro naman, Pi.
Oo, sige na, Pi. Tapos sabi ng kuya niya, okay, Pi.
May sad. Eh, ano boys? Okay, Pi. Alay na boses, boss.
Pero Kelly S, mga kaibigan, super low in HP right now. Pero let's see si Maxi nakakachamba na naman, pinapalaro naman sa kuya. Pero kala Kelly S, we're gonna take down Maxi. Pero yung Alexi! Wala ka naman gagawin dyan, baby boy. 9-7 alright, and RRQ is doing it.
Bessie, ikaw ang bleed. Ikaw ang batos.
Wala silang pera.
Wala silang
pera. Gusto mo, guys, kami na magbigay ng pera sa inyo. What is money? Paper only. Paldo tayo ngayon, di ba? Diyos ko. Hindi nyo natatanong, ang tubig ko araw-araw, pinapaligo ko, Evian.
Sabi dito, nag-spectate na rin si Pino na yung judge eh. Dito matama eh.
Oo, sumisilip pa. Ay, naku po, nasilip pa. Oy, bakit mo pinapakita yung kapa mo? Keles, pahil. Wala namang heal. Sayang. Pero sige. Oh, yan! Sige! Ang asim mo, Derion! Wala kayong ginawa kundi mag-push! O, diba? Tignan mo, meron pa sa window! Ang kulit! Diyos ko naman, ang kulit-kulit nyo! Sige, push pa! Sige lang! Pero meron tao si Gedli, mga kaibigan, mukhang sisilip ata. Ito si Maxi, umiisa pa, may tao sa likod nyo. Lexi, pushing in, dalawa yung nagpa-flank, pero for sure sisilip po. Ito na, alam na nila. Pero Tuge, mga kaibigan, alam nila na sa may likod lang din talaga. Pero si Lexi, Maxi, what? Are you kidding me? Pero nga next, you wanna make 2K right now. And Pit, mag-isa na lang, wala kang bandal dyan, boy, because Rapid will gonna take you down. 7 to 10. Sige, kaldagin mo, Rapid, turbuhin mo para ano.
Hey! Ginaganyan kayo kanina, di ba papayag pa kayo?
Eh, turbuhin mo! Yung control, ganito pindutin mo! Sige, pindutin mo! Ganito, pre! Manggigil ka!
Gigilan mo, Rapid! Gigilan mo! Ginaganyan kayo kanina sa kasente, gigilan nyo!
Wala kayong ginawa kundi mag-flank, kundi mag-lurk! Lahat na, nililikuran nyo! Tapatan nyo, harap-harapan! Bakit takot ba kayo?
Sino mas lamang? Sino mas sikat? Oh, lang sa kalang! Wala nang boss. Bukas.
May bukas pa ba?
Kala ko finale na to eh.
Oo nga.
Parang pang finals eh.
Yeah. Ay nako, easy game na naman, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god, too easy for VCT. Pero walang natamaan si Tony Prowler, mga kaibigan. Meron tao dito sa may short, meron tao dito sa may long. Pero eto na yung Hunter's Fear, pero walang Kelly S pushing it already ngayon. Maxine sumisilip ngayon. Oh, ano ginagawa mo dyan? Pa-teleport ka pa? Ano ko yung San Goku? Pero yun nga lang, hindi, mga kaibigan. Nakakuha siya ng isa dito. Pero that is the information na meron silang lahat. Pero through that smoke, back to. Pero Pit, mga kaibigan, nakachamba na naman talaga. Pero alam, Pit, ano ginagawa mo dyan, step bro? Pero mag-isa naman si Lexi, kasama si Derion. Wala kang gagawin dyan, baby boy, kung hindi talagang i-save mo na lang yung baril mo. Wala namang mapupuntahan dyan, men.
At, ano uy, si Dario talaga push niya, oh. Push mo lang.
Ang tigas ng mukha, oh. Gumugusto talaga, oh. Ang tigas ng mukha, tapos kalaban na puro Phantom Vandal. Baka yung kakampi mo ko, yung walang buhay, walang pera. Pero may si Darion nga, pero alam, Rabble, we're gonna take you down. Lexi, gumugusto pa? Oo, 30. At least yan may ambag. Ikaw mismo wala. 1v2 on this game right now. Lexi, super low. Winnable? Hindi. Easy! Ay, lang, kinuha. Sayang.
Yeah.
Abutin mo! Let's go! Tinamaan, mga kaibigan! Nice one! Nice one! Wala silang pera! Let's go! Tinamaan! Aroy! Tinamaan! Oo.
Oo, sa sobrang palong-palo yung RRQ, may nagko-complain na pangalan Lawrence Gerald Sauz. Toxic na yung casters.
Oo.
Oo.
Tama ka dyan. Wala silang pera. Sabi ko sa inyo, you don't give the Filipino people haven, mga kaibigan. Promise. Ayaw namin kayong saktan, pero easy game to, men. Next, pagkat matali ko yung ginagawa mo. Ay, Vil, partida lang yun. Ah, sige, okay lang, pare. Sige. Sige lang, pare. Sige lang.
Panalo na RRQ! Relax mo. Wala to. Wala to. Uy, yung likod nyo.
Si Darion. Wala naman ambagin eh. Haha, bot frag. Pero mga kaibigan, 3v3. Ay, nagwawala. Nurse, gising na po siya. Mga kaibigan, si Darion, kunin nyo na. Hindi mama. Ay, sayang.
Ay, 50. Kala ko match point na. Nangyari. Okay lang. Mapagbigay. Mapapatime at yung RRQ. Tama. Nice one. Tama yan. Correct behavior. Di nila tinignan yung likod eh. Sabi siguro ng RRQ, sorry sa amin.
Thrifty.
Ay, no.
Ganda daw ng red switch mo ah.
Uy, red switch, hindi red to ah.
Sabi lang dito daw. Hindi ko alam
Hindi
eh.
red to. Pero naka-linear ako guys. Linear to. I'm
Ilang
using
percent?
60% of course. I'm actually using a custom. Wag na natin.
explain na.
Wag na natin pag-usapan to. Basta mahal to, men.
Diyan
mahal
talaga
to, mahal
napupunta
to.
lahat ng appear namin eh.
Mahal to guys. Basta yun na yan.
Naol.
Sige lang, time out lang kayo. Last nyo na yan.
Tama na yan.
Sabi ni Kaizen Weng, Vil, cast mo na 4 games yun, di ikaw.
Napaka-lupet. Shoutout ka pala sa 1K natin na viewers. Pero,
Hello, hi.
There.
Ito na pagbangon ng api mga kaibigan. Gusto naman pag-usapan ng keyboard ko? Pwede naman guys. Sige. Naka Tofu 60 ako, GK61X SPCB. Naka Everglide na na stabs ako. Gusto na ba? Sige, pwede naman. I mean, sino ba naman ako, guys? Pag gumugusto. Naka GMK, naka GMK laser ako na ni caps. Ito na. Kelly S, mga kaibigan, tikman mo ang racket ko. Takot sila, lahat sila nagbak eh. Pero ito, ang daming utilities. Kala mo naman talaga. Maxi nakachamba ng isa. 4v5 right now mga kaibigan. Si Maxi would have fought the hands of Rabbit. Pero naghahanap sila ng pwede makulit dito. Pero Kelly S waiting for that swing. Pero yung alam may flash. Pero pumalikod si Kelly S. Pero napatay pa rin siya ni Pit. Okay lang yan. 4v3. Winnable for the side of RRQ. Pero alam ni Tugan na meron tao dun sa may loob. Muntik na mag-whip. Pero nagpapatay na talaga. Pero nice kill by Lexi mga kaibigan. 2v2. Pit and Derion. All the way from CT. Tugi, mag-back ka na lang. Back na, please. Uy, nice. Pero si Pete at si Derion, pumupuso pa rin talaga sila. Ayaw nilang hayaan na mag-match point dito ang RRQ. Ayaw nilang umuwing luhaan mga kaibigan. Uulitin ko, the last time na nilaro nila itong mapa na to is panalo silang panalo tong both teams na to. Pero Derion pushing in, but Pete another kill right now. Pero what? Vak?
Lower HP kasi si Tuge. Yan. NT RRQ. Careful lang, careful. Magiging hospitable na naman kayo. Kapag kayo nag-comment, walang delete na comment.
Ay, gusto ko nga palang mag-hello kay Miss Frances. Yan, Miss Frances. Hello!
Ay! Sige, kung nanonood ba si Miss Frances, gusto ko lang i-flex na finalaw ako ni Crisania. Be-flex ko lang Kasi fan na fan kami niyan. Pero balik na tayo dito. RRQ! Dalawa na lang! Please!
Dalawa na lang oh. Come on, man. Sa atin to. Ano talaga no? Kumbaga, ang RRQ, marami siyang mga highlight moments.
Oo,
tapos ang bleed, marami silang funny moments.
Okay, napatime out ng RRQ. Buti naman naisip na nila.
Ikaw wag. Dilaan niyo pa ako eh. Stop it, baby.
Ang lambing naman ng aso mo. Sa akin, tuwing madaling araw, si Gohan, didilaan ako sa mukha eh. Manggigisin, ang dadamay eh.
Talaga? Laki kasi ng aso mo eh. Sa akin kasi maliit lang.
Laki pa ng deal. Parang si Dito sa Pokemon.
Laki nga dila nun eh.
That works.
Dito pa si Infinite Master Bully Vil. Hi, idol. Hi.
Heya.
Pero na next joke lang yon. Silip-silip lang siya. Pero pareho silang may pera mga kaibigan. Pero for sure, RRQ naman nanalo dito. Pero nga Derion, mamba out. Ayaw niya matamaan dito ng Painchel mga kaibigan. Pero paano ang gagawin ng RRQ dyan sa closeout na game? Men, ipanalo niya na. Utang na loob. Anong oras na? May 2 games pa tayo.
May terror pa tsaka Anigis ba nakakalimutan nyo?
Oh, may Terror at Honeygliss. Guys, ito na yung yung napanood niyo yung cast namin ni Terror. Last na yon muna. Kikita ulit tayo next week. Ayaw namin magkasama ulit lagi kasi sawa-sawa na kami sa isa't isa.
Pinag-iwalay muna din kami ni Honeygliss. Paano pag kami nagkakas puro mababait, walang masasama?
Oo, yun nga eh. So pag ako lagi may masama, ganun, pero ito yung kalapag ng papag mga kaibigan. Tinamaan ngayon si Lexi. Yung mga yun ang isip niya, pero yung alampit na kadalawa pa. Chamba na naman. Pero kay Les mga kaibigan nakaisa pa, pero yung alampit na katatlo pa. Pero kay Les with a peak, no, hindi niya alam. Pero Diyos ko po, bakit inalapas mo yung bandal mo? Grabe, 1v3 right now. And there yun, nakachamba na naman. Pinalalaro na naman kay Kuya. Ano ba naman yan?
Nagdalawang monitor na ata itong bleed eh.
Kasi pag nagpo-post sila, nagpapalit sila ng players, guys. Ganun na ginagawa nila.
Pass sa volleyball, umiikot, rotational. Pero to, RRQ, wag nyo nang palamangan niya. Kung ako, after ng timeout, mabubuhay na ako.
Shoutout nga pala kay Boracay Jet, Georgie. Hello kapatid, kamusta?
Shoutout kay Georgie.
Oo. Alam kong...
Pati ako inaaway din.
Oo. Game na pala guys. Ito na! Pag hindi nanalo RRQ dito, dinaya. Promise. Silipan. Outdrawn! Yan ang ginagawa mo dyan! Spray and pray! Precise gunplay mga kaibigan! Pero Diyos ko po, tinuhog yung dalawa! Pero Lenny and Pete, super low in HP right now! Nexi, ipanalo mo to! Nexi, nanggigigil ako sa'yo, ipanalo mo to! 1v4 lang to, napakadali na to! Nexi ha? Panalo mo to? Ha? Yun! Sayang!
11-11, make a wish! Make a wish! RRQ, tapusin! Ito sila pre. Overtime po malala. Haven eh.
Oo nga, masyadong hospitable na naman yung mga players ngayon ng RRQ mga kaibigan. Pinagbibigyan na naman nila itong mga players na to ng bleed dito sa mapa natin. 'Di ba? Ganun ang mga Pinoy mga kaibigan. Syempre, mapagbigay tayo kasi ayaw naman natin ganun talaga masaktan ang mga players ng bleed. Pero ngayon, wala silang pera. Naku po. Diyos ko po. Mukhang kumakambak pa nga ata. Pero hindi, walang comeback na ganun. 11-11 in favor of RRQ pa rin.
Anyari?
Oo.
Tapuki. Pero nag-half buy lang yung RRQ.
Oo, kala-half buy lang sila men. Ito na, yung owl drone up, nagmo-montage na naman si Kuya no? Meron na naman nakuha ditong pang-vlog niya, no? Hello vlog, welcome to my guys. Lexi and Pip. Trade-offs hindi din gagawin dito mga kaibigan, pero walang Kelly S. Ano ginagawa mo dyan? Diyos ko po, Lexi nakasama na, pero meron tao sa likod. Grabe, wala kill on to one right now, pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, outspain, lungkot, bigatay, lumbay. Pero si Rabbit lang natitira dito. 1v3, Rabbit 32 HP, pero tatlo pa ang kalaban niya, yung lahat ng kalaban niya, puno-puno pa yung HP dito. 40 seconds left, the spike is with him though. Maxi, for sure he's gonna take him down, pero yun nga lang, okay lang yan, kahit match point sila men. Okay lang yan, kasi OT ang gusto natin.
Ray-Rakers eh. Sana dapat yung Ray-Rakers, OT na naman. Hanggang 2022 to, di nyo alam? In favor of RRQ. Sanay na sa OT tong RRQ eh. Sobrang sanay. Pero ready na yung Cosmic Divide tsaka yung Emo na Rolling Thunder.
Oy, andito si Super MJ. Oy, kapatid, kamusta? Tandaan nyo, lahat ng bedista mapagmahal. Malamang, bedista ako eh. Pero Kelly is pushing in already. Pero tignan natin if ever makakuha pa sila ng kill dito. Pero that is the Hunter's Fury. Sana walang mapatay si Lenny ngayon. Nice one! Walang napatay. Nabawasan ng isa. Pero pwede namang na-heal yan. Pero ang problema, wala silang heal. Pero Nexi, delikado siya dito kasi makikita siya ng Owl Drone ngayon. Tamang montage. Grabe naman talaga. Napakaganda lang. Napaka-solid naman talaga ng bleed. Ginagawan pa ng montage si Nexi. Ganun kasolid yung yung Pinoy mga kaibigan. Sobrang idol na idol talaga nila ang RRQ ngayon. But face your fear! This is the ultimate coming in from Enigma Arabian, pero ito ang kasunod na Rolling Thunder Nexi getting tagged right now. Merong tao doon sa may gilid, mga kaibigan, alam ni Nexi yun. Pero where's the swing? Oh my, nakapatay siya ng isa, pero Nexi win again. Pero si Lexi, oh my god, it's over!
Defenders win. Ang bilis na lito ako!
Oh, ano eh. GG's guys. GG, well played. You guys really tried your best and we are proud of you. Bukas, may laban pa ang RRQ. May laban sila bukas ha. May laban sila bukas. Ganun lang yun.
Basta sure na tayo may laban sila bukas sa umaga. Hindi ko alam anong oras pero sure tayo dun. Pero still, ang dikit ng laban against Bleed ha. Sayang lang nahabol sila kaagad ng Bleed in a span of ilang rounds? 4 rounds. 11, 8, and another 3 rounds sila nahabol ng Bleed. But still, okay lang to. Ginagawa talaga na pinis-lower bracket Magic. And still, good game mula sa RRQ.
Oh, and for sure, na talaga makakalaban nila, syempre si Ghetto Artist or ang Big BAAM, which is nanalo sila ng 2-0 doon. So, yeah. Once again, meron pa isang laban. It's not yet over, mga kaibigan, for them. And syempre, talagang gusto talaga natin na makita kung sino ba talaga mapupunta dito sa group stage, diba? Because we have 2 groups right now. 2 will be taken from Group A, 2 from Group B. Meron ng isang pasok, which is ang Bleed Esports, but we only need 1 more. Sino ba ang papasok sa group stage next week? Is it gonna be Ghetto Artist, tapos Big BAAM, or syempre ang number 1 ang RRQ? We're gonna see that today and tomorrow. Tama, bukas, basta bukas may laban pa sila. Hindi ko alam kung ako yung magkakas nun, pero bahala na.
Basta importante ay ang mahalaga at GG's pa rin sa RRQ at makikita pa natin sila bukas. So yung dalawang makikita natin guys after ng match na to ay tanggalan na. Kung sino man nanalo sa Big BAAM versus Ghetto Artist, yun ang makakalaban ng RRQ. Pero sure ako Big BAAM yan. So, yeah.
Yeah, mga kaibigan, this is it for us. Pero meron pa tayong dalawang games later on. Once again, you're watching VCT APAC Play-ins. Together with me is Ray right here. My name is Vil in possession. See you later.
Just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself. Quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to fool you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah.
Hello? How is this a play-ins match? What is going on? You guys are still watching VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, and I'm not sure how to put this series into words, but I'm gonna try. For your guys' sake, I'm gonna try. Blade Esports just getting the ultimate comeback of this very, very close series. They're the first team that's gonna be qualifying to the group stage. RRQ, valiant effort to you guys, but then again, Blade Esports, just a team that's something else. All of the adjustments that these guys did, tricks, the comeback, the warfare, just everything about this series, just wow.
It was fantastic to see that Bleed started to understand they were getting punished by RRQ's discipline, waiting for them in the back lines. Because Bleed has that tendency to let Darion go wild. Let him do what he wants to do, let him get those frags. Bleed pushes a lot, as we see in the pistol rounds. And RRQ finally said, okay, we're going to wait for them. And that's how RRQ started to get the lead, and Bleed called that timeout. They were slowing down the pace. They got control, but they didn't overcommit to it. They didn't push the angles they didn't have to push. And when they started to push, they used the breach flashes. They made sure they had a teammate to refrag for them, and that's really just what turned the tides on RRQ there.
The ultimate timeout call over there, just shifting the momentum, just shifting the brainwaves that's happening over here on Bleed Esports. Now, I don't know if I was able to mention this earlier for our first panel in the series, but based off of statistics, this was a map that they were bound to enjoy, and I was not expecting them, Fluffy, to enjoy it this much.
I know, I mean, Bleed Esports really showing up today, especially on the last map, not getting phased at all for what happened after they won on Ascent, not getting phased on Split, moving on to Haven like it's a best of one and really pulling everything that they had as a team. And I think a lot of their small innovations, like for example, Lexi on the Killjoy started putting out the turret outside when they were defenders outside of B to get even earlier information into grass. Just a safer way to make contact plays for your team, knowing how RRQ already plays, understanding how they want to play the game, and choosing the correct answer. That way you can leverage it for your team. But aside from that, of course, in this specific map on Haven, we have Biff and Maxi going super big, especially Biff on that breach. I remember there's one round, I think it was round 20, when they were planning to take the C side, but they didn't expect him to be so deep onto C long. And it made such a big difference because not only was he able to stop the push or the split attack, he was able to cut the enemy team in half. And that's just one example, but as we see here in the series highlights for the game, a lot of team play coming out from both sides, but unfortunately for the kings of the PH, the king is dead, and we have to all hail the new king, Bleed Esports.
Bleed Esports, just something else over here. I did notice though, Tricks, that whenever Bleed tries to aggress as defenders, RRQ would always try their best to punish that. They're like, hey, it's our job to push. We're attacking over here. You don't get to push us. And I think that is where RRQ's lead actually widened the gap, rather. And I don't know, just somewhere along the line, Bleed again was just able to turn this game around.
I remember starting off my notes, I was thinking, okay, Bleed is overcommitting, they're not as coordinated, and for some reason, somewhere in there, especially when RRQ had double digits, a switch turned on, and they're like, you know what, we need to play together, we need to be more disciplined, we can't just keep giving them these rounds, we can't just keep pushing them in hopes to catch them off guard because they're expecting it. Because truth be told, when I think Bleed Esports, that's actually what I think. I think these aggressive players, you know, the kind of players that even on the defender side, they're going to do their best to take control of the map, as we've seen Darion do time and time again.
Of course, Darion No surprise here, unless you guys want to do a fake cast. Oh my god, Darian is the series MVP. No way! I did not see that coming. Haha. No, but kidding aside, Darian definitely deserved this. From the very first map, the second map, the third map, every other map that we see this guy on, he's just so explosive. Give him the operator, he's gonna get those picks. Fluffy, give him a judge, he's gonna pop heads, he's gonna make everybody scramble on the opposing team, and he just gives his team the man advantage every single round.
Yeah, having a confident and competent duelist like Darion, I think in this series he played both the Jet and the Raze, truly does give you an advantage when he does get those opening picks, and also the man with no fear to enter the site for the team, creating the space that allows him to move more freely is one of the key aspects of playing a duelist. And especially on the defensive half, yes, he kind of is the more explosive duelist, I would say, in this matchup. But the team, especially on the defense, really set him up, especially on, I think it was Ascent, to really make a lot of plays for himself and be able to get a lot of these opening picks that we see him known for.
Definitely. The casters mentioned earlier on that, these matchups now are a battle of who makes less mistakes rather than primarily who's the better one, because everyone is just so good. And I feel that Bleed caught on to their own mistakes in the middle of such a high pressure match, and I thought that was absolutely wonderful.
They were able to go on top of the pressure that they were feeling. In the end, Bleed Esports put their foes in quite a predicament, something that their future opponent will really have to watch out for. For now, though, let's watch out for the two titans of their respective countries. On one end, we've got the three-headed dogs. I think that their symbol is just a perfect representation of this team. They can look out for any opponent on one angle, but if one dog isn't looking in that angle, they got other heads to cover them for it. So don't come too close because they may come out to bite you. Beware of the dog that is Cerberus Gaming. Whoopsie, a little bit glitch of in the system. Don't you worry, guys. We're still gonna give the spotlight over here to Cerberus Gaming, of course. Truly a force to be reckoned with. They've got the enticing gameplay, of course, of Akashi, Daikute, Loki, Kishi, and Suka. Cerberus Esports tricks, they really need that beware of the dog sign for caution.
Definitely. Cerberus has another kind of aggressive play, and I'm sure people are tired of hearing me say that, but it's really great to see proactive teams. Cerberus takes information, they get into those corners where they can easily bait each other's utilities, have that pop flash, help each other, just get that advantage, especially on that defender side, which they were showing us against their first series with BAAM Esports. And I find that I just can't wait to see more of Suka and Daikyu.
I can't wait to see more of them too. Now, I apologize to all of the fans of this team for saying Cerberus Gaming earlier. I meant to say Cerberus Esports. Trust me, I'm just a little bit tongue-tied after all. We did just get to see Maxi, Lexi, Draxi, I don't know if I missed anybody. There I go again. But anyway, I'm very lucky that I don't get to be tongue-tied this time around because all of the names are very set in stone. Nothing too rhymey on the side of the two teams that we're witnessing over here. And as we can see, the player cameras are set over here. All smiles over at CES. We love to see it. Love to see it. A little bit of relaxation before the game officially starts from this team. And I'm really stoked for them. By the way, I love it when I see the teams in jerseys. It just adds to that whole chemistry or that whole unity that you'd like to see from the teams that we have here. Now, on the other end of these guys, though, we've got the enigmatic team. I love seeing that word. Their valiant efforts to rise above the giants of their local competition has landed them here at a spot in APAC. Their introduction to the scene was something else. With the aggression and adaptability that this team has, I wouldn't be surprised to get to see them go further and beyond what is expected of them. Here is Enigma Gaming. Enigma Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, with Raw Fuel, Excali, RVK, Antidote, and Rexy. The newcomers in APAC giving us a taste of the Southeast Asia action, Fluffy. Their game against Made in Thailand was more than enough to prove to us that they're meant to step up here on APAC.
Yeah, I feel like this team does not need any more introductions after their game yesterday, facing today against the dog of the underworld, Cerberus Esports. But unfortunately for them, I feel like they're more of the underdog than anything, as they did unfortunately lose the match yesterday against Made in Thailand. That being said, though, a lot of the standout players for me, like RVK, Excali, also very flexible players playing 3 initiators, and even RVK playing both the Sentinel and the initiator role. Antidote and Rexy as well have really shown their mettle. The team overall, especially when you look back at the statistics, really show that the amount of kills they have and assists are pretty close together. They don't really have a super standout player. Raw Fuel, of course, probably the closest to it, as he is the opening jet pick for them. But other than that, I feel like great team play overall has carried them through the series, bringing the former series that they played against Made in Thailand into a 3 series. Hopefully, though, that they win this one today if they're going to make it to the next stage of APAC.
Now that you mentioned Raw Fuel, you know, he has had the title before as one of the shining stars of Indian Valorant, and I can definitely see why, Trix. I mean, the performance that Raw Fuel has, the way he paves the way for the rest of his teammates to go into a site to get to that victory, just something else from this guy.
Honestly, everyone in Enigma has been doing so well. Just the sheer amount of, I don't know what it is. Is it confidence, just game sense? Is it all of it put together? They just know where to hit, how to hit it. But as I mentioned before, I feel like it's those split decision moments where they kind of falter, where I'm not sure if they've always or been put in that pressure where you have 10 seconds left, you have to figure out what to do, and you have to commit to it, but commit to it well so you don't get picked off. And I'm just wondering how they're going to perform today.
I am wondering that too. Now that Trix actually touched up on that, Fluffy, isn't it safe to assume that Enigma Gaming has one of the more slower entries going into the site, especially when they're on attacker?
Yeah, I believe that Enigma's real strength relies on how calculated they are, especially on the attack. Very cautious, very cold, trying to make sure that they have no gaps. But of course, we know in Valorant there's no way to guarantee no gaps in your defense, but they have to be aware where that gap is so that they're always ready to respond. This team is a team that does well, especially into explosive teams, just because they're always at the ready. But my question is, in this series, if they're going to be able to bring it for this upcoming series, especially coming off that loss yesterday.
Oh my goodness, it's just a lot to take in over here. Again, a lot of these players just performing incredibly well from the series that we previously saw them in. I mean, we got Akashi, Daikyu, Loki, Kishi, and Suka once again from Cerberus Esports, just popping off heads. And just, you know, again, Fluffy, you touched up on this earlier. We're in every single series, even today, we're always making it to map number 3. And I'm just in disbelief at this point, Trix, because how is it that we are just at the play-ins? That this is what's going on. This is the level of competition already, and we're not even at the group stage yet.
I mean, everyone who's here really wants to bring their best, and they have been bringing their best, proving to us that they can learn, even if it's just a day in between.
I definitely have to agree. But because of that, we can go ahead and actually get to know these teams a little bit better as we find out what kind of map they'll be thriving on or will be struggling on. Here are the map vetoes. You know what? Off the bat, I'm pretty much expecting that we don't get to see a Breeze here. As we've come to know from the last series they were in, Enigma just always bans Breeze. It's shown in their history, and they don't plan on pulling it out just yet. And as I say that, Cerberus, on the other hand, is actually banning Fracture over here, Trick.
As much as I know I've said before that I love Haven, can they pick another map to play? As it's really been played every single time. I want to see how both of these teams do in those higher range, the longer ranges, the aim duels. But again, Fracture and Breeze, as you mentioned, are banned. So perhaps we're going to see those tighter maps like Bind coming out or Split, maybe the default of Ascent as well. And of course it's Haven. Yes, thank you, Cerberus.
We're never gonna get enough of Haven, even the three-headed dog. Maybe that's why they wanted to pick Haven, because they're three-headed dogs. They'll have one head for each site for A, B, C. One dog is A, one dog is B, one dog is C. I'm just spelling out the alphabet over here, Fluffy. But what do you think that entails that they're going to be locking in Haven over here?
I feel like for Haven on this side of CS, it's a lot of confidence for them to pick it, knowing that their opponents, Enigma Gaming, really have that 100% win rate back in their own championship series, but they did lose yesterday to Made in Thailand on this map. So a lot of information for them to gather, maybe exposing a lot of the weaknesses that Enigma does have in this map. And moving on, we see the strike back from Enigma taking Ascent as their choice, which gives CES a defense. And we do know that Enigma, of course, with that calculated attack, really might slow down the game. We saw it yesterday and how they played against Made in Thailand, that they're really the type of very cautious team. Next, though, we have Bind and Icebox taken out, meaning our decider will be that Split, which I'm kind of surprised by, just because, again, Split is very defensive-sided, and by essentially picking the last ban, you default to that map, giving your opponent a side choice. So unless you have a very solid plan coming in for the attack, or you're very, very confident that even if the score doesn't look so great for you, that you can make it up on defense, it's really a tester of a lot of fundamentals. So I'm hopefully excited that they're going to bring out something cool. Hopefully they bring out a Fade, because I think that's a really great on Split.
I agree with that Fade decision. I really hope somebody plays Fade again. I love that agent too. I just want to point out as well, the fact that Enigma chose to go on attacker on Haven really touches upon Fluffy's point earlier, which is that they are very calculated and they are very confident in their attacker side, because it's quite rare to see teams want to say, yeah, you know what, I'm going to start an attacker because attacker is totally the easier one than of the two sides to pick on. So I think I'm excited on what they bring.
Same. I mean, again, we're going to be heading over to Haven, Ascent, and Split. Trix, with the points that you just touched upon a little bit while ago, who would you say is the underdog? No puns intended, of course. I don't consider Cerberus Esports to be the underdog, but who do you think, based off the maps that we have, will be having a little bit more difficulty?
I think that based on the map pick, I can see Cerberus having some difficulties. I think that even being able to play aggressive, we've seen time and time again that teams can get punished for that, especially if they overcommit to that aggression rather than just maintaining the control of the area. So it really depends on how Cerberus is able to proactively and reactively play against Enigma.
So with that said, where is your prediction leading to?
I still think that Cerberus will have an edge because I believe in their abilities to read in the middle of the map, although I don't think it's going to be clean cut.
no clean-cut victory here. What about you, Fluffy?
Well, I'm hoping that it's very clean cut, but I will be voting for Enigma for this one. I think that their calculated playstyle will really help them in an attacker-sided map like Haven, and if they start out strong, hopefully they also finish on the second map.
I'm with you on this one, Fluffy. After that performance against Made in Thailand, I can't get myself to vote against this team. Maybe my win streak is back. After all, I did predict Bleed Esports earlier on, so maybe I'm back on track. Maybe I'll finally get my win streak back and I'll have fun, a little bit more fun on the predictions, even though this is my most dreaded segment all the time over at the panel. Now, oh my god, look at these colors. Can I just say that Enigma's logo over here is one of the most striking colors that I can see here on the play-ins. We're usually used to like the reds, the yellows, but this one is just very enticing to the eyes. Even the name itself of this team all the way from India, very, very mysterious, a very, very enticing name. And it just brings that intrigue out of us. Don't you think so, Fluffy?
Yeah, I feel like Enigma in the name itself is something that you can't always be sure of. You have to always be on your toes, because even though these players and this team in general is that cold and calculated, that also means they could be a silent killer if you're not careful. If you trip up, they will know. So moving here onto the Haven agent select, we're going to find out which agents that we're actually going to see. I'm expecting that the Fade is going to come out for the side of Enigma. I feel like it's an Enigma in itself. You know, the tactical terrors of Fade will really help them, especially because it's also the composition that they ran the most during their own Challenger Series.
I personally would not be surprised if they pulled out the same composition that they did last time. And I think that this is it, right, Trix?
Yes. This is what I was also expecting for both teams to pull out. I love the combination of Sky and Fade. I'm not sure if I've actually said that already. I just think both bring out so much utility, so much versatility on the way the rest of the team can move, while the Breach is a little more it's a little faster paced, it's a little less malleable in my opinion than like the Breach Sova combination over the Sky and Fade combination.
Excuse me a little bit. My dog is actually growling, and there we go. What is it about Cerberus Esports that really triggers my dogs to make some noise? They're howling for this team. We are one with you. We are the dogs over here, and we are supporting you. I guess that's what my dogs are actually trying to say. Again, excuse me for that. If you guys can hear it on the broadcast, just know that they're showing their support for this team. But with that, guys, we are gonna be heading over to Haven once again. I don't know if you guys are sick of Haven at this point, because we just got out of that from that very long game between RRQ and Bleed Esports. But we're headed right straight for it once again today. So with that, I'm just excited to get started with the games. A lot of action that I'm expecting, especially with the performances of the series that we've had previously. So, you know what, guys? Let's just get on with the games. Let's go into Haven and let's get this party started.
Pangatlong series na nga para sa ating araw na ito dahil Enigma Gaming versus Cerberus Esports ang maglalaban for our third series of the day. Taylor nga pala with Honey Glaze para i-cast ang match na ito at walang kasamaan na Haven ang meron tayo dito, Honey Glaze. Nako, kasi syempre, itong mga teams na to, talagang labanan kung labanan. Dahil ito nga yung pinaglalabanan nila, no? The slot to actually make it to the next Masters. At yun nga ang nangyayari dito. Kung kanina, ang mga tropa natin para sa side ng RRQ, nalaglag, no? At that time na natalo sila a while ago, sa susunod mga araw, madami pa tayong matches na mapapanood kasi hindi pa naman tapos ng lahat. Pero dito muna tayo magpo-focus sa ibang mga teams. May ibang pala mga teams sa Asia Pacific. No? So Enigma Gaming, which is probably the first time we've seen them here on the stage pagdating dito sa casters desk natin, lalo na sa Asia Pacific. And this team hailing from India is right now here in the Asia Pacific to actually make some noise as well doon sa entirety ng scene na meron tayo. Aside from that, Cerberus Esports, very well-known team here in the Southeast Asia playoffs. Pagdating pa lang nung Southeast Asia pa lang yung region natin before maging APAC. Cerberus has been there all the time and we've seen them time and time again. Yun nga, experience ang meron. Yun din ang meron ngayon ang Cerberus Esports. Knowing that they have been here in the international kind of setting na lagi natin silang nakikita at lagi silang nakikipaglaban with other regions as well, then this is the time that yung ano na yan, yung execution, yung strategy play na meron yung mga teams natin ngayon, yan na lang ang maglalaro around the area pagdating sa mga matches na meron din tayo. Lalo na yung mga pinili nilang mapa is typically the OG maps that we've seen. At walang kasawaang Haven, walang kasawaang Ascent. Sanay na tayo dyang lahat kasi yan naman lagi yung mga pinipick ng mga teams natin at saka ng mga players. Definitely true. And ito nga, hawakan na lang, ganapan na lang na pag-debate dito sa mga players natin. At the same time, Enigma, pag sinilip natin yung kanilang stats na meron tayo dito, Haven, they played it 81 times in total. So, hindi siya bagong team na nakita natin or rather sa kanilang specific region dahil they've been playing for such a long time already on their own specific region. Kaso nga lang dito sa APAC, nagbago na nga lahat dahil nga maraming mga teams na pwede nang sumali at iba-ibang mga regions na dito natin makakasama din. And the total percentage of wins that they have is actually 63%. So sa laki ng sample size na meron ka dito and the amount of times they've won against, again with this map, this is quite a big opportunity and a big pro pagdating dito sa team na ito.
Na kaya nilang makakuha ng mga pickups na yun.
Yung opportunities nga with the teams, gaya ng sabi ni Honey Glaze, kung naririnig nyo man siya ngayon sa ating stream, no? But there is definitely that opportunity for the rest of the teams. Ganun na rin naman pagdating sa parang may mystery pa yung teams na meron tayo dito, no? Kasi hindi pa natin nakikita or hindi pa lagi nating napapanood aside from Cerberus Esports na lagi naman nating napapanood at nakikita dito. So, this may be a difference when it comes to strat play, lalo na magkaiba yung regions. Ito kasi minsan yung mga nagiging main issue pagdating sa mga laban. This team can be really, really strong or the strongest probably in Vietnam and then it turns out yung gameplay or yung games na ginagawa ng team na to ay hindi gumagana. Pero going here in the game, straight to the game, Enigma, it seems like they got a 1-0 already. Bilis
Di na nagpatumpik-tumpik pa, no? Kara-karaka na daw kaagad, sabi dito ng Enigma. They are the ones attacking. Sabi nga nila Trex kanina, they are holding onto the aggressive type of play na kaya nila makasecure kaagad ng mga sites with their duels, especially yung mga utilities nila. Nakakainis yung mga utility hawak nila dito, Tater, dahil meron silang Fade, meron silang Sky. So, anytime na magiging aggressive dito yung defending team, matche-check kaagad nila yung corners.
Nako, ang linis eh. May isang mabilisang linis lang. Ang bilis ata nung pag-start ng round 1. Kaya kapag dating natin sa switch, tapos na yung round na yon, no? Pero isang mabilisang concuss din mula kay Kishi. Just making or securing lang na hindi pa kakapag-push agad dito yung mga players, lalo na sa A site dahil nakakapag-setup na nga sila dito ng mga utilities. And speaking of A site, it's completely wide open in the hands of Enigma right now. Knowing na eco disadvantage ang Cerberus dito, Honeyglaze, talagang magsasama-sama yan at sasabay-sabay sila pagdating sa retake. 4-man retake yan, all the way to flank.
Lahat talaga sila dito magpa-flank. So, ang magiging problema na lang dito ni RVK is sino yung uunahin niya. May na-detect na yung turret, may kasama siya dito for a bit para mas slow sila. Pero the moment na siguro mag-asa sila dito, it will be over. Dahil antidote dito, makakakuha naman din ng pick-off agad. Laban kay Kishi. Gamit lang naman ng Pokemon niya, guys. We have one member down already at tuloy ang mangyayari dito for Cerberus. Naaatras lang pala muna sila, hindi nila ibibigay yung mga pick-offs, yung mga kill advantage para dito sa Enigma na magkaroon sila ng dagdag na eco on their rounds. Dahil nga, this is finally our 2-0 round. Wala nga opportunity, walang eco dito sa Cerberus. Kaya naman ngayon, hayaan na lang natin makita yung round na yun.
Pinili na lang talaga nila. Kailangan kasi nilang mamatay sa round na yun dahil hindi sila magkakaroon ng pera if hindi sila papasok dun sa pag-detonate ng spike. Pero quite interesting na hindi talaga nilabanan at all itong mga players ng Cerberus, no? Knowing that majority of them are actually still alive and knowing na wala namang mawawala sa kanila dahil wala rin naman silang mga vandals as well. But unfortunately, siguro napag-desisyonan na lang nila na kasi kahit papaano ang isang kill dito nagbibigay ng pera. So might as well just die off, give out the round, and at the same time, hindi mong bigyan ng extrang utility, pambili ng utility, and pagbili ng ating mga baril itong mga players ng Enigma. But heading here, round 3, round na nga ito ng Cerberus.
Ito talagang problema eh. Utilities lang talaga sapat na para makapag-reposition na nga sila. Walang naging sapat na bala para may patay dito kaagad sina Antidote. Antidote goes in for 2. Nung mag-asa lang siya gamit ng kanyang Spectre and he is already on top frag. Mapaplace niya in yung mga utilities sa dito to create in a lot of space for the players of Enigma to plant and the spike. But the numbers, it's just fully on Enigma dahil nakapasok agad sila ng site.
This one-way smoke gonna be painful for them eh. Pero ito na nga, kailangan nilang mag-push. Wala silang choice as Rexy was able to secure one. Nasa loob na nga ng smoke dito na nag-aatay si Daikut. May ipit at may ipit pa rin siya. It's still a flawless round for Enigma. Walang nabawasan sa kanila kahit isa in this bonus round. Aside from that, insta-pulot agad yan. Libreng upgrade, Honeyglaze. Parang ginrap mo. Parang pinadala mo express.
Talagang 5 pa silang kompleto tol. So, ang magiging problema dito ng Cerberus is paano na yung momentum makukuha nila throughout the next few rounds. Nakita nga natin sa mga stats na Enigma has it all when it comes to the familiarity of this map. So, magpapakita na lang din tayo ng opportunity naman for Cerberus na kaya naman din ng experience nila basta't maunahan, ma-cut off lang nila. Magkaroon lang tayo ng icebreaker sa momentum na nakukuha dito ng Enigma. Pero oh no! Antidote dito, mukhang masusukaan muna ni Suka. 1 member down already, sheriff lang yan. Ang gamit dito ng Cerberus, nakatay ang isa.
Barrel is barrel pa rin yan ang sabi dito. But Rexy already getting a kill inside the smoke. Tamang lang, pre-fire lang at magko-connect to totally in the hands of Cerberus. 4v4 pa rin naman ang labanan but the disadvantage is definitely there as Rexy. She spots one, that is Kishi. Talagang angle diff ang meron para sa kanilang dalawa dito. It's still a 4v3 situation and for that retake, kailangan nila ng isang magandang kill. Loki already getting that one pero walang trade-off na nangyari as Daikut is trying to find. Akashi comes in and settles down the deal. 2v2 situation, very much doable pero ang daming utilities na magagamit dito. Nagamit na rin pati yung mga utilities ng isang fade but the amount of HP it's all just gonna boil down na half nila yung spike and it's still a diffuse, a thrifty round even.
Kakasabi ko lang kanina na dapat magkaroon tayo ng icebreaker. At ito na yon, HG, Cerberus gets it all pagdating doon sa thrifty round na yon. Who would have thought na sila pa mismo yung magiging aggressive? Nag-push yung kanilang si Suka dito all the way from garage. Was able to take down one. Kaya naman nawala ng anti-flanks tuloy dito ang Enigma. At naputulan kaagad sila ng pakpak pagdating na nga ng post-plant. It's just all of the upgrades na nadampot na nga dito nila Daisuke para makuha nila yung round yun. Ni Daikit rather, para makuha nila yung round na yun. And finally, I think 2 guys on Cerberus has 3 guns para dito sa round number 5.
Oh, naku po, si Daikit. Nakakuha na nga ng isa. That is RVK. Ganun pa rin naman pantay when it comes to man. At walang mayroong disadvantage or advantage dito. Pero nga lang, tumanggap ng damage si Akashi. Mapapa-atras lang siya ng kaunti. But he's still holding the angle here on A main. Alam niyang may mga tao on A lobby. The smoke settles in as well. At itong dalawa, pinagtagpo pero hindi tinadhana ang peg. O sige, dyan lang kayo.
Parang kayo na nga dapat talaga. Pero ang problema, talagang nag-aabangan kayo kung ano ba dapat yung go signal ng isa't isa. Pero yun na nga yun, nakapag-push yun na kaagad dito. Si Antidote, make it 1 already for this team. Pero this is a bait lockdown. Matatagpuan siya kaagad ni Daikit. Pero with that wide swing, hindi pa rin siya magwawagi. Doon, so opportunity mamatay na kaagad dito si Daikit. Pero we have here Ruffle as well. Daikit naman dito for 3K. And now finally 2v2 agad ang lamang. We have Rexy all the way from heavens above. Makakakuha rin naman siya ng pick off. It's all up to Suka. Ano pa ba ang pwede niyang gawin dito? Lalo na't naka-crossfire na ang dalawa. Meron pang Trailblazer na kasama.
Force out lang, naglalaro lang sa oras itong mga players ngayon ng Enigma. They know really well kung paano lalaroin to, especially in a 2v1 situation na madami silang utilities. Lalabas na nga siya and the crossfire is there. Enigma securing yet another round. 4-1 ang score. Honeyclays kanina, lahat ng games, 3 games Oo,
mukhang ito na talaga yung Honeyclays magic
Nare-rate kasi tignan nyo naman yung dalawang yung dalawang series na yun. Sino ba nag-cast? O, di ba? Si Ray din naman. Ito 2-0 pakiramdam ko
Oo, pagpapatuloy na nga lang din Enigma talaga Mainit ang Enigma. Dahil ang haba rin naman kasi na nang hinintay natin dito. Kaya naman, why natin ilabas na nila ito sa game na ito? Speaking of, maglalabasan na nga sa mga nilulugan nila. Aggressive ang Cerberus dito. Magiging worth it nga ba? Dahil merong mga nakaabang agad. May alarm bot na makakatagpo na nga dito ng mga nagta-travel na all the way from Ghetto. Pero wala namang pake dito ang Enigma dahil si Antidote naman ang kasama nila dito to check in the flanks. But the problem is, 3 na kaagad yung nandito galing garage.
Kailangan nila maging aggressive dahil naka-eco sila. Ang kaso nga lang, itong Enigma Gaming, very much aware na ganun yung mangyayari, ganun yung magiging setup dahil nga wala rin pera itong mga to. Kaya mag-aabangan na lang yan. But Daikit already with a 2K. This resets the blade entirely pagdating sa kanyang blade storm. Nakakita pa siya ng isa. That is the 3rd kill already. Looking for the other players, the last 2 remaining players of Enigma. Sa kanya, nasa kamay niya ang pagbangon ng api dito para sa side ng Cerberus as he is trying to find and looking for the other people or other remaining members. Makakakita siya ng isa at the corner. Nandiyan naman si Suka to help him out. The baited switch, the double trouble is definitely in a lobby.
Cerberus did it all. Pagdating sa opportunity nilang makapagwala na dito si Daikit, dito ka na magkakaroon ng kumpiyansa na okay na, pwede tayong magkaroon ng comeback. Nagkakaroon na ng confidence dito yung ating duelist and we can go in full potential laban dito sa Enigma to cancel everything out sa kanila. Nung nakita natin na nag-play slow sila dito laban sa Cerberus, parang ang nakita ko is tinitake advantage si Cerberus dito yung pag-play ng slow dito ng Enigma. Kaya naman napuputulan tuloy yung mga pagpa-flank sila. But now, another round, may operator na hawak agad si Daikit.
Kanina na yun naikutan talaga sila. Kung mapapansin mo, hindi rin sila nakapag-plant ng spike. So talagang napigilan silang makapasok on-site here at na-force out na labanan yung ibang mga tao. Kaso nga lang, mukhang magkakakitaan dito mga players ng Cerberus pati na rin ng Enigma. The flash comes in sa ang nakakita. Pero trigger discipline para sa kanya hindi pa nga nag-work out as Kishi was able to check the corner still. And this is Rexy getting that kill on Loki. Mababawasan sila dito ng isa and that is gonna be the smoker. Pero pa 3 players na natitira for the side of Enigma. Pero if it na nga dito, the Sandwich Gaming ang para sa laruan ng Enigma at Cerberus Esports. They are still looking for the other remaining players.
What?
Game sense lang, hello!
Oh my gosh, hindi na niya kailangan pa makita kung sino yung kalaban
Kala ko
na
kalaban.
nagkasa sa salisihan na mga problema dito ng mga players natin from Enigma. But now, it's all up to a 2v2 situation. Excali, iba yun.
What a timing.
Malayo pa ang panggagalingan ng Cerberus. So, let's see if doable pa yung ating rating na ito. Dahil, next mission ng
Player standing.
Very much kaya pa rin naman as Sova still has the drone. Kaso nga lang may ipit siya dito sa may logs. Dalawang players ngayon ng Cerberus or rather ng Enigma ang umahawak ng post-plant position nila. Si Akashi ang kailangan kumilo. Si Akashi ang kailangan gumawa ng first move dito dahil itong dalawa magpapanggap lang to na bato. Dito gagalaw, man, unless itap niya yung spike. As he taps the spike, the trail, or rather the guiding light comes out at siyempre alam niya na yung location ng isang player but it's not time, or rather it's not enough time to actually defuse it.
Worth it na daw yun. Nakapag-save siya, evas para makakuha na naman ng ilang mga utilities dito for the next one. Ibang klase yung pagiging aggressive dito ng Enigma. Tamang-tama lang din na nakinuha nila kaagad yung attacking side dito laban sa Cerberus na sila yung pumili ng mapa na ito eh. Ang nangyayari lang siguro is talagang nagkakaroon na ng landslide pagdating sa mga pagpasok na nga dito ng Enigma. Enigma with those utilities, sabi ko nga kanina, talagang nakakainis yung meron silang Prowler and even have the Trailblazer. So, hindi ka makapag-intay doon sa mga corners na pwede mong abangan yung side ng Enigma.
Ang pumili nitong mapa na to, Cerberus, di ba? Maganda-ganda rin kasi yung ano nila, isa rin to sa mga best maps na meron ng Cerberus Esports. Pero kitang-kita mo pa lang, base pa lang doon sa movements or rotations nitong Enigma that they're really used to play in a Haven or in a map like this, like Haven. At sa dami ba naman nung stats na meron? Stats don't lie nga eh, di ba? Sa dami pa naman ng games na nilaro nila sa tournament setting na Haven ang mapa at winning advantage pa or winning percentage ang tumataas o lumalaki for them. It's very much obvious kung paano sila mag-rotate dito, gumalaw on how exceptional they play this map. So, I really think Enigma, kung magtutuloy-tuloy lang yung momentum na meron sila dito, kasi it seems like everyone is also doing their part. Like, game sense is definitely up through the roof.
Tsaka ang nakikita ko pa dito eh, yung map veto sila, talagang nakakakaba eh. We have Cerberus, yes, na may full-on experience na throughout the tournaments. Pero Enigma kasi, ilang games din yung nilaro nila in Ascent and Haven. So nakakapagkabagabag, kung tama man yung pagka-pronounce ko doon, Enigma can still have this series in a 2-0. Pero unfortunately, let's see kung magkakaroon ba ng magandang delay dito dahil ang Hunter's Fury ang magiging reason kung bakit magkakaroon ng opening dito si Kishi to get in that kill. Unfortunately as well, we have that paranoia to blind them further. One member each down for the teams today na hindi pa nakakapasok ng site.
Ganda ng paranoia. Saktong-sakto talaga. Hindi nga lang nakapag-check ng right corner dito si Antidote as the Seekers are definitely out. Ito na nga yung mga utility gain ng Enigma ngayon. Nilalabas na naman nila. Inuunahan nila ng utilities, pati yung pagbigla factor para sa team against like Cerberus Esports. Ngayon, tatlo pa rin ang natitira sa kanila. Saktong TP sa mukha lang. Still surviving is Loki, but he managed to get one kill before he dies off. As Tycoon is trying to settle in pagdating sa retake na to. There is that Killjoy lockdown na kaya nilang paglaruan. This will force out the remaining player of Enigma to actually step out with very much low HP. Kaya niya pa ba to? Kasi the diffusing of Spike tuloy-tuloy lang. Pros don't fake. Hello? Galaw-galaw.
Kahit pigman lang, kahit saglit, hindi
Kahit
talaga binitawan dito ni Suka.
Hindi rin sinilip kahit isang beses eh. Pagkatapos mawala nung lockdown, sige, wala pa naman. Di niya na narinig yung pag-tap ng Spike, no? So, ang bilis ng mga pangyayari. Di niya in-expect yun, di niya nabilang.
Buti na lang talaga. Pros don't fake dito, sabi ni Suka. Di niya binitawan. Ito yung cute na part na nangyari. Nagkatapat dito si Roki and Rexy. Unfortunately kay Rexy, hindi siya naka-react on time. At tama lang din yung pag-TP dito all the way from Silong para makuha niya yung mga papasok pa lang ng site. But now, look at that push! Dire-diretso, press W lang dito si Suka. Kaso wala siyang natagpuan. Nadagdagan patuloy ang pasok dito kaagad ang Cerberus at matatagtagan at matatag pa ng Nightfall dito, kasama na lang din ito ni Prowler. So what are you going to do now? Cute, naiipit na dito. Ruffle with that Blade Storm. Iisahin lang naman ang ulo niya dito ng kanyang tinidor.
Still, dalawang players pa rin sa kanila. Naka-sheriff lang, no? The smoke's coming in already as Enigma trying to plant the spike. Aftershock, madidelay kahit pa paano. Tumalon si Kishi and it's not gonna be enough dahil wala rin siyang kill na makukuha dito. Guiding light, nilabas, nag-connect yung! Oh my God, nag-connect yung flash. Sumakto lahat yung kills. Enigma, they still know how to take a site despite the disadvantage.
Iba ang laro ng Enigma dito. Parang alam na alam nila at memorado na nila itong pyesa na ito na makakapasok na kaagad sila ng site, use in their utilities, gather all the advantage na meron kayong pang-blind, pang-check-in ng corners na dito sina Prowler, there's also the Trailblazer, yung mga blinds pa dito. Tama lang din yung timing para makapasok dito sina Ruffle and the following setups pa nila RVK. Ang laking bagay din kasi nung mga info makukuha niyang one shot. Kaya punishment is there for Cerberus at naku po, nag-pick up a boy. RVK gets in that kill agad kay Ruffle.
Saan ang galing yung shot? Saan ang galing yung shot na yun? Wala naman tao.
Yung turret.
Question mark? Hello? Turret, pero ang bilis na naubos. Siguro sa utility. I'm not quite sure kung saan ang galing, no? Pero ito na nga ang Enigma. Pasok na sila on site. Nakapag-plant na rin sila ng spike. Nakakapagtaka lang kung paano nangyari yung round na yun. Pero sa replay, sana makita natin as the fault line comes in, papasok na rin ang ibang players. Walang kasunod dito yung isang breach. Kaya naman makakapatay pa rin dito ang Enigma kahit naman ako. This is Cute settling in, but only with one kill as Enigma still takes this round away.
Really is a wild start for Enigma. Hindi ko rin napansin.
Bakit naubos yung buhay niya?
Hinanap ko kaagad kung may tao ba sa garage. Eh wala naman, nasa city si Suka.
The
So,
art?
may turret.
Hindi eh. Yung turret yun
I
yung
can't
last
wait
kill.
for the replay. Oo.
So, I think chine-check.
balay.
Wala eh. Hindi natin alam. Mamaya makikita natin. Abangan ko na lang sa live stream para ma-secure natin. At malalaman din natin yan yung mga viewers nakatutok naman. No? Pero masyado madami nangyayari dito ngayon. As we are now in round 11. Dalawang rounds pa bago mag-swap ng sides ang meron tayo dito. Pero Cerberus, hirap na hirap sila as naghahanap pa rin sila ng way para makahabol.
Yung habol nila dito mukhang ito yung kailangan nilang round na ipanalo. Medyo ipit na sa advantage dito ang Cerberus at saganang-sagana ngayon ang Enigma. Chillin like a villain lang sila dito dahil alam nilang magpupush eh. Matigas ulo dito ng Cerberus na kaya nilang makakuha ng pick-off. Pero the problem is hanap-hanapin lang naman sila dito ng Enigma. We have the fault lines, we have Prowlers, there's also the Seas and the Hunt. Mukhang may ipit na dito si Akashi. Cerberus, bawasan na kaagad sila ng isa. Pero with that wide swing na kung si Kishi, hindi man lang kaagad nakakuha ng pick-off. Kaya naman buhay pa rin ang sagana sa numbers ngayon. Ang Enigma, we have the Trailblazer, the smokes are ready down, pero wala pa rin sa loob ng site. Yung Enigma, we are just waiting in for that lockdown.
Naantay nga nila yung lockdown bago talaga sila kumilos dito completely. And it's still, itong decision-making ngayon na pinapakita ng Enigma is still proving quite difficult for Cerberus to answer back. Makakapagplanta naman sila ng spike. Successful take on A side completely. Yet again, butas na butas pa rin. Low-key, siya na lang natitira dito. With enough utilities, he can smoke out. But really, for V1 situation in a post-plant position kung saan wala kang info, it's almost as if impossible to do. Pero tingnan natin, baka kayanin dito ni Loki. But that entry, isipin mo, pwede naman nilang gawin ng mabilis kasi ang daming utilities na nailabas na at napakita dito, Honey Glaze. Pero they still held down. They want to make sure safe play or safe bet ang meron sila dito as they waited for that lockdown to actually beat down.
Kaya nagamit na kaagad nila yung mga utilities sila para ma-reposition mo. Puwersang umatras na kaagad yung Cerberus. Yes, you wanna hold on to the site, pero pagpasok na pabasok dito ng Enigma, they know how to play their duels right. Yung mga utilities pang nagiging pabor sa timing nila, even have here na nakikita ko medyo reckless nga sa pagbato dito si RVK, pero nababawi niya naman pagdating sa mga duels, so okay lang din. Kaya naman nakuha na nila yung round sa ito, 8-3. This time, wala na talaga patumpik-tumpik pa. Papasok na kaagad sila ng A dahil wala silang nakita kaagad with that Seekers na ginamit na ni Excali.
Changing up the pacing yet again for Enigma as they take again and again A site here. Ropul, Mukhang meron siyang nasaspatan, but the movements here, the presence, wala rin namang sumisilip o lumalabas totally. As the Sobatron will hop out, malalaman at makikita nila na nandito lang din sa Genji. Makakapag-dash out naman dito yung Jet. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi pa tapos ang laban as the defender side is already setting down with the Killjoy lockdown. Nilabas na rin pati yung ultimate ng Breach. Ang kaso masastuck dito yung mga players ng Enigma. That can be quite painful. Ang daming nilalabas na utilities. Lahat concussed, lahat nasa smoke as Cerberus is trying to pin down and pounce on Qeon still managed to get that triple kill on this round and still get the round for the side of Enigma.
What just happened? Bomba kung bomba yung round na yon. 9-3, yes. Nakita natin yung winning advantage dito ng Enigma. Ito na yung replay natin. Nakaabang-abang na talaga. Roful has just stayed in that one place to get in 3 heads. At naging compose siyang kaya niyang makuha yung mga spray transfers na yon laban kina Sukan, kina Daikut. And unfortunately for Cerberus, hindi nagwagi sila dito on the first half na sila yung nagde-defend. But now, when it comes to their lineup, pwede ko masabi na they have the advantage na makakakuha sila ng sight. They have the recon balls. Also have here the blinds given us by Kishi. Pero kasi talagang problema kasi sa composition eh. Enigma, meron sila ditong Sky. They also have here Fade. And this is one of the main points kung bakit sila nakaka-secure kaagad ng site kanina.
Si Daikut dito for the side of Cerberus, nakakakuha naman siya ng mga frags eh. Now-open up niya rin or nakakakuha din siya ng mga frag kills na yan. Ang problema nga lang talaga on the defense, laging may butas no on A side. Typically, ginagawa naman ng mga teams yun, Honey Glaze, na parang dalawang sites lang yung babantayan nila and it's gonna be a 5-man retake altogether kung pupunta man sila sa A side and just leave it completely open. Ang kaso nga lang talaga, hindi sila manalo-nalo pagdating sa aim duels. Pati yung pag-i-entry nila for the retake, nahihirapan dito yung Cerberus. Talagang makikita mo na hindi sila makapasok at all because all angles are quite covered from Enigma Gaming. Alam nila kung saan sila, anong battles yung lalabanan nila. Alam nila kung saan sila tututok. Alam din nila kung saan yung mga entry points na pwede nilang i-choke para hindi talaga makapasok itong Cerberus. Kaya itong nag-swap na ng sides, dito na magkakaalaman kasi Cerberus, contact plays and those big moment plays, dito naglalaro yung pagsusnowball ng momentum.
Na-mention mo nga yung decision making ng Enigma kanina, no? Doon pala sa last round na yun, and-expect na nilang meron ditong ultimate si Kishi. Kaya naman, they played outside of the site. Tapos, hayaan na lang natin na makapasok agad si Roful dito to get in those frags. At yun na nga lang din yung nangyari. Parang, they had the numbers in favor eh. Cerberus dito, they had the utilities, they had the cancellation on the numbers. Pero Enigma, talagang okay sa kanila yung timing na yun. But now, the timing is not there for Roful to defend and sewers. Nandito naman kaagad si RBK naman nakatalikod siya kaagad. Kaya naman si Roful dito with the bait and switch. We have here the hottest spot in 2 but unfortunately they weren't able to
Uy, hindi tumama!
Suka naman dito eh. Hindi tumatama! Roful!
Okay lang,
He tried!
Bawi naman, but still a frenzy battle here. Pinilit pa rin talaga ni Daikut kahit walang-wala na at kahit may nanoswarm. Dalawa laban sa isa. Still, the push and the execution for the side of Cerberus will be winning. Ang katinong mga, yung si Daikut, muntik nang mamatay doon eh. Muntik nang mamatay yung pader.
Alam mo ano na nangyari doon kanina.
Buti may kasama siya. Buti may nasa likod.
Ayun,
muntik nang tumama eh. Nakabawi naman siya dun sa kill sa gilid. So, sige, okay na. Kaso pain pighati eh. No, pinilit niya rin tong may nanoswarm na eh. Pinush niya pa rin talaga eh. Kasi yung nanoswarm is from the teammate itself. So, mas less yung damage na makukuha niya doon. But still, Uy! One tap to the head. That is gonna be Rexy getting the kill. An important one, to be honest, as all the utilities are being executed on site already. Sex Kali, makakapagkuha pa nga dito. Yung pitas niya. Kahit pa paano nakakuha siya ng isa before he goes down, making this a 3v2 situation as Loki settles on the kill as well. Habang umiikot pa at sinusubukan pa nga mag-flank ng ibang players.
Sayang lang hindi niya chinek yun kaagad. Dahil nung narinig kong naka-one-tap na kaagad si X-Kali kanina, akala ko pwede pang matrifte ito ng Enigma. But now, it's just one remaining member from Enigma. Finally, an edge for Cerberus na magwala naman daw sila. 5 to 9, 4 rounds na lang kailangan nilang habulin. Pero ngayon, buy round na ito ng Enigma, pero ang nakikita ko ngayon, nagbabadyang broken buys. Half an armors lang ang kaya nilang i-secure dito dahil nakikita naman din natin sa mga naging casualty dito ng members from Cerberus, talagang hindi rin din kaya makabili kaagad ng mga rifles.
Yun ang ano, kahit natalo sila sa round na yun, dahil ang daming naging casualties on the side of Cerberus, kahit papaano nabawi nila o napunish nila yung economy na meron dito. Now, playing on the bonus round, obviously, hindi ka pipilit, bibili. Aside from Daikute na meron ng Vandal dito, he gets that first kill, an opening kill for the side of Cerberus na napakaganda to actually make it happen on the side. And now with the Hunt, hindi pa rin gagana yan as RBK settles down. Antidote gets a kill instead. Akashi to get another one. 4v2 situation. Enigma still trying to make a retake happen, pero nilabanan nila yung aim duels. Natalo nga lang sila.
Player standing.
Free guns tuloy dito for Cerberus. It's all up to Excali. Wala na siyang mga utilities dito. May heal siya. Pero sino pa bang ililigtas niya? He only has the Phantom at hand. Pero apat pa rin naman ang kalaban niya dito. So maybe, just maybe, mas mabuti nang kumuha pa ng exit frags or talagang umatras ka na lang. I-save mo na lang dito yung Phantom mo and he will be saving it further. Now, another round, consecutive rounds na nakuha na ngayon ng Cerberus. Ibang klase ito.
Maiipit siya, mahuli.
Layo na ng tinakbo mo pero mahuhuli ka rin pala ni Akashi.
Yun na nga, ang layo na nga sana niya pero hindi pa rin siya tumigil tumakbo, no? So, rinig na rinig kahit saan ka pumunta. 6-9! Nice ang score natin dito dahil ngayon, mapapa-time out ata yung isang team ngayon dito. I think it's gonna be Enigma. Kasi nilabanan yung aim duel dito sa site eh. Hindi nga lang sila talaga nanalo. Lalo na, pati yung pagpasok nila doon kanina sa C, you see that the players here on the side of Enigma, kung ano yung Cerberus kanina, yun naman yung total nakabaliktaran. Cerberus literally waiting for everyone to come in on site before they do retakes. But Enigma, they wanna win those aim duels over and over again to the point na ubus na sila. Paano pa sila makakapag-retake?
Parang nga nagiging reckless na rin sila sa pagbato ng mga utilities. Nahuli natin kanina si Enigma RVK with his Hunt na, yes, you can push in aggressively kasama ng utility mo, pero what are the risks na may possibilities na makapag-push ka agad dito, you Cerberus. At yun nga yung nangyari. Ang dami tuloy nakabungad sa kanya. And finally, ilang rounds na lang kailangan dito na Cerberus habulin. And Enigma, na broken pa sila dito. Eco round lang ang kaya nilang i-execute for this one. We have full buys for Cerberus. At mukhang talagang nagkakaroon na ng momentum. Nagpa-pop off na yung potential dito ni Daikute. Mahuli itong mga players from Enigma to cut them off sa mga possible mga pasok nila dito for those retakes inside the sites.
Another round, another day para sa Enigma. Isang puntos ang kailangan nila for that double-digit score. But Cerberus, they won't allow it to happen. 86 HP para kay Kishi. Tumatanggap ng damage with that turret. Itong shock dart na to, hindi rin naman magpo-connect. But will displace the enemy here as Excali still wins the duel with very much low HP. Mapapa-atras ka na lang talaga. Si Rexy, pinilit i-push dito ni Kishi. Siya nga lang ang mamamatay dito as Suka was able to settle on 1 kill as well. 3v3 pa rin ang meron tayo dito. But Enigma, sila yung disadvantage eh. Sila yung eco round pero sila pa rin nakakuha, nakakapitas ng kills.
Sayang lang din no, nag-push pa kasi dito si RVK once again recklessly facing a lot of players here from Cerberus pero little does he know rin naman kasi kung ano pa yung magiging rotation na ng Cerberus dito. So now, they have a site fully committed. The smokes are already there. They have already planted the spike. Tapos meron pang lockdown dito si Suka. So in case na may free guns na dito, yun na nga ang nadampot dito ng Enigma. We have a lot of opportunities pa for them to get in those kills. Pero kasi numbers advantage lang din talaga for Cerberus eh.
Ubus na nga rin yung buhay dito ni Excali, no? So,
5 na lang.
Exit frags ang nais nilang gawin. Si Loki, patay na nga rin siya with this recon dart. Hinahanap pa rin nila ang last remaining player na nag-aabang lang din for that exit frag. Still securing. Baka sakali, dito na nga nila mahahanap kung nasaan si Rexy. Natatag pa rin. And the shot dart still not connecting, but this bullets will do. Si Akashi nga makakuha ng final kill na yan. Cerberus, they're on its way. Papunta sa victory and papunta sa matinding comeback dito sa game number 1 natin.
Naku! Ito na ba yun? 9 triggers na ba talaga? Enigma, kanina palong-palo sila eh. Pero ngayon, napipigilan lang din talaga sila dito ng Cerberus na sa mga aggressive pushes sila. Tapos dagdagan mo pa dito na kumpiyansa yung Cerberus dito makapasok ng site. Mananalo sila ng mga duels pero nakakabiga naman dito is sina Excali and Rexy. Excali kanina parang 2 beses na silang nag-save pero 2 beses din tumatama yung kanyang sheriff. So ang laking bagay nun. But this time, buy round na dito ang Enigma. Let's see kung they can make this happen enough for them dahil facing is slow naman dito ang Cerberus. Wala pa silang ginagalaw all the way from A-Lab.
Uy, Hunter's Fury. Nilabas na nga dito ni Akashi. Si Kishi makakapatay na nga din ng isa. This will be an opening for Cerberus side pero bunabawi rin naman agad dito ang Enigma as 1 kill is on its way as well. Mahahanap dito at masaspatan nga ng turret ay isang player pero alam ba nila na ganito nakalalim si Excali Akashi. He still gets the kill on that. Magandang kill para sa flank at basta nga ang A-site ang kaso si RVK na nag-aabang sa Getty. May kasamang ulti. This is the Nightfall coming in. The paranoia definitely connects but to Rexy still trying to find an enemy here. Alam niya kung nasaan ang isang last remaining member dito ng Cerberus. Si Daikute nga yan. Prowler coming out and Rexy securing that kill on that jet as well. Enigma pa rin ang nagwagi.
Ang hirap. Wala kang marinig sa loob ng site. Gusto mo sana ma-defend yung spike pero ang problema, hindi mo alam kung may bumaba na ba from heavens. Kung meron na bang tumatakbo galing ng mid. Yun yung nangyari kanina kaya naman malaking advantage at malaking impact yung nagawa dito ni RVK. But after using that ultimate, after natin pumasok dito, or before tayo pumasok dito in another round, pwede pa ba silang manalo dito against the side of Cerberus who has been winning a lot of rounds, winning a lot of duels laban sa Enigma. Kung ilang rounds din ito 4 na rounds na na-secure nila, continuously yun. But ngayon lang nakakuha ng opportunity mabasag nila yung win streak ito. Enigma, finally on a double-digit scoreline. Pero problema, Terror mukhang hirap sila Half armors lang para sa 2 members sila.
Kahit pa paano naman, no? Lalo naman kung puro headshot kills naman yan. At kahit papaano na half armor ang meron ka, as long as you get those important kills immediately, quite fast, and gamit mo rin is Vandal, those headshots would really count in a sense dahil dun mo kukunin yung advantage mo sa ganitong klaseng disadvantage when it comes to the armor. But not too bad. I would rather have this than compared to having Spectre instead. Kaya naman para sa side ng Cerberus, nasa kanilang kalamangan ngayon. Kahit pagdating sa pera, no, meron pa rin sila ditong laman pagdating sa kaban ng bayan. But I think a tech pause is happening right now since there's no movement yet from the following teams.
Oo, hinga lang daw muna for a bit. Dahil kanina pa talaga nagbabardagulan yung mga teams na ito Kanina, ang init ng Enigma. Pero hanggang ngayon pa rin naman, ang nagiging problema lang is, ito yung nagiging advantage, yung parang tinuturn as weakness ng Cerberus na, sige, nagpo-push kayo, kaya namin kayong abangan, at manalo kami sa mga duels na yun. At they are doing it flawlessly against them. Yes, may lamang nga ng 3 rounds dito, pero Cerberus, they have the eco. Sabi mo nga kanina, parang pwede pa nila may ipagpatuloy ito for another round. Basta't makuha na naman nila ito laban sa Enigma. But now, with that hunt, with that utility, hindi naman na kanya makikita, pero at least meron siya malalaman dito na nag-aabang pa rin ang Cerberus ngayon.
Tamang pixel angle lang ang silipan dito. Daikute already in the corner. Walang ka-idea ang mga players ng Enigma. Baka magulat sila kapag pumasok bigla itong si Daikute. Ang problema ngayon, they're already throwing in all those utilities and making that presence happen. Obviously, yung rotations din ng mga players ng Enigma mapupunta rin dito on site. Trying to destroy any traps na pwedeng maharap ni Daikute dito, especially with those shock darts. Para kahit papaano, alam nila. Hindi nga lang tumama dun sa turret, no? Yun sana yung pinapadetect ni Kuya mo Daikute. RVK is receiving a little bit of damage. Hindi naman enough for that kill. Prowler out para sa kanya, para hanapin lang at marinig yung mga shots. Panggulo lang din para makabuelo dito na maayos yung jet nila. First kill is dead. Nagdino! Nagsopa drone sa gitna, men! Walang smoke!
Ako po. Goods na, nakakuha siya pero he was quickly traded off. Meron naman ditong hunt na nakatagpo na nga ng mga players from Cerberus. Makakapasok na. But the question is, hanggang kailan sila makakapasok? We have the Rolling Thunder. RBK dito, nakaligtas mula sa Rolling Thunder na yon. But this time around, we have your Kishi. Big damage throughout these swarm grenades. Pero papasok pa rin naman sila dito. They still have time to plant in the spike. But the problem is, kailangan pa nilang sunduin yung spike. All the way from source and 3 seconds remaining. Hindi na, but it's just very unfortunate for the side of Cerberus. Naku, yung comeback nila
Inupuan!
agad. Naku,
may 500 crouches per minute. Naku po. Enigma! Naku po, yung mga ganyan, alam ko na yan eh. Yung pag bumabelo ka ng ganyan, nagiging komportable ka na.
Ayan
Yung mga overconfidence na yan. Pero ito talaga yung pinagtataka ko for the side of Cerberus dun. Open na open silang nagsasova drone. Kasi typically nagtatago yan sa may corner ng A lobby eh, bago sila actually mag-sova drone. Ang kaso nga lang, wala namang smoke dun. Wala namang kahit anong harang na pwedeng makita. Open na open ka, talagang mamamatay at mamamatay ka. Mapapa-timeout nga dito ang Cerberus right now. It's still an 11-7. Enigma, they are still in the lead pagdating dito sa matchup na to, Honeyglaze. Pero mamaya, ang susunod na mapa, alam mo kung ano? Ascent ata.
Ascent na eh. Kaya parehas silang may edge doon sa map na yon.
Best map ng Cerberus yun.
Parehas nilang best map eh. Pero oo, sa Cerberus maganda yung play sila dito. We know for a fact na ang tagal na nila in the scene. Pero Enigma, bago man sila, pero they played already 80 times or more in Ascent. So,
89 times
siguro.
in total.
89 na, magna 90
oh,
na.
na napakagandang success rate dahil 69%, 'di ba? Nice. Ang ano nila dito, 69% ang win rate nila. For Cerberus, they played Ascent 31 times in total pero may 71% din sila dito. So magandang laban to actually para sa dalawang teams natin. Parehas silang magaling sa mga mapa na meron tayo dito. Pagandahan na lang ng execution, Honeyglaze.
Really is curious to see na lagi si RBK yung piniplay sila dito, but there are times na hindi naman ito nagiging worth it. We have the paranoia, Loki, nakapasok na kaagad inside the site. RBK dito proving us wrong para mapatay niya kaagad si Kishi, preventing them to getting inside. At ngayon, ano pang pwede gawin ni Loki? Makuha na agad si RBK. Antidote naman dito for the trade-off. That is just a flawless and victory. Match point already for Enigma.
Interesting because they actually were able to get heaven that time. Nakapag-TP out si Loki sa may heaven eh, pero walang control na nakikita tayo on the hands of Cerberus Esports. Hinahirapan pa rin sila to actually take the site at hindi na nga rin nakabuelo si Loki. Tumalon lang din siya doon, namatay lang naman din siya kahit may flash eh. And those flashes from the teams as well, naipit na lang din sila sa corners. Enigma, malinis lang talaga pagdating doon sa mga aim duels. Pagdating na rin sa pagpigil sa players ng Cerberus. Kung kanina kasi hindi nagpi-pay off yung paglaban nila doon sa loob ng site, this time around, parang nabasa na rin nila kung paano maglaro tong Cerberus.
Better yet, kasi nga kanina nagiging reckless na dito yung Enigma. So now, talagang they are playing it patiently na ngayon. Since we see earlier kung paano na nga nakakapagwala yung Cerberus pagdating sa mga plays nila, but now Nightfall, matatagpuan ng mga players from Cerberus, kaya naman mapapapwersa silang gamitin yung mga smokes nila dito to prevent any casualties. But the problem is, Daigute, anong ginagawa mo dyan? Sir, Antidote goes in for the kill. Wala tuloy yung blade shot niya. Pero nagkasalisihan sila dito, Akashi. They did a RBK out of the map and now 4v4. A-site na nga ba ang itutuloy nila, lalo na't may lockdown dito nilagay. Nice end na ni Antidote.
Susubukan lang tanggalin with an aftershock. It will definitely connect. Isang utility lang and bye-bye na agad para sa mga orbs na yan. Naglapag na rin sila dito ng sarili ng lockdown ang hindi nila ina-expect. Antidote is actually waiting on backside. Mariretreat rin naman nila ang mga players na ito. As Rexy gets one, they get another kill as well. Magpaplanta nga sila ng spike. Now in a 2v2 situation, Enigma needs to make a retake happen. May isang nasa taas or nasa heaven na ng site at isa naman na nagro-rotate. Mag-aantayan lang to ng rotations nila habang si Rawful ay actually maghahanap lang din ng mga locations o kung nasaan man nagtatago tong mga players. Sabay papasok ang players dito ng Enigma. May utilities pa, may updraft, meron ding dash in, meron ding trailing or rather guiding light na pwedeng gamitin. Very much doable retake here. That is the first kill. Pinasok na nga lang. With that, the guiding light comes in and still not enough to get the kill. Mayroon pang turret. This is now a 50-50 chance. They have to push it in and Rawful still winning that aim duel. This is a map for Enigma Gaming.
Kinikilabutan ako sa mga plays talaga dito ni
Defenders
Rocco.
win.
Talagang makikita mo sa kanila yung confidence to get the dominating factors dito in Haven. And finally, they have it para makuha na nga itong game number 1. They're just chilling here. After nilang makuha yung successful plays na ito, although nahabol sila for a bit ng Cerberus, talagang pinanindigan nilang sa kanila yung mapa ng Haven.
That is game number 1 para sa ating lahat, ladies and gents. Parehas magaling pagdating sa mapa ng mga napili natin dito. The first map going to Enigma Gaming. Isang magandang simula para sa kanila. And heading to game number 2 later on, Ascent yung magiging mapa natin. Yung pick nila dito, yung mga fade picks na meron tayo, aside from that, yung mga normal na nakikita na nating mga picks talaga ngayon. Lalo na fade ang meta para sa mga teams natin dito. Ang gandang addition, no? Magkaiba yung playstyle ng dalawa, pero nagkakaroon pa rin ng middle ground pagdating doon sa execution style, pagdating sa mga aim duels. Kahit gaano kaiba yung regions na nakikita natin dito, it's still the same factor, objective-wise and get those skills. Parehas pa rin ang mangyayari dito. So congratulations, Enigma, for that first game.
Ganda nga talaga na matchup na ito, kaya I'm very excited on what will happen in Ascent. Parehas na ganado in Ascent. So now, we'll be heading into a break. Sandali lang naman ito para makita natin yung map number 2. I'm Honey Gracie, the double kasama ko ng si Taylor. See you in a bit.
Proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is land. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe.
Fear the Enigma is the motto of this team. Cerberus Esports getting a glimpse of why they should be fearful. Haven Cerberus map pick at that went in the favor of their opponent 13-7. This is still VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, and you're still with Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix on the panel. Let's lay the groundwork for this series. Nothing too surprises as we started the game, Fluffy, with Enigma Gaming yet again with the early game advantage as the attackers.
Not just the early game advantage, but also the way they were taking it. Very careful, very slow picks. They have like a default-ish start. They get the ball rolling, they get some information out, and once they receive what they need to do, they orient themselves to get their goal, enter the site. But unfortunately for them, on round 4, CES does strike back on the eco round, trying to bring some signs of life for them. And though they did get 3 rounds on the half, it was Enigma Gaming that really had the dominating performance. A flip side though, once the tide has turned and the swaps have sided, or the sides have swapped, I mean, that Enigma Gaming really fell short towards the start of it. I thought it would be the start of the comeback for Cerberus, but Dogs of the Underworld are left guarding nothing as Enigma Gaming does take it at the end of it, stringing 4 rounds to their win.
I feel that watching Enigma play, you know, I mentioned during the agent select, I love that combination of the Sky, the Fade, and the Omen, and they just showed exactly what that combination can do. The way the flash is actually paired with everything, so that they could, you know, that Omen flash has a straight line. They do it to take some of the harder angles. You got that flash from the Sky that turns around the corner, and then essentially something that tells you where the opponents are that's coming in from the Fade. That gives Enigma that advantage because CES gave up so much space that Enigma was able to just walk up and set themselves up constantly for successive rounds.
Yeah, I feel like another point that they could bring out is for the agents also. One thing I think I didn't mention earlier on for the agent select is because there's the presence of that breach with the aftershock as well as shock darts and indirect damage coming from the Hunter's Fury from Akashi. The Killjoy, although Antidote did play supremely well this game, it kind of nullified a lot of the Killjoy utility, and I feel like that's something that Cerberus, you know, you can break the lockdown, etc., that Cerberus could really have leveraged a lot more during this game to maybe gain a bit more space and be a bit more proactive, because it looked like that this game was so heavily favored towards that A side, especially on the eco rounds. A lot of fights going down there, and against a team like Enigma, I feel like you have to either, if you know that they're being careful, you have to either surprise them and explode or play even slower. There's no like real middle ground as we move on to the game timeline.
I love how you guys touched up on how CES was giving up a lot of space, especially on A side. There was actually one of the rounds wherein I saw how evident it was that it wasn't working for them. They really had a good play in mind towards the end of the half, wherein they tried to retake the sides by releasing A side rather by releasing the Rolling Thunder and the Lockdown, which actually pushed Enigma Gaming toward the A-long or sewer area to avoid being immobilized by the lockdown. So we see the swarm grenades being thrown in, but you know what happened? By some miracle, Trix, Raw Fuel just flat out rejected this, getting a massive 4K to close the half 9-3.
I think in general, there was also the position of one of the defenders on the flank that was exposed, and the Omen tried to assist by throwing that flash. But when the opponent already knows your position, all they have to do is really set their crosshair where they need to aim, and they're able to just set it down. Set down the retake, they're planted for themselves too.
Now we're looking at the second half of this map. Enigma Gaming having a little bit of trouble defending A side. I mean, we've seen CES get a pick off of A-long, get a pick off of Stewart, and then take down whoever was actually holding the site. So, Fluffy, do you think that Enigma Gaming, as the defenders, should have opted for a more retake approach instead of always just holding down the site?
I feel like recognizing that their opponents had utility that could break their strongest retake util as well, I feel like it was not a bad call for them to hold the site and try to take as many people out as you can, as if you do take those people out, obviously they can't use their utility, and that way it also nullifies and in a way strengthens your Killjoy eventually when he gets back to help out for the site. So I feel like the problem was more of how they made contact when it did happen rather than the overall strategy, because in a game like Valorant, you know, people compare this, you know, this esport to traditional sports, And I feel like that's a very good comparison. I don't like the comparison when people say that Valorant is like chess, where you do one move and then there's a assumed correct move. This game is a lot more dynamic. Things can change on the fly. One kill happens, makes a big difference. You have to be able to read and act accordingly, and that's the mindset of a pro player that you have to have. And you have to be on the same page with all your other teammates, you know? So I don't think it's a bad call. I think maybe execution-wise, there was just a bigger hiccup.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it being a whole, the whole comparison over a chess game, right? We actually talked about this in Agent Select back when we were still in PH Challengers. Wherein, when it comes to Valorant, it's not always, you know, we have this agent, it counters this other agent. Sure, there is some merit to that, but that isn't necessarily what's applied over here. In theory, you think that, hey, that makes a lot of sense, but in the application that we can see here on the game tricks, that's not always the case. It's usually more for the comfort picks or the practice composition that these teams really build out.
Rather than considering, you know, one agent counters the other, for example, everyone will bring up the Sova has the great ultimate and the shock darts that counter the Killjoy ultimate, which is all, you know, fair. But I think rather than considering what your opponents are doing, consider the synergy you have with your team. What are the strengths of your team and play to those strengths? And we see Enigma do exactly that. They're great at those tactical, cold, calculated, as Fluffy pointed out, plays. And because of that, having the agents that they pick, the Fade, the Sky, the Omen, paired with that jet entry and the Killjoy utility just to hold down or anchor somewhere else, really assists their team to definitely set themselves up for success. And on the flip side, Cerberus not playing as offensive and proactively as I have seen them before, which I felt was their downfall. And you see it on their eco round. They're able to just go on that aggressive side. There's nothing to lose. They're just going for the push, and they win that way. And I wish they had played that way, but with a full buy.
I mean, I think they were trying to bank off of the amazing, what do you call this? Aim. Why am I missing out this word? Aim on the side of Daikute. After all, Daikute, known to be one of the best jet players out there, just really striking over here. But now we're gonna be moving over to Ascent, Fluffy. You know what? I keep asking Fluffy about the team compositions, but this time around I'm gonna be asking you, Trix. What are your expectations as we move into Ascent?
If the background is any tell, there's going to be a KO, which I think is absolutely wonderful. I love seeing the KO suppress and just the kind of pushes that can come with it. And we've got, on the flip side, Kishi on the Sky, which gives a lot of information, especially with the Seekers, which they have used before. But this all depends as well on if Cerberus is going to play that offensive, the kind of intel that both the KO and the Sova can get in terms of also identifying which agents are there might give CES a disadvantage if they play in predictable spots, although aggressively.
I'm looking at this now. Fluffy, you know, in the fair share that we've seen Ascent over and over again over the past couple of days, I have really been enjoying these Killjoy setups. Aren't you on the same page as me?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I feel like overall, KJ has really changed the way that people use her. Initially, you used to have like a death setup where you'd play on contact of one of your utility and then everyone would explode once you turn on your nano swarms. But nowadays, with people kind of growing more into the Valorant scene, it's used a lot more for contact and info. So what I'd like to see coming out from this KJ against the KO is to always be erratic, always change your positioning, have your setups in such a way where you can't easily get suppressed, because being suppressed, even though it's 8 seconds from the knife or even longer with an ult command, it's a lot of time for your opponents to make a critical move, and it's a lot of time for your defenses to be down. So it's not something that you should take lightly. So hopefully this Killjoy on the opposing side does play a bit safe. That way they can function as a team a bit better.
I've been in that spot too. I would hate for that to happen. You spend so much time at the beginning of the round just laying down the groundwork for your team to be able to hold a site, and then the KO dagger just comes in, and it just feels like a waste of time from time to time, right? Like you put up this beautiful setup only to be cancelled instantly by one single dagger on the enemy team. But alas, that is just a simple game that we like to call Valorant over here. I'm really excited to see how things will pan out over here at the Ascent map. a lot of interesting series that we've had in this exact venue. So I'm excited to see how creative these two teams will become. With that, I'm going to be passing you guys once again to our lovely casters so we can begin with this series. I mean, game number 2. Let's go.
Para silang mga nahulog sa patibong dito ng players natin from Enigma Gaming nung nalaro nila yung Ascent. But this time around, sa mapa naman na pinili nila, will it be the same storyline? I'm Manny Glazy the Double. Kasama ko ngayon si Taylor. At match point na already ang mga tropa nating sina Ruffle.
Match point na nga agad, no? So, ibig sabihin yan, 1-0 na nga, Enigma Gaming ang nananaig ngayon para sa ating pangatlong series para sa araw na ito. At syempre, para sa mga viewers natin na sumusuporta, big shoutouts to you guys. Facebook, YouTube, pagdating na rin sa Twitch, live din tayo dyan sa Filipino broadcast. At syempre naman, kung ang preference nyo rather is English, we also have the English broadcast also live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook as well. So hanapin nyo lang naman yan. Pero ang page ng Facebook Live natin sa English, Valorant Esports Philippines ata yun eh. So hanapin at silipin. Para sa Twitch naman, it's Valorant Esports 3. At para sa YouTube, nasa PPGL page din yan. So silipin nyo na lang din yung ibang mga streams natin. Pero heading here to game number 2. Kung saan parehas na team pa rin ang malakas para sa mapa na to. Ito na nga yung pistol round natin. Isang fast-paced game ata ang gustong ilabas dito ng Enigma. Pero nga lang, yung utilities, pinipigilan sila makapasok dito. Smoke also coming in. And this would completely delay the entry of Enigma.
Tama lang din yung timing nila ditong maglabas ng blinds. But unfortunately dito kay Rexy, well, fortunately enough for Rexy, nakaligtas pa siya after niya makuha kaagad yung ultimate orb. So yun lang yung gusto niya mangyari dito. So, ang kailangan na lang gawin nila dito is pagtagumpayan na yung pagpasok nila dito here in A habang gumagawa na nga ng ingay dito si Rexy. Makakatagpuan niya kaagad dito si Kishi. But on the other hand, there's already players being delayed by the smokes pa lang ng Omen sa A side. So, talagang nagkakaroon pa tayo ng dalawang isip eh. Oo, hindi muna sila magpapatuloy pa sa push nila sa mga main.
50 seconds remaining para ma-plant ang spike. It's still very slow for Enigma, pero na-exhaust nila lahat ng utilities dito ng players ng Cerberus. But as of this moment, dalawa makakatapat ni Rexy. That is gonna be the Sky and also the Sova. Sumubok kumuha ng refrag at makakakuha nga dito si Antidote with that smoke coming in. Mapipigilan yung mga nasa likod at umaatras. Unti na lang din ang buhay dito ni Loki, pero ito, 100 HP pa rin siya. And still gonna go down in the hands of Raw Fuel. 2v3 situation. Hindi pa rin plant ang spike dito. 15 seconds remaining at kailangan nilang pulutin at mabilisan na nga. Then, this is the kill that they are quite looking for as Cerberus was able to take it away. Mabagal masyado eh.
Pinagtataka ko pa dito kanina is bakit parang ang bagal nga ng pagpasok dito ng Enigma. Yes, they were blinded. Nag-rotate sila kaagad papuntang A. Pero they took so much time. Kaya naman nakabuelo na tuloy yung Cerberus dito kung ano ba talaga yung decisions na gagawin ngayon ng Enigma. One game or one round na kaagad na nakuha dito ng Cerberus. So let's see kung magpapatuloy nga ba ito. Parang ang laking pagkakaiba na hindi sila gumamit dito ng Fade since they are relying more on the info kung sino ba yung mga nasa loob ng site.
Medyo makati din yan, no? Pag may KO ka rin for the side naman ng Enigma. Kahit pa paano makakancel out niya dito yung mga utility plays talaga nung kabilang team. Ang kaso nga lang, siya ang unang napabagsak. Still, this is the buy round for Cerberus. At para naman sa Enigma, tamang eco lang din as Daikute was able to get 1 kill, Trailblazer out. Para naman sa B-main, si Loki nakaisa na rin. Pero itong mga pumupush, mukhang napapunish na rin ng players ng Enigma. Isa pa nga ang sasama sa hukay. That is gonna be Kishi. Alam nila na may tao on mid. Sa tiles nga mapupunta. Still not getting the kill on the Marshall. Akashi settles the deal. 2-0 ang magiging score natin.
Well, good job pa rin naman for Enigma to try and disrupt the economic advantage dito ng Cerberus. Pero kasi pagpapatuloy pa rin naman ng Cerberus dito yung pagsabay sa mga buys naman ngayon ng Enigma. Full on armors, may kalahati lang. Pero nakita natin dito, opening for Raw Fuel na kumuha ng kanyang momentum na throughout the rounds na pwede siyang agresibuhin dito kaagad ng Cerberus. 2-0 by rounds. We have the Vandals, Rifles. Magiging worth it nga ba to for Enigma?
Till the Byron comes in. Isa dito naka-bulldog pa rin kahit papano para makabili ng ultimate or rather makakuha na mas magandang baril.
Timing.
Antidote. Getting the first kill already. Kukuha pa nga ata siya ng pangalawa and he still managed to do it. Kishi goes down para sa players ngayon ng Cerberus. Ito sana ang hinahanap nila para sa kahit papano mabawasan nila dito. Suka getting that first kill din para sa side naman ng Enigma. Pero dalawa na lang sila ang natitira. The flashes coming in for the side of Enigma. Nasa-sandwich ang mga players dito ng Cerberus. Pero na rin silang tao na nag-aabang na rin sa kabilang dulo. As Suka, siya na lang ang naiiwan. 36 HP remaining for Excali. The pressure is definitely on. Ang kaso nga lang, mag-aantay na lang talaga to. He still gets to see one. Hindi nga lang magko-connect yung shots.
Given with the doubts na maibibigay natin dito sa nakukuhang momentum na ng Cerberus, pero at least naman, Enigma, masasabi natin, vice na kasi yun. We had this replay kung saan nakakuha ka agad ng magandang opening dito si Antidote dahil nakat may timing, inahuli siya ng mga pagkakataon na pwede niya sanang makasamahan dito yung makasamahan dito yung kanilang Jet to have that double pick, but the problem is nandun na pala, close enough na pala dito si Antidote now. Punishment is there for Cerberus. Kanina okay pa yung 2 rounds sila, but now they are holding just on their sheriffs.
Sheriff nga lang magiging puhunan nila pero malakas pa rin maka-wallbang yan, no? Kahit papano. Baka sana makakuha siya kahit konting damage. Pero mukhang ang damage ay mapupunta pa nga sa kanilang side. Kahit kakonti lang naman. Still, very much doable. Pop flash coming in. The kill settles in. Ang kaso nga lang, nagulo ng kaunti as the logs. May tao dyan. Sir, RVK getting a kill already. Dalawa na lang natitira for Cerberus side. Pero si Kishi, siya na lang ang mag-isa dito.
Well,
alam na rin.
Wala rin talaga siyang mapangawakan eh. Pinush na rin siya dito kagad ni Rafael and 4K for this guy, 2-2 scoreline. Natawa talaga ako doon sa part na lahat sila nagulat na meron pa pala dito Sova all the way from logs. Ito na yung replay natin na nakapasok nga sila. Alhala.
Nagulo na lang eh.
Para siyang nag-aim lang sa harap pa mismo. Dito ng Sova. But that is really just a good round na kailangang ipanalo ng Enigma kanina since they have their buys, kailangan magpatuloy ng eco advantage sila dito. And ngayon, since na-punish na nila yung Cerberus, paano ang bawi ng Cerberus against this one?
Mainit pa naman si Rafael ngayon. Nakaka-8 kills na siya dito in total. And the highest fragger at the moment. Basag agad yung alarm bot. So, yung immediate na mga ganon, yung paggamit ng utilities ng Enigma dito, can also falter kasi masasayang eh. Pop flash coming in, pero wala rin naman silang masaspota na kalaban. Makakapag-farm sila ng orb dito. And I think the Killjoy will get that instead. Yung shock dart nga lang magko-connect pa at nag-aabangan na lang dito ang mga players. Meron na silang lockdown na pwedeng gamitin kung hindi ako nagkakamali. And Rexy has that. Ang kaso, saan ang magiging desisyon? Saan tayo papasok?
That's the question. But now, nung nasa sila dito na may utiliting lumabas, pakukuha niya ngayon si Kishi. This is an opening for the side of Enigma na magkaroon ng diversion play. Since nagpapatunog na nagpaparinig na dito, nagpaparamdam na si RVK. The smokes are already used. We have the recon balls pero hindi nagpapabait yung Cerberus dahil nakapush in na in mid dito si Daikyo. There goes Loki, but the trades is also there for Rexy to happen. For Rexy to make it happen for the side of Enigma. 3v3 na kaagad na scoreline.
30 seconds left.
Mukhang papabor pa nga yata ito for Enigma.
Utility-wise, kompleto na rin si Excali dito, no? Pwede niya ba rin magamit. May isa pa ata siyang flash na pwedeng gamitin here in the hands of Enigma. Still, an entry is quite possible. Knives out para sa kanila to clear out the ankle. 13 seconds remain. At itong Nano Swarm, mapipigilan sila kahit pa paano. May turret pang nag-aabang. Akashi, galit na galit. He gets that 2K in. Pero may isa pa kailangan problemahin. Tinanggat ni Kuya mo Antidote. Yung Nano Swarm, pinilit niya.
Nice try na lang talaga. Nilangoy niya, Terror. Although gagamitin niya sana nga yung kanyang Shrouded Step, hindi pa rin talaga enough eh. May time kasi yung animation na makakapag-TP ka away from that casualty, but really is just unfortunate na naipit sila dito na Cerberus all the way from mid. Masasabi natin na tinake advantage yung Cerberus dito na ang tagal kasi ng Enigma na makapasok ng site, mag-decide. So, mapapaaray ka na lang din talaga sa decision-making dito ni Antidote. Sakto pala yung unang TP niya inside.
Napadala na lang siya eh. Kumbaga, nagdasal na lang siya ng kaunti na sana mawala na yung Nano Swarm. Pero Hunter's Fury mula kay Akashi, wala naman siya matapamaan. But Rexy, he was able to take a kill here. At dito nga nalalabas yung mga Nano Swarm na yan. Kung kanina nakakapatay sila, this time around kami naman ang babawi. RVK getting a kill already. Rexy, siya pa rin ang bumubelo here on B-side habang yung ibang mga players nasa market na nga. Talagang covered na covered, hindi tinamaan. Tatlo yung bumabaril, hindi tinamaan ang bala. May agimat, sir.
They just really took the opportunity na patay na dito si Suka. Patay na yung nangangasim dito for Cerberus. So, pwede na sila makapasok ng site. Yung TV pa ni Antidote ang naging malaking advantage na may space na sila created into B. 5v3, will it still be doable? One member checking onto logs just in case na magkaroon ng crossfire. Pero ito yung unang tinignan na kagad ni Kishi. Maganda rin naman yung naging trade-off system dito ni Rexy. And now down to one member. Akashi, what are you going to do next? You only have the shockers remaining. But look at that! 2K for Akashi. May hit na paranoia, but unfortunately dito for Enigma, sobrang laki ng nagastos sila sa round na yon.
Expensive round it is para sa kanila. Para naman sa side ng Enigma, around pa din naman kung tutuusin. At kung ano man ang kaya mo i-exhaust, gagawin natin ang lahat para lang makuha talaga yung mga rounds na meron tayo dito. No? Knowing na sila na rin yung nasa match point. Pero ang ganda sana ng shutdown dito ng Cerberus when it comes to the knives of the KO. Ang bilis nilang na-shutdown kahit naipit yung Sova. Ang kaso nga lang talaga, may smokes pa kasi na utilities na ginamit dito yung mga players ng Cerberus. Kaya nahihirapan din sila makapasok at makabuelo para makakuha ng retake. Still doable for both sides right now. Pantay pa rin ang laban natin. At mga ganito, tuloy-tuloy. Feeling ko, dikit na dikit to mamaya.
It goes to show talaga na may experience sila dito. Maganda yung numbers nila. But now, they are powerless to use their utilities. Papasok na dito Dalshin, pero hindi nila matama kaagad si Kishi. Kishi na hindi pa nakatama kaagad.
Spike down
pick up
A.
kay Excali. Antidote ang isa niya pa mag-pick up dito. 2 members na already for both of our teams. Pero makakapag-push through na kaagad si Akashi through the smoke. Hindi na nila mare-revive kaagad dito. Si Excali, but we still have hope. Dahil dito, magpa-flank na nga, pero maririnig siya ngayon ni RBK. Suka na lang natitira. Meron siyang classic at lockdown, pero tinutoyo na lang din kaagad dito ang Enigma para makuha na tayo round advantage. Yung lead na ito laban sa kanila.
Mahirap to. Kahit anong gawin mo, dami pang utilities ng dalawang remaining players. Lalo na Sentinel yan, pati Initiator. Di ka talaga makakalabas, hindi ka talaga papalabasin. Third pa lang, lugi ka na eh. Lalo na nakapistol ka lang din dito. Ang matindi pa, si Kishi, buti na lang, hindi tumatama yung 3 unang shot niya. Kasi kung tumama yun, manonotice agad na nasa corner siya, nasa kanang side siya. Ang matindi dito, nakakuha pa siya ng 2 kill bago siya mapabagsak, no? Another expensive round right here for Enigma, but it still worked out in the end.
Patuloy yung rounds eh. Continuous nilang na-sustain yung kanilang eco, kaya naman they still have their rifles. They can still have their dominating lead. But the question is, kaya ba nilang ma-deny dito yung mga holds ng Cerberus? Dahil meron ditong nag-aabang na 2 players in B. Suka dito, there's also Akashi. But now, with that knife, malalaman nila kung sino ba talaga yung nakakaabang dito, yung pwedeng makapag-disengage nga dito laban sa kanila. But now, the smokes are already in. Players natin nakapasok na yun. Pero ang problema, iniwasan nila yung swarm grenade. So, another reason para madelay ang Enigma.
Mas aware dito si Suka. Kahit merong nakatawid, mapapatay at mapapatay niya pa rin. But the Seekers will definitely find some of the players of Enigma. Kanya-kanyang basag muna ng Seekers dito para sa mga players, no? At wala silang pake. Kahit sinusundan na yung mga kakampi nila. Let's go. Giving out the info. Antidote. Siya ang unang makakapatay dito. Si Dahi Cute nga ang nawala. Uy, narinig. Hello? Paano nga lang pagdating sa aim duel, no? Nandun na wide swing lang. 4v2 situation. Suka and Kishi, sila na lang natitira for Cerberus side. Kompleto pa rin naman pagdating sa mga barel at meron pa silang flash na pwedeng paglaruan dito kahit papano. At the same time, hindi pa naman nakakapasok ng kanya-kanyang mga site. But this is the opening that they're looking for. As Suka goes down, syempre alam nila that this is the cue for the rotation.
Good enough na nagamit ka agad ni Antidote yung kanyang shuttle step to reposition himself away from casualty. Kaso si Kishi! Okay din! Nakatingin na siya for a split second. Pero talagang si Antidote, nagpa-pop off na siya para mabigyan niya yung space dito for the members of Enigma to gather inside of the site. Makaikot na kayo. Yes, nakita natin in a minimap na ipet sina Excali dahil hindi pa nila alam kung ano ba yung info na pwedeng i-hold dito na Cerberus against them. They need to get inside. Pero the problem is we need to respect the capabilities of Cerberus na manalo dun sa numbers advantage dito ng Enigma. Pero ngayon, parang malinis pa rin talaga. Parang game number 1 lang din talaga, Terror. 5-3 scoreline, dominating plays from Enigma.
Sinusubukan ni Wallbang dito ng Cerberus. Baka sakaling merong matamaan. And I think Rexy, nakatanggap siya ng damage dito kahit papano. But towards on B main, nag-aabang na rin yung mga players ng Enigma. Nilapad na nga nila dito yung kanilang ultimate, which is the lockdown. At hindi pa rin nasa-shutdown hanggang ngayon. Pati itong mga Sova drone na yan. Pero mukhang the smoke is hopping in. Ang ibig sabihin yan, ito na nga yung cue sa pagpasok on-site. That is the Sova drone as well. Wala nang pakialam si Ropul. Ang importante para sa kanya is to clear out the angles. He gets 1 kill down there as Rexy shuts them off. Si Dahi Cute mamamatay na rin. At 4 laban pa rin sa 4 ang meron tayo dito, Honeyglaze. Lugi nga lang pagdating sa baril.
Kita ko rin talagang may agimat dito ang hawak-hawak si Loki. Talagang may time na hindi siya napapatay. Hindi siya natatakbo ka kagad. Hindi nakaka-rotate ka kagad siya. But now, look at that Ashi. Gets that kill using it the shock dart. Mukhang hindi na makaka-react on time para ma-engage sila dito laban kay Excali. 2v2. We have the Hunter's Fury. Tumama! Naman ito nilang Ashi. Tumama na yung mga shot dart. But unfortunately, kahit pa ba na hawak ko, sir, ako pa rin nakala dito. One more round para makuha na nga ito for Cerberus, but will the time be enough for them to reason to spike and enough yung time.
Kung hindi nag-whiff yung isang player, actually, it's very much doable. Lalo na 2 HP na lang yung Sova rin as well. Hindi rin nila nilabanan yung Sova, no? Pagdating dun sa stairs. And yung mga ganong split decision making, obviously, as the time goes by at habang mainit yung nagiging laban or yung labanan nila pagdating dito sa loob ng sites, may mga certain angles na talaga, mga maliliit na mistakes na nakakapitalize lalo ng Cerberus. Isipin mo, eco-disadvantage sila nun eh.
Talagang dumadampot na lang sila ng mga free rifles sila. They had the Cerberus, pero hindi sila yung yung naging passive-aggressive na pwede silang mamain dito ng Enigma. Pero nakita naman natin kanina talagang persahan. Kahit sheriff lang yung hawak natin, sige lang. Kaya nyo naman ma-one tap to the head. And yun naman nangyayari. Enigma, managing to get those wins na continuously. Pero ngayon, isa na lang ang kailangan habulin ng Cerberus. It's just one more round para ma-prove to us na kaya pa rin nilang i-equalize yung matchup na ito. At talaga nangangamba pa tayo for a 6-6 scoreline sa half na ito.
Malaki yung chance, no? Ma-equalize nila yan totally. Lalo na mas dumadaan yung mga rounds natin. Mas nababasa na ng Cerberus yung mga takes na ginagawa dito ng Enigma. On the other hand, sayang yung daming opportunities na nasasayang for Enigma right here because we are very much aware na kaya nilang manalo pagdating sa aim duels. Nag-iiba sila ng pacing. Kung ano yung control na meron sa Haven kanina, nawawala pagdating dito dahil that second kill won't connect at all. Cerberus was able to maximize the opportunity instead. A-main, ubos pati pantubos. Yan ang nangyari. Nagkaroon ng massacre as one remaining player from Enigma. And that is gonna be Rexy against 3 players pa ng Cerberus na buhay na buhay.
The question is yet why? Why Raffle did not help Antidote sa pag-push niya yon dito sa A main? Yes, there was a one-way smoke. Pwede na naman samahan ka agad dito si Antidote. Kaya naman fully on. Casualty after casualty, yun na ibigay ng Cerberus dito laban sa Enigma. And this is the turning of the tables right now for Cerberus na makuha yung momentum, makuha na nila yung advantage. 1v3 na lang ang nagaganap ngayon in this round. Dadamputin niya pa yung spike dito ng dahan-dahan dahil wala siyang idea kung ano ba yung pwedeng gagpangin ngayon nila Loki, nila Suka, Akashi dito. Magkasama silang dalawa inside of A. Pero the problem is, it's just really the hesitations dito ng Enigma to have those winning duels.
Ilang segundo na lang naiiwan At hindi pa rin. Nasa kanya naman yung spike kahit papano, no? Ang hirap nga lang i-clear out ang angle na to, but he still managed to get the kill instead. May kasamang whiff yung shot na nagmula doon kay Loki. Kaya naman 2v1 situation ngayon. Still, 12 seconds remaining
10
para
seconds
ma-plant ang spike. Nag-aantay pa ng rotation. This is actually the perfect time to plant the spike. Ngayon na ipit na, magkakaroon talaga ng chance. The shock dart is definitely connecting, and will the shots hop in? Nagamit pa yung ultimate ni Akashi.
Paikot nga yung ano
Actually,
dyan yung ultimate.
nadili lang siya ng ano dun eh. 3 seconds sa pag-plant. Kung pinlant niya na yun habang on the way pa lang si Suka sa rotation niya, aantayin at aantayin yun ng Sova.
Yan ang problema sa numbers lead at parang 1v3 situation na
Siyempre, wala siyang info.
Mag-overthink ka talaga eh. Hindi ka tuloy maka-decide agad no, kung magpa-plant ka ba or may nandun pa sa loob ng hell. Ito ngayon, no, malaganda sana yung opportunity niyang nakapasok na siya ng site, makakapag-plant siya kaagad, but yun nga, sabi mo, is nakapag-rotate na rin si Suka. 5-5 na ang scoreline natin. Naku po, yung inipon na dominating place ng Enigma, unti-unti na kaagad nababawasan ng Daikut dito. But Daikut quickly traded off after being aggressive dito. 4v4, the ultimate is there, pero si Kishi dito talaga walang alangan. Talagang kinuha niya kaagad yung mga pick-up dito, but it's all up to Excali to make it to 3K. 2 members remaining na kaagad for Cerberus.
Daikut, laban kung laban para sa kanya eh. Akashi, nasa may heaven, pero suppress siya dito. Walang info, walang utilities na pwedeng gamitin. Kaya naman si Excali with the 4K already, naghahanap na para sa kanyang ace. Suka, the only man remaining here for the side of Cerberus. 3v1 situation, may turret pang pwedeng gamitin, pero the hop out, alam na nila yung info kung nasaan ang huling natitirang miyembro dito ng Cerberus. Wala siyang magagawa. This Regum will also detect him. Ipit na, and the pop flash coming in. This is the perfect opportunity na lumabas din ang ibang mga players ng Enigma. 6-5 ang score natin ngayon.
Dapat ni Rex, hindi mo binigay yung XP
Ayaw
kay Excali. Ayaw. Siya daw yung unang nakapick eh, kaya siya yung unang kukuha ng kill. Ang gulo na naging round na ito, especially for Kishi na inuuna niya yung Aldron, yes, kailangan. Pero yung naging execution naman din kasi dito ng Enigma is rush na natin yung A dahil may ultimate na naman tayo dito gamit ni Kali. And now, the advantages are given na nabawasan na kaagad yung players dito for Enigma or for Cerberus rather. Para pagdating sa retake, mas makakuha sila ng magandang win condition. And now, another round of final round and this half. Doable nga ba for Enigma to make it happen as well?
So, drone hopping out. Makikita pa rin dito si Kishi na tamaan na siya kanina nung ating shock dart, no? Pero mukhang may engagements na rin na nangyayari out of this world or out of this nakikita nating camera. As one player goes down, this is gonna be Excali. Si Kishi pa rin ang makakapatay. Seekers out na nga para sa kanila. Loki still has the ultimate para makapag-TP. Pero si Akashi at Kishi ang tumatrabaho para sa side ng Cerberus. Na-drop na nga din dito ang spike, and everyone of course will just swarm in and try to just look at the spike. Saan ba manggagaling ang huling player dito ng Enigma? Dahil si RVK mukhang mag-aantay na lang siya sa may base, no? Kasi 3 players yung nag-aabang na sa bomba. Actually, 4 eh.
4 eh. Hindi na nga siya hinahanap dito.
Ginagapang na siya.
Nagkakaroon na eh. Ginagapang na lang din talaga dito ng Cerberus kung ano ba yung possibilities for RVK. Goes in for 1. This is still a possibility dahil kaya rin naman niya ito throughout the play na kaya niya i-eliminate na yung mga winning conditions dito ng Cerberus. Nanalo sila for the first map, but this time, mukhang tug of war na ito. Cerberus has the edge para ma-equalize nga itong scoreline natin to a 6-6. Nagkaroon ng momentum for a bit ang Enigma for the first few rounds ng half. Pero ang nakita naman natin dito is the flawless read ng Cerberus to counter themselves.
The addition of a KO here, lalo na pag nag-swap tayo ng sides, napakalaki. Very much kapag gumagana o talagang hyperactive itong KO for the side of Enigma, ang daming kayang gawin nito, ang daming plays na kaya mong magawa dahil nga dun sa suppress capability ng isang KO. Pati na rin din sa mga pop flashes natin, lalo na sa mga ganyang klaseng smoke na nakikita natin from the Omen itself. Ngayon napantay pa rin yung laban natin. Depende sa magiging depensa dito ng Enigma kung paano nga ba. Kasi sila yung team na klase, isa silang klaseng team na talagang lalabanan nila kung lalabanan nila. Nakita mo naman si Daikut kanina, kahit nag-aantay lang kanina sa may Cerberus din, nag-aantay lang din kanina sa site, lumalaban din at lumalaban eh. Yung Enigma naman, anong gagawin nila dito? Magbibigay ba sila ng side? Hahayaan nilang matake para sa 5-man retake? Or magiging ganun din, nalalabanan at papalagan talaga nila every inch?
Na-mention mo nga dito yung info na gustong kuhanin ngayon ng Enigma, and kaya nilang makuha yun dahil nga sa merong utilities na meron si Excali, tapos nagdagawa mo pa ni RVK. So, ang laking reason, ang daming reasons dito ng Cerberus na hindi sila dapat magpatuloy kaagad. They are just relying on to the aggressiveness dito ng Enigma kung paano sila mapipick off early on. But this time, Cerberus dito, mas gusto ko yung lineup nila as they are the ones attacking. Kung nahabol man nila dito yung Enigma, dahil na rin yun sa mga duels na hindi na-execute dito ng Enigma ng tama. But this time around, it's all up to Kishi and Akashi, di ba? Nakakabulol yung pangalan nila. We have their popping of potential from the first half. And by all means, yung momentum na yun, pwede nilang mag-gather para ma-dominate na itong game number 2 at makuha nila yung game number 3.
Still on its way itong second half natin. Siyempre, itong pistol round, ito na nga yung magsiset na momentum dyan, lalo na sa second half, no? Dahil magkakaroon nga ng magandang lead kung sakasakali dito yung mga players at hanapan na naman ng momentum. Paano ba magiging playstyle? As we start this pistol round, seems like play for picks ang meron tayo for Cerberus side habang nag-aabang lang sila kung meron bang magiging hyper-aggressive move na ipapakita tong Enigma.
Gusto ko tong placing ngayon ng Enigma. I've seen this already na 4 sila dito to gather themselves in mid dahil most potentially the aggression and the attack might happen in mid para makonquer nila yung both of the sides dahil syempre kapag nakuha mo na yung mid, pwede mo nang likuran ka agad yung mga nagde-defend inside of the side. So now, this is also a good decision for Cerberus na mag-front na lang sila kaagad in the specific site na makakuha sila kaagad ng rush. The Recon Bolt though will be getting in the info, hindi man nakapag-tag pero at least alam niya nang merong nakaabang kaagad from the attacking team.
Dahil nga dyan, no, naglabas na rin ng smoke dito si Antidote para sa side ng Enigma because of the presence that they have right here on A main. Tatlo na rin sa mga players ng Enigma ang nag-hyper-rotate para sa mga laruan na ito. Cerberus, Luki, he knows quite aware or quite well na nandito na nga yung ibang mga players and swarming in is Enigma Gaming. Getting that first kill in para sa kanila habang yung ibang mga remaining players ay pumapasok na rin on B main as well. Nandito na rin sila para i-plant ang spike pero nag-aabang pa rin si Rexy. Alam nila yung info ng lahat. Si Daicute na gumagapang on CT as well. Parang nababaliktad kung ano yung CT side. Nandoon yung mga players ng attacking.
Retake numbers in favor of Enigma. But the problem is nag-uulan na lang din talaga ng utilities dito. They were able to cancel out one member. Finally, another Akashi dito. Magmumula na nga lang din dito. All the way from B main. But the problem is nakakapag-defuse sila agad ng spike. No more possibilities for him to clutch this one out. Kaya naman ngayon, another pistol round ang magagather ngayon ng Enigma for themselves in this half.
Grabe si Rexy kumukuha, nagre-rake in na rin ng mga kills, pati si Excali. Dahil nga dun sa mga utility plays din dito ng mga players ng Enigma, lalo na yung mga nades at shock darts nila. Nakakapitalize nila ng sobra, pati yung hyper-rotation na ginawa nila dito at sa bagal at sa sobrang tagal, gumalaw ng Cerberus Esports. Naikutan na nga nila rito at syempre, maiipit sila. In a 1v3, sino nga ba mananalo? Lalo na kung pare-parehas kayong pistol.
Oo, kanina pa naman, no? Since nadali na yung Cerberus to get inside, naku po, na-wallbang pa. Sayang yun dahil syempre may Spectre na siyang hawak dito but by all means, pwede niya pa rin namamadali dito ang Cerberus. But Cerberus dito with the Trailblazer gets an info. Cloudburst para makapasok. Blind naman for an opening. Rockhold beautiful. Makakakuha sana na tatlo pero yung hindi naging pabor para sa kanya. 2v2. Still doable for side of Cerberus dahil mabagal pa yung magiging rotate dito pero makakakuha nga din. But Luki goes it for one. Classic. Regum by the way. Possibly goes it for 2. Pero syempre reposition na lang para makasama niya dito yung tropa niya.
Ang ganda pa ng posisyon ng turret dito. Hindi ka talaga makakabuelo para makapasok on B main as well. At hindi pa rin nila binabasag yan, no? So the two players here of Cerberus side, obviously, Mag-aantay at mag-aantay lang yan. May mga smoke pa silang pwedeng laruin. Ito yung perfect combination actually for a post-plant situation. Because hindi mo kailangan lumabas. Literal utility gameplay.
Yeah. Yun pa yung natitira sa kanila. May mga smokes, swarm grenades, one-way smoke dito ang makakatapat ni Antidote, so hindi niya tuloy alam ang gagawin niya. Ang gastos! Na naman ang
nawala ng bala!
Nawala ng bala! Pati ako na pailag kung paano siya mag-disengage, mag-move away from that casualty. But yun na nga, nangyari na ang nangyari. Cerberus, may time sila ngayon, may pera sila ngayon makabili ng kanilang mga rifles.
Sayang yung round na yun for the side. Pero ito nga, 7-7. Nabaliktad na naman. Pantay pa rin ang laban natin. Yung eco disadvantage, walang-wala. Kumbaga, natapos tayo ng pantay yung laban 6-6. Kahit na kayo yung merong dito, Spectre, kung mapipitas at mapipitas kayo ng mga classic shots na yon, lugi ka rin talaga. Anyway, moving forward, this is another round for us as the Trailblazer is hopping out. Nandiyan na rin nag-aantay si Antidote. Meron ding turret dito na nag-aabang on site itself, pero may ibang players pa na nag-aabang din. Namatay na rin yung nasa Jenny. That is gonna be Rexy. Above is RVK. Still getting or trying to get that kill. He punishes one, pero hindi enough. 4v2 situation. Nagpa-plant na rin ng spike si Akashi. Habang gumagapang na rin dito ang ibang mga players ng Cerberus, nandito na rin naman ang Enigma trying to make a retake happen. Alam na.
Matatagpuan pa kaagad ng alarm board.
One enemy remaining.
Naku, yung ulo niya, naku, with the pop flash, hindi pa rin pala sa bat. Naku, dito yung likod ni Kuya mo, Excali. Quite thick though, but now it's just really for while the round is just for Cerberus to take another lead for them. Finally, sila na ngayon yung nasa lead on the top of our leaderboards laban sa Enigma na kanina pa nagwawala.
Ang bilis nila kumilos dito Kailangan din talaga maglaro ng aggressive netong Enigma dahil nga din naka-disadvantage sila pagdating sa eco, no? Kailangan nilang makakuha ng pick-offs. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi pumabor sa kanila yung mga timing. Pati na rin yung pop flashes ng KO. It didn't work out for them. 8-7 is the score. By round na rin nila to. So dito na magkakaalaman ng lahat. Dahil paano ba magiging strategy talagang tunay ng Cerberus. Play for picks pero may pagkadating or merong pagkaka-aggressiveness dito as they wanna take mid control as well. Aware na rin si Antidote na maraming kalaban on aiming. Nakaredy na ang paranoia para sa bait and switch pero hindi pa naman lalabas yan dahil hindi tumuloy yung aggressiveness. The shot connects para kay Raw Fuel. That is an operator on his hands.
Oh, sinaglit lang si Daikut na gusto mo naman makita kung sino yung nasa mid. Pero problema, iba ang gusto mo makatapat ngayon. Raw Fuel, taking advantage na nakuha niya na nga yung tao dito sa mid. Kaya naman ngayon, hesitations ang mangyayari for Cerberus to try and get a sight. Makakatapat nga lang nila dito is at Killjoy. Tapos Antidote, kanina pa
Salo
dito
nila lahat yan, promise.
Lahat yan sila. Naku, hindi pa nga yata ito i-check. The lockdown is there. Nandito yung Seekers. Naku po, the paranoia goes in for one. Pero the white team corrects. Ako na bakit lahat para sa'yo. We have one member remaining na lang dito. Loki na lang ang natitira. Will you be having all the shots in favor of you? Kaso nakatingin lang dito. Si Raw Fuel ready enough to get in that kill. Another equalizer round. Naku, naamoy ko na. Nalalakap ko na. Overtime. Ngayon pa lang talaga.
Butas na butas yung smoke. Pagdating dun sa Omen, pupulutin niya sana yung spike na meron tayo, no? But I really assumed already, as soon as nakita na natin yung positioning ng Omen, pati na rin ng Sky kanina, if I'm not mistaken, na mahihirapan talaga silang palagan. Maswerte na nga sila na shutdown agad nila dun yung Omen kasi magtatago lang yun dun Kaya ang hirap ng positioning dito kapag late ka na lumabas and you actually don't have info kung may tumawid na. Another round for them. 8-8 pa rin ang score natin. Pantay pa rin naman ang laban this recon. Wouldn't spot anyone at all for the side of Enigma dahil nagtatago lang sila, waiting patiently para sa mga enemy. But in this enemy crosshair lines, maaaring si Daikut na naman ang susunod na mamamatay sa operator na to. Pag tumawid ka, patay ka at yan na nga ang nangyari kay Kishi. Si Daikut ang inabangan pero si Kishi ang mamamatay. This is the Hunter's Fury not connecting to anyone as well. Daikut nakagapang na here on market. Kaya naman itong mga players ng Enigma aware na aware. Ang kaso nga lang hindi ata nabalitaan si Excali. Telegram ata ang nakarating sa kanya pero mga 1 week pa yon.
Hindi hindi tuloy naging ganay yung naging aggressive push dito na Excali. Still, doable pa rin naman Taylor. 4v4. Sapat lang sa numero, pero si Daikyo dito, parang feeling ko ipit na siya. Pinapakiramdaman siya dito ni RVK kung nakatakas na ba siya or nandito pa. Pero with that swing, talagang hindi niya ina-expect kung saan manggagaling dito si Daikyo. 3v4 now. The smoke's already placed in. Pero lockdown, ready na for Rexy to use. Ang problema na lang dito is kung habulin nga ba siya. Nice usage of the storm grenade. Pero ito na, sinubot na kaagad yung lockdown. Makakapasok na dito kaagad ng Cerberus. But hindi na kaagad nakuha ito. Makakapag-plant in pa rin pala na spike dito, Cerberus ngayon.
Very much free ang A site. Wala na rin namang lumaban pagdating dun sa lockdown. That is another ulti wasted for the hands of Enigma Gaming. Itong operator na to, kailangan nilang isave if they wanna continue on the next following rounds. Dahil bumababa na rin ang pera pagdating sa kaba ng bayan. Sumama na rin sa hukay si Akashi. Bawas-bawas na lang pagdating sa mga players. Sadyang ano na lang, exit frags ang makukuha dito ng Enigma because they decided to save for the next round that we are gonna be looking at. Kasi ano na impactful na yung mga susunod na rounds dito. Pa-double digits na tayo.
Oo. Doon pa naman talaga lalo nakaka-pressure. At mas kailangan din ng Cerberus itong mga rounds na ito. Lalo na itong map na ito. Dahil on the next one, it will be a possibility na Enigma still has it all. Or kung mapanalo pa man dito ng Enigma, magsiging mahirap na for Cerberus. We are saying goodbye to this team na malalaglag na in our play-ins. Pero ito yun, no? Yung pwesto lang talaga ni Rofio. Sayang lang din at hindi niya naabisuhan kaagad si Excali na nasa B main. Meron nang pumasok in mid. Kasi there are questions din na baka may kasama din si Kishi kanina dito sa market.
Ang tagal din kasing nag-abang talaga ni Daikyo doon. Hinawakan niya talaga yung angle ng sobrang tagal. Kahit yung napatay niya sa mid, baka naisip nila nakapag-rotate na nga ng matindi. Ang kaso, hindi nga at syempre, mawawala na rin sa isipan nila yan. This knives from the KO, or the knife from the KO, would detect only one player from Cerberus side. They're playing this very much slowly dahil nga din nag-aabang din sila pagdating sa mga utilities nitong Enigma, no? Ano nga ba ang ilalabas nila? And they are playing around the time here a lot.
Hintayin nila Enigma na mag-push pero natuto na. Nakapag-adjust na kaagad ang Enigma throughout the mistakes na nai-secure and napapunish truly ng Cerberus ever since this half started. So now, by all means, kung papasok man sila dito, parang rabbit hole ito We have the setups here for Rexy. So ang kailangan niya na lang is maging secured siya. Sayang yung kaninang lockdown, but this time, he has the opportunity to make this worth it for the side of Enigma. We have the Aldro, the Cloudburst, Trailblazer. Makakapasok sila ng side, hindi nila matatagpuan dito yung isa na nagtatago na nga all the way from hell. It's all up to RBK to make things worse. Excel naman dito for the trade-off. Nice pick coming from Rexy. Bulaga daw, sir. But Excali with just a fragment, makakakuha pa rin naman siya ng pick-off. Hindi na nakapag-plant in ng spike dito. Suka na lang ang natitira. Gagapangin niya pa yung 3 dito laban sa Enigma.
Mag-aantay at mag-aantay lang sila dito. 11 seconds to plant the spike. It's not gonna happen at all. Quite impossible, I would say, para sa side ng Cerberus. But Suka, pwede niya pa rin i-punish yung ibang players. Kung tutuusin, wala silang pera halos pambili dito on the next round, no? So, he still has to be careful here. For the hands of Cerberus, they have enough money to do so later on. Dahil, syempre, nakapagligtas din naman dito si Suka. Makakapag-drop din siya. Might be a broken buy for the rest of the team. But, to say the least, talagang hindi gumana yung entry nila dito on A-side.
Nakita man nila si RVK, pero kasi nakatulong naman na kaagad dito si Rexy on all the way from hell to deny those entries to happen. So parang na-divert yung attention, nakuha nila yung pick-off, yes, but the trades is just fully committed by Rexy and Rofiel to happen. Now, 9-9, hirap pa rin talaga masabi who has the advantage in this map dahil equalize na naman yung scoreline natin ever since na nag-start tong half na ito. Talaga nababawi ng Enigma through the holes. Yung aggressions naman dito ng Cerberus, talagang nagiging worth it din. Nagkakaroon pa rin naman ng mga pressure dito laban sa Enigma. Pero there are times din na parang napapunish naman sila ng Enigma.
Napatimeout na nga dito yung mga tropa natin from the Cerberus side. They have to make up a plan here. Kasi kung kanina yung mga play for picks, no, wala pa rin talaga silang rounds kung tutuusin para sa dalawang teams na to. Wala pa silang rounds that they really had complete control on what was happening. Kumbaga, hanggang
Lahat
kung sa
chaos
una, merong mga strategy play, pagdating dun sa site, reactive gameplay na yung nangyayari. Kasi kung saan-saan bigla lumalabas yung mga kalaban nila dito. Biglang meron na palang nasa gilid at nag-aabang, no?
Oo.
Pero ang nagsashine din for Cerberus talaga is the initiators, the double NE that we have here, Akashi and
is.
Kishi.
Wise usage lang ng utility para makapasok dito si Daikut. Yung nabibigay nilang assistance, malaking bagay na yun eh. Yung Trailblazer para hindi lang syempre si Daikut yung nakakakuha ng attention. And then you follow up with those wide swings. Kanina nagkaroon tayo ng timeout para makahinga for a bit at makapag-replenish na kaagad ng energy dito. Mental stability is needed in this game dahil nga nangangamba na sila ditong matalo ng Enigma. 1 game ahead na kaagad ng Enigma dito. But now, still fully confident pa rin naman ng Enigma dito. Taylor, mayroon pang operator na hawak ngayon, si Rofuel.
Yun na nga eh. Uy! Tekpos. Nagising na ata si Ray sa kanyang nap.
Sa
Biglang
siesta.
nagkaroon ng tekpos eh. So, ladies and gents, we are now in a technical pause. Habang inaantay natin yan, itong mapa na to, like, exactly a cent. It can go two ways. May mga teams kasi talaga na mas malakas when it comes to the defense. May mga teams din tayo na mas malakas pagdating sa opensa. At hindi pa sila nagkakatapat ever pagdating sa head-to-head ng dalawang teams na to, Cerberus Esports and Enigma Gaming. So, talagang may kapaan portion. Pero kung mapapansin mo, hindi ganun katagal as compared to other teams. India as a region is also very much hyperactive in getting those skills and also aim duels.
Sa mga ano na nga lang din talaga eh. Sa execution na lang din talaga nagkakatalo dito in Ascent eh. Pwede kayo magkaroon ng rotation pagdating sa mga strategies nyo, pero maglalarely pa rin kayo sa pag-place nyo ng mga utilities and yung timings. Especially yung timing dito ni Taikut. He needs to be patient enough kung ano ba yung pwedeng gawin dahil si Antidote nakakaramdam na nakakapag-push siya pero he is taking advantage of the smoke. Big reason bakit siya madedelay, pero the moment na maglumabas siya dito, there will be a commotion. Ngayon, maririnig na kagad dito ni Rexy na may papasok mga NB main. Mananakbo na rin siya kagad ha. There's the blind, ready enough for them to use, but the Hunter Shuri is just too good. Very, very good of a timing for the side of Enigma para hindi ka agad makapasok ang side dito ang Cerberus. Pero now, Daikut obstinate the space, not spotting in anyone para sa kanyang updraft. Pero tama na lang din daw na sinasukan na lang din ang gagawa ng executions dito to get inside and now it's all up to one member na makakakuha pa nga ng exit frag laban kay Suka.
Isa na nga napatay na dito. On the other hand, para sa side ng Cerberus, isang magandang take on the site itself. 3v1 situation. May Blade Storm pa na gamit-gamit and he can still cancel out this operator. Hindi nga lang tumama yung shots na yan, pero si Daikut, he has a Vandal to go up against. Wala nang operator for the side of Enigma. And I think for this specific round as well, broken buy ang mangyayari para sa kanila.
Kanina pa rin kasing kumukulit dito ang Enigma eh. Pero ito yung cute na timing na narinig na ni Rexy. Alam niyang hindi niya kayang pwersahin yung sarili niyang manalo doon sa 1v5 situation na nananakbo na players from Cerberus going inside of B. That was a good decision dahil nga sayang din yung utility. But the problem is na pumasok na nga yung Cerberus dito inside the site, hindi na siya nakakuha ng pick-off dahil they were all over the place. Pero yun yung naman din ang gustong mangyari dito na Cerberus. Finally, a round the lead for them. Hold na lang ang gagawin ngayon ng Enigma.
Tamang antayan mode lang. Antayan portion dito. Enigma. Pag patalim kumakapit, alam mo na, gipit na gipit. Rofuel getting that 2K. Quite fast for the side of Enigma. Parang pwede pang mabaliktad to. This Marshall, is it gonna be capitalized here? Natahilingan lang sa tamang pag-alis ng Killjoy. Pero si Kishi, hirap na hirap. Maiipit siya dito. The pop flash is coming in. Pero lumabas na rin si Qeon. He gets that double kill. But the kill onto RVK instead. Siya makakapitas. 3v2 situation. And this is a disadvantage for Enigma. But they're making it work. Yung spike na drop na nga sa mid. At kailangan pumwesto at pumuelo ng remaining players here for the side of Cerberus.
Gumana pa ang thrifty round, yung save round na ito for Enigma. Dahil lang sa pagiging aggressive at confident dito ni Rafael, yes, na-pick off siya, pero ang laki naman ng impact na naibigay niya. The smokes are placed in B, pero wala naman sa inyo. Never
30
mind,
seconds
I
left.
forgot. Ito nga pala, Omen nga pala from the shadows, nadampot nila yung lunchback, makaka-plant in sila ng B-site. Naku po, ito na naman tayo sa mga mind games na nilalaro natin ngayon with that Omen. But now still, numbers in favor of the Enigma Gaming.
Mind games it is. 3v2 situation. They still have the smoke to play around with. Enigma, kaya pa nilang makapag-retake dito as well. Pero si Loki at si Suka, merong ang smoke na pwedeng gamitin. May paranoia din na kasama. This is already na nano swarm na tinanggap ng kaunti ni Loki. Pero nagsisilabasa na nga lahat ng utilities nila rito as well. 56 HP para kay RVK. Low na rin yung kanilang killjoy. At lumabas na nga si Suka getting that double kill already. One more guy remaining. That is gonna be Antidote getting the kill. 1v1 with the Great One. Ang natitira ngayon para sa side ng Enigma. Kailangan nilang kumilos ng mas mabilis. He sees Loki. Not enough bullets. Changes to a Sheriff and still the kill goes to Loki. 11-9. Cerberus Esports.
Tiring game. Kanina pa naman sabi ko, Gana, yung eco round na yun for Enigma Gaming dahil nakapagwala na nga kanina dito si Rafael goes in for 2K, but the problem is yung numbers advantage at talagang na-mind game sila ng ultimate dito ng Omen. Big plays, yes, dahil nag-bait out nila dito players from Enigma na na-compromise na nga nila yung position ng Spike, but that ultimate dito ni Loki na madadampot niya yung Spike dito para makapwesto at makareposition in B is just one of the wonders na meron tayo dito ngayon in Valorant. 11-9, ibang klase ang habol ngayon ng Cerberus Esports and Enigma Gaming. Hindi na sila nakakaisa after getting in the 9 point.
Bumabaliktad pa nga yung nagiging score natin dito at mapapa-timeout na ang mga tropa natin sa Enigma dahil unti-unti, again, this is a double-digit score already for Cerberus side and they have that double lead o dalawang round na lead na meron tayo. And knowing isa na lang ang kailangan nila for that match point, Enigma, they are gonna, of course, buy on this round. Pag nag-match point to, pag natalo sila, ito na yung turning point eh. Pag natalo sila sa round na to, they are not gonna have enough money to buy for the next following round, which is already a match point.
Ang problema na, especially, momentum nasa Cerberus na. Enigma dito, nagkakaproblema sila sa mga holds. Pagdating naman sa retake, kulang na kaagad sila sa numbers. But now, it's A, B main stock for our attacking team. Wala nga lang, well, 4 ang matatag and kaagad ng 0 points. So now, they have the decisions, they have the options kung ano ba yung gagawin nila. Kung magre-reposition ba sila, kung magro-rotate kaagad. Dahil it's just one member to try and check in to see kung pwede mag-lurk dito. For the side of Enigma, mali nga dito si Excali. So now, go signal ito for the Seekers to be activated. Nandito pa yung lockdown. Ang dami ng utilities na ginamit. Pero Antidote dito, naku po! Tama lang din yung timing. Nakaligtas siya.
Nakaligtas siya. Nakakahinga pa tayo, guys, as 5v3 ngayon ang sitwasyon na meron tayo. The beauty of having a Sky here, buhay na naman si Kuya Moday Cute. Buo na naman ang kanyang buhay. At marami-rami na nga. Mukhang this is the side of Enigma trying to make something happen. Rexy getting that kill. Impactful para sa buong team. 3v4, very much doable. Kaso nga lang nag-aabang sa may flank dito is actually Loki. He smokes it off pero ginagabang na siya pa konti-konti. Loki, alam nila na may tao dito. And Antidote, of course, will hop out. This is the turret of the Killjoy not detecting someone from Logs. The spray transfer from Suka. This is match point. Cerberus Esports getting that 12 score line.
Match point.
Siguro ito yung sukang masarap na sinasawsaw para dun sa lumpiang toge. Sobrang spicy ng mga pickups na dito. Especially na nag-spray transfer niya dito laban kina Antidote. Make it 3 for this guy para ma-secure nila dito yung round na match point na for Cerberus. Look at those plays. Look at those picks. Talagang nag-problem lang dito for Rexy is hindi niya na-check kaagad yung logs. Yun yung usual na mga small mistakes na nagiging malaking advantage dito for the other team na makaligtas pa.
Ngayon, it is down to this last line that we are looking at. 12 9 ang score natin. Cerberus, match point na nga nila to. And still, makakabili pa rin naman ang Enigma pagdating ng kanilang mga baril, no? They still have enough firepower to actually make a decent job. Paranoia, alam na nila, natuto na sila sa pagkakamali, pero matititihan lang naman din sila dito agad-agad. Shock dart not connecting at all, walang kasama pagdating sa orb. That is a Kashi going down. Itong Killjoy Defender, talagang nilapag na rin agad yung lockdown na yan. Talagang pinipigilan ngayon ng Enigma makapasok. Itong mga players ng Cerberus dahil si Daikute namatay na rin. 3 HP para sa Killjoy. Asa na lang pagdating sa mga traps.
Nakakapigil hininga rin talaga dito yung possibilities pa ni Enigma manalo din this round. Dahil matchmate na already ang Cerberus. So now, ang kailangan niya na lang gawin is manalo dito sa duel sa ito. At may timing nga lang, hindi siya nakapag-pick agad kina Kishi. So now, go signal lang for the blind. Makakapasok all the way from Kobe. But the problem is, makakatash out dito si Rockfield. Hindi siya mapipick up agad. Kishi on the other hand was able to open up the space in A. Pero makakakita lang din naman ang opening dito sa Excalibur to pick on Suka. 2 members down na lang na natitira dito for 7 Cerberus Esports. But the problem is just Kishi just popping off with 4K. Isa na lang ang natitira dito for Enigma. And what are you going to do now with no utilities left? With just a Bulldog at hand, dalawa pa yung natitira dito for Cerberus. And now this is just good enough. Dahil nakapag-plant na ng spike. Wala nang timing dito for RBK to make this happen. Pero uunahin niya pa rin dito si Omen Loki.
Attackers
It's
win.
just the king of kings to control end this round, to control end this map. Game number 3, my friends, para dito sa Cerberus Esports.
Buhay na buhay ang Ray-Rakers pagdating dito sa ating matches ngayon for today. Cerberus, sila nga ang makakakuha for game number 2. Isa lang ang ibig sabihin yan. That means we are going to game 3 and we are heading straight to the map called Split. Nako, itong dalawang teams na to, no? Ang ganda sana nung mga retake potential na there is those opportunities as well that the teams have basically disregarded. Kumbaga, nakapitalize nila yung mga moments na wala silang mga baril at eco-disadvantage sila. Pero in the end, Cerberus pa rin pala ang magwawagi for this matchup.
Ibang klase yung mga nakita natin pagtutunggali dito. Nagpa-pop off na sina Raw Fuel. There was also the opening and the chances naman dito ng Enigma Gaming na makuha nila yung first few rounds. Pero yun nga, no, yung mga reads and adjustments nung naginawa dito na Cerberus para makuha na nga itong game number 2. And another executed game na masasabi natin sobrang ganda ng matchup na ito between these two teams.
Lahat ata ng games natin for today magiging 3 games, no? Kasi maganda rin naman yung mga matches na napanood natin kung tutuusin. But nevertheless, lalo na sa decider map na Split, 50-50 ang magiging decision dyan. O 50-50 yung magiging playstyle na itong dalawang teams na to. But right now, we are just gonna go in a very short break. When we come back, syempre, makikita natin yung panel to dive more deeper pagdating sa match na ito. And game number 3 is on its way. Split is gonna be the map. Cerberus pa rin, of course, ang maglalaro later on versus Enigma Gaming. Kaya don't go away because VCT Asia Pacific will be right back.
Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go.
emotion, they drunk of their problems, they always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk of their problems, they always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Here we go. Map number 3 on its way. Just the way Konki and Komodo wanted it to go down. But oh my goodness, what an action-filled day. I mean, I was looking at the scores as we were on a break. It was 1-2, 2-1, 1-1 right now. I could have mixed up the numbers a little bit, but you guys get the gist. The scores were just all over the place. Every single best of 3 match over here just fully utilized by these teams. Goes to show that, hey, we're out here to be the best and the very best. And on the other hand, we're not here to get eliminated just yet. If we're gonna go down that road, it's gonna happen, but we're just gonna give it our all at this point. Now, like I said earlier, Fluffy, I really think that we need to beware of the dog sign when we get faced with Cerberus Esports. Don't you agree?
I would have to completely agree with you, especially after watching that amazing Ascent game by them. They started out very strong on the first half, but it was the second half for me that really sealed the deal for their game against Enigma Gaming. Kishi especially played so well on that Sky, getting most of the kills on the defensive side, but also still the guiding light forever for his team. And as well as Suka, his ability to just reposition. He was kind of... It's weird. Looking back at the statistics, Suka seemed like on the attack, he was getting so many frags, but on the defense, he was more just about the team utility. But whatever the case is, he was a rock-solid player that allowed the rest of his team to move around. And at the end of the day, Enigma Gaming did take it.
I was hoping to see a little more of that kind of calculated aggression that we see on Enigma's side on Cerberus. But when they went on that attacker side, I felt like they were forcing the duels, kind of like, I want you to fight me, that kind of movement, that kind of attitude towards their gameplay. And I think it really turned out to their favor against a team like Enigma, which wants it calculated, wants it cool, wants it, it's in the books, they know what strategy is going on. But Cerberus just going in there saying, no, I want to fight you and I want to fight you now.
I think that part of that actually comes from the first half, wherein Enigma Gaming was actually feeling really confident over their aim duels over there. Really great team when it comes to the aim. And Cerberus Esports just wanted to challenge that and give them a taste of their own medicine. Now we're looking at the MVPs over here. We've got Rexy on one side and Kishi on the other side. As you just said, Fluffy, earlier, the guiding lights were on point. And I gotta mention though, although he's not the MVP over here, in the starting rounds, Fluffy, Rafi was absolutely a beast. He would clear sight and he would even clear the flank, ending up in a 4K for some of the rounds over there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect anything less coming from an amazing Jet from the region. Raw Fuel really pulling out all the fuel, going into overdrive as he really drives through the enemy team, creating space not only for himself, but as a good head of the spear that they're trying to shove through the opposing side. Although I have to mention that I feel like sometimes he did kind of overexert himself, if I'm going to be honest. I feel like the more sometimes calculated CS attack really did hinder him, especially on the defensive side.
And if it's not obvious to the viewers already, I know that sometimes we see a duelist, we want them to be on the top of the scoreboard, but we've seen in VCT APAC Stage 2 that duelists don't always have to be at the top of the scoreboard. Because at the end of the day, as I believe Daxton pointed out, a duelist's job is sometimes just to open that space for the team to go in, and Daikyu seeing that kind of sacrifice on CES's side has turned out to create so much space for the team.
Yes, of course. At the end of the day, as much as we'd like to see somebody on the top of these teams, it's still a team game. You don't need to be the shining star all the time. You can make space and give your teammates some time to shine instead. One of the shining stars that I did see over here with the Battle of the Omens, we just saw Antidote get that kill over there, but I've seen his sneaky kills go through over at mid, Fluffy, and I really enjoyed watching the Omens just battle it out over at Ascent.
I mean, Omen, I feel like sometimes people think that agent is kind of underrated. I feel like, especially for the average player, just having an Omen is not the greatest feeling all the time, but here in the pro scene, you can really maximize a lot of the utility, especially with the flash, and a lot of mind games can come out as well from the TPs.
Oh, speaking of the TPs, can I just say that I absolutely was losing my mind when Loki gave us a glimpse of our pub games out here. He took the spike with his ultimate, he planted it, and he did not allow Enigma Gaming to steal his moment. So clip it and ship it if you haven't already. Loki was just an absolute beast during that round. But oh my goodness, just a lot of amazing plays over here on both sides. I mean, that's the entire reason why we're making it to game number 3, right? Right?
For sure.
Definitely.
Something else. It does feel like for some of the rounds over here, it felt like a lot of default plays. I mean, after all, as we've mentioned time and time again, Ascent is the map that is filled with the fundamentals, and so that's probably why some of the rounds did feel that way. But one round that did catch my eye, I believe the casters also caught this too, was when Akashi, I don't know if it was a misclick or it was intentional,
yes.
but he clicked on the Hunter's Fury, which essentially baited Rexy to take a peek over at Heaven. But, you know, Suka was there, he was covering him, and I don't know if it was planned or not, but either way, Trix, it just worked in the favor of Cerberus Esports over there.
It did, but I think all of us have that history of maybe being a little on the fat finger side and accidentally popping a skill we didn't mean to, getting caught out with utility. It's an error that some people make. A bait is, you know, also possible, although he was, you know, looking at the person who planted it.
I think he did shoot his rifle for a little bit, so no, we're gonna treat it as it was all calculated. It was all part of the plan, because it worked, and it worked in their favor. That's what matters at the end of the day. We did end the half, Fluffy, with a 6-6 over here, but you know, I think that at the blink of an eye, just the results were changing. It was first really a tug of war between these two teams, 9-9 at one point, but Cerberus Esports just trying to pull the rope a little bit closer to their home base.
Yeah, when Cerberus started attacking, I noticed that aside from going default a lot, they also were very, very careful for how they used their utility. They really tried to be very safe, at least on the earlier rounds, waiting for the recharge and playing off the timing of both the recon dart as well as the Sky Flash. So one of the things that I like about how they attack, aside from being very careful, is that they're very quiet, meaning it's very hard for the opponent to expect it. Granted, they do have that KO and Sova information. I feel like just because they're able to mess with the timings, it really made a big deal overall.
Well, since you brought that up, I'm directing the question this time around to Trix. With what we just saw, what do you think the necessary adjustments are going to be as we move on to a map such as Split?
On Enigma's side, we've seen them make these fantastic plays, both on Ascent and on the map prior, which was Haven. Coming into Split, I hope that they practice a little more discipline. In terms of the discipline with the post plans, the discipline with, okay, you had some amazing shots, you have the advantage, do not lose it. Because I find that there were many rounds where it was on their favor, it was on their side. And with a little bit of you know, the overextending or that a little too much confidence kind of peak that just went to Cerberus.
I absolutely agree. What about you, Fluffy? We're seeing the agent composition right on our screen, but we were at the topic of split already, so why don't you continue?
I feel like for split, what I'm gonna expect from at least Enigma is gonna be, it's either gonna be the Cypher or the Chamber. I feel like Chamber is a good pick if you can really utilize it well, but I've seen them play the other composition in the past against Global Esports, and they really took it home there when they brought out the Cypher as well as the Raze and Jet, a more standard double duelist comp. But as we go into the game right now, we can see what they actually picked.
Yeah, Trix, we're seeing a double controller setup over here for Enigma's side. And then on the other side, we've got a double Sentinel instead of their usual double Initiator for other maps.
I'm a little surprised with Enigma's pick because I feel like they flourish with the excess of flashing. So that flash to really get the opponents away or at least to give themselves an advantage. Having only the Omen with the Viper is nice because there's a lot of control. You also have that wall from the Sage, but on Cerberus' side, I feel they can continue that explosive play, bringing the fight to Enigma kind of style that they've succeeded in a sense.
I know that they're for sure that they are a practice team, but I'm kind of also worried that because they're relying on that double Sentinel and double controller lineup, they are giving up that information that they could have gotten with a more info-heavy Initiator. You could have a Fade or like Sky previously, but they're choosing to play a bit more default and relying more on their team play over just gathering free information.
I'm scared for both of the teams, not because I don't have faith in their compositions rather, but because both of these teams are just so incredibly good, and one of them is gonna be eliminated, which breaks my heart over here at the panel. But of course, that is just how the competition goes over here. Map 3 is just starting in just a bit, but on the scoreboard, we can see 1-1 for Cerberus Esports and Enigma Gaming. This could go either way. I don't really know at this point. I know I was banking on Enigma Gaming in my prediction, but honestly, after the stellar performance on Cerberus Esports' side, I don't really mind if they get the win. I'm looking forward to a really good match over here. So with that, let us pass it, you guys, back over to our casters so we can begin once again with the game. Game number 3.
Enigma Esports, mukhang na-cut off short sila dito ng mga Dogs of Hell dito sa game number 2. And finally, we're reaching in another game 3. Another series indeed na mahaba na naman. Pero again, I'm Anagracid the Double. Kasama ko ngayon si Terry. Di naman mauubos ang aming energy para i-deliver ang series na ito.
Pangatlong third game na natin para sa araw na ito, ladies and gents. Cerberus versus Enigma. At nakita nga natin yung mga agent composition na meron din sila. No? May konting worry na nagmumula din mula sa ating mga panelists when it comes to the double control setup na meron. At syempre, may mawawala talaga. Lalo na kung may mga double, for example, double Sentinel, double control, double ini kind of setup. Marami talagang factors to consider dito at may mawawala at mawawala. Paano nga ba malulusutan, no? O talagang matatakpan yung ganong butas? And still, lalo na kung split yung mapa mo, malaking bagay yun.
Ang nakakatuwa dito for Enigma, no, hindi sila yung unang beses kong nakitaan. Pero oh my gosh, we just need to commend that quick reaction from Raw Fuel. One member down already para dito sa ating defending team. Pero hindi naman dito titigilan lang ng members from Cerberus na makuha agad yung aggression dahil sila mismo makikipagabulan na through the smoke. Makakuha na naman din yung isa. 3v3 na kaagad ang laban na natin. And split.
Nakapitas naman din agad si Daikit bago siya mamatay. Pero itong slow, Maaaring magiging deadly para sa players ng Cerberus. Loki nakatanggap ng damage. Aftershock ginagamit na nga pero that paranoia instead connects to the players here from Cerberus side. 3 laban sa 3. Hindi pa rin napaplantang spike dahil nga naiwan din ito sa mga players ng Cerberus. Mapo-force out ang mga players ng Enigma na silipin at kailangan nilang pasukin to. They don't have literally no choice to actually push right here. Excali, hawak niya yung mid. Antidote, nagsiset up na rin ng smoke dito for the rest of the team para makabuelo pero nag-set up din ng counter smoke. Hoopot, saktong-saktong nalabas kaya naman the kill will go instead towards Antidote. Maaaring pwede pa nila itong mabaliktad at makuha. Enigma, sila pa nga nakakapatay dito sa mga players ng Cerberus na nagbabantay lang naman ng spike.
Mali yata ang ginawa dito ng Cerberus kanina na nag-overextend na sila throughout their welcome na pwede na lang i-push dito yung Enigma. Dahil nga naipit na eh. Na-compromise nila yung position ng Spike and now finally they are down to 1 remaining member. May another paranoia connects into their player.
Wala akong pake kahit
malabas ko
mabulag.
yung paranoia.
Oo, tunay ka bang controller kung hindi mo nabubulag yung kakampi mo? Tunay ka bang Sky main kung hindi mo na-flash yung mga kakampi mo kaya napaparanoia para sa Omen? Hindi. Kaya dapat gawin mo yon. Pero low-key na lang ang natitira rito for Cerberus. Very much doable pa naman to kahit paano, no? Mahirap nga lang. Even with the setup from the smokes. Kaya naman itong first round natin ay mapupunta in the hands of Enigma. Nabaliktad pa nila.
Kaya nga eh, yun na din talaga ang opportunities ng Enigma na mabasa yung aggression kaagad dito ng Cerberus Esports. We saw earlier na nagkaroon ng bahagyang skirmish dito inside of B Tower, tapos nagkaroon na nga sila ng mga magandang pick-offs, nagkasalisihan sa mga timings, sa mga inikot nilang rotations, pero yun na nga lang din ang nangyari. Nag-overextend sila to the point na okay na eh, hawak nyo na yung spike, ang kailangan na lang ditong gawin ng Enigma is kuhanin, sunduin yung spike mismo, but with the controller, double controller setup, it opens up a lot of space dito for them to secure in A, pero ito nga lang si Kishi, ready enough to get in that A.
One and done position para kay Kishi doon. Wala na rin siyang nasama sa hukay para sa kabilang team na yan. It's still 4v4 pero buy round ito ng Enigma. Kaya naman mawawall out nila itong screens. On the other hand, basag na rin naman yung wall na yan. Kahit pa paano merong spot o merong angle na pwedeng hawakan si Suka dito instead of nothing at all. 4v4 situation at lahat ng players ngayon ng Enigma, lahat nasa side. Antayan portion.
Much better. Kasi may guns naman sila eh. Kung mag-overextend sila dito, it will not result in a good casualty. The blinds are already connecting. Wala namang magiging actions dito furthermore ang Cerberus. Pero makakakuha rin naman sila dito ng pick. Na-short naman dito si Rexy. Pero unfortunately, 3 ka agad. Yung nabaksak sa kanila. Dahil kita lang nakikita dito. Hoping for an exit frag. Pero with that immediate reaction from Antidote, hindi magiging posible ito. Another lead for Enigma. Will it be deja vu sa mga nangyari kanina?
Ang ganda ng wall ng Sage. It acted, after being broken down, nabasag na yung wall, diba? It acted like a one-way smoke. Kita mo yung paa ng mga players na papasok. At the same time, kalahati halos nung elbow yung nako-cover nung wall ng Sage na yan. Ayan o, kailangan nilang tumalon to actually make a pick-off happen. Kasi paa lang yung nakikita sa kanila eh. So with Enigma and how they take on the sites, lalo na kung paulit-ulit nilang gagawin yan, malaki talaga yung chance nila na butas-butas dito yung depensa ng Cerberus. Cerberus do, getting that first kill in. Isa sa mga smoker ang nabura dito. Kagandahan yan, 2 naman yung smoker nila.
Yeah, yun ang advantage kung meron kang double controller in your setup na you can bait out your utilities in one side pero you can also be careful enough sa mga utilities na gagamitin mo on the other. We have now here that wall. Med lines na kasama. Dahil dito medyo nagkasalisihan na nga. Hindi niya nakagad nakita dito sa Excali pero reaction time for Kishi para makakuha ng trade-off. That wall is just very unfortunate to use para dito sa ating attacking team dahil hindi nila alam kung paano sila magpupush. Meron pang space covered enough for Akashi to pick through. So now, just 2 members down already for Enigma.
Kahit na 3 players na lang ang natitira for Enigma's side, napakatahimik pa rin nung buong mapa natin dito. Hawak-hawak pa rin naman nila yung spike, no? At kung tutuusin para sa mga players ngayon ng Enigma, very much doable pa rin 'to. Ang hirap nga lang niyan dahil nga rin maso-smoke off na rin dito ang B main.
30 seconds
They have the
left.
spike right there, but they have to make a
Spike
kill happen.
down, B.
Si Antidote na nga ang unang dito, napitas.
One
Paranoia
enemy
coming
remaining.
in pero it doesn't connect. Ang matindi, hindi rin magko-connect yung shots ni Raw Fuel. And this is still a round for Cerberus 2-1. And syempre, kakasimula pa lang eh. Bawi-bawi lang.
Di pa
By round
naman
nila to.
mainit. Given the benefit of the doubt na Enigma, that was a save round, so hindi nila na i-push through na sige pa further yung round na yan. Pero sabi rin natin, Taylor, it's just the beginning of this end game na meron dito sa ating series na ito. 1-2 scoreline, Enigma, aggression nila, nandun pa rin naman, present pa rin naman until this very game. But the moment kasi na mabasa sila dito ng Cerberus Esports, doon na sila magkakaroon ng problema. But now with those picks, magiging problematic naman ito for Kishi na maging sapat pa yung kanyang pag-push back dahil si Sofa dito naka-ready naman na for that white swing. Unfortunately, he was quickly traded off the field. This is going good para sa nagiging atake ngayon ng Enigma. They're already
enemy
inside,
remaining.
pero hindi pa makakapag-cut through dito si Akashi. Nakaabang si Antidote sa kanya.
Masyado madaming angles na nakukover para sa kamay dito ng Enigma. 5 pa rin sila, buhay na buhay lahat. So this can be a flawless round for them if they actually find out where Loki is hiding right now. As of this moment, imposible na yung retake na mangyari na yan. Dahil nga itong si Loki, magsisave na lang din to ng baril niya, no? Kasi wala ka na magagawa eh. 5 pa yung kalaban, 5 pa yung buhay na buhay dito. At kahit paano mabawasan mo yung ekonomiya ng players ng Enigma at kahit paano hindi magiging flawless itong round na ito, no?
Good enough na makakuha ng exit frag. Siguro make it 2 for Loki. Para mabawasan nila yung ego advantage, pero yung paranoia magiging sapat pa ba dito kay Loki na makakuha ng isa pa. There is the finisher for Antidote. Almost a flawless round for Enigma. Nabawasan sila ng isa pero hindi naman ito magiging backfire laban sa Enigma. Now, save round. Punishment is given to Cerberus Esports. So, let's see the moment na magkaroon sila ng impact na nga between the lines na pwede nilang mabasa dito yung Enigma. Pagdating sa mga pushes, dahil expected na nila yung mga push or yung mga nagiging skits na ginagawa dito ng Cerberus laban sa kanila throughout those early picks.
Grabe yung assertiveness, pati yung hyper-awareness ng team ng Enigma. Talagang yung counters nila dito, kumbaga, yung mga close counters nila, lagi nilang na-check din as well. Mapapa-technical pause muna tayo, ladies and gents. Pero syempre, para sa dalawang team na ito, knowing Enigma had the capabilities a while ago, nakita natin ng game number 1. Ang halos one-sided yung naging matchup na itong dalawang teams. Mabilis yung game 1 natin. But heading here on game number 2, kung saan ang naging mapa natin is Ascent at pinili ng Enigma yon pero Cerberus ang nakakuha, paano pa kaya ang isang mapa kagaya ng Split?
Ang laki rin talaga kasi talagang advantage nung lineup nila. Especially pag umabot na tayo ng defending side. Maganda na nagkakaroon sila ng commanding lead dito sa first half. And by all means, pwede nilang mahirapan talaga dito yung Cerberus Esports. Once na umabot na tayo sa second half, maaga ko man itong sinasabi, pero kasi yung mga possibilities talaga nung line-up pa lang ng Enigma dito. 2 Sentinel, 2 controller, ang daming utilities na pwedeng makatapat dito ng Cerberus Esports. Wall pa nga lang ni Sage, ang laking bagay na eh.
Yung mga small things lang, kumbaga, yung mga one-way wall. Kalahin mo may one-way wall na tinatawag? Yung nakita natin kanina from the Sage, napakalaking bagay. Hindi mapasok yung elbow, no? But the last time actually that Enigma played on this map was during the time na naglalaro sila for their own region of VCT. And they played one of the strongest team against themselves, which is Global Esports. Sa India, no? Napakalaking organization yan. They actually lost in a split map. 13-6 yung naging score nila from the previous game they played. At ang nilaro nilang composition dito is fairly the same. But the difference is, or rather, definitely totally different. Dahil nga dito sa mga players ng Enigma, wala silang double control na nilaro dito eh. Typical
Diba?
picks ang gamit nila dito. Actually, kinuha lang nila is Cypher and they have a Jet and also the Raze. So wala dyan yung Chamber, wala dyan yung nakikita nating Viper na nakikita at napapanood natin ngayon. So kahit ganon,
Kumbaga, nag-adjust na.
oo, nag-adjust na sila ng playstyle, nag-adjust na sila ng mga dito, agents. And baka yun nga yung dahilan kaya nagwo-workout. Naglalabasan na ng mga tagong strats din dito.
Nakakatuwa nga isipin na finally ngayon, meron ng controller setups na make it to for them to secure indoor wins. Dahil usually nakikita natin kasi before is double duelist or kaya double initiator para mas maging aggressive. Pero looking back into the differences nung lineup nila way back then, more on passive eh. Meron silang Sage, meron silang Cypher. So, most likely, mas nakukuha nila yung mga holds pagdating sa defending. Pero ngayon, talagang kahit attacking sila, gugustuhin talaga nilang maging aggressive dito dahil ang dami nilang mapangawakan eh. Wala man silang mga blind. Pero yung mga smokes naman dito to clear out corners, to prevent in those retakes, mas malaking bagay na.
Tsaka hindi naman sila yung unang team na naglabas ng double controller agent setup sa isang mapa ng ganito. And typically, they have high success rates dahil nga dun sa mga choke points na kaya mong hawakan para sa mga, lalo na on the defense itself later on. Tsaka yung vulnerability ng isang Viper. Pero nakapasok na nga yung Enigma, no? Walang tao completely on B side dahil nga nasa eco disadvantage dito ang Cerberus. Hawakan nilang angle mga matitinding flank at tsaka nag-stack sila on the site itself. Ang problema, hindi doon pumasok at hindi doon pumunta ang Enigma.
Paano kaya ang retake na magaganap nito? They are all over the place, pero Vandals, Firepower, nasa Enigma. Bababa yung wall. Natatagpuan na kagad ni Ate Daw dito din Daikut, pero hindi nakareact on time dito laban kina Kishi. The Boombot will be spotting in one, pero default time is also there. Magpaparedebut out. Makakaligtas? 4v4, the wall is still there. Mapapagalan nga lang tayo sa retake na mangyayari for Cerberus Esports. Pero gagawin pa nga ba nila ito? Hintay na lang ba nila yung opportunity makakuha ng frag? Pero hello there! Short nila pare, okay na. Nandito pa si Suka para pa mangalawa. Dalawa na lang din ang natitira ng itong round na ito for Enigma. Pero make it 3 for Excali. Apat na natin para sa mga 4-1 scoreline. Makakaligtas pa siya sa pagsabog dito ng Spike.
They did everything they can actually. Dahil nga nasa eco disadvantage dito ang Cerberus, hindi naman sila makakabuelo talaga ng matindi-tindi. Tsaka nag-stack talaga sila all throughout A. Maswerte na nga sila to get those exit frags, lalo na dun sa pangalawa. And still, at the end of the day, it's quite difficult to do a retake without the guns, without utilities, and of course, without information. Enigma! Making this a 4-1 at onti-onti gumagalaw ang scoreboard natin. Pero very much slow play pa rin ang napapanood at nakikita natin dito. Operator out nga para sa kanila at mapaparandevous na rin. Pero may trades happening on mid as well. 2-1 trade ang nangyari dyan. Dalawa sa players ng Cerberus ang nabura sa mapa. Tapos binuhay pa yung isang player ng Enigma na namatay.
Sayang tuloy no. Nakapag-push na si Daikut dun eh.
On the third round, he rose again.
Finally, may na-rest na ngayon si Rexy dahil kailangan nila itong round na ito. We have the buys na fully for Cerberus Esports pero parang hindi na nila kailangan ng numbers lead dahil RVK, tama lang din yung timing to pick on one. 2 members remaining, Suka, kailangan niyang isave ito in case na rumagasa na kaagad dito ang Enigma. Makakapasok sila ng A-site. Wala silang idea kung nasa na nga ba dito yung magiging retake ng dalawang natitira. Pero on the other hand, ano pa pinitingin mo dito all the way from heavens? Suka gets in that kill. 3 or 4 pa rin naman dito ang players natin from Enigma. But the problem is, isa na lang siyang natitira at may iibit pa nga dito sa heaven. Mukhang kailangan niya na lang din i-save dito yung operator niya.
Exactly like that. Yun na nga lang din yung mangyayari, no? The operator save is here. May tumalon pa nga. At masuspatan. The kill settles on. Suka gets 1. Mag-aantay at mag-aantay na lang dito si Kuya Musuka. Pero napaka-dangerous moves ang galawan dito. He still managed to get the kill. 1v2. Inuubos niya pa ata dito ang Enigma. Marami naman silang arep. Ang importante para sa Enigma ngayon is actually to get a kill on that operator para hindi na nila problemahin for the next round.
Oh. Meron mang ditong tour de force pero kasi ang laking bagay pa rin dito ng operator. So, nice cancel out pero nice round especially for Enigma. 5-1 na yung scoreline natin. Hirap na tuloy makabawi ka agad dito ang Cerberus Esports. Yes, this is a defender-sided map. Pero kasi if you're facing a player like raw fuel na ready na sa mga trade-offs at sa mga openings, talagang mahihirapan kang i-deny dito. Pagpasok pa lang ni Excali sa mga supports kasi na may bibigay dito ng kanilang initiator.
Sakit ng operator, no? Ultimo, talagang lahat na ng inikutan nila, nasilip at nasilip pa rin. Ang kailangan lang pala ay guluhin at kulitin sa mid para lang makarotate yung nagpa-flank. Anyway, this is a timeout. Sa kamay naman to ng Cerberus. Buy round na nila to, Honey. So this time around, kompleto na sila pagdating sa baril, no? Kaso nabubutasan pa rin yung defense nila dito, lalo na yung mid control. Minsan yung mga pick-offs dito na nakukuha ng Enigma, yung dun pa sa mga importanteng players.
Siguro nagkakatala na lang tayo sa composition. Yes, medyo passive at medyo mahirap ngang i-penetrate through the defenses of Enigma pagdating sa mga retake and post plants. Dahil kasi dito sa Cerberus na dalawa yung sentinels nila. Meron nga silang suka dito na chamber yung gamit. Pero what more can he do with just the trademarks na meron siya? Hindi sila pwedeng maging aggressive enough to take the site against Enigma. Dahil nga si Akashi lang naman yung initiator nila. There's no diversion plays na pwedeng tumalon inside the site. So siguro pwede nilang i-counter dito ang Enigma kung dalawa yung duelist nila. Pero kahit na fault line dito si Rofiol, he's still composed to get in that one tap. One member down already for the side of Cerberus Esports.
For a shot mula kay Rofuel, isa nga napitas, no? That is gonna be Akashi. Problema yan kasi ang alam ko, Akashi already has an ultimate a while ago. So, isa sana to sa mga utility na ganang-gana pagdating sa isang retake. Kaso nga lang, napitas na si kuya mo Akashi.
Abang na lang talaga. Daikit dito nakakarinig na nga. Tama lang din yung timing. Makakaligtas pa siya. Oh no! Nabasag agad dito ni Rofuel. Kaya naman makakakuha siya ng pangatlong kill. Probably an ace for this guy. Pero nandito na kayo si Kishi. Pagbaboga. Kasama na lang din na showstopper. 3v3. Half an HP na dito. Very low pala si Rofuel. Pero suka na lang din ang bahala sa kanya. Make it 2 remaining members from Enigma. Will they be able to get inside the site? Yes, they are in. Pero mananalo pa nga ba sila dito sa round na ito? Kung saan malayo pa yung gagapangan ngayon ni Rofuel.
30 seconds left.
Tatlong players pa naman ng Cerberus ang buhay na buhay dito. They used up the TP as well from the Omen para mas mapabilis yung pag-ikot na yan. Ang hindi nila alam is syempre may tao pa rin here on A main pero maunahan pa nga ni Suka. Tour de force being used and not abused dahil hindi man lang niya naputok yung ultimate na yan. Rexy, the only man remaining. This one-way wall again and again. Hindi pa rin makakadaan dito mga players pero nag-TP na nga, nagkasalisihan pa. Rexy getting that first kill. Another important kill for them and even with the smoke, it's still gonna be a clutch. Rexy from Enigma saves the day.
In a 1v3, he was able to compose himself. Kaya ko to. May one-way wall ako. Good enough ito para makakuha ng pick-off. Narinig niya yung TP pero on the other hand, ito na siguro yung paninimula ng Cerberus Esports na lasunin na natin ngayon ng Enigma. Gumamit na si Kishi kanina ng Judge pero hindi ito naging sapat. Isa lang yung na-pick off niya together with his showstopper. Pero it was just a clean isolation plays ni Rexy na hindi siya basta-bastang marangkada to get in those pick-offs. Ang gusto niyang mangyari is pick-off kagad or abangan niya yung mga sounds na ibibigay dito ng Cerberus. Pero habang ko sinasabi yun, tatlo na agad na wala dito sa mga tao ng Enigma.
Hindi na natuto, men. Hindi na natuto si Akashi. Sinilip niya pa din tong B-main kahit doon na siya namatay kanina. Parang deja vu ang nangyari. Ganun at ganun pa din. They were able to take a refrag kahit papaano sa dalawang players dito ng Enigma. At wala silang Omen dito for the smokes. Instead, they have a Viper and still it's completely covered. The beauty of having a double controller agent here. Lilinisin na naman nila yung site. That one-way wall. Problema na naman. Hindi naman kasi dapat ganun yung magiging play nila kanina eh. Pwede namang hindi mag-TP yung Omen kanina pero kailangan niya nga dahil nga one-way yung wall na nakikita natin dito and it's still not punishable right now. Makakaligtas pa rin. Alam na nga ni RVK na nakatawid na si Suka and each and every one of the player here is just waiting for him to hop out. He hops out. The kill cat gets in. Enigma, sila pa rin ang lamang dito.
Ibang klase ang Enigma, full on domination.
Dahil lang sa wall ng Sage. 3 rounds.
Yun lang talaga. Grabe, yung mind games na nagiging pabor na dito for Enigma. Yung wall na one way for the side ng Enigma ngayon ang nagiging pabora para makuha nila yung mga advantage pag gusto na mag-retake dito ng Cerberus Esports. Another buy for Cerberus, pero magiging sapat pa nga ba ito or hindi na talaga? Operator for Suka, pero unfortunately walang taong babangga sa kanya kahit ilang beses na. Naku, si Akashi na naman yung magiging aggressor dito. And speaking through the attacker side, utilities are being used already, pero wala pa rin naman itong magiging sapat na ebidensya na makukuha nila yung round 8.
Iniisip ko lang talaga dito, bakit ganun? Ba't hindi nila mapigilan? Ba't hindi nila i-shutdown? Showstopper! Not connecting at all. Pero ang nag-connect ay yung kalampag ng pahabaga sa Kashi is already getting those kills and frags in. He gets the first one, not gonna be able to get the second. Pero 3v3 ang meron tayo. Ito na naman ang one-way wall, ladies and gents. Problema na naman ba ang Cerberus? Dahil sa taas ay nag-aabang na si Daikute. Alam niya kung saan siya paparel with the default plant itself. Ropio getting those damage in. 2 HP remaining. And Antidote, where is he? All towards A-main. He gets the first kill, not gonna happen! Fake TP para sa kanya! At ito na nga mga players, hindi pa rin magkoconnect yung shots. 2 HP remains para kay Rawfuel. The paranoia settles in and there is no way to hide, no way to go. Still, Daikute settles the kill instead. Cerberus, dito na ang simula.
Sana nga ito na maging panimula ngayon ng Cerberus dahil may pera pa rin naman sa kaban ng bayan ngayon ang Enigma.
Alam mo, iniisip ko, bakit kaya hindi nila binabasag yung wall na yun, no? Alam mo yung kahit konting angle para lang ma-chip off yung wall. Kasi kanina pa sila problema sa wall na yun. Ayaw na nga nilang daanan eh.
Talagang heaven na lang yung pupuntahan nila, no? Eh, yun yung impact na nangyayari na nga for multiple rounds, pero hindi pa rin talagang ginagawa dito ng Esports. So, iniwasan na lang nila itong deadly wall na ito.
Kasi alam ko, kita to sa heaven. Yung isang panel ng wall na yon. I'm not quite sure kung paano yung naging setup. Kasi ngayon ko lang to nakita. Hindi nga to ginagamit sa VCT PH As a Sage main, may bago na naman ako natutunan.
Tapos yung mga pick niya pa, no? Tapos, ang advantage pa dito, kung mabavulnerable ka agad nila ng snake bite, yung magre-retake from screens. Kaya naman nagiging pabor na nga dito yung mga picks niya. But now with those smokes,
daming dumaan.
Makakadaan sila. Walang pakiramdam dito si Loki kung ano na ba yung nangyayari. Naririnig niya yung mga utilities, yes.
Ang
pero
diversion play nila dyan, Honey Glaze. Ang diversion play nila dyan, naka-wall, di ba? E di hindi nila alam na may Omen na nag-aantay sa gilid. Kasi naka-wall Ang expect nila dito, si Sage lang ang nag-aabang. So this can be deadly for the team. Kung magagawa nila ng tama, that is the triple kill itself. Ito na nga ba ang sinasabi ko, no? Ang gandang positioning from them and ang gandang cheeky play lang here on tower itself. Dahil lang dun, sa maliit na detail na yon, wall na naman ng Sage ang nagwagi.
What is it with the walls of Sage and Split? Yung one-way wall, pabor dito sa Enigma. Pero yung wall na yan with the cheeky position ni Loki ay nakakatumbas na nga na 3 ulo mula sa kabila. Look at this, hindi na nga nakareact on time dahil nga si Suka naman ang bahala sa B-main na RVK na naman yung nakatapat niya. Another favorable moment for the side of Cerberus Esports na makakuha na naman ng isa pang round. Pero ang magandang mangyayari na lang dito is mapuwersa nila to a 5-7 scoreline or talagang mahihirapan sila dito once na Enigma na naman ang magwagi sa mga following rounds na natitira dito sa ating half.
Still, we are on a timeout at surprisingly, Enigma nga ang nag-timeout this time around, no? So kahit sila yung may kalamangan when it comes to the score, those mistakes just happened on mid. And talino lang nung cheeky plays na nakikita natin dito. Playing around the Sage wall, making them think na walang tao on tower because it's completely walled up. And Loki was just hiding on the corner. Yung mga ganitong cheeky plays nagsisilabasa na nga for the players. Lalo na, ito na yung third game natin. Final map na lalaruin nila here against Enigma and against Cerberus Esports.
Ano pa ba yung pwede nilang i-execute dito? Ano ba ang kailangan nilang
You
unahin?
want
Dahil
to play?
may
Let's play.
operator ng hawak dito ngayon si Suka. He needs to make it this worth it, lalo na't may narinig na tayong tour de force. This is a good opportunity to hold things off for the side of Enigma. But the problem is, sa reliant nila ng mga smokes. We have your Kishi with those utilities to push them back. Pero parang hindi pa rin naman dito magsasabing no ang Enigma na. Gusto pa rin naman nila yung A-site.
Here.
So now, ang mag-rely na lang tayo dito is yung reaction time na pwede nga mangyari sa rotation ng Cerberus Esports.
Still the wall on the Sage. Nasa mid pa rin naman yan. Gumagapang na yung ibang players dito ng Enigma with the help of the wall coming in from the Viper. Si Kishi, very much aware. Mahuhuli niya nga yung isang player dito. Still covered with the perfect angle. Opportunity on the right side is there. Excali was able to get a kill instead. Pero buhay na buhay pa si Suka. Makakapag-rendezvous out pa nga on that slow itself. 4v3 situation. Hindi pa rin nakakabuelo dito ng entry ang Enigma. Pero itong mga players ng Cerberus, mas tuminag yung defense nila dito.
Di na nga natitibag kaagad ng Enigma
30
just to
seconds
get
left.
insight. Parang sa mga small detail na pwedeng makapag-push yung uno. Nakikita yung balikat dito. Tropa natin si Suka. So now he needs to back away. Di man niya nabigyan ng damage pero at least may nakuha na siyang info. Kaya si Rockfield na daw ang bahala. They cute naman dito. May cancel out din. Yung pagka-cut off ng rotation dito ni Antidote. But
seconds left.
Excali on the other hand, cancel out ng numbers advantage dito ng Cerberus Esports. Hindi na tama yung third and fourth. But look at this right now. Another shot from that operator. Hindi pa rin ito magiging sapat. Kalahati na lang yung buhay dito ni Excali. Pero mangyayari na lang dito is Tatalon all the way from heaven. Dito si Daicute. Loki na lang ang natitira. Hindi pa rin naman alam ng dalawa kung nasaan siya.
Waiting game, patiently waiting. Tamang crossfire lang din. Alam na nila yung location, no? So hindi na malabo at hindi na imposible patayin dito si Loki. And makakatawid siya kahit papaano. Kahit alam niya na kung nasan ba nagtatago ang isa. There is the tap on the spike. This will force out the players right now of Cerberus to actually find an opportunity. It's not gonna happen anymore. Enigma, sila pa rin ang magwawagi for this round.
Standing. Last round before the switch.
What just happened over there is just the aggression dito nila Excali. Para makapasok ng site. Ang ganda na panimula na to eh. Pero ang nakakapanghinayang lang is pinilit ni Suka na bumalik inside para makuha niya pa rin yung hold dito sa A. Pero ang nangyari lang is ready naman na din dito si Raw Fuel to get in those pick-offs. Numbers advantage nga, nandito kanina sa Cerberus Esports. Pero yun na lang din talaga. Yung mga small mistakes, talagang napapalaki lang din parang butas para makuha nila yung pagkapanalo at mga advantages. Ngayon, 8-3. Nangangambang 8-4 or pwede maging 9-3. Lalo na't ang daming mga smokes ditong plinace in B-side. 3 members lang naman ang nakabantay dito sa Cerberus Esports.
May operator pa. Si Raw Fuel na pwedeng gamitin for the rest of the team. At when it comes to the ultimates itself, may TP out naman si Omen. Meron din naman si Rexy na rest na pwedeng gamitin. Si Loki, very deadly positioning right here. He gets the first one. Makakapwesto pa siya on getting that second kill. Makakapag-TP out siya kung sakasakali pero wala na siyang pake as Loki gets another kill. This is the third one. Dalawang players pa on B main ang nag-aabang dito. Cerberus still making it happen as Loki getting the kills, but he will die off as Rafiel settles down the deal with an operator for himself. Naghahanap pa rin siya dito ng pwedeng patayin. Hindi niya alam na meron ng tao sa corner. This can be deadly for him and it totally would be as he settles down. RVK na lang ang natitira. Walled off ang mid. Ang spike, hawak-hawak ni RVK pero saan nga ba siya pupunta?
That's the question. Pero ang makakarap niya dito kasi si Kishi, jump pick para makakuha ng info, wide swing pero makukuha yung ulo. RBK dito, bababa from heaven. Makukuha niya naman yung pangalawa. We have so much time pa para makapag-plant in the spike pero he doesn't know where the others is. Pwede na nga ditong umabaan si kaagad. Sina Daicute all the way from garage. But the problem is dalawa na nakagad. Nakaabang, Suka goes in for the kill. Finally, another point, another round for Cerberus Esports. 4-8, not bad. Pero mahaba pa rin talagang kailangan nilang gapak in the second half.
Good up, good up. Yan ang sabi ng mga players. Good half para sa kanila. Not too
Switching
bad.
sides.
Gaya nga ng sabi mo, no? 8-4 score, easily doable, lalo na kung makuha naman nila yung pistol round. And knowing how the team plays right now, kayang-kaya nilang gawin to para sa side ng Cerberus. Na late lang sila dun sa pagpapatinag ng depensa na meron sila dito. But in the end, especially Loki already popping off, tumatrabaho na dito is yung mga yung ibang mga roles na, hindi na yung mga duelist. Chamber is the new duelist na eh. Sentinel is only a mindset daw.
Yes. Kasi kaya niya naman, may mobility naman siya to disengage eh. Parang katulad ng kay Jet, yung mga dash pa nila Neon. So, timing lang din talaga ang kailangan dito ni Rofuel. And especially, syempre, yung mga sududuwilis, yung mga kailangan na nga rin gampanan pa yung mga roles to get inside. Halftime pause lang muna bago tayo umarangkada for another one. Attacking na ngayon ang Cerberus Esports. They're the players or they're the team na merong initiator. So, magiging gana nga ba ito o hindi? That's the main question kasi, Taylor. Dalawa ba naman kasi ang controller dito? So, enough na for either sides na RVK dito sa B, tapos si Antidote na lang dito bahala sa kabila. Ang magiging kasama pa nila dito is their sentinels pa.
Halftime pause nga meron tayo dito. Kung kanina sa attackers, ganang-gana yung double control. Paano na kaya ngayon na nasa defender sila? Obviously, pupwesto yan yung dalawang controller na yan on a very specific site. And we have an A site for an Omen, we have a B site for RVK, which is a Viper. At dalawang sites ang kaya nilang i-control. So this actually gives out or settles out yung mga responsibilidad ng isang smoker. Kasi everything can be covered from choke points to mid, even from the smoke from an Omen. Tapos, may vulnerability pa na kayang ibigay yung isang Viper dito kapag gusto ng umentry ng ibang mga players. Lalo na dito sa pistol round, feeling ko Enigma agad pagdating dun sa agent picks.
Napaka-defender-sided ng composition nila. Lalo na't nung mapa na to. Early smoke, hindi makakapwesto kaagad. Ito yung magkagandahan sa double controller. Yung hindi ka manghilayang kaagad gamitin yung smoke mo dahil meron namang denk isa pa to cover up the other side. Tama lang din yung decision dito ni RVK to disengage from that duel dahil you need to pick your fights. Especially in this round na hindi kayo pwede maging kampante dahil Cerberus, they know how to read the plays, to read the strategies at makakuha ng play, makakuha ng pick-up. And speaking of, Kishi, nakaisa na kaagad dito laban kina Rofuel.
Kalahati nga yung buhay dito ni Kishi. Kahit paano, nakakuha naman sila ng isang kill. Si Rexy, umaamba pa sa mid. Hindi niya alam, meron na palang nakadikit sa wall niya. Pero hindi naman siya mamamatay. There's no gunshots actually connecting here on mid. May ambahan lang na nangyayari. But Cerberus is taking things slow. They wanna know ano ba mga agents na nakaposisyon dito. Ano nga ba yung mga agents na nag-aabang? Para alam din natin kung ano yung utilities na aabangan at susubaybayan natin. The wall comes up already for the stage after shock being used para lang mawala. Pero vulnerable na nga dito ang ibang mga players. Nag-wall off na rin ang Viper dito. Kaya pag pumasok sila, RIP talaga.
Makakapag-quest pa siya dito all the way from backside pero magiging punishable naman din. Makakapasok na kagad dito, Cerberus Esports, planting in the spike, one member remaining after the lang ang natitira. Meron naman siyang paranoia. But will it be enough sa apat na naghahanap pa sa kanya? The smokes are there. Babalik naman dito with those picks, with those wide swings. Qeon finishing off. Finally, a round dito sa half night round for Cerberus Esports. Kailangan na lang nila magpatuloy gamit ng kanilang consistency.
O, diba mali ako? Cerberus ang nakakuha ng pistol round. Ang ganda sana ng wall ng Viper eh. Kaso ang lapit niya kasi nag-aabang dun. Wala na siyang matataguan dahil nga sa wide swing na ginawa niya. Aside from that, they were able to take control of mid as well. Yung vulnerability, parang nakita lang natin sa isang player and na-shutdown din naman siya agad-agad. Ang sakit nga ng utilities kung tutuusin. Isipin mo, slowed sila doon. May wall ng Viper. Ang dami ng lahat. Kaso natalo sila pagdating sa aim duel. Suka! Getting the first kill in with that headshot mula naman sa Headhunter. Fault line ginamit na rin dito pero wala rin namang kalaban and gumagalaw na rin dito with the flash coming in. Si Suka lalabas na pero yung shorty pare ang matatapatan niya. He goes down. Kishi gets a kill instead. Rexy on the other hand umaakyat at gumagapang na rin dito. 3v4 or 3v3.
Pasok na sila ng side. The smokes are already placed in. Sayang yung pagbabantay dito. Yung pagiging pasensyado dito ni Rofuel. With his hand hunter, hindi pa rin pala naging sapat na makapag-intay ka. Isa na lang ang natitira dito, RPK. Pero tama na lang din naman na nakadalawa naman din sila laban dito sa Enigma. The wall na kanina niya pa nire-reserve dito to make use here in the retake. Good sana, kaso isa na lang din siya dito to take this round against the side of Cerberus Esports. Yung isa gumagapang na away from team, so alanganin na ito for RVK. Pero si Kishi pa rin naman ang makakakuha ng pick-off na yon. Again, that was an eco for Enigma. 2 rounds lead pa rin naman sa kanila, pero nangangamba na tayo. Magsusunod-sunod na, magtutuloy-tuloy na dito momentum ng Cerberus Esports.
Sayang yung pwestuhan dito ng Cerberus sana and also ng Enigma rin as well. Yung shorty doon, kaya pa sana niya makabuelo ng isa pang kill eh. Medyo malayo yung ibang players, ina-expect niya ata sobrang lapit na, no? Unfortunately, one and done yung magiging mangyayari talaga doon. Lalo na kung nag-wide swing ka ng gano'n at kailangan mo mag-reload. Anyway, moving forward, buy round na nga din to ng Enigma after that 2-round loss na nakuha nila from the pistol. Kaya naman dito na titinag ang ating depensa dahil ito na rin ang mga flashes na pumapasok. The wall being set place here for the Cerberus side para hindi makapasok. Pero ito na nga si X-Kali. Mapapabagsak din pero meron pala siyang napatay bago siya mawala.
Huh?
Si Akashi, nadamay niya pa.
Ito na naman yung how did that happen moments here in Valorant, here in VCT. But now, Rofuel nakakaramdam. Nice jiggle pick. Counter strafe na ginawa dito ni Suka para at least makaligtas, makakuha ng info. So now reposition, 4v4. So, after na mga nangyari dito, A pa rin naman ang decisions ngayon ng Cerberus Esports. Madedenay nga lang dito ni Antidote. Paranoia, connecting as well. Pero double pick! Laban sa kanya, goes it for 1. Isa lang ang tumambalo ko naman dito for the trade-off. But still, hesitations are there. Maririnig pa dito ni Rexy kung saan na nga ba tumatakbo papalayo. Sumisigaw ang pangalan mo, Cerberus Esports. B na lang yata ate kay nila.
3v2 pa naman yung meron tayo dito, no? They have the spike on their hands pero rinig na rinig yung rotation na ginagawa nila. Kaya naman, itong tatlong players ngayon ng Enigma, very much aware. Magbabato na lang to ng mga utilities, trying to force things out para sa players ng Cerberus. Lumabas na nga si Loki, nagkaroon na rin ng aim duel at naging 1v1 pa nga ang sitwasyon dito. May chance pa para si Daikute ay makabuelo at makapwesto. The wall coming up here pero hindi niya alam eh. Nasa corner na pala niya. Rexy hindi tumama. Kaya naman makakabuelo na naman si Kuya mo Daikute para siyang may agimat. Lahat na naiwasan niya at buhay na buhay pa rin. And still the round goes to Cerberus on this round. 7-8 ang score natin. Nabaliktad pa.
Iba yung baligtad nila ditong ginawa. Grabe yung parang nagmistulang patintero yung nangyari kanina against the Sage na natira from that round. Finally won more round na kukuhanin ngayon ng Cerberus. Talagang nanguna na tayo dito eh. Enigma na panimula nila ng maganda pero nakapasok kasi ng site dito with the crossfires na kinumit dito ng Cerberus Esports. Mas nagwagi pa sa kanila. So finally, with that opening, it just gives us a lot of thought and a lot of statement for Cerberus Esports na kaya nilang manalo dito sa split na kahit na umabot na tayo ng 8-4 scoreline. Enigma ang nagwagi for the first half pero ngayon, naku po, Cerberus, isa na lang, equalize na kaagad to an 8-8 scoreline.
Uy, tech pause. Gising na talaga si si Ray.
Nagparamdam nga sa comments, Taylor eh.
Nagparamdam na? Nag-comment na?
Oo.
Isa pa yan si Vil eh. Kasi sumusumpa yung dalawa eh. Kasi porket nag-6 games sila para sa araw na ito, gusto nila yung mga susunod din. Inorasyon na ni Vil eh. Nag-comment na parang 3 games tapos 3 OT. O, di ba? Third game na tayo, ladies and gents. May technical pause pang kasama. Bonus.
Sobra-sobra ng overtime to.
Kumbaga, spike defuse, flawless, ace.
Wala eh. Ito talaga, mangyayari talaga yung mga ganitong pagkakataon. Kaya naman ngayon, series number 1 pa lang, pangatlong series pa lang ito. Meron pa tayong susunod. Mas mainit pa yon dahil Big BAAM yon. This time, titingnan natin kung patuloy pa rin bang aarangkada ngayon ng Cerberus Esports. Dahil napurusahan na nila Enigma eh. Eco round na lang muna for Enigma. So, by all means, siguro kailangan nila maging compose, makuha yung mga one-taps na kailangan nila dito laban sa Cerberus Esports na may full-on rifles, full-on buys, and their utilities.
Uy, Judge. Parang naalala ko
Ayan
lang
na.
si Derion Mga alaalang naiwan ni Derion dito sa split map. Kumbaga, yung kills hindi nakuha dun sa Vandal. Pero pagdating dun nung nagpalit siya, naging Judge yung lagi niyang binibili. Ang lakas ng epekto, ang laki ng impact pagdating sa side ng team niya nung nilaro niya yon. But this is another team, this is another story. We are back in the game. Nag-aabang nga dito close by. Siyempre, yung may hawak ng Judge, which is the Braze. That is gonna be Excali. Itong wall na to, tatawiran ng kaunti ng players ngayon ng Enigma. They're playing it out really quickly. Pero ang problema, bakit naman ganun, sir? Di na sila nakatiis. The patience, it wasn't there. Rendezvous out for raw fuel. Not getting damage. Pero ito, 20 HP. Antidote. Paalam sa'yo, sir. Dahil papasok na mga players dito ng Cerberus, kahit na may Marshall na tinatapatan, 2-1 trade ang meron tayo.
Kaya naman nila ditong agresabuhan kaagad si Rexy. Pero ang nangyari lang din talaga kanina, talagang hindi nagkaroon ng patience dito ang Enigma. Yes, you have no rifles, wala kayong binili sa mga utilities ninyo, pero ang mga pagkakataon na kasi na pwede nyo mapanalo yung mga rounds ngayon with their execution, okay sana eh. But now, Rexy, makakakuha ng upgrade, makakapag-plant, makukuha niya yung ulo kagad ni Qeon. Sabi niya dito kagad, Sage, if Rockville dito makakakuha ng isang gamit ng headhunter niya, may free guns ng advantage dito si Rexy. Make it 3 for this guy. And they don't know where Loki will be coming from. But
Wala na, tapos na ang boxing.
Wala nang time para sa kanya.
Wala pa rin silang idea. No for the second kill. Huli na ang lahat, low-key. Tapos na ang round dahil na-defuse na ang spike na pinlant ng Cerberus. 7-9 in the end. It still worked out here for the side of Enigma. Makakabili na rin sila ng operator on this specific round. Ang pinagtataka ko lang, pinilit talaga nila. Yung, okay na yung may judge buy ka eh. Understandable na yun, lalo na sa mapa na ganito kagaya ng split. But yung hyper-aggressiveness nila, hindi nag-pay off, lalo na nung bumaba yung wall ng Viper. Na-expect ata nila doon, nakadikit na sa wall.
Okay na nga rin sa aning. Gana naman eh. Gana naman sa kanya yung judge dito. Especially, race pa siya, makakapag-satchel pa alis. But now, raw fuel. Operator ang kanyang hawak. Yung wall dito ay nakababa. Aantayin natin ngayon kung magpupush pa nga ba sila. Nice usage of utilities dito pero wala namang tao din na pwedeng mag-abang dito sa corner na yun. Pero kasi natuto na rin sila eh. Ang nangyari na lang dito here in mid, the wall and the slow orbs already raining. Makakapasok pa kaagad sila, makakatawid sila sa vents. So now, Rio Fuel, mukhang makakamba tayo kung malulusutan ba sila or malalahason sila dito ng mga cut-off rotations ng Cerberus na ginapang nila here in mid.
May trap naman sila ng chamber. So in the end, makikita at mapapansin pa rin naman nila yan kung tutuloy nila yung pagpasok dito sa A side. Dahil mukhang dito talaga nila plano pumunta, no? 40 seconds remaining on the clock right now para maplantang spike. Pero nakakapag-setup pa nga dito si Antidote ng kanyang mga smoke. Itong mga players ngayon ng Cerberus, hirap na hirap makapasok na basag na nila finally yung ultimate or rather yung trademark dito. Ang kaso nga lang, raw fuel pa rin ang mananaig dahil that showstopper will still connect. Nagsama pa rin sa hukay dito si Kishi. Makakapag-plant na nga sila ng spike. May kasama pang rest. And this is Kishi going up again. 4v3 situation right now. They have an operator on raw fuel. Will it pay off? Makakapitalize niya pa ba to? Because the players right now for Cerberus, hindi na sila gumagalaw and just waiting for that post-plant positioning.
May time pa silang iniintay dito. Makakapag-rest nga sila. Raw fuel dito, makakakuha ng isa. We have 3 members remaining pa ngayon for Cerberus pero makakapasok pa nga ba dito ang Enigma? That is one of the questions at hand na kailangan na nga mangyari. Tattle in. Pero ang mangyayari, mangyalaglag ka lang din all the way from the heavens above. 1 member remaining, Antidote pa. Wala na siyang oras para makakuha ng pick-off. But this time, 1 member down na din for the side of Cerberus.
One
Esports,
enemy remaining.
makikipagbaluan na nga siya dito laban kila Kishi. Mukhang hindi na rin talaga ito magiging sapat pa for Enigma. Hindi na rin nakalagpas dito si Loki. But at least, with the rounds advantage dito ng Cerberus Esports, makakabili pa rin naman sila ng rifles.
May arep pa din. May kaya pa. Kaya pang bumili. Pero sayang yung akala ko hindi magkoconnect yung showstopper or hindi actually napitik, no? But he was still able to make it happen kahit pa paano bago pumasok ng site and bago mamatay. Ang kaso nga lang talaga, for Enigma's side, you get all those exit frags but at what certain point, you still need to get the objectives pa rin. So, kailangan mo pa rin mag-defuse ng spike para mapunta sa'yo yung round. At hindi nila nagawa yun. So, obviously, Cerberus, makakahabol na naman sila. 8-9, isa na lang ang hahabulin nila ditong round actually. And I think Enigma, may plano ata sila dito. Kung ano yung mistake nila kanina, lalo na kay X-Kali na may ultimate na ngayon, this can be powerful, a very powerful, impactful round.
Kailangan na lang din talaga nila dito is consistency para makuha nila yung mga advantages laban dito sa Enigma. But now, gamit na gamit lahat ng mga timeout. Mapa-technical, mapa-halftime. Team dito ng Enigma, they need to make sure nasa kanila pa rin naman itong mapa na ito. Third game, a do-or-die match. They are the ones na akala natin na makukuha itong half na ito dahil defending na, mas ang laking advantage laban dito sa side na nga ng Cerberus Esports dahil meron silang dalawang controller. But at the very means, this is fully on the dominating place. Kasi kaagad ng Cerberus Esports. Top side ni Antidote, gumana, Licious, one member down already sa side ng Cerberus Esports.
Nakatipi pa nga si Antidote palabas doon sa pangangamba. Pero itong mga players ngayon ng Cerberus, gina-jump pick na lang ng Enigma. May ultimate dito si Akashi na pwedeng gamitin. If he used up the Rolling Thunder here on site, he might be able to catch two off guard. But is it the right time to use? Dahil may nag-aabang sa kanan at the swing from Antidote instead comes in. Kitang-kita pa ang baril mo pero hindi nag-connect yung shot. Nagulat na lang din ata si Raw Fuel pero unfortunately hindi talaga nag-connect, sir. 3v5 situation. Muntikan pa sana at dun pa nga namatay si Rexy, no? Dahil hindi napatay. This is now the shotgun play, the judge play, and the showstopper like we predicted. And officially right now in a 2v1 setting, dito niya masaspatan yung judge player natin na si X-Kali. It all worked out in favor of Enigma.
Parang nagkakaroon na naman ako ng nightmares dito mula kay Derion. All the way from Ghetto artist na talagang, or rather from the other team na talagang ginagamit niya yung mga shotgun kills na ito para makakuha ng advantage, makuha yung mga corners. Split is just really one of those maps na talagang kailangan nung maging aware sa mga corners, sa mga angulo dito na pwede mong pasukan. Sayang lang dito kay Suka na enough na yung time niya na makapasok, yung mga reaction time niya. But unfortunately, yun nga, shotgun lang din ang hawak dito ng kalaban niya. So now, punishment is there for Cerberus Esports. Tatalian muna dito ang mga aso mula sa Hell. We have Raw Fuel with that kill. Opening, good enough for the side of Enigma. One member down sa Cerberus Esports.
Sinusubukan sana ni Rexy kung sakaling meron man siyang maspatan at makasabay pang patayin. Pero si Suka, kapag tumawid ka dyan, sir, buti na lang, merong kasamang fault line. Kung hindi, malanagot ka. But this is a boom bot na problema ka talaga because you're completely sandwich away. And now, Suka getting those 2 kills in, magkakaroon ng space. Hunter's Fury, or rather, not Hunter's Fury, but of course, the Rolling Thunder being used by the Breach here will open up the space for a site. Ang kaso, nag-decide silang mag-rotate. The wall is not yet punched in. Loki is inside the site. Yes, he can hear this, but he gets the kill. And this is still an opportunity for the side of Cerberus Esports. Mabilis ang rotation, hindi nila alam may tao na talaga.
What update? Cerberus Esports dito na mo! Napigilan yung pag-plant ng Sonic Profile dito makakakuha ng 3 operator lang ang kailangan niyang gamitin ngayon. Suka! 3 rin naman na ang kailangan niya. 3 ulo lang din, 3 bala lang din. Laban dito sa Enigma. Antidote na lang ang natitira. Kaso nga lang naunahan siya. Nakabelo pa rin naman na dito si Suka.
No, 350 pa.
A thrifty round for the side of Cerberus Esports.
Nagkagulo na ang lahat-lahat. Nang dahil naikot ni Loki yung site na walang katao-tao, they decided completely, even using the Rolling Thunder on B site, they completely decided to not do it. Huwag tayong tumuloy. Then let us rotate to B side completely. At dito nga nagmamadali yung Sage, no? Hindi niya alam na may nakapag-rotate na. Dahil nga din doon sa kill ni Roful, hindi nakapag-plant ng spike ang players dito. At kahit pa paano, nabigyan pa rin ng opportunity si Suka to plant the spike. Ang kaso nag-aabang na nga rin sa taas yung Omen. Wala na rin. Di kinaya yung angle diff. Ikaw ba naman,
Saka,
ulo lang kita sa kalaban mo, tas ikaw, buong buo.
Di tuloy siya nakapag-react on time, no? Nakapag-plant nga siya, additional 300 eco. Pero, round is a round for the side of Enigma. At, yun nga, no, it was, or rather for the side of Cerberus Esports, they needed that round para mapagpatuloy nila dito ang side na kaya nilang i-diminish yung win conditions dito ng Enigma. They need to be aggressive to the point na ang ganda na ng gamit nila ng utilities dahil may gumagana all the way from mid. Nakakakuha sila ng space, nakakuha nila yung pick-off, and finally, makukuha pa nila yung site.
Aside from that, paalala ko lang din, guys, this is actually an elimination match. Cerberus and Enigma needs to win. Whoever, kung sino man manalo dito sa dalawang to, will still stay para sa ating VCT Asia Pacific. But if not, bye-bye ang masasabi dito ng mga players dahil paalam game na to para sa dalawa. Kaya naman makikita nyo kung gaano ka-intense yung matchup na ito, knowing that is a do or die basically for the rest of the team. Excali, maganda yung positioning nyo dito on the corner itself, but very typical position that players do. Kaya naman mabilis tignan yung angle, but the verticality can be a factor.
Dalawang smoke agad ang ginamit ang in-exhaust nila dito. Excali on that corner, will it be worth it? Nagparinig, nakuha na yung paint shells antidote dito para sa isa. There will be one na matatagin ng Roomba. Nice plays!
Pray
and
and
the
pray.
execution of the Crossfire. Ibang klase ang Enigma dito, dalawa na lang ang natira.
Napadasal na lang si Kishi doon na sana tumama pero hindi eh. That smoke was proven deadly for the rest of the team. Enigma doubling down on that smoke. Eco disadvantage sila pero sila pa rin ang nakalamang
30
dito.
seconds
Lalo
left.
na yung Viper Wall na yan na magiging vulnerable kapag dumaan ka. Nag-aabang lang din dito sa Geddy and that is gonna be Excali getting that kill instead. Super naman on the corner pero hindi enough yung kills na yan to actually make a round happen. Nasa Enigma pa rin ang round natin and this is still a game ongoing. 11-9 is the score.
Linis lang para sa side ng Enigma. Ang dami nang nangyari doon sa A-main, pero buhay pa rin si Excali. Ang dami nang naging gapang dito from sewers. Naka-pick off na siya dito ng dalawa. Gamit lang ng frenzy niya. Napakalinis lang din at napaka-komplikado for Cerberus Esports. Dahil ang dami nilang kailangan isipin. May nanggaling na pala ng sewers. Si Antidote dito, nakakuha na ng mga back of positioning. Laban Cerberus Esports. Viper Spit will be committed sa A-site.
Naku, mabagal masyado.
Cute.
Yun yung nagiging problema sa mga slow plays ng Cerberus. Yung mga angle na akala nila hindi sila kita, obvious na para sa side ng Enigma kasi napakaliit lang na angle yung binabantayan dito ng Enigma actually. Suka, getting already the kill on one player here. That is gonna be Cute. Pero may trade na nangyayari here on B side itself. 3v3 pa rin naman and Cerberus, they are on a disadvantage. Nabaliktad na nga ang sitwasyon. Alam nila na may breach dito na nag-aabang. The fault line ba yan? Or the flashes instead? But still, the one tap to the head from Akashi, it still managed to happen. Suka getting a kill on the Tour de Force as well. Nabaliktad pa nga yung sitwasyon natin.
Wala ka diya. Enigma kanina, numbers advantage na nila. They have the guns, they have the rifles, utilities pa. May info pa silang kasama. Pero yung pagkakataon na kayang makapag one tap dito ni Akashi against Antidote, hindi sila nakapag-react on time. Ibang klase yun. Another opener for the side of Cerberus Esports. Double digit na para sa kanila. Kailangan na rin ditong hindi makapate na ng Enigma dahil another more round will secure them their broken buys at makikita natin dito talaga yung mga times na hindi naging sapat yung wise positioning dito ni Antidote at yung patient game niya dahil with that flick of Akashi, it just gives us a story na kaya talaga dito i-push ng players from Cerberus Esports yung spot nila here in VCT.
Mabilis ang TP para makatawid, pero mukhang itong slow na to, mamumroblema sila. Lalo na may nag-aabang sa corner at hindi pa rin nagsasalita si Antidote habang ito na nga nilabas niya na ang kanyang sheriff. Pero one and done position yan, Sir Rexy to get a kill. Pero may trade din agad na kasama. 10-11 pa rin ang score natin ngayon. 3v2 situation as RBK and Excali will try to retake this and make it happen. Ang kaso nga lang, yan lang ang hawak mo. Frenzy, Sir. 11-11 to score ang ating score right now. And this is still on its way, Honey Glaze. 50-50 pa rin. Bahala na si Batman.
Bahala na talaga kung sino man ang sinasamba nila. 11-11. Naging totoo na yung wish dito.
Ang daming thrifty round.
Na makuha na. Yung mga thrifty rounds talaga yung pinakamalaking factor throughout this game. Na hindi natin inaasaan na magiging pabor for the other team. Enigma dito, laki din ng mga advantage sila with Jester Sheriffs, with the Jester Frenzy, sama mo pa ng gamit ng mga utilities. But now, speaking of utilities, tumama agad sila. Showstopper! Maagang napatumba agad si Antidote, pero agad na naman yung mga nagiging trade-off. Raw fuel dito, mapablind, na paranoia. They're still alive. The wall is already broken, pero papasok pa nga ba ng site dito, Cerberus Esports?
Actually, yung galaw ni Kishi dito, minsan hindi unpredictable dahil masyadong makalat, masyadong magulo. Pero ito yung nagiging paraan para makabuelo pa yung Cerberus, no? And that annoyance from the players of Enigma, dun talaga nakakabuelo at nakaka-participate ito. Now, they are still planning for that retake to make it happen. Hindi pa naman napaplant ang spike, pero itong showstopper mukhang nilabas na. That corner is definitely cleared. The last two remaining players will know where he is, and this is still a round for Cerberus. Elimination match, ladies and gents. One round away. Are we going to overtime, or are we going to finish this game?
Are we seeing Cerberus Esports to take in another slot in the play-ins and the group stages? Oh my gosh. Talagang Enigma dito nakakapanghinayang. Panimulan nila na magaganda yung mga plays natin, yung mga maps natin. But it just gives off the fact na nandito yung comfortability din ng Cerberus Esports even na hindi sila ganoong ka-planado pagdating sa late game, pagdating sa mga post plans dahil nga naubusan agad sila ng mga tao. Pero with that being said, even though na may numbers advantage dito yung Enigma, pwede pa rin nilang makuha yung mga clutch plays na yun. And speaking of, the game has already started. Another round, final round na ito, possibly for Cerberus Esports and Enigma. But the question remains is, kaya bang i-counter ito ng Enigma to an overtime?
Ito na naman tayo sa mga judge plays. Excali, but this time around, wala na siyang showstopper na pwedeng maging sanhi paano matakot itong players ng Cerberus. No? Pagdating sa utility, ultimate na Rexy, available, pati na rin kay Antidote. So, itong mga TP out na to, kailangan ma-utilize na nila knowing this is the final round and this judge won't work definitely from that far of an angle. Hindi ko maintindihan kung bakit pinupush nila, especially with only a judge and knowing how slow the players of Cerberus plays out. Mapapasatchel out na nga lang dito si Kishi, repositioning themselves. This might be a game for Cerberus side. TP out mula dito sa players. Pero ito na nga yung paranoia. Nag-connect na Kishi sa taas. And hello! Hello! What an ending for Cerberus Esports.
What a play for Loki! All of the mischievous strategies are already given for the side of Cerberus Esports. Kaya naman ngayon sila ang mananatili dito sa ating play-ins. Medyo gigil pa tayo doon, AG ha. Ayun na ang pagkakataon na matira dito sa ating leads. Ang players natin from Cerberus Esports at ibang klase yung play na yun. Sobrang ganda talaga ng matchup.
Unfortunately for the side or for the team of Enigma, matatanggal na nga sila at hindi sila makakapasok for our group stage next time. Kaya naman para sa Cerberus, itong do or die match nila, definitely comeback is real. Dahil ang ganda na sana ng pinapakita ng Enigma from the first few rounds that we've seen, lalo na ng first half natin. Ang kaso, nagkakaroon ng baliktaran when it comes to the thrifty rounds. At yung mga judge play na nakita natin, it typically, gumagana talaga yung judge, lalo na split yung mapa. What is I cannot understand, I cannot fathom, bakit pinupush with the judge. Yeah. And there are times that you can actually do that, no? Kapag mabilisan din yung galawan ng kabilang team. But knowing Cerberus, they move so slow, you would expect that they are far off from what you're expecting.
Parang sabi dito nga ng side ng Enigma, no, nangangati daw yung kamay nila kaya nag-push na sila. Talagang wala nang gana.
Impatience.
Hindi, yun nga, impatient sila. Talagang nangangati sila for those aggressive pick-off. Pero napunish na sila. Sana ito na nga din yung opportunity na matutunan nila at makapag-adjust pa further. Dahil isa sila sa mga curious teams na ang dami nilang mga line-up, ang dami nilang mga composition. So, this is a start for Enigma at napakaganda ng run nila dito sa play-ins.
100% true. And para dito sa dalawang teams na ito, syempre, knowing Enigma, they really try their best. Parang ito kasing play-ins natin, labanan to ng mga third placer natin during their VCT stages. But anyway, congratulations nga pala para sa Cerberus on actually making a win. Nandito pa rin sila sa Asia Pacific. But unfortunately for Enigma, next time, GG next muna ang sasabihin nila. Right now, we are just gonna go on a very short break. Sa pagbabalik natin, it's gonna be the panel talking about in-depth pagdating dito sa nangyari sa ating pangatlong series sa araw na ito. This is Taylor. Together with me is Honey Glaze. See you in just a bit.
From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my signs, I came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It don't matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. I'm seriously questioning at this point if this is still the play-ins. Are we sure? Are we sure that we're still at the play-ins? Because if next week's matches gets any more intense than what we have been experiencing throughout the day, then my heart might not be able to make it. But oh my lord. Game number 3 over here. Really point on the side of Cerberus Esports. They fought so hard for that one. Such strong attacks, such shutting down Enigma Gaming's dreams to make it into the next leg of APAC. Now, Trix, I'm out of words over here. This series could have gone either way, but hey, it was Cerberus Esports coming out on top.
Yes, honestly, starting in the top with CES on that defender side was kind of a little scary. But when I saw them switch on the attacker, just the way that they like to play, the fact that they like to force the opponents to bring the fight to them, is really what set them up for success. Like we saw in that one round, one was coming in A ramp, there were two coming in from vent, and then the breach ended up having that stun there, which forced the opponents to move and fight with either side.
Oh my god, the momentum on these teams over here. Enigma Gaming getting those rounds in, and on the flip side, as we swap sides, Cerberus Esports started getting the momentum. I honestly thought, Fluffy, that it was gonna go on the side of Enigma Gaming, especially since they had that momentous lead that we saw, the 8-4 at the halftime, and it was even increased as the rounds went on. But you know, as we saw, Cerberus Esports turned the game around.
Yeah, I feel like Enigma really had a great hold in the first half, but moving on to second, it's like they kind of let go of the grip, especially after a couple of rounds in tech pauses or tactical pauses. And one of the things that I feel like worked in the hands of VS the most, especially when they were on attack, is the fact that during this entire game, there's not one agent that has anything that gives information. There's no initiator, there's no way to really figure out if someone's there without watching it or just using the trademark. So what ends up happening is because the compositions have so many smokers, even Enigma with the double controller setup, there's just a lot of opportunities for them to lurk, especially because the only sentinels here are the ones with one trap. So I feel like overall, I'm more surprised that both teams have such a great attacking plan here on Split, because naturally this is a map that we tend to see more on the defender kind of sided.
In hindsight, though, I do feel like with the compositions that they had up against each other, it worked on the favor of one another. Because again, they weren't able to get that crucial information that they needed, and so it went on both ways. Like, I get it, Breach is an initiator, but he's more of the initiator that's able to clear a lot of these corners, not necessarily bring too much information compared to the likes of a Sova or a Sky over here. So in the end, Trix, it just worked in the favor of both of the teams to not have these dedicated initiators for the information.
It seems that Cerberus's pick was really based on their playstyle, just the way they like to force the opponents to go a certain way, how they like to take the fight to the opponent, so they want to give themselves that advantage against them. So I feel that in this case, Breach was the perfect decision. And as the casters pointed out, and I love that they pointed it out, that sometimes the score doesn't always tell you the entire tale. This time it does with the 11-13, but in terms of the scoreboard as well, although Breach might have not popped off so much in terms of kills, his utility is what got his teammates a lot of those kills.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now, Conky was asking this question earlier, Floppy. I might as well pass it to you. He was asking if we thought that Enigma Gaming was actually forcefully making things difficult for themselves to get themselves on that highlight reel, but I'm not sure that was the case, Fluffy.
I feel like the pressure sometimes, gets to certain teams, and maybe that caused them to crumble a bit. But overall, I feel like it's just there are some moments where they have a lapse and they give the opponent a timing which they can take advantage of. And unfortunately for them, it's one of the things that really stopped them from winning this game.
And now, Trix, look who's on the board. I'm pretty sure you're happy to see Suka.
Yes, such a great player, overperforming, the way he positions himself, the way he reads the opponents. It's just wonderful to watch, and I think he definitely gave his team that edge that was so necessary, playing on that chamber with a headhunter, with an operator that with Chamber's ultimate as well, and just that mobility he gets. It was just so great.
My word of advice, though, just stay away from Suka when he has an operator out. It's gonna be a huge trouble for his future opponents. Now again, Suka paving the way to his team's victory. You should definitely keep an eye out for him. And as we finish shining a spotlight on this player, it's time to pass on the spotlight to the next couple of players. We're going to be passing the light to a roster that is one of the superstar of the Hong Kong, Taiwan region. And in the recent series against Elite Esports, they showed absolute accuracy. The coordination and reliability that these members have for each other is what smoothened the process of getting here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ghetto Artist. One of the rising stars of Hong Kong, Taiwan. We've got the Baby Blue, 8 Lua, Float QQ, Itao, and Bea 2. Right off the bat, I'm looking at this and I love the poses. We're so used to seeing the players have the esports pose, you know, but yeah, really creative over here on the side of Ghetto Artist. Now, Trix, I'm pretty sure that all eyes are on 8 Lua after what we saw in their last game against Bleed Esports.
I think that 8 Lua just completely dominated and played so well on his own. Just the way he was able to get those frags, get those openings, clutch the rounds. It really highlighted how much effort he's put into the game and how much game knowledge he has. I'm looking forward, however, to watching all of the other players as well, because I feel like it was a mix of the team also helping 8 Lua get set up for success. So I'm wondering how today, if it's going to be other players being set up for success, and just how far they can make it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself from laughing. What were those glasses? Really cute glasses, by the way. Again, this is the team that took Hong Kong, Taiwan by storm. The question for this team, though, is that if what they had going over there is enough for them to make it here on an international stage. We hope to find the answers soon enough as they face a roster that's not necessarily a stranger here on the APAC stage. This is a team that goes big and goes with a bang. They're hoping to reclaim the reputation they had of being the best, and they're hoping to prove themselves here on the APAC stage. Here's Team Big BAAM. One of the superstars of Vietnam, as we see their photos being revealed once again here on our screens, we'll see that they're doing the traditional esports pose. Never get enough of that, though. Now, they are finding themselves in a tricky situation. Just like their opponent, they're at the risk of elimination. But we do have Dorb, Mo, Natong, NTK, and Tina over here, Fluffy. What an explosive team that we got here.
Yeah, I mean, Big BAAM really can be a Big BAAM at times, but unfortunately for them, they kind of opened the series falling into the lower tier as they were taken down by RRQ pretty convincingly. So hopefully they can really show it, because once upon a time, this was the team that was formerly known as Steal Your Glory. They should have been in the previous stage. A lot of people do say that they are the best Vietnamese team. They only lost once, dropping 2 maps the entire VCT, and they always have those superstar players. We have Pina, a very underrated controller. Natong, someone who really can be a threat at times if given the opportunity. And of course, we have NTK to be that rock, to be the consistent player, to be the player that you can rely on when the going gets tough.
They're all players that you can rely on overall. That's why they're such a solid team, and that's how they were able to make it here on our APAC stage after all. Now we're going into our head-to-head, and I'm really excited to share with the audience what we know about these two fantastic duelists that we got going. Here we go, Trix. We've got Baby Blue versus Natong. They're duelists of their respective teams, and I mean, this is very interesting because these teams are pretty used to contact play. So having these two in our head is just so fitting.
It really is. Baby Blue and Natong both being able to just create that space for their team to go in, and especially on that attacker side, but on the defender side, being able to get the frags, triple frags, where need be, or to make space even just for the retake. I find that Ghetto artists, especially, is very good at the retake, but their aggression alongside Baby Blue seems to be a little less refined than I would hope for them.
Ooh, that's something that we'll have to look out for. Hopefully, that's not a mistake that they're gonna make today, because I'm sure that their enemy team will be capitalizing off of that if ever they catch their opponent doing the said mistake. No, nothing like a good punish on these teams over here, right? Like if you're really dedicated to winning, you'll take every opportunity to just make sure that your enemy is mistakes that they made and you don't suffer the same fate as they do. But as I say that, I believe that we're gonna be finding out where this whole series will be taking place. A lot is in store when it comes to these two teams. But Fluffy, why don't you share a little bit more about the teams that we're facing off over here? How do you think they'll come into contact as we go into the game?
I feel like contact is the key word. Most of these teams have a tendency to really group up and do that execute push. So what happens is normally you have two responses as a team. Either you let yourself get overrun and set up yourself for the good retake, or you fight them. And I feel like that important choice will determine how the round goes, especially depending on which agents they decide on and which maps they do play, as some maps are more favored to this playstyle than others.
I'm looking at this now. So Ghetto Artist gets the first veto over here. Trix, what map is Ghetto Artist not quite familiar here?
Well, it seems their immediate ban was Bind. I was actually hoping to see them on that map because I feel like Bind has a lot of potential for those contact plays because it also means you can quickly get away. And there's so much room to force your opponents to think in certain ways or condition them, which both teams are so good at doing. They seem to constantly condition each other, but we see that Fracture got banned, and of course it's going to be on Ascent, which we've all mentioned is quite the default pick in Valorant.
I'm laughing right now because this is the fourth series of the day, right? This is the final series of the day. And we keep getting the same maps. Not complaining, of course. It just so happens that this is how Valorant is played. We mentioned a lot about adaptability, but we also mentioned a lot about the comfort that these teams have. And it's always among these maps. These are the default maps that we like here in Valorant: Ascent, Icebox, and then there you go, your favorite map.
Oh, great!
Everyone's favorite map today.
Well, why don't you go and talk about it then, Fluffy, if you feel that way?
Well, Haven is a great percentage pick map for the side of Big BAAM. For GA as well, though, I feel like they're pretty decent, especially because the map is so wide, the defenders are spread out a bit thin, and without proper utility usage, you can really get overrun in a site. For the first maps, though, I'm not surprised that Fracture is immediately removed, as well as Breeze for the side of Big BAAM, as they literally try to avoid this map all the time, which on one hand might be great, maybe you're hiding something for the future, but currently it makes your pick and ban a bit predictable, forcing the Icebox and Ascent picks to come out. Split, a map that Big BAAM also is pretty good at, banned out immediately. So now that we're locked in for our final three maps, Ascent, Haven, and Icebox, I feel like for me the most interesting thing will be seeing the Icebox map, as I feel like out of all the maps, that would be the one that I think we've seen the least today, but also the map that really exemplifies the aim and contact plays and teamwork because of the isolated sites.
Icebox, really looking forward to that. I love me a good Icebox. Okay, I'm starting to sound like this really Valorant enthusiast over here because I seem to say that I love all of the maps, but to a certain extent, that is true. I would admit that I have more preferences than the others, but again, Team Big BAAM also shares my sentiments. They have a well-balanced defense and attack statistic on this map. They have won, I think, a lot of their games here, but I do know that they've lost to Fancy United in their Vietnam Challengers 2 and Action PH back in APAC 1. So I'm really curious to see how they've evolved from that part of them. And of course, Ghetto Artists, on the other hand, they also play a decent Icebox trick. So on paper, I think that it's gonna be a really fun match here.
I think every single match we've seen so far, starting from day one, has been a very interesting match. All of the teams have stepped up to prove why they belong here, and shown us the drive that they have to be in that group stage, to be the best in APAC.
I completely agree. If I were in their shoes, I would do the same. I'm looking at the map selection that we have here. Again, that's Ascent, Icebox, and Haven. Okay, tongue-tied as usual. Very likable trait over there. I'm looking at the statistics here, and I gotta say that Ghetto Artists, their push on Ascent is something that enemies should be very wary of. They do also have the same exact lineup, I believe, for Haven and Ascent. It's a what do you call this? I can't think of the term. Can you help me out, Fluffy? What do you?
What?
No. Maybe I'll figure it out. I'll have to. Otherwise, I can't fall asleep tonight. But let's go on to the predictions because I'm pretty sure that we're ready to get this out of the way. Last and final prediction of the day. So why don't you go first, Trick?
I think Ghetto Artist has been proving themselves to be worthy, and I think they'll take it.
I think Ghetto Artist as well will probably take this match.
Okay, I'm gonna go with Team Big Bang then. Yeah, I'm gonna lock that answer. No, you know what? No, I'm gonna go with my casters on this one. Ghetto Artist, it is. I'm with you guys on this one. Let's all hold hands and hope that Ghetto Artist wins. And with that, guys, that is our talent prediction. All locked in. There you go. See? Ghetto Artist it is. Now let's head on over to our agent selection so that we can find out what the actual compositions are going to be, especially as we head on to a map that is called Ascent. Woohoo! Tricks! With our fourth and final prediction of the day locked, we're starting off on a map that is as big as Ascent. We've seen this map over and over again throughout the day, but any interesting compositions you're waiting to see here?
I just want to see how they utilize that KO on A2. I know that we've seen KO before, and KO has been proven to be fantastic on the APAC stage. But again, it depends on how that agent is utilized, and we see that both Big BAAM and Ghetto Artists are running that double initiator of KO and Sova.
Yeah, Fluff, the difference here in Sentinel, one side has Killjoy, the other one has Chamber. So, which is gonna be more immobilizing once they get hit by the KO dagger?
I feel like in general, KJ does lose out a bit more than Chamber if you are suppressed. But regardless of that fact, I feel like overall, just having the KJ utility as well as the Astra, if you're on defense, it's a lot more presence and also retake potential that you can have compared to having that Chamber. You lose out on one of your chokes being unguarded, meaning you'd have to leave Chamber there. And unfortunately for him, if he does get hit by that suppress, it's gonna not allow him to be able to TP out, and if he's caught in the wrong timing, he actually might become a free kill in a lot of instances.
So those are the conditions that these teams will have to look out for. Oh my goodness, it looks like it's gonna be a very exciting map, exciting game on Ascent rather. The KO dagger fights are in place. We also got some Jets over here adding to that whole dagger battle that I was just talking about, and I cannot wait to see how this series is gonna be turning out. I wonder though if we're gonna reach Game 3 once again, because that seems to be the trend throughout this entire day. But either way, I'm not gonna be disappointed. I'm really happy of the turnout that we've had so far. 2-1, 1-2, 2-1 once again. But I guess that is just how the cookie crumbles over here on the APAC stage. And with that said, let's get this party started so we can find out how it's gonna turn out. This is Ghetto Gaming, and then this is Ghetto Artist versus Team Big BAAM.
Fourth series of the day. Ang huling pahapyaw dito sa PPGL para sa ating VCT APAC. Dahil nandito na nga tayo sa final match of the day natin. Taylor nga pala at Honey Glaze ang magiging casters nyo para sa Big BAAM versus Ghetto Artist na match up. Nako, Honey Glaze, napag-usapan na ng panel. Magkaiba ang pinili nila ditong Sentinel. May Killjoy tayo, meron din tayong Chamber, may KO picks parehas. So, sa tingin mo, paano tong matchup na to mangyayari?
Yun nga din talaga yung simulat sa pulo na isip ko kanina na kanino yung magiging mas malaking disadvantage. Mukha kasing mas malaki talaga yung advantage na maibibigay sa mga teams ng isang KO, lalo na naka-counter out nila yung mga Sentinels, and yun na nga yung mga points of time na dapat may mga magaganda silang mga executed plays here in Ascent. Pero I think mukhang mas papabor talaga ako dito sa Ghetto Artist Taylor since we have the lockdown potential para ma-counter out yung mga postmans dito na mga scenarios na pwede pumabor sa aggressive lineup na meron dito ang Team Big BAAM.
And we also have to remember that 8 Lua, the last time we've seen him, siya talaga ang nagiging signs of life dito ng buong team. And once 8 Lua again pops off in this specific matchup, this can be deadly. Ang kaso nga lang, ang magiging cons nun, Honey Glaze, is that if only 8 Lua is the person na kailangan nilang pagdependehan. Kasi syempre kung tutuusin, this may be an aim duel battle, you can win all those frags, but at the same time, is it enough to get the round point?
Hindi nga siya yung magiging aggressor dito. We have 8 Lua on that initiator. So, by all means, kailangan niya maging gana sa bawat utility na gagamitin nila. Sa bawat info na makukuha nila with those 0 points. And especially sa mga gagapangin nila ngayon. They are already trying to commit in mid. Wala silang matatagpuan na tao dito from our defenders side. But at the very least, Ghetto Artists, let's see if this is still doable for them. Lalo na hindi naman nila nakuha yung gusto nilang tahakin dito sa mid since walang tao na nagbabantay from Team Big BAAM.
Waiting game pa rin para sa kanila at defense lang talaga ang laruan natin dito. The knives are being pulled out already at gravity pull din as well here on A short. Pero wala mahuhuli dyan. Si Pina pinatumba ang dalawang members dito on the side of Ghetto Artist. Pero si Float makakabawi naman ng isa. 2-1 trade lang para sa kanila. Makakapag-plant na rin ng spike dito ang Ghetto Artist. Pero makakabuelo ba ang Big BAAM to actually make a retake happen? Because of course, that nade is gonna hurt. At syempre itong mga players ngayon swarming in on the side, the retake making it happen. Big BAAM secures the round.
As we mentioned earlier, siguro talaga mas maganda yung magiging second half natin dito for Ghetto Artist. Pero panimula pa lang naman ito, hindi man naging sapat na yung mga naging pushes nila para manalo doon sa mga utility ginamit. Kasi dito ni Pina, may ginamit siyang gravity wall kanina. So, pinaikot, pinatumba nila kaagad dito yung Ghetto Artist. Dalawa yung pick off niya na. With that early picks, ang ganda ng naging timing nila dito, especially sa magiging holds ng Team Big BAAM dito. So now, we have the buys for them, Spectres, Marshals, even a Bulldog for Natong. So by all means, Ghetto Artists, ang laking cost nito for this round. They are going in for the anti-eco.
Agad-agad, meron na agad pahapyaw dito, mga players from Ghetto Artists. So this might not be expected by Big BAAM right now. Pero masusupress pa rin si Baby Blue. Hindi siya makakapag-dash in yung mga play na naisa na nilang gawin. Syempre, madedelay kahit papaano because of those suppress and all those knives as well. And the same time, para sa Big BAAM, kung tutuusin, parang Ghetto Artists yung nanalo sa round 1 kung paano sila bumili.
Sinabayan nila eh. Ito yung isa sa mga teams na hindi nila binibigyan ng opportunity na makahinga ng maluwag at komportable yung kalaban nila. But now, by all means, pwede silang manalo dito sa duel na magaganap, pero dapat nila matagpuan kung nasaan si Pina. Kundi, papatagalin natin itong series na ito into a 3 game. But now we have Baby Blue canceling it out dahil hindi in-expect dito ni Pina na meron silang Spectres na hawak-hawak.
Aray, masakit yun. And this is the Marshall getting the kills instead. Itaw gets a kill. At ito naman si NTK. Walang pahapya, walang patigil. 2v3 situation. Low on HP, but Baby Blue was able to spot that Marshall away. Namatay nga lang si Itaw bago mangyari yun. 2v1 na right now in the hands of Natong. Kailangan niyang gawin itong retake na to. Meron naman siyang Spectre at the same time. Itong dalawang players, low on HP na rin. Isang talon mo dyan, makikita mo yung dalawang remaining players. Tumalo na nga dito si Natong, pero wala siyang naspatan. He might know the info. It might be A main, it might be Hell, pero dalawang players na on Hell nag-aantay at nagkakasama pa nga dito. Hindi niya alam na nandito rin. But the kill on 8 Luo is there. Alam niya kung nasan na, but still not enough. Baby Blue gets the kill instead. Gumana ang anti-eco strat ng Ghetto Artist.
Kabado pa ako doon, Bagya. Dahil Ghetto Artist kanina, nagsama, magkatabi sila eh. So what if makita ka agad dito ni Natong, yung spray, mapunta na doon sa kanila, sasaglitin lang sila dito ni Natong, and manghihinayang tayo sa anti-eco na ginawa dito ng Ghetto Artist. Buti na lang, nagantihan nila kaagad dito si NTK. Now, finally, we have a 1-1 scoreline. Kailangan tuloy mag-save dito. Both of our teams naman. So parang reset lang din for this half, but it's just really a good decision made for the side of Ghetto Artist. Kahit wala silang pera, at least around is around. 1-1.
Rendezvous out pa, pero sa kamatayan ng rendezvous out dyan. As Baby Blue already dashing in on the side. He sees one. That is gonna be Mo getting the kill using just a classic. Yan lang ang kailangan at puhunan dito. Masa-smoke off na nga yung ating spike. And ito na nga rin ang mga rotations ng mga players. Pre-fire lang para kay Bea. He gets a kill. Meron ding Sova drone na hindi gumagalaw pa. Pero ito na rin at gagalaw na rin. But this flying CCTV, wala rin naman siya masaspatan. Pop flash pa nga ang mangyayari pero hindi rin naman magko-connect. 2v4 si Tao. Naka-adjust na rin at naka-rotate na rin dito. The only man remaining, NTK, with the ultimate, the Blade Storm up and online pero suppress ang makakatapat niya. Walang kwenta ang Blade Storm at this moment and this is Bea getting the kill instead.
Kanina pa natin nakikitang sobrang nagagamit nila ng maigi yung mga utilities dito ng kanilang controllers and sentinels, pero talagang magbabalik tayo sa point na ang laking bagay na makapag-cancel out, makapag-suppress dito sina 8 Lua yung kanilang mga KO on this matchup. This is one of the aggressiveness na gusto natin makita from Ghetto Artists, at we've been seeing it already. But at the very moment kasi talagang nagte-take time na dito ang BAAM. They don't have any ego on that round. So most potentially talagang kailangan nila magkabang pa for another one to happen. Odin lang ang hawak dito ni Move. Pero sayang na hindi tumama kahit kanino.
Naiwasan pa rin. Ngayon na may lockdown na for the side of Ghetto Artist, ang aga mag-up at pag-online itong mga utilities dahil nga sa dami ng kills na nangyayari. My God, collateral damage. 8 Lua, pre-fire lang sa Kalam. He gets 2 kills without seeing anyone else. Meron ding turret na nakaabang dyan kung sakaling may lumabas. Pero it won't go down because Float is already dead. 4v3 situation. Setup lang ng stars para sa Astra players natin dyan. Habang ready na rin para makapag-dash in. Itong si NTK kung sakasakali. Hindi papayagan ni 8 Lua as he gets the kill. Pop flash sa gilid. Pero wala rin namang masuspatan. Ito na ang pagsisetup ng isa pang Astra. The Chup is there pero yung connect Pina is the only last remaining player. It's not gonna be enough. Baby Blue secures the kill instead.
Pinatikim lang kayo ng panalo sa pistol round. Talagang gugustuhin nyo pang atakihin dito ang Ghetto Artists to secure in their second point, their second round and this half. Pero sabi ng Ghetto Artists, hindi. Sa amin pa rin itong mapang na ito. Balikan natin kung ano yung mga naging opener ng side ng Ghetto Artists. I think this is the second round, so sayang hindi natin makita kung paano ba dito na penetrate ng players from Ghetto Artists. Ito si Pina, or rather si 8 Lua, hindi na daw kailangan makita ko sino ba yung mga nakabantay all the way from that corner. So now, nag-aabang na lang muna sila dito para ma-secure nila yung mga haka-hakang pwedeng mangyari pa dito. Pag-isipan ng Team Big Map. Lalo na kung maarangkada na dito yung kanilang mga utilities. Walang pating pick-to-pick papasok dito magdadashin dahil alam mo lang kaya nila manalo dito sa mga duels. Especially na nabutong mo ba na kaagad dito si Pina. The smokes are ready countering in the vision from the side of Team Big BAAM. Makakapasok sila na side, makakapag-plant in the spike. But unfortunately, there is also one all the way from all the way from B. Pero hindi na muna ito magiging sapat sa kanilang further retake. BAAM won't be successful sa mga early or sa mga engagements na gusto nilang takakin. Tapos sayang pa yung mag-pick up nila dito. Maxoff or Mof will be going down. Baby Blue naman dito for another one. Float! Mula dito sa isa pang corner, hindi natin inaasahan. BAAM loses in another round na making laban sa Ghetto Artists.
Ang matatalo or rather ang mananalo dito, makakatapat ang players natin, which is our RQ, no? So, very much so, itong dalawang teams right now, Big BAAM, they're having quite a hard time in making rounds happen here. Laging eco disadvantage ang Big BAAM simulat sa pool. Dahil nga nagkaroon ng anti-eco on the second round itself, kahit talo sa pistol round yung Ghetto Artists, bumili pa rin sila. And nag-pay off totally. Ngayon, baliktad na naman ang score natin, but this is finally a buy round for Big BAAM themselves. Kaya naman, that operator is what we are gonna see in the action. Dalawang op.
Grabe Passive-aggressive man ang kailangan nilang gawin dito. Pero dalawa silang parehas na nasa mid. NTK dito makakakuha ng isa with that Aldo. He will be tagged in. Needed to be dashed out. Reposition para matatag in kaagad ng Hunter's Fury. Not enough to get in that kill though. Pero makukuha niya pa rin dito yung isang nagkakaklong din. Mula dito the defender side. Pero Pina, nakakuha na naman ng isa. Muntik ng makadalawa. 8 luwa. Makaka-ready naman din. Dito for those retake or for those repositionings. But still, numbers in favor kasi dito, Team Big BAAM.
5 bullets, nagpalit ng baril, 8 luwa, pop flashes, pero wala rin naman siya makikita. But this knife is definitely gonna spot one player. That is gonna be the Sova. Alam naman niya ni 8 luwa yung positioning dito ng isang player. Pero asan nga ba ang isa pa na natitira? It's all the way to B side. Waiting patiently right now para sa dalawang players na ito.
30 seconds left.
Naghahanapan pa rin sila. It's still gonna be difficult for them knowing there are 2 operators. And dito na nga rin nag-aabang si Natong. And this shot wouldn't connect at all. Pero may kasunod pa yan. Another operator shot mula naman kay NTK. Sagutan lang para sa kanila. Pero dalawang op na to will go down. 12 seconds to plant the spike. Mukhang mababaliktad pa. There is that chance na kakayanin pa to ni 8 Lua. Pero 6 seconds remains. Hindi nag-connect yung shock dart. Papasok at papasok pa rin tong dalawang players na to. Suppress is there bago man lang mag-connect. Pero hindi. Kaya hindi kakayanin. Because of that reload, wala nang bala.
Rinig na rinig kasi siya doon. Talagang mahalaga yung mga sound cues na yun. Now, with that advantage, Team Big BAAM finally has another round para ma-secure na nga itong round na ito, itong half na ito. 2-4, hindi na masama. Pero talagang ang gastos ng round na yun. Taylor, dalawang operator, still on their hands. Ano pa ba ang pwede ditong gawin ng Ghetto Artists? Medyo mabagal yung mga naging pushes nila, especially na nagambala sila dito all the way from mid na early pickan kaagad sila dito ni NTK. Kaya naman they were able to clean things out in mid. So, hesitations were given immediately sa Ghetto Artists.
At least make a damage when it comes to economy dahil nga rin na nawalan sila ng isang operator dito. Pero hindi magpapatinat yan. Bibili pa ng isang op yan. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. Rendezvous out para sa kanila. Suppress na nga dito ang isang chamber pero hindi magpapapigil because that operator shot still going in. Not connecting at all. Hunter's Fury nagamit na rin ng isang Sova pero itong dalawang operator buhay na buhay pa. Mope getting a kill on the Hunter's Fury. Papasok na rin. Side si Baby Blue. Wala pang spike na napapasok dito. It's still in the hands of the KO pero makakapasok at open na nga ang entire B side. Habang yung ibang players dito ng Ghetto Artists, 4-man or rather 5-man retake ang nais.
Oh my gosh, look at that lineup. Move, getting 1. 3 players lang dito ang natitira. Alam natin na mahirap mag-defend or mag-retake ng side kapag dalawang operator ang hawak ka. But Baby Blue goes in for that kill. Kasama niya dito si Ito. Cleans up the crew. Laban dito sa Team Big BAAM. Pina na lang ang nag-iisang mag-titira dito. But the very moment na tumapad siya dito, kay Baby Blue talagang katapusan na kaagad ang buhay niya. Pinaisa na naman daw sila ng round dito. Sabi dito na Ghetto Artists, another for them para makuha nila yung lead dito laban sa Team Big BAAM.
Ganda naman sana yung plano nila eh. Actually, they were able to actually get those important kills. Yung nagpa-plant ng spike and even those kills from the utilities as well. The Hunter's Fury. 5v3. Ang kaso, para sa side ng Ghetto Artists, the post-plant positioning that they had, ang bilis masyado ng pangyayari. Nag-line up yung naging itsura ng mga players doon ng Big BAAM nung lumabas sila sa B-Wing. Walang rotations na flank eh.
Sabay-sabay sila eh. maganda nga na sabay-sabay sila pero wala eh. Nakaabang din kaagad dito, Ghetto Artist. So now, the excitements are really pouring in. They're inside of B. Nandito pa rin sila sa switch pero naririnig na nila dito yung 34. Nandito yung nandito na yung Gravity Well. Sa likod nila may tumatama na nga ng mga tinidores. Dito, we have Rhea goes in for the kill. Laban dito kay the box. Hindi na naman para makapag-cancel out ng numbers. We have V2v2. But now still, makakapasok pa rin ba sila ng site? Yes, I think makakapag-plant in pa ng spike dito kaagad.
Spike planted.
In those 5 bullets, isa lang ang nakuha ni Natong 2K. Ang daming beses niyang pinutok yung third force na yon. Di nga lang nagko-connect, nagkagulo na nga rin pagdating sa stairs, no? Pero hindi pa rin tapos ang laban because the retake is bound to happen. Especially na bato yung nade, kailangan mag-peek out. At this is the perfect opportunity. Pina was able to take 1 kill out, but it's still a 1v1 situation. It's still going in the hands of Ghetto Artist. 6-2 ang magiging score natin dito, ladies and gents. Papunta pa lang tayo sa exciting part. Yun o, ang dami niyang beses pinutok yung Tour de Force eh. Itong mga players ng Ghetto Artist, kung tutuusin, delay na delay at dahil nga dun sa slow nung kill, na-stuck na talaga sila dun pero hindi pa rin sila nagpatinag.
May utility pa nga ako nakita dun ni Pina. Hindi ko lang nakita kaagad kung Gravity Wall yun or yung naging concuss. Alam ko na-delay pa sila doon, nandun yung blind, hindi pa sila nakapwesto na maigi, hindi sila nakapasok. Pero ano nangyari, hindi lang talaga kumonek yung mga shots dito ni Natong. And it's not a good thing to see. Dahil yung momentum talagang pumaparito na kaagad for Ghetto Artists. Paulit-ulit na lang din. Yung mga utility ultimate pa nila, ready na for another rush to happen. Lalo na't half an armors lang ang kayang i-execute dito ng dalawa from Big BAAM.
Kailangan tumama ni Nathong dito kasi kung tutuusin yung agent selection na meron siya dito is actually for fragging out. Kapag hindi ka nakakakuha ng kill, then what's the sense of a 34 and a headhunter? And dun nga nagigauge yung isang chamber kaya mo siya pinili eh because of that power that he can bring to the table. But if he can't hit the shots, it's gonna be a big problem for Big BAAM. At kahit pa paano naman, si Pina at si NTK, nakakabuelo naman sila dito on getting those kills. Sadyang pagdating sa skirmishes, nananalo pa rin ang Ghetto Artists.
Yeah. Pagdating sa mga duels na mga multi-duels na pwede nga maganap, hindi rin talaga nagiging pabore. Tama lang yung mga usage ng mga utilities. There's no problem there. But now, the ultimates are already set. Lockdown, may Cosmic Divide, nagagamitin na rin. We also have here uy, tama lang yung timing ng paglatag ng Cosmic Divide dito. Makakaligtas na rin si Baby Blue. He's already inside the site. Na-pick off tuloy dito agad si NTK. Nakuha yung pick off sa kanya. We have here the wall back. Trying to diminish in the players all the way from hell. We have the spike already planted in. The smokes are already placed in. Cosmic Divide mawawala na. But the retake will it be happening in the numbers na tatlo na lang. Make it 2. Dahil nakaisa na nga dito kaagad.
Mahirap talaga niyan. Kailangan talaga nila. Sakto-sakto pa yung Gravity Pull and Baby Blue secures the kill for the final blow para sa team natin dito. Ghetto Artists now with the 7-2 scoreline. Napakahirap talaga pasukin ng pag sinet up na nila yung Cosmic Divide. Kasi nasa heaven yan eh. Wala kang choice kung hindi tumalon. Hindi ka makakasilip ng basta-basta dito. Aside from that, nag-connect din perfectly yung Gravity Pull, Gravity Well nung nung Astra. So, magandang executions lang from Ghetto Artists, pati yung utility usage nila. Nakakapitalize nila lahat for the rest of the teams and for the rest of the rounds as well.
Sobrang halaga pa naman ng mga natitira niyang stars. Nakapag-place na sila ng mga smokes, ng mga pang-counter out ng vision. Pero di pa nga tapos mag-analyze dito. Makapasok na kaagad dito si Baby Blue. Makakakuha ng isa but quickly traded off by Natong. And here we have the final execution na naman ni Natong sana. Laban sa mga pumapasok ng mga ragasa na nga ng B. Pero hindi pa rin talaga magiging sapat pa. Bea counters is out. We have 3 members remaining na lang dito kaagad. For the side of Big BAAM, sa lahat ng mga explosiveness na nilalatag dito ng Ghetto Artists, hindi talaga magiging sapat pa ditong retake. That is trying to make it happen for Big BAAM. Pero now, we're finally into a 2-8 scoreline. Ghetto Artists lang, sa pagpasok pa lang nila ng mga aggressiveness.
Best thing you can do right now, at least make an 8-4. Para hindi na ganun kalaki yung hahabulin, no? Pero it seems like really Nathong here can get those kills in, but only one at a time. Hindi nga niya mapalagan pa yung mga mararaming kalaban dito. Aside from that, mainit talaga when it comes to utilities itong Ghetto artist. Nagko-connect yung mga importanteng utilities nila against Big BAAM. And this is just being like a whole storefront. Kahit pasukin nila yung mga site, parang unstoppable force ang datingan nila dito.
Unstoppable na naman dito si Baby Blue is already in. Masasarado niya kaagad yung gate dito. He doesn't know kung sino yung nasa loob ng logs. We have here the TP out. Nandito naman yung switch na magagawin ngayon ni Mob. Goes in for the kill. Lua naman dito for another one. Make it 2 for this guy.
Uy,
Pero
trigger
wala
discipline!
nakakita dito. Pero dito sa gilid.
Uy,
Goes in
spray!
for the cleanup.
Spike
Mabubuhay pa
planted.
nga sila dito. Make it a 1v1 situation. Makakapasok na nga ng side. Pag-plant na kagad ng spike si Float. Pero wala siyang idea. NTK nako! Kanino reaction time mas gagana? The quick pull on the trigger is all in favor of NTK. Pwede pa rin talaga dito makuha yung 8-4 scoreline ng Team Big BAAM.
Sumasayo pa si NTK, oh. Ginagawa lang ng mga players yan para iwasan yung bala nung bumabaril, eh. Pero
Last
dito,
round in the
Big
half.
BAAM, ito ata yung big break na hinahanap nila to actually make the rounds or get back those rounds that are important. Sayang nga yung opportunity. Actually, wala namang fault yung Killjoy kahit mag-push siya doon, eh. Hindi lang talaga nagkakasiguraduhan when it comes to the perception or rather kung saan ba nakapwesto itong mga players. Sayang din yung opportunity ng Killjoy na yon on the corner. Dahil nga rin na-flash siya ng isa pang beses, hindi siya nakareact agad pagdating doon sa pagsispray sa mga kalaban at nakabuelo pa sila ng kahit ilang milliseconds lang. Ang dami utilities.
Tapos na. Dami nilang mga, di ba,
Walang
mga
kasunod,
rushes
eh, no?
ever since.
Lapagan ng lahat, eh. Walang papasok. Actually, this might be a fake for the side of Ghetto artists. They're doing some cheeky plays right now, but I'm sure this smoke will pull up in quite a while. NTK getting a double kill already for the third. He goes with the Blade Storm. Kayang-kaya pa rin ng Big BAAM dito. Lalo na, 5 pa silang players na natitira. Hindi gumana yung fake na yan. Yung mga ulti na nagamit, all wasted for this round. Final round naman, eh.
Oo, final round naman din na. Pero sana kung nagamit nila yun sa pagpasok nila ng site, mas ganalicious pa. Final round in this half, yes, nasa kanila yung momentum, nasa kanila yung lead. Pero paano kung ito pala talaga yung starting point of time ng Big BAAM? Sabi mo nga, big break na ito, potentially ng Big BAAM dahil 4 or rather 5 pa silang kompleto recados dito sa side. So now, dahil magparinig ka pa dyan, boy, oh no, the ace is just cancelled out by 8 Lua. Dorf na nandito to clean things out. 8-4,
Switching
still
sides.
doable for Big BAAM. It's just really the composure kung paano maka-cancel out dito yung aggression kasi ng Ghetto artists.
Yung outer shots ni NTK dito yung nagdala, eh.
Iba yun.
Hindi rin pinul agad or actually hindi rin pinop yung smoke. Alam ni NTK dito, very much aware na kaya niya pang makapag-pick off ng isa. Kasi naka-reposition siya kahit papano. Tsaka nabawasan, eh, yung bilis factor ng Ghetto artist. Kung kanina sobrang speedrun nila pumasok on site, yung pagda-doubt nila, yung pagdadalawang isip nila pumasok this time, didn't pay off in their hands. Ngayon na nabawi ng Big BAAM ang scoreline natin. Hindi 2-10, ladies and gents. 8-4. Hindi ganun kasama.
Yes. Pistol lang na lang din talaga and momentum na naman. Pero ang hirap pa rin pala sabihin, no? Dahil kung manalo man kayo ng pistol round, i-antay-ikaw naman kayo ng Ghetto artist at hindi malabang mangyari yon kasi ilang series na rin nilang nilaro yung ganong klaseng play na sasabayan nila sa mga buys, dito yung kabilang team. It makes sense dahil kaya naman nila, eh. They have what it takes to have those aggressiveness pay off. At yun yung nangyari kanina. They have now here 4 succeeding rounds sa kanilang din na nakukuha. Tingnan mo naman yung ating succeeding rounds na nakuha nga dito ng Ghetto artists. It's throughout the executions and also the duels na lagi nilang nakukuha laban dito sa Big BAAM.
Duels. Hello. At yung mga aim duels na yun kanina, nakita naman natin, no? Yung mga skirmishes nila, minsan sa utilities na lang din nababase, eh, kung paano nila gamitin. Once na masuppress ka kasi nung KO din, wala ka rin namang utilities na magagamit, eh. Literally, maka-cancel out lahat yan. So, yung mga ganitong opportunity for both teams because they both have the KO pick right here. labanan ng aim duel minsan ang nangyayari. So, now we are looking at the halftime pause. Obviously, para sa dalawang teams na to, Big BAAM, they need to get this pistol round dahil ang hirap na talaga pag double digits na yan. Mabawal ka na magkamali.
Yun nga eh. Ang nagiging point na lang din talaga dito is hindi sa pagkakamali ng mga teams eh, kundi na lang din sa tamang ginagawa dito na hindi naman mabigyan ng pansin dito or mabigyan ng pangka-counter ng Big BAAM. Sila nga pa ngayon yung naka-counter out kasi 19 HP na lang ang natitira dito kay Dorf. Paano na lang kung papasok na sila ng site? Mas-spray lang siya dito ng mga Francis sa hawak ngayon ng Ghetto artist. Enough na kaagad yun to pick him off. But now, mid-take, ang gagawin nila, Cubby. Will it be a successful pick dahil nakaabang na kaagad dito?
Naku mga tito! Yun na nga, isa na nga sa unang nakuha dito ni Lord ay si Dorf. Dahil nga dyan, makakapasok na dito ang mga players ng Ghetto Artists as well para labanan at palagan yung skirmish na yan. One more remaining player, that is Mof. Not gonna get a kill anymore. 9-4 is the score. Flawless round pa nga. Dahil lang sa isang nade, napigilan lahat. Timing is right.
Iba yun. Timing is just really everything for 8 Lua. This is one of the star players right now from Ghetto Artists at sobrang ganda ng gamit niya dito ng kanyang molly to make sure na may mapipick off siya, may hindi makakadaan kaagad ng Cubby, tapos may time pa ditong makapag-pick through sina Itaw at yun yung nagawa niya. We have the commendable follow-ups from the rest of the players from Ghetto Artists. Kaya naman yun, it's just really the punishment na. Marshall to Marshall. Mas nauuna dito mag-pick through the trigger si NTK. I think in this kind of duel, para talagang papabor ako kay NTK pagdating sa operator or even have that Marshall.
Ito, para sa remaining teams, para sa remaining players. Tandaan nyo, makakatapat ng RRQ. Ang mananalo dito, kahit sino naman manalo, kayang-kaya nila. So, okay lang. Dami sinabi no? Pero yun lang naman yung punto. So, abang-abang tayo kung sino ba yung tatapatan. Alam ko, Big BAAM tsaka RRQ ang naglaban eh. Natalo na ng RRQ to. So, malaki ang chance ulit.
2-0 pa yun.
Oo, 2-0 pa yun. 8 Lua. Nakakuha na nga ng importanteng kill. That is gonna be against Storm. May kasama pang knife. Baka sakali meron ma-shutdown. Pero 8 Lua shuts down Wolf instead. 3v5 ngayon ang labanan. Meron pang Marshall na pwedeng gamitin. Lalo na si Natong, may headhunter din naman siya. At yun na nga, the first kill for the team that we have right here. Baby Blue going down. Pero hanap mode pa rin.
Makakapag-spray naman dito si 8 Lua. Goes for 3. Possibly 4. Pero kasi Natong talaga mainit na sa mga classics niya, sa mga headhunters na mga bala niya. 3v2. Free upgrades for the side of Big BAAM. Pero narinig na nila potentially kaso nagparinig na rin dito si Itaw, no! Natong na naman dito talagang ang init na naman sa kanyang mga shares na nadampot. 2v2 at the very moment, napakagastos ng round na ito. If ever na makuha para naman ito ng Big BAAM, it's still good. Pero Ghetto Artists, they need to succeed in this one para ma-close out na nila ito with a double-digit scoreline at para mapigilan nila ang momentum dito makukuha ng Big BAAM.
One enemy remaining.
Tamang turret lang. Tatanggalin agad. Bea, nasa corner. Pero the swing, the spray transfer, it connects for NTK. Buhay na buhay pa rin. One more round for Big BAAM right here. 9-5 pa rin ang score natin. At para sa mga viewers natin dyan, shoutout sa inyo. Akala mo galit no? Para sa mga viewers.
Kasi, akala ko nga may papagalitan ka.
Wala pa.
Wala naman.
Oo.
Wala pa.
Wala pa eh. Tahimik ang mundo ngayon kasi hindi Pinoy ang naglalaro. Pag Pinoy lahat ang naglalaro, dun magulo. Pag Pinoy versus ibang bansa, syempre Pinoy sinusuportahan so walang away. Pero pag mismong VCT PH, dun malaki.
Yung kahit hindi kasali, hindi naglalaro,
kahit hindi kasali. Minsan nga, hindi sila nagba-Valorant, nakikitrash talk pa. Alam mo yun?
Yung mga ibang nasa nasa ibang bangbang na ngayon. Pero BAAM! Lang ng BAAM ang ginagawa dito nila Big BAAM. 3 members na pala ang nawawala ngayon for Ghetto Artists. Naku po, ano na pwedeng pang gawin dito nila 8 Lua. Lalo na nag-slide in na dito ngayon. NTK nagwawala na. Is this the turning off momentum of NTK? Talagang hindi ko makakasal sa kanya dito. Yung mga timing ng Ghetto Artists. Dagdagan mo pa yung mga pagsispray and pray niya. Post siya dito sa mga pagkakataon na akala ng kabila is kaya niya na siyang mapitas. 6-9 ang score natin. Nice.
Nice. Nakakabawi pa
Grabe
yung
si
Big
Naki.
BAAM eh, no? Inaantay lang nila yung mga rotations dito ng Ghetto artists kasi minsan nag-overextend din tong mga players na to at the same time. Instead na sila yung nakakakuha ng info and everything else, Big BAAM decides to just stay for a bit more to actually make kills happen. And dito na nga nagsisimula ang lahat dahil right now, buy round na rin for both sides of the teams right here. Isa lang masaspatan on the back end at yan nga ay si Mof. No idea that the chamber is here yet.
Aggressive yung push at yung positioning ngayon ni 8 Lua. Magiging
out of
sa
my way.
pagkaba ito, magiging worth it dahil there are a lot of costs that may happen here in mid, lalo na nakaabang. Dito sina NTK.
Gun here.
NTK speaking of, makakakuha pa ng isa. Is he going in for 2? Dahil jump right back and in. In and out na ang ginagawa dito nila Baby Blue ngayon. But unfortunately, just Ito making things happen. 8 Lua
Spike
for
down
another.
mid.
Dalawa na lang kaagad na natitira ngayon for Big BAAM and what
One
are you
enemy
going to do
remaining.
now? Lalo na nakaisa na dito si Pina. Pinaisa na naman pero nandito naman yung ganti ng 8 Lua for another.
Sinalo niya.
Naku, dalawa.
Patutok din yun, sir. Pina, pinatumba na nga as Baby Blue spots him away. At may kasama pang, lumuhod lang. Meron nang umaabante. 6-10 na pala, no? Itong unang mapa pa lang pala for the ating last game of the day. So, 4 na series. Isipin nyo, tapos na tayo mag-dinner at lahat-lahat. Sana all nakapag-dinner na. Nandito pa rin tayo, magkakasama. Abot to hanggang 1 AM. Actually, hanggang bukas tong stream na to, guys.
Oo,
Oy,
may
bawal yan.
humiling na kasi sa comments eh. May humiling na sa comments na third game, tapos 10 overtime daw. Hindi ko naman sinasabing civilian, pero yun lang, nasabi ko na.
Tago natin siya sa pangalang Carl Rene Justin Villaseran. Oo, siya ang pasimuno talaga nito. Napapa-time out na nga lang din yung Big BAAM eh. Coach ata nito, si Vil. Si Vil, ang unang turo lang yan, puro time out. Teka lang. Yan ang alam ni Vil eh.
Kaninang series, magkakasunod yung timeout technical, yung mga team
Siyempre,
timeouts.
si Rere yung nandun. Hindi na bago yun, guys. Hindi na nakakagulat yung balita na yan. Expect the expected ba?
Expected na. Hindi na unexpected. Ay, Big
Ang linis
BAAM.
ng comment section eh, oh. Kahit si Manalcos Pratis, naghahanap ng tatrash token eh. Ay, sa nanonood, shoutout sa inyo guys. Salamat sa pagstay dito sa PPGL stream natin. But here we go! 6-10! At isang round na naman ang mapapanood natin dito sa paulit-ulit nating mapa na nagangalang Ascent. Pang-apat na beses na ata to.
Oo nga eh. Kahit Haven nga eh. Nandito pa nga sa series yung Haven mamaya. Kung aabot man tayo ng Game 3. Pero sa nakikita natin yan, hindi yung posible. Lalo, medyo nakakahabol ang Big BAAM. Pero kasi na-hold off sila na Ghetto artist. Tama na naman yung timing and yung volley dito ni 8 Lua. Hesitations are there. Ma-hold back dito ngayon ng Big BAAM. Pero tama lang din siguro na mag-reposition, mag-rotate lang sila to another site. Matatagpuan sila ng alarm bot, pero ang magiging sagabal nila dito ay si Bea. Si Bea na walang kamalay-malay na Spectre lang ang gamit niya. Hindi niya makukuha yung mga ulo na pumapasok ng baragasa na nga dito. It's all up to Float, pero Float hindi ka agad natatagpuan inside the site. Hindi ka naman din yung cost of divide. Pero
Spike down
Float,
B.
for 2. Hindi na tuloy na
player
react
standing.
dito. Dorf na lang ang natitira. With that 9, mabubulanggan niya dito yung dalawa, pero 3 ang nakaabang sa kanya. 11-6. Ghetto artist still do it. Laban sa Big BAAM.
Sasalit-salita na lang din tong dalawang teams na meron tayo. At Mon Tour de Force, up in action na pala in the hands of Natong 2K. So hindi niya na kailangan bumili rather ng mga baril niya dito or baril niya. And just a quick replay, no? Nasaktuhan na din kasi itong dalawang members, si Peanut. Hindi masyadong tukin sa backside, baka sakaling meron pa. At itong anime battle, kahit bulag na, nakatakas pa rin. Tamang lipad lang, sir. Pero marami-rami ang pumapush sa may aiming as Ghetto artist is being hyper-aggressive right now. Mapapa-atras sila dito dahil suppress ang mga members. Pero may natitirang isa. He can throw out a pop flash kung sakasakaling mag-push in itong players on A-main. Pero maya-maya pa yan. Lalo na he can't use the knives right now, honestly. If he wants to, they would know where he is. Pero makatakas.
Just purely the decision making na ginagawa ngayon ng Ghetto Artist. Yung aggressive and yung hyperactiveness na ditong kumuha ng pick-off with 3-man pushing in A main na umatras ka agad sila. Talagang disiplina yun eh. Kailangan nila makuha yung ganung klaseng discipline. But now, naku po, nalikuran ngayon si 8 Lua. Sayang, napunish siya kaagad dito. Kung siguro nagstay siya dito sa wine, mas gana pa eh. Since the smokes are already there at yung store spawn asa, pwede pang gamitin.
11 to 6 pa rin eh, no? Wala pa namang movements right now for the rest of the teams. And for the rest of the players, dahil 4v4 pa rin ang meron tayo dito. They're still gauging where the enemies are. Natong might be able to
30 seconds
spawn
left.
no one here on the corner dahil wala namang nagtatago dyan. Pero mukhang ito na nga ata ang recon. May isang nasa side that is gonna be float na kailangan tapatan itong tatlong players na sumusugod na nga at pumapasok. There goes the first kill but it's not enough to get a second. Makakapag-plant ng spike dito ang players ng Big BAAM. Isa na lang ang natitira. That is gonna be Yitao na all the way to market. Babasagin niya pa to at malalaman na nga nila kung saan siya manggagaling. May isang star siya na pwedeng iset dito but honestly, this is gonna be quite difficult.
Yeah. All over the place na rin kasi yung tatlong natitira eh. So, maganda yung decision again for Ghetto Artist to save this one out. Not even hunt for the exit frags. Kung sakaling maging over-aggressive dito yung Big BAAM, baka sakali. Pero nakita naman natin yung composure. Kanina pang ginagawa ngayon ng Ghetto Artist. It's just really relying on how Lua uses the utilities saka mga timing sa mga blinds niya. Pero sana nandyan, no? Pinik pa rin ni Itaw dito. Hindi pa rin ito magiging enough. Nakalimutan niya siguro ng bahagya na merong tour de force sa gamit-gamit dito si Natong. 7-11 is our score line. Still doable for Big BAAM. But still, momentum and eco kasi nakapag-save na dito. Or may pera pa naman siguro ang Ghetto Artist.
Tamang salisigang na lang eh. Itong mga ganitong posisyon, one and done talaga yan. Pagalingan na lang ng spray transfer. Kaso nga lang, di niya talaga nakuha yung second kill kahit pa paano mapunish sana yung isang remaining player. Pero, heading towards this, isa ang naka-specter. That is gonna be float. Walang advancement o walang hyper-aggressiveness tayong nakikita ngayon for Ghetto Artists. Nag-iiwas sila ng pacing because naka-stack sila on B. Nowhere to run yan ang sabi dito with the Hunter's Fury coming out from Wolf. Nothing to hide pero wala rin namang mahahanap para doon sa mga players ngayon. Makakapagplanta rin ng spike dito ang BAAM. No reaction or literally zero reaction from right now from Ghetto Artists as they set for a retake. Ang kaso nga lang may Cosmic Divide up and online yan.
Denied tuloy yung vision nila ngayon. Wala silang matatagpuan. Hell, naririnig nila. Yes, Recon will try to spot in one. The shockers are already raiding. Pero all over the place na kasi dito papasok pa kaagad. Members from the side of Ghetto Artist. Dito makakakuha ng isa. NTK, di naka-ariba pa nga. Baby Blue goes in for another. We have your three remaining members na labas pa ng AB ngayon. Paano pa nila ito-defensahan? Pina, all the way from Cubby. Hindi nila natagpuan. 3K for Pina. Another round for them to secure.
Di nila napansin si Pina on the corner. Nasa may trees lang na nag-aabang patiently. Ang kaso nga lang, nabasag agad yung Hell na humahawak dito sa Hell. Kaya nakapasok tong mga players ng Ghetto Artists. Buti na lang kamo na kung kasi itong, or rather na-stun itong mga ibang players dito. And Pina is just in the perfect spot, right time, and right moment for him to get those skills that are important. Ghetto Artists, lumalamang na talaga right now. 11-8 na. May one-way smoke dito on A main. And lalo na with the updraft coming from Baby Blue, unexpectedly namatay si Kuya Munatong.
Who would have thought and expect that to happen? Pero usually naman yun nangyayari. Kaya naman, one member down, naparusahan ka agad. Dito ang Team Big BAAM from stealing in that round mula sa mga kamay ngayon ng Ghetto Artist. 8 Lua lang ang may hawak dito ng Vandal, pero most potentially, this is a round that is much more in favor of Big BAAM. Matatagpuan nila dito yung turret, makapasok sila ng side, the smokes are already placed in, play for retake na lang ang Ghetto Artist. Will this be doable enough for them though? Dahil baka mamaya masalisihan na naman sila. The alarm balls are already placed in to check in kung sino ba yung lalabas dito ng 3 dahil meron silang lockdown. If ever na meron siyang lineup dito, nakapwesto na siya, in case na may umulan dito ng mga swarm grenades, it will be over to Team Big BAAM. The lockdown on not securing
Yung flank!
anyone
Yung
but
flank!
the site. Pero yung flank pa lang, hindi ko nakapwesto. Saving low goes in for 3! With just the blade storm and NTK na nakapagpili na makakapag-defuse pa sila ng pipeline. NTK!
Trip-tip pa nga. Dahil lang sa isang salisid, dahil lang sa isang flank, naloko na ang lahat. Ang ganda na ng hold nila doon. Actually, nakatingin na nga yung isa sa flank eh. But the timing was just perfect. As he looks back, doon bigla lumabas si Baby Blue. Unfortunately, hindi ko maintindihan kung kakapatay lang ata nung isang nasa mid. At rinig na rinig, hindi naman naglalakad yung jet kanina. Tumatakbo siya. Ang kaso masyado silang busy on A main eh.
Saka kakatapos lang kasi ng lockdown. At alam nilang, nandun na rin yung pressure na nakabuksan nila yung site para makapasok na nga dito yung retake for Ghetto Artists. So now, ako po, match point na ulit for, or finally, for the side of Ghetto Artists in this half, in this game, in this map. Play for slow nilang kaagad dito ang Team Big BAAM dahil alam nilang kahit anong gawin nilang rush, ay may napagtatagumpayan pa rin namang Ghetto Artists dito sa mga retake.
Highly valuable yung nag-antay talaga sila for the 5-man retake to happen. And it definitely paid off. Ang problema ngayon ng Big BAAM, nabigay nila yung importanteng round na yan. And that is immediately a match point for the rest of Ghetto Artists. Aside from that, meron na rin silang mga baril dito. Hindi nahirap ang ekonomiya para sa team na ito. And that is the nade. Actually, this will connect to the players. But Big BAAM, Dorf already going down with very much low HP. May nag-aabang on heaven. Makakadaan na nga dito ang ibang mga players. Sumilip na nga rin dito. Baby Blue getting a kill on NBK. Talitan na lang ng mga kills as 2v3 is what they are facing right now. Ghetto Artists. Low on HP na nga din si Mope. Kumbaga, isang shock dart na lang, isang kalabit na lang para kay Mope. Mamamatay at mamamatay din. And this is the Hunter's Fury connecting definitely. Now with the last remaining player all the way to hell, this will be seen. Ghetto Artists. This is map number 1.
Oof! It just proves to show na ito talaga ang mapang inaangkin nila. Ghetto Artists. Truly an overwhelming game indeed sa mga rushes na hindi natin usually nakikitang gumagana for multi-rounds and just one half. Kundi talagang gamit na gamit at alam nila dito. Familiarize na. Diba? Ang haba na ng kinakas natin dito. Talaga mabubula na tayo. It just really goes to show na Ghetto Artists, chillin' lang. They are going in for a match point lang in this series.
Naka mga gaming chairs pa mga tropa natin dyan. So congratulations Ghetto Artists for getting game number 1. Pero hindi pa tapos ang lahat. Kasi syempre may mga susunod pa tayong mapa. And I think if I'm not mistaken, ang susunod na map natin is gonna be Icebox. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
If that is the next map